Chapter 1. Two adorable treasures arrive. In the city of Jiangsheng, within the realm of Huaxia, the warmth of spring has graced the playground. As the temperature rises, many girls participating in outdoor activities have donned their shorts and skirts. Their slender legs, accentuated by black stockings or white bubble socks, undeniably enhance their already perfect silhouettes. With their upper attire being quite light, several of them proudly display their alluring figures, prompting many boys nearby to gaze longingly. "Hey, fourth brother, why don't you get up and take a look?" One calls out. Such beautiful scenery, yet you remain oblivious to its charm. The group turns their attention to Ye Qing, who lies sprawled on the grass, shielding his eyes from the sun, a blade of grass held between his lips. "Oh, so you didn't come over to bask in the sun, you came to admire it," he quips, eliciting a chorus of exasperated responses. As the activities conclude, the group stands up. "Are you coming or not, fourth brother?" One inquires. "You all go ahead, I want to soak up a bit more sun." Ye Qing waves them off, bidding farewell to his dorm mates. Reflecting on their earlier words, he sighs, weariness etched across his face. What a sight to behold! Yet what good is it to him? With his circumstances, he doubts there are many in the entire school who would be interested. Orphaned at a young age, the meager inheritance left to him barely suffices for his basic education, and he now owes tuition to the very institution he attends. With no financial resources, how could he dare to pursue someone worthy? Although Ye Qing harbors his own desires, he considers himself among the more conscientious within that realm. Just then, a shimmering screen appears before his eyes. At 18, you relied on your deceased parents' savings to gain admission into a prestigious university. You lived frugally, worked part-time, and upon graduation, you secured a position at a major tech company. At 28, after years of toil, you accumulated some savings and met a girl you wished to marry. Though she made no demands, you tightened your belt and took out a 30-year loan to purchase a home and organize a wedding. At 30, burdened by a mortgage, you felt like a wild donkey shackled by chains, forced to bear the heaviest of loads at work, as your superiors knew you were vulnerable. This year, your twin daughters were born, and your wife, understanding your plight, provided you with a warm haven. At 35, the relentless march of time caught up with you, and you found yourself unemployed. The anxiety of joblessness, the weight of your mortgage, and the burdens of daily life shattered your composure, leading to frequent outbursts, scaring your children into tears. Each night, your wife and children would cautiously pick up the shards of glass you had broken in your rage. In the same year, your wife, wishing to spare the children from fear, returned to her family home with them. Your life has hit rock bottom. The life reversal system has been activated. Do you possess the courage to restart your life and achieve your dreams at this pivotal age? Huh? Ye Qing gazes at the words, astonished. What? Is this what my future holds? Damn it. Is this how it all begins and ends? No, wait. What is this system? He is only halfway through his first year of university, merely 18 years old. How could the system already claim he is 35? Could it be that the system arrived prematurely? This certainly calls for a reversal of fate. Curiosity piqued, Ye Qing wonders what rewards or tasks this system may entail. Earn the forgiveness of your two precious daughters' reward. Beginner's gift pack. Ye Qing mutters, if only you were real, I'd send you a 60-second voice message. Though 60 seconds is WeChat's limit, not mine. It seems the first task is set to take a decade or more. He sighs deeply. Just then, a soft call draws his attention. He turns to see two little girls running towards him, almost identical, clad in white dresses, their braided hair dancing behind them. Their cherubic faces, large watery eyes, and soft, rounded features make them appear as if they have stepped out of a fairy tale. Yet, they appear anxious, holding each other tightly, their steps uneven and shaky. Behind them, a fluffy white puppy pursues, its round eyes intently fixed on the two girls, barking excitedly, its tail wagging joyfully as if playing a game. A flicker of recognition passes through Ye Qing. These girls seem vaguely familiar. Nevertheless, he jogs over, scooping both girls into his arms while playfully flipping the puppy onto its back, scratching its belly, which elicits a delighted yelp from the little creature. Wow! The puppy barks in protest, showing its tiny teeth in a playful challenge. Oh, feisty little one! Ye Qing chuckles, releasing the puppy, which scampers off, still barking defiantly. Feeling the warmth of the children in his embrace, Ye Qing turns to face them, ready to inquire about their parents. However, he is met with tear-filled eyes and expressions of distress, their delicate features marred by sorrow. Their lips pout adorably, as if they could hang a bottle of oil. Tears begin to fall, and as one drops, a cascade follows. Wah! They cry, launching themselves into Ye Qing's arms. Just as he prepares to comfort them, Daddy, they exclaim in unison. Yuyo is at Grandma's and misses Daddy so much. Xiaoro also misses Daddy. Daddy, don't abandon us. Daddy, no way. He is but 18. Children, you shouldn't cry out like that. I just saved you. You can't repay kindness with ingratitude and make me a father. Ye Qing thinks to himself, ready to voice his thoughts. Suddenly, a realization dawns upon him. He recalls whom these little girls resemble. Could it be? They bear a striking resemblance to him. Ye Qing crouches down, holding their shoulders as he gazes intently. Despite his challenging circumstances, he has always been quite handsome, and these two little girls are no exception. Their features, especially their noses and faces, are uncanny. Yet, even if they look similar, it doesn't necessarily prove anything. What are your parents called? I'll help you find them. Are they nearby? Listening intently, Ye Wanyu pouts at her father, her expression filled with curiosity. He seems to have grown slightly more handsome and younger. Yet he remains her father. Mommy said that Daddy is a softy for his daughters. As soon as we cry, he melts. It seems we didn't cry enough just now. Ye Wanyu whispers to her sister, Xiaoro, Daddy doesn't want us anymore. Wah! A loud wail suddenly erupts. Chapter 2. Task completed, generous rewards. At the sound of their cries, Ye Qing feels his heart wrench. Don't cry. Daddy misses you too. How about I take you to get something delicious? He attempts to soothe the little ones. Daddy was just joking. Why are you still crying so hard? Tell me what you want to eat, he says, gently stroking their heads. Feeling an unfamiliar warmth. This must be the sensation of having little ones around. So soft and delightful, no wonder fathers become so tender-hearted after having daughters. Daddy, I want a lollipop. Upon hearing about treats, Ye Wanyu nudges her sister. Stop crying now. She then cups her sister's face, vigorously rubbing the corners of her eyes. The small, chubby hands caressing the soft cheeks brings a profound softness to Ye Qing's heart. This system issue remains unresolved, and now I must help find their family. Why Ye Qing mused. Yet, in the next moment, a luminous screen surged before him, detected that the host has completed the system task, and astonishingly, it was accomplished in such a brief time, elevating the novice gift package level, rewarding the host with a vehicle, upgrading from a Santana to a Rolls-Royce Phantom, rewarding the host with a residence, upgrading from a Jiangbei apartment to a villa in Ziyun Pavilion. Both the vehicle and residence will be distributed in a reasonable manner. Ye Qing gazed at the screen, his pupils quaking. What does this mean? What is the system implying? Is this still the timeline of Earth in 2025? He glanced down at the two little girls tugging at his pant legs. A thought that sent shivers down his spine suddenly emerged. Could it be? No, I'm still a youthful high school boy. How did I become a wealthy dad? Not necessarily. This insipid system seems quite mad, and I need to investigate further. Passing by a convenience store, Ye Qing purchased 2 lollipops. Thank you, Daddy. Ye Wanyu unwrapped one and placed it into Ye Wanrou's mouth. Thank you, sister, Ye Wanrou murmured. Ye Qing also bought a writing pad. Can you two little girls write Daddy and Mommy's names? I can. Ye Wanyu took the pad, grasping the pen to begin writing, albeit in a clumsy manner. Nonetheless, it is quite commendable for a child of 4 or 5 to be able to write. As the characters for Ye Qing emerged, he felt a deep assurance in his heart these are indeed his daughters. After all, he had never disclosed his name to them before. Coupled with the system's assistance, the question arose, how did they come to be here? Moreover, who is his wife? As Ye Qing pondered, Ye Wanyu wrote the name by Ji Shi on the paper. By ZC. Ye Qing felt a stirring in his heart. A delicate figure emerged in his mind. By Ji, she had been the belle of his high school, a veritable beauty of unmatched allure, with a slender silhouette. What remained vivid in his memory were the alluring curves beneath her school uniform and the delicate white ankles exposed while she ran and jumped. Not to mention her long, straight legs and cascading hair. After all, in high school, everyone was bundled up tightly. Recalling these details was no small feat. What kind of fortuitous luck would he require to marry the school beauty? No wonder the system suggested that, even if she did not demand it, he must grit his teeth and procure a fine house. TSK, what a lecherous thought. Ye Qing cursed himself quietly. He also recalled that by Xi, she had excelled academically in high school, gaining admission to Jiangbai's best institution, Jiangbei University. I suppose I should process this on my own for now, Ye Qing remarked, taking one girl by each hand as he headed toward an underground parking garage, guided by the system, where the Rolls-Royce awaited. Upon reaching the underground level, Ye Qing beheld that the Parthenon-inspired grille and the imposing frame were impossible to overlook. Daddy will take you to our new home soon. Okay? New home. Are we going to our new home? What about Mommy? Will she come too? As for Mommy, she won't be coming today. You two be good and stay with Daddy. We'll see about picking her up tomorrow, all right? Ye Qing helped them into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. All right, they chirped, swinging their little legs in delight. Ye Qing settled into the driver's seat, his fingers brushing against the pristine steering wheel. It was impossible to suppress his excitement, yet the overwhelming impact of recent events left him somewhat numb. As the vehicle exited the garage, his phone chimed. Hello? Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Wei Mu Shui, the steward of Villa Number 3 in Ziyun Pavilion. The property transfer has been completed. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to reach out, and I will assist with any other matters. Her voice was as gentle as flowing water. He'll be there shortly. All right, I will await your arrival. After hanging up, Ye Qing glanced at the two well-behaved girls in the rearview mirror. How did you two manage to come out on your own? In response, the girls appeared perplexed. We were at Grandma's house sleeping, and when we woke up, Mommy and Grandma were gone. I took Xiao Ro and walked, but we got chased, and then Daddy saved us. Time travel. What is going on with this timeline? Not to mention the system hailing from the future. It's utterly nonsensical. And it even brought his daughters along? This was all rather bewildering. While driving, Ye Qing attempted to sort through his thoughts, and as the navigation neared its destination, a smile spread across his face. He thought to himself, I'm truly fortunate. Two beautiful daughters, a school beauty wife, and this life-faltering system. What more could one desire? Enjoyment is paramount. As he contemplated the school beauty, the classic lines of Li Yunlong from Liang Jian echoed in his mind. Fire, fire, fire. Regardless, he must make a trip to Jiangbei University tomorrow. With a press of the accelerator, Ziyun Pavilion came into view. Ye Qing stared in astonishment. The scenery was simply breathtaking. Not to mention the orderly villa district, the proximity to mountains and rivers, the view of the river shrouded in mist, all rendered this place exceptional. At the entrance of the community stood a graceful figure clad in a professional women's suit, showcasing her figure to advantage. The white shirt beneath her jacket was slightly unbuttoned at the collar, revealing a glimpse of her exquisitely smooth skin, while a black bow tie at the neck added a touch of playfulness and elegance to her overall appearance. Paired with a black fitted skirt that fell just above mid-thigh, her long legs, encased in black stockings, resembled fine silk enveloping exquisite jade. Though she wore high heels, she still stood on tiptoe, gazing into the distance, as if eagerly awaiting someone's arrival. Indeed, as the engine roared, the Rolls-Royce approached. This must be Mr. Yi arriving. Chapter 3. Indeed, we have two daughters. Wei Muxiue gazed at the Rolls-Royce before her, reminiscing about Ye Qing's voice from their earlier phone conversation. She mused that he did not seem particularly old. Perhaps he was a young achiever. However, he must be at least in his 30s, she thought, as she began to walk forward. As the car window descended, a youthful visage appeared before Wei Muxiue's eyes. She looked at Ye Qing, but couldn't help but cast a glance toward the back seat, where two little girls were seated. So, this young man is Mr. Yi, the owner of Villa Number 3? How old could he be? 20? He appeared to be around that age. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Wei Muxiue, the exclusive housekeeper for Villa Number 3. I will now escort you to the villa. Please wait while I take the staff vehicle to guide you. No need. Just get in, Ye Qing replied, gesturing toward the front passenger seat. All right. Wei Muxiue climbed into the passenger seat and guided Ye Qing into the villa area. The two little girls in the back were mesmerized by the luxurious villas, pressing their noses against the glass like little piglets. Wow, Daddy, where are we? Aren't we going home? Your father has brought you to your new home. We will be living here from now on. Upon hearing this news, Yu Yu and Xiaoro leaned closer. Wei Muxiue also turned her head abruptly, surprised. Her astonishment stemmed from realizing that these two were Mr. Ye's daughters. She had initially thought they were his younger sisters. This was not unexpected, given the country's encouragement of families having 2 or 3 children. Perhaps they were from a wealthy household responding to the call. It seemed Mr. Ye's true age must be a bit greater than his youthful appearance suggested. This was not unusual. After all, one could hardly guess that Lin Jiying and Gangxi were the same age. But Daddy, our toys haven't been moved yet. And Yu's little flying horse for sleeping hasn't been brought over either. Wait a few days, and I'll buy you some new ones, Ye Qing responded with a smile. After a while, they arrived at Villa number 3. Stepping out of the car, Ye Qing gazed at the traditional Chinese villa before him, momentarily lost in thought. Upon entering the courtyard, a meticulously crafted Taihu stone rockery came into view, with interconnected holes resembling a three-dimensional ink wash painting. Beneath the rockery, a shimmering pond sparkled, with goldfish swimming leisurely, occasionally leaping out of the water and creating ripples. The wooden corridor was adorned with exquisite carvings. Not only was Ye Qing astonished, but the two little girls also had their mouths agape in wonder. Daddy, is this a palace? Are Yu and Xiao becoming princesses? Xiao, let's go. Hee hee. Yu lifted her little chubby hand, supporting Xiao's chin to close her mouth, then took her hand and began to run around the courtyard. Meanwhile, Wei Muxiue and Ye Qing followed behind. Slow down. Be careful not to fall, Ye Qing said with concern, while Wei Muxiue continued her tour. After a thorough introduction, evening approached. The two little girls had been running about and now seemed to have exhausted their energy, appearing quite listless. Wei Muxiue excused herself to attend to other matters. Ye Qing checked the refrigerator and found it stocked with fresh ingredients, evidently just purchased that day. How about I cook dinner for you? Okay, Yu exclaimed cheerfully, while Xiao nodded vigorously. Wait on the chairs, Daddy will have it ready shortly. After saying this, the two little girls scrambled onto the chairs, sitting obediently while awaiting their meal. Ye Qing entered the kitchen with the ingredients. Cooking was a breeze for him, as his upbringing had not allowed him the luxury of being a pampered son. Here we go. Dinner is ready. The two little girls held bowls nearly the size of their faces, eagerly eating and swaying their bodies in delight, occasionally putting down their bowls. Ye Qing could see their chubby faces stuffed with food, resembling little hamsters. After a while, both girls finished their meals, diligently ensuring not a single grain of rice remained in their bowls. Daddy, Yu held her bowl up for Ye Qing to see, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, her little legs shaking with excitement. You ate so well, Yu. Great job. Ye vink pires, rufink had heyud. Xiao is impressive too. He reached out to stroke Xiao's head as well. In that moment, a tender smile spread across Ye Qing's face, reminiscent of a proud father. Anyone who beheld these two little angels would likely share his sentiments. Daddy, it's dark now. Why hasn't Mommy come home yet? Should we go pick her up? Come on. Daddy. These few words made Ye Qing's head throb. How was he to find Bai Jiqi? If you're to take the two girls directly to her, he feared being labeled insane. He had initially planned to approach Bai Jiqi tomorrow to clear the air. However, he still needed to gather some useful information first. Mommy won't be back tonight. She's staying at Grandma's. She said she would come to find Yu and Xiao tomorrow. By the way, Yu, Xiao, do you know any secrets about Mommy? Ye Qing suddenly inquired. The two little girls looked puzzled, pursing their lips in earnest thought. I know. When Yu was bathing with Mommy, I saw a heart-shaped birthmark on her right buttock. Mommy said it was a birthmark. Daddy, what is a birthmark? Ye Qing's eyes widened at Yu's revelation. This information was exceedingly significant. The credibility had suddenly increased tremendously. Well done, Yu. Ye Qing commended, causing her to beam with delight. Turning his gaze, Ye Qing noticed Xiao still pouting, deep in thought, looking exceptionally adorable in her contemplation. All right, don't think too much, Xiao. Daddy, I can't think of anything, Xiao said, sounding somewhat downcast. Ye Qing picked Xiao up, assuring her, it's okay. Daddy, I want a hug too. Yu clutched Ye Qing's leg, shaking it. All right, come here. He embraced both little girls, feeling a surge of happiness within him. At that moment, he began to understand why some fathers weep uncontrollably when their daughters marry. If he were in their shoes, he would likely cry too. This was a double whammy. Who could endure it? Never mind, that's a matter for another day. The immediate priority is to sort things out with my wife. Ye Qing thought, when suddenly a luminous screen appeared before him. Bring your wife home. Reward. Random multiple rebate on expenses. Limited to wife and children. Godlike physique. That night, as he prepared for bed, Ye Qing discovered a peculiar habit of both little girls. They insisted on holding onto his arm while sleeping, clinging tightly. You, Xiaoro, if you do this, Daddy won't be able to move. Daddy, you always do this when you accompany us for a nap on weekends. And why can Mommy do it? But Yu and Xiaoro cannot? Mommy sleeps holding your arm every night. Yu pouted, her eyes sparkling. All right, I now know that Bai Ziqi has a habit of needing to hold something while sleeping. Moreover, it appeared that these two little girls had perfectly inherited this trait. Ye Qing yearned to caress Yu, wishing to silence her incessant chatter. However, as he prepared to lift his hand, he suddenly recalled that the other hand was still clasped by Xiaoro. With a sigh of resignation, he decided to let slumber take over. "Good night, Daddy," Yu chirped, with Xiaoro softly echoing the sentiment beside her. Upon awakening the next morning and finishing breakfast, Wei Muxue arrived. Ye Qing turned to her. "Muxue, I require your assistance with something today." "What can I do for you, Mr. Yi?" she inquired. "Could you please keep an eye on the two little girls while I tend to some matters?" Upon hearing this, the two adorable children scampered over, clutching Ye Qing's leg. "Daddy, where are you going? Are you going to work?" "I'm going to fetch your mother. Don't you miss her?" he replied, gauging their understanding. "Oh." Wei Muxue knelt down, gently stroking the heads of the two little ones, her heart melting at the sight of their cherubic faces. They were simply too adorable, and their beauty was undeniable. It was evident that their mother must possess striking looks as well. "Shall I take you both to braid your hair later? I'll make it beautiful," she offered. "Okay. Thank you, big sister," they exclaimed excitedly, following Wei Muxue eagerly. Yet, she felt a slight disquiet. Should I really refer to myself as big sister? It feels like a generational gap with Mr. Yi. Nevertheless, she decided to embrace the title. "You two little cuties are mine for now." Meanwhile, Ye Qing drove out and soon arrived at the campus of Jiangbei University. The sight of a Rolls-Royce amidst the students was undeniably eye-catching, evoking envy among many. Despite Jiangbei University being one of the premier institutions in Jiangbei province, few students dared to dream of driving such a car. "Which big shot is inspecting the school today?" speculated two boys, their eyes glued to the approaching Rolls-Royce. However, they soon caught sight of the youthful driver. "Is that even a student?" they exclaimed. "What a detestable rich person. Is he here to flirt with the girls?" They had seen flashy sports cars before, but this was their first encounter with a Rolls-Royce. As Ye Qing alighted from the vehicle, he greeted a passing female student. "Hello there." The girl, clearly a freshman, appeared anxious and bashful as she glanced between him and the car. "Hi, may I ask you something?" Several male observers noted. As expected, this restless fellow is already flirting. After navigating the numerous departments for an hour, Ye Qing finally found himself at the door of a classroom, coinciding with a break between two major lectures. He entered through the back door and immediately spotted the most radiant girl in the room. Her eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, clear and luminous, as if concealing a boundless depth. Her other features were perfectly framed by her oval face, and as she stood chatting with a few other girls, her lips naturally tinted, curving slightly upwards, exuded an enchanting charm that felt like a refreshing spring breeze. Her figure matched Ye Qing's memory well, but with an even more exquisite proportion. Her long legs clad in jeans showcased perfect lines, and her slender waist was delicate yet alluring. Noticing his gaze, Bai Ziqi turned towards the back door, her expression one of curiosity, as if trying to recall when they had met before. "Let us resume our class," the teacher announced, and everyone settled back down. Ye Qing remained outside the classroom, leaning against the wall, contemplating how to approach Bai Ziqi. He was determined to introduce her to the two little ones. But he needed to prepare the groundwork first. Paternity testing was also essential. Otherwise, Bai Ziqi would never believe him. After class, Bai Ziqi emerged. "Ye Qing, did you wait long? Are you here for something?" she asked, her bag in tow, a bright smile illuminating her face. "You seem much sunnier than you did in high school. Did you recognize me?" He replied, "Of course, old classmate. How could I forget? Although we were merely classmates in the first year, you transferred out. My memory isn't that poor," she teased, crossing her arms behind her back and leaning closer to scrutinize him. "If you change any more, I might not recognize you at all. Have you also enrolled in Jiangbei University?" "I haven't," I'm at Jiangbei Institute of Technology. I specifically came here to find you. Do you have any classes now? Not today, just 2 lectures in the morning. Then, would you accompany me to a place? I need to discuss something important with you. Bai Ziqi furrowed her brow, seemingly hesitant. However, upon seeing Ye Qing's expression, she relented. All right. Nearby, the group of boys who had observed the scene were wide-eyed, struggling to believe their eyes. Isn't that the guy who drove the Rolls-Royce this morning? One exclaimed, and he asked with Bai Ziqi. Another chimed in, shocked. Does being wealthy grant one the liberty to pursue anyone? We, the elder classmates, are still yearning. As they collectively lamented, one boy piped up, come on. This isn't the first time this has happened. You should have acted sooner. Now you are left here lamenting while someone else may take the girl you can't let go. How dare you? They glared at the speaker, their hearts aching even more. Let us deal with him. Hey, why are you all coming at me? I didn't do anything. Meanwhile, Ye Qing had ushered Bai Ziqi to the side of the Rolls-Royce. Get in. I'll take you somewhere. I need to gather my thoughts before I explain. You're driving this car? Have you struck it rich, old classmate? Come on, get in. Ye Qing opened the door. Bai Ziqi hesitated. Let us just talk here. My next words may sound absurd, but they're the truth, he began. Bai Ziqi's demeanor turned tense. If you're about to confess, please don't. I'm not looking to date right now. I'm fine with catching up, but nothing more, she warned, arms crossed defiantly. Ye Qing took a breath and said, we have twin daughters. Chapter 4. Mother has arrived. Boom. A single sentence struck Bai Ziqi like a thunderclap from the heavens, leaving her visibly bewildered. She turned to Ye Qing, her eyes brimming with an extraordinarily complex mix of emotions. Her mouth opened slightly, as if she wished to speak but found herself at a loss for words. She was merely 18, a freshman. She had never even experienced love before. And now, to hear that they had 2 daughters? Was this some kind of joke? Bai Ziqi wanted to retort, but didn't know where to begin, as the absurdity was overwhelming. After a prolonged silence, she glanced at the Rolls-Royce beside them and, taking a deep breath, said, Ye Qing, are you feeling overwhelmed by sudden wealth? How long has this been going on? Have you considered increasing your medication? Ye Qing stared at Bai Ziqi, his lips twitching in disbelief. So, she was resorting to mockery without any curse words? Did she think he was like Fan Jin, who had suddenly struck it rich and gone mad? Well then, you shouldn't hold back. Let me provide some evidence. Do you have a heart-shaped birthmark on your right buttock? Bam! The words made by Ziqi's face flushed crimson, almost as if it were bleeding. Ye Qing understood that his claim had gained credibility with her reaction. Now, he was certain he was on the right track. Then, in his gaze, he saw Bai Ziqi take out her phone and start pressing buttons. Ye Qing leaned in closer. A large 110 appeared on the screen. Hey, don't get excited. I'm not a pervert, nor have I ever spied on you while bathing. It was your 2 daughters who told me. You filthy rogue. Go ask the police if they believe you. Bai Ziqi was about to dial, when Ye Qing pressed her hand down and pulled out his own phone. Look at this. These are the 2 little girls I'm talking about. As she examined the photos, Bai Ziqi furrowed her brow. The resemblance was uncanny. They looked remarkably like her from her childhood. Moreover, these adorable little girls were simply stunning. Just one glance ignited a strange feeling within her, as if there was a blood connection. Observing Bai Ziqi, she gradually calmed down. Ye Qing felt a wave of relief. It seemed the allure of adorable children was indeed effective. Had he known, he would have refrained from revealing her secret, which nearly brought Uncle Hat out of hiding. He opened the car door. Come on, I'll take you to see the 2 little girls, and then we can conduct a paternity test. Bai Ziqi wore a complex expression but ultimately nodded in silence and got into the car. Ye Qing then drove off. Simultaneously, the group of boys who had previously been playfully wrestling not far away stared at the unfolding scene, their hearts shattered into pieces. To them, it seemed as if Ye Qing had proposed to support Bai Ziqi, but she had rejected him, arms crossed. Ye Qing had raised the stakes, leading to Bai Ziqi's anger, and finally, he had unveiled secretly taken photos and videos, saying, Bai Daxuewa, you wouldn't want this video to spread, would you? The poor Bai Ziqi had no choice but to submit. Ah, what a scoundrel! They raged internally, with some even contemplating vandalizing Ye Qing's car the next time he visited Jiangxing University. Of course, such thoughts would remain mere fantasies. They were just students, after all. Who could afford to cause damage? They could only return and nurse their wounds slowly. In the car, Baijishi sat in the back, her demeanor icy. Gradually, she began to grasp the implications of Ye Qing's earlier revelation about her secret. There was no doubt the two little girls had revealed it. After all, since she matured, she had not bathed with anyone else. Only a few close relatives knew, and they would never disclose it. Thus, it was impossible for Ye Qing to have learned through that channel. If what Ye Qing said was true, she was merely a freshman. Was this what it meant to be a mother? And was Ye Qing to be her future husband? Baijishi pondered this as she stole a few glances at Ye Qing, who was focused on driving. His chiseled profile, coupled with his serious expression, accentuated his attractiveness. In this light, he appeared quite handsome. Perhaps he wasn't so bad after all. Ugh, Baijishi chided herself. What was she thinking at a time like this? She needed to focus on how to meet the two adorable girls and take it one step at a time, awaiting the results of the paternity test. Along the way, Ye Qing stopped the car. Wait for me a moment, he said, stepping out and returning shortly with a bag. They continued their journey. After a while, they arrived at Ziyun Pavilion. Ye Qing, do you live here now? Yes, the little girls are at home right now, and you'll get to see them soon. They reached Villa number 3, where Wei Mushui had already styled the two little girls' hair into cute pigtails, and they were playing joyfully in the spacious yard. The sounds of laughter from Yu and Xiaoro filled the air, creating a delightful atmosphere. As Ye Qing's car arrived, their attention turned to him. Papa, Papa! Ye Qing smiled as he watched the two little girls run towards him, squatting down with open arms, ready for a big hug. However, the girls veered off course and dashed past him instead. Mama, Mama, you're off work. Ye Qing was taken aback. So, the father was not as appealing as the mother? Just as Baijishi stepped out of the car, she was immediately embraced by the two girls, who clung to her legs. Looking down at the two delicate, rosy faces, her heart raced. A rush of kinship surged through her, akin to the warmth of a long-lost relative reunited after many years. Yet, she anticipated such an overwhelming welcome and stood frozen, unsure of her next move. Yu and Xiaoro rubbed their little faces against Baijishi's pants, then looked up at her with confusion. What is wrong with Mama? Usually, she gives us a big kiss at this time. Mama, are you okay? We were very good today. Mama, are you unhappy? We didn't sneak out. We were sleeping, and when we woke up, we weren't at Grandma's anymore. We were sleeping so nicely in bed. The two little girls assumed Baiji she was upset because of this, and their eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, as if a flood of emotions were about to burst forth. Baiji she panicked, glancing at the still-dazed Ye Qing beside her, clenched her fists, and silently mouthed a plea for help. Ye Qing shot her a look, clearly unversed in soothing children. He came over, squatted down, and gently patted the girls' heads. Crying doesn't make you good children. Mama is just tired from work today. As if understanding, the two little girls looked at him and asked Mama, are you tired? Let you give you a good massage. She's truly remarkable. Every time, my mother says that after Yu's massage, she feels much more comfortable. Xiaoro can also help Mom with a little kneading. Xiaoro lifted her small face, unwilling to be outdone. Thank you, Yu and Xiaoro. Baijishi also regained her composure, extending her hand to gently pat the heads of the two children, feeling an unusual sensation in her heart intensifying. She crouched down, gazing at the two girls, who were exceedingly beautiful. With their resemblance to her own childhood self, it seemed to affirm Ye Qing's words. How she wished she could whisk the two little girls away. But then there was Ye Qing. She glanced at Ye Qing, deep in thought. What are you thinking? I advise you to abandon any unrealistic notions. Ye Qing discerned Baijishi's intentions, warning her aloud. Baijishi, feeling exposed by Ye Qing's perceptiveness, puffed up her cheeks in feigned annoyance. Mom, can I give Yu and Xiaoro a kiss? They didn't mean to be disobedient. You always kissed us when you returned home. All right, Mom will give you a kiss. Baijishi said, planting kisses on the girl's cheeks. However, the word Mom felt somewhat foreign on her lips. Ye Qing joined them in the car, producing the pastries bought on the way. These are gifts from your mother, sweet treats. Wow, I knew Mom wouldn't forget. Mom, let's go to the sofa. We'll help you with a massage. With that, Baijishi was pulled away. As Baijishi set foot in the villa, a screen appeared before Ye Qing. Host, you have completed this arduous task in such a brief period. Reward issued. Random multiplier rebate, applicable only for wife and children. Divine physique. A wave of miraculous energy surged within him, a warm current coursing through his body, as if something were being reshaped. In the courtyard, Wei Mushiwe observed by Ye Qing with a puzzled expression. Mr. Yi is one thing, but why does she look like she just entered university? When did they have children? Could someone truly possess such ageless beauty? Faced with such a scenario, all she could feel was envy. She also introduced the new mistress of the villa during her first visit. Eventually, only Ye Qing remained outside, shrugging his shoulders. Well, this is what being a father entails. He silently parked the car and entered the room, where the two girls had already begun their attentive service. Ye Qing watched, eyes gleaming with desire. After sitting down and sighing, he wondered when he might enjoy such treatment. Bai Zhiqi, relishing the moment, glanced at Ye Qing. This guy. Ye Qing raised an eyebrow in response, noting how well the once dominant school beauty was adapting. She was a far cry from her earlier fierce demeanor. Indeed, no one could resist the allure of adorable children. If one could, why not two? Daddy, Shara will also give you a massage. You lie here. Yu is coming too. But after a brief while, Yu expressed her exasperation. Daddy, your body is too stiff like a rock. Mommy is soft and pleasant to press. I'm done, Sharo. Let us go. Huh. Just as Ye Qing was enjoying the moment, it unexpectedly came to an abrupt end. Ha! Bai Zhiqi chuckled lightly. What is so funny? Ye Qing approached, annoyance evident as he playfully tapped her on the head. Bai Zhiqi covered her head, pouting in a mock display of anger. Chapter 5. Paternity testing and other matters. There's something important, Ye Qing whispered, and Bai Zhiqi understood immediately. She stood up and looked at Yu. You have a few particularly long strands of hair. Would you like mommy to help you pluck them out? Okay. Yu replied eagerly. Little Ro, you have some here too. As Bai Zhiqi spoke, Ye Qing discreetly prepared a plastic bag from behind. Soon after, both Ye Qing and Bai Zhiqi plucked their own hair as well. While the two girls were taking their midday nap, Ye Qing instructed Wei Mushiwe to watch over them in the evening, after which he and Bai Zhiqi headed to the testing facility. Ye Qing opted for the expedited service and, after paying 5,000 yuan, was met with an unexpected notification. Detected that the host spent 5,000 yuan, triggering random rebate of 1,000 times. A total of 5 million has been issued. Ye Qing was taken aback. This was their first rebate, and it amounted to a staggering 5 million. Seeing Ye Qing's astonishment, Bai Zhiqi handed him her phone. We'll split this cost in half. If Yu and Little Ro are confirmed to be our children, I will also contribute half towards raising them. With that, Bai Zhiqi began fiddling with her phone. All right, bring up the payment code, and I'll transfer the money to you. Ye Qing understood her intent. She had likely consolidated funds from various payment methods. He was quite familiar with this approach. For large expenses, one typically transfers money from assorted accounts to a bank card before making the payment. Considering Bai Zhiqi's previous circumstances, it seemed her family situation was fairly average, though certainly better than his own before the system activated. To be frank, Bai Zhiqi's background did not even compare to his own. However, with the rebate system now at his disposal, financial burdens were less concerning. No. Before Ye Qing could finish his thought, Bai Zhiqi retorted, no way. Let us wait for the results to come out. Ye Qing waved his hand dismissively, ignoring Bai Zhiqi, which made her want to punch him. Indeed, having money made a significant difference. As night fell, they received the testing results, which confirmed that the two girls were indeed their children. They parked within Jiangqing University. Inside the car, both remained silent as they absorbed the outcome. Let us take a stroll around the campus, Bai Zhiqi suggested. The two meandered about aimlessly. I'm not quite sure how this happened. It's unscientific. Bai Zima, unscientific. The Taoists on Wudong Mountain claim to believe in science. Yet they unleash sonic booms and leap onto rooftops. There are countless unscientific occurrences. Ye Qing. Does having a system make me scientific? However, Ye Qing's understanding of the situation had become clearer. In my opinion, these two little girls must have traversed from the future, causing a disruption in the timeline. As he spoke, Bai Zhiqi was already deep in thought, contemplating the future of the two girls and how they would face their families. She shared her concerns with Ye Qing. I don't have such worries. My parents passed away when I was too young to remember. By Ji, she was taken aback. That's a hellish joke. All right, no more jokes. I'll take responsibility for the children. They are nearing the age for kindergarten. If they can't get into a public one, private schools are just a matter of money. Also, let us keep this from our families for now. It's impossible to explain. I'll figure everything out. Ye Qing's playful demeanor shifted to seriousness, providing Bai Shi with a sense of security. She nodded in agreement. I won't be irresponsible either. Oh, and how do you plan to be responsible towards me? What responsibility do I owe you? Ye Qing exclaimed. As a reputable university student, I have my integrity. Now that we have daughters, do you intend to abandon your husband? You. Bai Ji, she stomped her foot in frustration. How dare you say such nonsense? Just because you have integrity, does that mean I don't? And how am I abandoning my husband? We haven't done anything. She raged internally. Ye Qing observed her, a smile curling at his lips. At this moment, he needed to employ this carefree attitude to draw Bai Ji out of her thoughts. Otherwise, she might overthink the situation and feel overwhelmed. Ye Qing leaned back, hands behind his neck, and walked ahead. Wait for me. Bai Ji, she called out in irritation, rushing to catch up with him. With their objective achieved, Ye Qing slowed his pace, casually conversing with her as they wandered through the campus. Come back to the villa with me tonight, Ye Qing suggested. Last night, those two girls kept asking where their mother was, and if she no longer wanted them. Thankfully, I managed to calm them down with my wit. If they don't see their mother tonight, I might be in trouble. He noticed Bai Ji's expression and realized his words stirred something within her. Though perhaps he had exaggerated a bit. Bai Ji, she had similar thoughts. She had been hesitant to voice them. In truth, just the thought of those two little cherubic faces brought a smile to her lips, and the idea of holding them while they slept was simply delightful. No worries. If you're feeling troubled, I could just go pick up the girls and bring them to your dorm. The moment those words left his mouth, Bai Ji, she visibly panicked. However, seeing the mischievous grin on Ye Qing's face, she quickly realized he was teasing her. You rascal, she muttered, a strange feeling rising within her. But just then, a shout rang out. Watch out! A basketball soared over the court, heading straight for Bai Ji. As she braced herself for impact, Ye Qing swiftly intercepted the ball. Sorry, brother. We didn't mean to. A group of boys apologized, clearly worried about injuring someone. Ye Qing tossed the basketball back effortlessly. Swish! It sailed cleanly through the hoop. He examined his palm, realizing that since acquiring a superior physique, not only had his appearance improved, but his strength and control over it had also significantly enhanced. Wow, dude, that was impressive. We're one player short. Come join us. No thanks, I'm with my girlfriend. Ye Qing waved dismissively. His words caused Bai Ji to blush fiercely. She lightly punched his arm, whispering, What nonsense are you saying? We're not. But as she spoke, she fell silent. After all, she was destined to be Ye Qing's wife and had two beautiful daughters with him. Referring to him as her boyfriend didn't seem inappropriate at all. However, it was rather perplexing. They had only just become acquainted today, and the sheer amount of information and shock she had processed was overwhelming. Once Ye Qing and Bai Ji left, the five boys resumed their game. But without that sixth player, they could hardly play a proper half-court match. The brother who played basketball earlier was quite impressive, effortlessly sinking shots from afar. Alas, at such a tender age, he has already tasted the bittersweet pangs of love, ultimately forsaking his passion for basketball. A bystander remarked, Why does your statement carry an air of jealousy? Nonetheless, that girl was indeed stunning, possessing a beauty that could easily qualify her as the belle of the campus. If I were in his shoes, I would undoubtedly choose the campus beauty as well. Besides, she merely opted not to play basketball with us. There is always the opportunity to enjoy a game with his girlfriend in the evening. Play what? The initially speaking young man paused, seemingly grasping the implication, and a subtle smile crept upon his lips. What are you all discussing? This isn't a bus headed to kindergarten. Let me off on a jump. You think you could just hop off a stolen vehicle? I've welded 100 locks on this door. Meanwhile, Ye Qing and Bai Ji, unaware of the banter that ensued after their departure, were preparing to drive back to the villa, needing to navigate through a small grove behind the campus. Ye Qing gazed thoughtfully at the grove, reminiscent of similar spots found in every university. As for its purpose, Ye Qing was well aware of the function of the small grove at Jiangxing University of Science and Technology. Shall we put to the test? Ye Qing murmured. Test what? By Ji, she inquired, her expression one of curiosity. Just then, Ye Qing exclaimed in a flurry, "The principal is coming! The principal is coming!" Suddenly, sounds rustled from deep within the grove, followed by shadowy figures darting out. Bai Shi. Ye Qing. I had thought the students at Jiangxing University were solely devoted to their studies. Yet, this little grove at a 985 institution is saturated with an unmistakable aura of youthful exuberance. As she listened to Ye Qing, Bai Ji, she began to contemplate a pressing matter, the prospect of raising a child on her own. After all, with someone as cheeky as Ye Qing, there was a genuine fear that he might one day find himself in dire straits. She chided herself internally, realizing she too harbored a penchant for mischief, potentially falling for a rogue like him in the future. Chapter 6. Sharing a bed, don't blame me, she murmured, recalling the popular phrase from short videos, "You're so bad, I like you so much." Women are like that, they really are. Bai Ji, she thought to herself, as she pondered the challenges of being a single mother while also considering the necessity of working to support her child. Meanwhile, within the Ziyun Pavilion, Wei Mushui strolled through the villa area with two little girls in tow. "Sister, it's already so late. Where are Mommy and Daddy?" Yu asked, looking up with wide eyes. "Don't worry, they must be working late," Wei Mushui replied, gently pinching Yu's soft cheek, which felt like a fluffy bun. This sensation momentarily warmed Wei Mushui's heart. How adorable these little human cubs were. If only it were possible, she would gladly invite them to sleep over at her place. Yet, she knew that such a desire was impractical. Mr. Yi would certainly never allow it. "Look, a kitten!" Yu exclaimed, tugging at Xiaoro's hand as they dashed toward the small cat. The two little girls soon surrounded the kitten. Yu's eyes sparkled with wonder as she crouched down, gently placing her hand on the cat's head and stroking it, as if it were a precious treasure. Xiaoro, however, merely observed, glancing left and right. "Xiaoro, come pet it. It's so cute," Yu encouraged, and just then, the kitten rolled over, purring contentedly. As they played with the kitten, Wei Mushui noticed two figures approaching from behind, a young man and a beautiful woman, both appearing to be in their 20s. The young man was tall and rugged, with an air of defiance, while the woman exuded an icy elegance, reminiscent of a snow princess. They were engaged in a light conversation as they strolled. Wei Mushui recognized them as well. They were also owners of properties in Ziyun Pavilion, though they were not a couple, but siblings, Lin Han and Lin Yu. After dinner, they had taken their family cat for a walk, but unexpectedly encountered a roadblock. "Lin Han, I'm barely out of college. And look how anxious our parents are. They want me to go on blind dates. Who wants to get married so soon? What is the benefit of marriage? I'm perfectly happy being single, right?" Lin Yu rambled. Lin Han listened to his sister's complaints, feeling overwhelmed. He had intended to take a leisurely stroll, but now found himself caught in her tirade. When he turned to see where their cat had wandered off to, he was surprised to find it had already been toppled by the two little girls. He nudged Lin Yu, gesturing toward them. "What?" Lin Yu snapped, her annoyance evident. She turned to see the two children and was momentarily taken aback. She quickly walked over to them. Yu and Xiaoro looked up, and upon recognizing Lin Yu, greeted her with radiant smiles. "Sister, is this your cat? It's so cute." The word sister sent ripples of surprise through Lin Yu, causing her cheeks to flush. "Lin Han, these little girls are adorable and beautiful," she exclaimed. "You're turning as red as a teapot," Lin Han quipped. "Why not have one of your own? With your looks, as long as you don't choose someone unattractive, your child would surely be adorable." "Really?" Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, studying Lin Han. He shrugged it off, pretending to dismiss her comment. Lin Yu, feeling slightly embarrassed, sighed, realizing she hadn't brought any treats for the children. "Old sister, have you taken in too many stray animals? You can't just look at human cubs and think of feeding them," Lin Han teased, causing Lin Yu to blush even more. After a brief chat with Wei Mushui, Lin Han learned that the children belonged to the owner of Villa Number 3, one of the most expensive properties in Ziyun Pavilion. "Tickle, The sound of laughter drew Lin Han's attention. He watched as Lin Yu playfully lifted Yu, who burst into giggles from the tickling. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with a newfound emotion. Lin Han leaned in, whispering to her, "What if we took these two children home with us? Is it feasible? Feasible? Are you serious?" Lin Han replied, incredulous. In the distance, Yu and Xiaoro struggled free from Lin Yu's embrace and ran toward Ye Qing and Bai Shi. Lin Yu sighed, feeling an emptiness in her arms. "Mommy and Daddy, you're back," they exclaimed. "You have to see the kitten. It's so cute." Perhaps due to the absence of Ye Qing and Bai Shi throughout the afternoon, the two girls eagerly shared their experiences. Lin Han and Lin Yu exchanged glances with Ye Qing and Bai Shi, marveling at their youthful appearance. "Wow, such young parents," Lin Han observed. "Sister, look at that guy's face. If you're looking for a partner, find someone much better looking." "Why?" Lin Yu asked, confused. "Well, if you want children with looks like those little girls, you need to match the parents' attractiveness," he explained. "Are you implying that my looks are inferior to the children's mother?" Lin Han quipped. With a playful gesture, Lin Yu exclaimed, "Can you see the stars and seas through that gap?" "Ah!" Lin Yu squealed, playfully swatting at him. Nearby, Ye Qing noticed their antics with amusement. They approached and introduced themselves. Up close, Lin Han and Lin Yu couldn't help but admire Ye Qing and Bai Shi's stunning appearances. They seemed untouched by time, appearing as youthful as 18 despite having children. "I feel like you're older than me, so I'll call you Ge. I see your daughters adore the kitten. We have a club with plenty of activities, and you can bring your wife and kids along anytime. We often help stray animals, and we have some kittens ready for adoption." "Really, brother?" Yu asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at the kitten. "That is not how it works, sweetheart. You should call me uncle," Ye Qing said, lifting Yu in his arms. Bai Shi did the same with Xiaoro. "Uncle, or maybe brother is better." Lin Han laughed, pulling out his phone and sending Ye Qing an address. "Brother Yi, bring your family over sometime." "Sure," Ye Qing replied, playfully poking Yu's cheek. "Shall we head home now?" "Yes, let us go home." They chimed in unison, expressing their gratitude to Wei Muxue before leaving. Wei Muxue stood there, letting out a sigh from the depths of her heart. She did not wish to leave this class. Lin Yu felt the same, gazing longingly at the little one cradled in their arms, particularly when the small child, Xiaoro, reached out her tiny hand and waved at them. Lin Yu nearly succumbed to her emotions. "All right, no more staring, dear sister. I shall return to see if any of the boys my mother mentioned are more handsome than him," Lin Yu remarked. "Oh," Lin Han's lips curled into a smirk, intrigued by the unexpected delight. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that he detected a hint of obsessive determination in his sister's gaze. Chapter 7. It turns out that the two children must hold something to sleep is hereditary. On the way home, the two little girls were eagerly anticipating the arrival of the kitten. "Daddy, will you take us to buy clothes tomorrow?" "Sure. Thank you, Daddy." They continued. "If we have time tomorrow, we could also bring the kitten home." "Really?" "Of course, it's true. You're the best, Daddy." Meanwhile, Bai Shi, upon hearing about the clothes, contemplated her account balance and nodded. She too desired to purchase beautiful garments for her daughters, even if she couldn't buy many at the moment. Upon arriving home, a luminous screen suddenly appeared before Ye Qing. "Sleep with your wife and children to receive a reward. Master-level driving skills and enhanced appearance." "Oh!" Ye Qing gazed at the screen. This task seemed effortlessly achievable, requiring no deliberate effort on his part. After all, he had two little treasures to consider. He would see how to execute it in a little while. After washing up, now we can sleep together with Mommy and Daddy. Yu held by Shi with one hand and Ye Qing with the other, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and delight. Xiaoro had already climbed onto the bed, wearing a similar expression. "Ah, sleep. Together?" Bai Shi was taken aback by this unexpected turn. She had never shared a bed with a boy before. "How about this? Mommy can take you to another room to sleep." "Hey, come on." Ye Qing cursed inwardly. Was she trying to isolate him? What about the task? Meeting Ye Qing's gaze, Bai Shi felt a twinge of guilt. "No, Mommy and Daddy can't be separated. Our family must sleep together tonight," Yu declared resolutely, her lips forming a small pout. Xiaoro also descended from the bed, tears glistening in her eyes. "Daddy, Mommy, please don't Seeing the earnest expressions on the two girls' faces, Ye Qing couldn't help but nod inwardly. His two precious daughters were indeed remarkable. Hey. Mommy and Daddy have no intention of separating. She panicked. She struggled to explain, glancing at Ye Qing, who was smirking. Don't just stand there enjoying the scene. Help me out. Just moments ago, she had wanted to isolate him, and now she was asking for his assistance? TSK women. She bit her lip, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Seeing no progress, Xiaoro's little tears fell. Sleep. Mommy and Daddy. Can we all sleep together tonight? Shi quickly wiped Xiaoro's tears away. Okay. Xiaoro nodded, while Yuyo approached, cupping Xiaoro's face to dry her tears. Then turned to Shi and Ye Qing, hands on her hips, exuding an air of authority despite saying nothing. It was as if she were saying, is it amusing to bully the little ones? This time, even Ye Qing felt his authority diminish. Shi felt as if she were shrinking to the floor. She realized that the temperaments of these two girls mirrored their parents. One was domineering like Ye Qing, while the other was gentle like herself. Especially Xiaoro, whose gentle demeanor could cut like a knife. Daddy, you lie here. Mommy, you lie here. All right. Ye Qing and Shi obediently donned their pajamas and lay on the soft bed. Shi felt a sense of relief as she noted the distance between herself and Ye Qing. There was still some space left, with their two precious daughters nestled in between. Task complete. The host's speed is increasing. Rewards dispatched. Master-level driving skills and enhanced appearance. Appearance enhancement will gradually change over time and will not occur instantaneously. Gazing at the luminous screen, Ye Qing felt a surge of knowledge related to driving skills flood his mind. All right, time to sleep. Yuyo clutched Ye Qing's arm while Xiaoro nestled against Shi. Both girls appeared at ease. Ye Qing extended a hand, gently stroking the little koala clinging to him. Sleep well. Tomorrow Daddy will take you out. After turning off the light, Ye Qing closed his eyes. However, he soon felt someone watching him. He turned his head, opening his eyes to see Shi, illuminated by the moonlight, tightly shut. Was it merely his imagination? He closed his eyes again, but the sensation returned. Gasp! He opened his eyes once more, only to find her still asleep. This time, he resolved not to close his eyes, staring directly at Shi. Sure enough, after a while, she stealthily opened her eyes. Her gentle, watery gaze peeking at Ye Qing, only to be caught in the act. The two locked eyes, and Shi bit her lip, her glances flitting, unable to maintain the gaze for long, as if caught in wrongdoing. Ultimately, she closed her eyes, but continued to ponder the events of the day. Time passed, and her breathing gradually steadied. At night, Ye Qing's dreams were unsettling. He envisioned himself bound and imprisoned in a cage. Upon awakening, he gazed at the expansive ceiling, exhaling a sigh of relief. Yet, he soon sensed something unusual. One of his legs was held by a little girl, while Shi was beside him, embracing his arm. Her long, fair leg draped across his abdomen. In an instant, Ye Qing realized the origin of the girl's need to hold something while sleeping. It was hereditary. However, he refrained from moving, knowing that even the slightest motion could awaken the entire family. Forget it, I'll just lie here. After a while, Shi stirred awake, blinking her drowsy, enchanting eyes at the sight beside her. Upon recognizing Ye Qing, she gasped, nearly screaming, but then restrained herself. A flood of memories from the previous day washing over her. After calming down, she became acutely aware of the awkwardness of the situation. It seemed she had mistaken Ye Qing for her cuddle toy, and now, in such an embarrassing position, she felt utterly mortified. Shi blushed, quietly releasing Ye Qing's arm, then slowly lifted her leg, turning over and rolling off the bed. She stood up, surveying the scene on the bed, and slapped her forehead in disbelief. My goodness, these two little girls are undeniably mine. Their hugging posture is identical. Would Ye Qing have to endure such sleeping arrangements every day? Poor man. With a sympathetic glance at Ye Qing, Shi sighed quietly before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. As Shi stepped out, Ye Qing sat up, gently shifting the two girls off his legs, then headed to the bathroom. In the kitchen, Shi prepared breakfast and brought it into the master bedroom, ready to wake the trio for a meal. Just then, The bathroom door swung open, revealing Ye Qing emerging, a towel wrapped around his waist, his bare upper body glistening. One hand drying his hair with a towel. Bai Jishi's first instinct was to avert her gaze, but then she thought something was amiss. She looked at Ye Qing, gazing at the sculpted physique resembling chiseled marble, complete with six-pack abs and other exquisite muscle contours. One might feel tempted to reach out and touch, if so inclined. Alas, what a rogue! Bai Jishi curled her lips, observing Ye Qing as he changed his attire. Breakfast is ready. Let us venture out for a meal. Very well. Ye Qing leaned towards Yu Yu and Xiao Rou, gently patting their behinds. The sun is shining on your backsides. Rise and dine. Ugh. The two little ones blinked awake, still somewhat drowsy, sitting up with their hair in delightful disarray. Their tiny fists rubbed at their eyes, as if striving to awaken fully. I shall take them to freshen up. Once Ye Qing ensured they were alert, he lifted one under each arm. Off we go to wash up. Watching the two little girls standing on stools at the sink, Ye Qing sighed, marveling at these adorable human offspring. Delicious. Ye Qing showered them with praise. The two little girls, munching away, swayed their bodies in delight. Mommy, this breakfast is so tasty. But it's rather strange. Is today some special occasion? You usually don't rise early to prepare breakfast. Yu Yu inquired. What's the matter? Ye Qing fixed his gaze on her, realizing that henceforth, he might be the one rising early to prepare breakfast. Bai Ji, she felt exasperated. You have no idea, she said, a hint of grievance in her tone. From now on, you shall be the one to prepare breakfast. Ye Qing jested. Very well then. Bai Ji, she pursed her lips, puffing her cheeks, acknowledging this as a future mistake of her own making. Wait, that is not right. Why must I bear the burden for my future self when I haven't even enjoyed it yet? Yet it seemed equally wrong. Sigh. After pondering for a while, without clarity, Bai Ji, she let out a heavy sigh. After breakfast, the family set out. Upon reaching the shopping mall, Ye Qing resolved to indulge in a grand shopping spree. Let's make good use of the rebates. Drink some warm water. Bai Ji, she rummaged through her bag, preparing to open the thermos for the little ones. However, the steam pressure rendered the lid stubbornly tight. Here, Ye Qing, could you assist me? Ye Qing took it, and with a decisive pop, the lid came off. Yu Yu, observing Bai Ji, she pouring water, curiously asked, Mommy, why has your strength diminished? Mother's strength has never been considerable. That can't be. Daddy says when you are angry, you can split the heavens with one hand. Ye Qing, he suddenly felt a prickling sensation. Turning around, he found Bai Ji, she glaring at him in indignation. Did you tell the children that? Alas, that was not my assertion. As he spoke, Ye Qing realized it was not the present him who had said it. Let me see if I can indeed split your heavens. As Ye Qing attempted to flee, Bai Ji, she turned to the now water-filled little ones. Grab him. Here we come. Daddy, you must not run. Chapter 8, Caught Daddy. The two little ones began to shout, clamoring to catch Ye Qing. However, Ye Qing skillfully evaded them. The commotion drew the attention of many bystanders, who looked at the two girls, their faces beaming with affectionate smiles. Perhaps no one could resist the charm of adorable children. Enough of the ruckus, Ye Qing said, but upon seeing the two little girls still charging towards him, especially Yu Yu, who was preparing to bump her little head against him, he couldn't help but smile. With a flick of his wrist, he effortlessly lifted the two girls into the air. Caught Daddy, Yu Yu exclaimed excitedly. No, it's Daddy who caught you. Little Rou chimed in, her face brimming with joy as she clutched onto Ye Qing's pants. Behind them, Bai Jishi also approached, playfully raising her fist at Ye Qing. All right, let's go buy some clothes, Ye Qing declared, leading them to a children's clothing store. Wow, I must admit, the children's clothing these days is indeed stunning. Ye Qing surveyed the array of garments, nodding appreciatively. The store clerk, upon noticing Ye Qing and the two girls, was instantly captivated by their beauty. Good day, sir. Are you looking for some clothes for the children? We have. As the saleswoman began her pitch, Ye Qing selected several outfits, including everyday wear and pajamas. Bai Jishi took the two jubilant children into the fitting room. Moments later, they emerged. Daddy, look, isn't it beautiful? Yu Yu bounced in front of Ye Qing, clad in an adorable white bear pajama. Little Rou followed suit, walking with a composed demeanor, exuding a touch of innocence. Very nice, let us wrap this up, Ye Qing replied, nodding in approval. After trying on a few more sets, he instructed, pack them all up. The saleswoman was elated. Not only had she encountered such delightful children, but she was also making a significant sale. How much do I owe? Just as Ye Qing was about to pay, a message pinged on his WeChat. It was by Zishi, who had transferred 2,000 to him. I want to buy some clothes for the kids too. Let us split the cost, but this might not be enough. So could you cover it for now? I'll pay you back slowly later, by Zishi murmured, biting her lip. Do you have any money on you? I have 500 left. That's all for this month's living expenses. Ye Qing reflected, realizing it was only the beginning of the month. No wonder their second child was a bit slow. It seemed the trait was inherited. Oh, you still have quite a bit of your private stash, huh? So what's it going to be? Kneel on a washboard or sleep on the floor? Ye Qing teased. But Bai Zishi quickly covered his mouth. What are you doing? I'm just letting you know what's coming in the future. So you want to have anything to say then? Forget it. Keep your private stash for yourself. I hope you'll be a bit lenient with my private funds in the future. Ye Qing grinned mischievously and returned Bai Zishi's money. I want to touch your private stash, he assured her. Bai Zishi glanced at her phone, understanding Ye Qing's intent, and muttered quietly. Detected that the host has spent 5,000 yuan on their daughter, triggering a 3,000 fold rebate, yielding 15 million yuan. After completing the payment, a luminous screen appeared before Ye Qing. To his astonishment, the rebate was substantial. Subsequently, Ye Qing, accompanied by Bai Zishi and the two little girls, embarked on a shopping spree. Detected that the host has spent 2,000 yuan on their daughter, triggering a 1,000 fold rebate, yielding 2 million yuan. Cool, mate. Try on these few pieces, Ye Qing suggested, leading the little girls to select more clothing. Wow, Yu exclaimed as they passed a women's clothing store, admiring the beautiful dresses inside. Daddy, this dress would look stunning on Mommy. Indeed, little Ro echoed beside her. I want to buy this dress for Mommy, Yu declared, tilting her chin confidently towards Ye Qing. The little girl's proud demeanor brought a smile to Ye Qing's face. You little rascal. Thinking of buying clothes for Mommy, do you have any money? Bai Zishi approached, pinching her chubby little face. Both sister and little Ro have money. Daddy and Mommy, you always take our red envelope money every year, saying we should save it for meaningful things in the future. Right? Yu chimed in agreement. Ye Qing and Bai Zishi exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat helpless. Unbeknownst to them, they had become the unscrupulous parents who swindled their children's red envelope money. However, Ye Qing's eyes lit up as he realized they had purchased most of what the children needed. If he wanted to spend more, he would have to turn to Bai Zishi. All right, let us get Mommy to try it on, Ye Qing proposed. Bai Zishi hesitated, eyeing the expensive-looking dress. I already have some clothes, she stammered, waving her hands dismissively. Yet, Ye Qing winked at the two girls, and Yu understood, leading Bai Zishi into the fitting room. After a while, they emerged with several outfits in hand. Detected that the host has spent 10,000 yuan on their wife, triggering a 2,000 fold rebate, yielding 20 million yuan. With bags in hand, Bai Zishi sighed, glancing at Ye Qing. He had spent money on her, but after all, the children had no red envelope money to bring with them. The debt was clearly mounting. You still have quite a bit of red envelope money left. Shall we go buy some things for Mommy as well? Sure, they chorused. I want to check out that cosmetic store. Let us go. Ye Qing led the two little girls forward, while Bai Zishi hurriedly followed behind, exclaiming, Hey, do we really need more cosmetics? We've already bought plenty. However, by the time she spoke, they had already dashed into the store. This one looks nice. Let us buy a little for Mommy, shall we? Okay, Daddy, this one is beautiful. Let us get one. And this one by the time Bai Zishi caught up, they had already purchased quite a few items. How much is this? She asked, noting that these were high-end cosmetics. Mommy, look, we bought so much. Bai Zishi tugged at Ye Qing's sleeve, her face displaying a conflicted expression. Let's not buy so much, okay? I usually don't use that much. We've already bought plenty today. With her few words and slightly aggrieved expression, Ye Qing felt a twinge of emotion. He reached out and gently pinched Bai Zishi's face. Compared to Yu and little Ro's chubby cheeks, Bai Zhishi's was firmer. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, "This isn't just for you. Aren't you going back to school soon? You can take some back to the dorm and share with them. After all, if the little girls start clamoring for your attention, it might take away from your class time, and then you'll have to help them with their homework." His soft voice, combined with his warm breath, sent a tingling sensation to Bai Zhishi's ears. A unique feeling surged within her, realizing that ears are quite a sensitive spot for women. "Still, we don't need this much. Just trust me on this," Ye Qing replied, feeling a sense of helplessness. This silly girl, he was practically hemorrhaging money. "Then I'll exchange some of what you chose. Some of it isn't suitable for our age," Bai Zhishi conceded. Understanding Ye Qing's nature, it seemed she had no choice but to comply. At least it would help lower the price a bit. After a while, a multitude of individuals emerged, burdened with an array of packages. However, Bai Zhishi appeared to possess a more resolute purpose, her gaze scanning the surroundings. Ultimately, it settled upon a men's clothing store. "Shall we go buy some clothes for Dad?" she proposed. "Sounds splendid." After finally expending 2,000 yuan, a radiant smile adorned Bai Zhishi's face. Ye Qing observed her with an exasperated sigh, contemplating the spirited girl before him. Glancing at the display of his financial information, he noted that after his recent expenditures, his total assets had soared to nearly 300 million. In such a brief span, he had ascended to the status of a billionaire. After placing their purchases in the car, they returned to the mall, seeking out a pet store. They procured various items such as baby bottles, cages, and cat litter before finally making their way back to the vehicle. Following a leisurely morning, the two young girls seemed to be running low on energy. Once home and after a meal, they succumbed to slumber. Ye Qing, meanwhile, unloaded the items from the car. After ensuring that Wei Muxue was attending to the children, he proceeded to escort Bai Zhishi to Jiangxing University. Upon their arrival at Jiangxing University, it was midday, and the campus was relatively quiet. "I'll return to pick you up once your class is over." "Thank you for your efforts, Ye Qing," Bai Zhishi replied as she gathered her belongings and disembarked from a vehicle. In the next moment, a display flickered to life before Ye Qing. Chapter 9. New Methods of Courtship. The host has already received forgiveness from both his daughter and wife. Yet the wife's friends remain indignant over the hurtful actions directed towards her. It is imperative for the host to regain their approval. Reward: 1 Maserati Quattreport and divine culinary skills. Oh, Ye Qing gazed at the luminous screen. This task seemed rather straightforward, akin to grasping a rabbit amidst the grass. He glanced at the time. By the time he returned to the villa, his child would be waking soon. Ding! The notification sound of his phone echoed. "Third brother. Fourth. Where the hell have you been? It's been ages since you returned to the dormitory." "Third brother. Today, I helped you out. You and second brother have been acting strangely lately. What's going on?" One is out all night, while the other is sobbing silently. "I suspect second brother has something on his mind." Ye Qing, "Third brother, it seems all of us have been out late recently." "Third brother, ah? You must have a girlfriend now, huh? Where is this enchanting lady who dares to draw my fourth S vitality every night?" Ye Qing, "Ye Qing, I'll treat you all to dinner at the Tiansheng Hotel upon my return." "Third brother, why are we still discussing this? Let us just say we'll cover for you during roll call in class." Meanwhile, within the girls' dormitory, Lin Yun sat on her bed, her calves swinging idly. Zhang Meng and Wang Yi lay leisurely on their respective beds. The trio engaged in casual conversation. Strange, where could Zhishi be? Lin Yun pondered aloud. "Heh, Lin Yun, you've never been in a relationship, so you don't understand. She has surely fallen head over heels in love. It's quite normal for young lovers to stay out all night, otherwise the nearby inns would have long gone out of business." "Really? She is in a relationship? This is so sudden. I must interrogate her thoroughly when she returns." "Yes, a thorough interrogation is in order." As they spoke, the sound of a key turning in the lock interrupted them. Startled, the three sat upright, adopting expressions of curiosity as they gazed towards the door. Soon, a graceful figure tiptoed inside. Upon raising her gaze, she was met with 3 pairs of eager eyes. "I thought you all were napping," Bai Zhishi remarked, surprised. "Not all. We were waiting for you. I brought some cosmetics for you," she continued. As Bai Zhishi spoke, Lin Yun waved her hand dismissively. "Do you think you can bribe us with these?" "Not a chance. Hey, save some for me." Isn't this a bit extravagant? The three friends exchanged glances, aware of the cosmetic's considerable price. They felt a pang of guilt. After all, one should not receive benefits without effort. Here's the deal. I'll cover for you if you stay out late or need to skip class. I'll handle it, Wang Yi offered. Me too. Zhang Ming chimed in, playfully nudging her. Bai Ji she chuckled softly, beginning to organize her books. Wang Yi leaned closer, her expression curious. Who's the lucky guy? Who? Bai Ji she asked, puzzled. TSK, the flower thief. Is he from another school? Your high school classmate, I assume? We don't recognize him, she teased. Bai Ji she's face flushed crimson upon hearing her roommate's comments. The nature of her relationship with Ye Qing was indeed peculiar. More than mere acquaintances, yet not quite lovers. They had a child without having formally established a romantic relationship. The revelation of this arrangement would surely astonish her roommates. Oh, so you're the one who has the advantage. You must introduce us to this handsome fellow who's managed to capture our beauty, they exclaimed. Stop teasing. Bai Ji she blushed, playfully scolding them. Her roommates had never seen her this flustered, and their faces lit up with amused smiles. They feigned disapproval, waving their hands as if to dismiss the scent of romance in the air. All right, we need to head to class soon, Bai Ji she said, eager to escape their playful banter. In the classroom, Bai Ji she listened to the lecture but occasionally drifted off, lost in thought, her lips curving into a smile. Look at Ji she, someone remarked. Falling in love really does change a person, especially for Ji she, who was experiencing it for the first time. Meanwhile, the boys in class remained oblivious, dreaming of their crushes, unaware that she had already been swept off her feet. Ji she, what's on your mind? Thinking about your boyfriend? Zhang Ming inquired softly, leaning closer. What? No way. I'm just pondering a question from the textbook. Bai Ji she stammered. Oh, Zhang Ming responded with a teasing grin. I knew it. Ji she is so gifted that she can even understand the textbook when it's upside down. Bai Ji she quickly glanced down, realizing the book was indeed upside down. Oh no, she exclaimed, her ears flushing a deep shade of pink, her face nearly crimson. Lin Yan looked at Zhang Ming. You're incorrigible. As the class was about to end, Ye Qing had arrived at the classroom door, gazing out the window. Several passing girls noticed his presence. Did you see that handsome guy over there? He has a great physique. Which college is he from? Does anyone know? I don't know. I've never seen him before. Should we go ask for as we chat? Ye Qing turned to observe the group of eager girls, shaking his head gently in clear rejection. The girls' faces fell, but they quickly moved on. Not long after, a boy bearing flowers approached. Oh, a confession, perhaps? Ye Qing mused, moving closer. Hey, buddy, who are you planning to confess to? The boy, feeling bored, glanced at Ye Qing, who appeared to be a freshman. He smirked. You're quite curious, aren't you? You should know her, Bai Ji she. Ever heard of her? Ye Qing's eyes narrowed. What a coincidence. It seems I've stumbled into my own drama. He scrutinized the boy, noting his cliché approach. This method is outdated. Today's girls aren't easily impressed by such antics. His comment caused the boy's confidence to waver slightly. This guy seemed charming, yet had a mischievous air about him. He likely had experience in romance. Just as he pondered whether to glean some tips from Ye Qing, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Students poured out, and finally, Bai Ji she emerged alongside Zhang Ming and the others. As the weather transitioned from cold to warm, Bai Ji she exhaled into her hands to warm them. Her roommates joined her, laughing, and soon their gazes landed on Ye Qing. Wow, he is so handsome, and his physique is impressive. He has that alluring slim in clothes. Fit without vibe. The boy with the flowers prepared to approach, but Ye Qing patted his shoulder, holding him back. After giving him a look, Ye Qing made his way towards Bai Ji she. Hey, beautiful, it's quite chilly in the classroom. Isn't it? Ye Qing feigned ignorance. The nearby girls exchanged knowing glances, recognizing that looks were paramount. They could only play the supporting role beside Bai Ji she. Seeing Ye Qing waiting for her outside, clearly having waited for some time, Bai Ji she felt warmth spread through her heart, her face blossoming into a sweet smile. Truly a sight that could captivate a city. The boy with the flowers was momentarily stunned. She is so beautiful. What happened to the cold, aloof beauty everyone spoke of? Why is she smiling so brightly now? It is indeed quite cold in the classroom. Bai Jishi nodded in agreement. Come on, brother will take you out for hot pot tonight. The boy holding the flowers scoffed inwardly, thinking, is this person out of their mind? To come right out and say that, who would agree to such a thing? It would be a miracle if he didn't end up in a state of utter helplessness. However, in the next moment, Bai Jishi's lips parted softly. Okay, thank you, Brother Boom. Those words left the boy utterly stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief, hardly able to process what he had just heard. What? She agreed just like that? Huh, am I dreaming? In an instant, he began to regret underestimating Bai Jishi. He anticipated she would fall for such a ploy. Come, let me hold your hand, Ye Qing said, and Bai Jishi shyly extended her small hand. What? The boy was completely bewildered. Even Zhang Meng and the others nearby felt their lips twitching, their minds racing, and then, like a flash of insight, they realized, this person can't possibly be. As they contemplated, Ye Qing was already leading Bai Jishi away. The boy suddenly shouted, wait, Bai Junior sister, I can also take you out for hot pot. Bai Jishi. Beside her, Ye Qing wore a mischievous grin. What are you doing? Didn't you see she already agreed to go with me? How about this? Why not cover the cost of tonight's hot pot? That way, you can feel involved. The boy. What the hell does involved even mean? Beside them, Bai Jishi gave Ye Qing a playful punch, exclaiming that he was being utterly ridiculous. Seeing the boy struck dumb, Ye Qing laughed heartily, leading Bai Jishi onward. The boy watched, feeling as if a heavy stone had settled in his heart. Why can't I have this? Damn it, why does this kid get to? Zhang Meng and the others observed his expression, listening to his mutterings, and could no longer contain themselves, bursting into laughter. Sorry. We've undergone professional training to avoid laughing, but sometimes it's just unavoidable. Ha. It's no wonder that when men see beautiful women, their intelligence plummets. How could he not realize that Bai Jishi already had a boyfriend? Why do you think he stood a chance? They were merely engaging in playful banter. How could he take it seriously? As they spoke, Zhang Meng and the others hurried off to catch up with Bai Jishi. The boy with the flowers remained frozen in place, and after a long moment, he hurled the flowers to the ground in frustration. Damn, he cursed under his breath, hastily retreating. Thankfully, there weren't too many people around. Otherwise, he would have been utterly humiliated. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in and never emerge again. It was just too embarrassing. Chapter 10. The kitten Ye Qing and Bai Jishi were waiting for their roommates ahead. Jishi, why don't you introduce us to your handsome boyfriend? To be honest, you both were truly convincing just now. I didn't even realize at first, Wang Yi said, observing Ye Qing closely. It must be noted that Ye Qing possessed an astonishing charm, striking at first glance and increasingly captivating upon further inspection. This is Ye Qing, my. Bai Jishi pondered how to phrase it, as they had yet to declare their feelings. The father of my child, Ye Qing interjected with a broad smile. Bai Jishi, you're being rather blatant, aren't you? However, the other girls dismissed Ye Qing's candid remark, perceiving him instead as possessing a delightful sense of humor. Jishi ought to date someone like you. Otherwise, she would remain too aloof, one of the girls remarked. Thank you for the cosmetics you bought for us, handsome Ye. But mind you, these gifts won't suffice to win us over. You better treat Jishi well, or we won't go easy on you, Zhang Meng added, shaking her fist playfully in front of Ye Qing. Rest assured, your future actions will determine everything, Ye Qing replied. The group exchanged glances, all delighted by their friend's romantic entanglement. Then, before Ye Qing, a notification appeared. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Gained a renewed recognition from your wife's friends. Reward, a Maserati Quattroporte, to be distributed in a reasonable manner, along with divine culinary skills. A refreshing sensation coursed through Ye Qing's body as he felt his muscle memory and recipes flooding his mind. Had he just become a culinary prodigy? If revealed, would he be expected to cook every day? Nevertheless, he resolved to embrace it, for they were his wife and child, not strangers. Shall I take Jishi with me then? We won't be back tonight, Ye Qing boldly declared, causing Bai Jishi to blush deeply at the implication of their plans. Wait, Zhang Meng interrupted as they were about to leave. Ye Qing turned, puzzled. Zhang Ming rubbed her hands together with a smile. Yi, do you have any brothers? The question elicited silent curses from Wang, Yi, and others, who thought Zhang Ming was rather cunning to inquire about Ye Qing's siblings, especially considering his striking looks. Not really. After some back and forth, Ye Qing finally agreed to introduce any handsome friends should they exist, allowing him to take Bai Jishi away. Jishi, do you have a driver's license? Yes, but I haven't driven much since I learned, Bai Jishi replied, curious about Ye Qing's sudden inquiry. Let us stop by the roadside in a bit. I need to pick up some snack for the kids. I can't forget to bring gifts after work today. I'll go buy them, Ye Qing offered. After acquiring the items, they returned to the villa. Daddy, Mommy, you're back. Yuyo and Xiaoro, who were playing with Wei Muxue in the yard, ran towards them. Wei Muxue watched from behind, a bittersweet expression crossing her face as she realized her cherished time with the children was coming to an end. Did you miss Mommy so soon? Bai Jishi asked, handing the girls their purchases, 2 little flying horse plushies, which Ye Qing had specifically selected to avert any nightmares of being tied up each night. Naturally, he refrained from buying one for Bai Jishi, as that would hinder their intimate moments. He was still contemplating the best time to initiate their romantic escapades. As he pondered, his phone rang. Oh, you can bring it over, he instructed. Soon, a large truck arrived nearby, and the workers began unloading. Ye Qing led Bai Jishi and the girls to observe. A brand-new black Maserati Quattroporte emerged before them, its sleek lines and elegant silhouette accentuated by the distinctive trident emblem, showcased exquisite design. Do you like it? Ye Qing asked, noticing Bai Jishi's astonished expression. This, Bai Jishi gasped, realizing that Ye Qing had inquired about her driver's license as a prelude to gifting her a luxurious car. Before she could fully grasp it, he placed the keys in her hand. Ye Qing, can I refuse? Yuyo, Xiaoro, Mommy doesn't want to drive you around. Ye Qing playfully countered, immediately launching a charm offensive. Instantly, the 2 girls looked at Bai Jishi with pleading eyes. Bai Jishi, you rascal, but my driving skills are quite poor. What if I crash? Driving skills are irrelevant. I'm an experienced driver. Once the roads are clear tonight, I'll take you out for practice. You'll be fine, Ye Qing assured her confidently, reveling in his newfound divine driving skills. Bai Jishi nodded, biting her lip. Thank you, Ye Qing. We're family. No need for thanks. After all, I am the father of your child, he declared, reminding her of how he introduced himself to her friends. All right, let us tidy up, grab a meal, and then go pick up the kitten. Yay, we're getting our own little kitten, the girls exclaimed, their faces alight with excitement. That evening, the family enjoyed a hot pot dinner before heading to the address Lin Han had provided. The club was intriguing, situated on a mountainside, away from the bustling city, clearly a venue for the affluent. As they ascended the mountain road, the roar of an engine echoed ahead. Ye Qing observed a Porsche 911 drifting around the first bend, demonstrating impressive skill. It became apparent this was also a racing spot. He reflected on the Porsche's maneuvering, shaking his head slightly at its flaws. Recognizing his own professional instincts were surfacing now that he possessed divine driving skills. However, he had no intention of racing. His wife and children were in the car, and he wouldn't frighten them with reckless driving. Daddy, the lights in the distance are so beautiful. Mommy, look, Yuyo exclaimed from the back seat, pointing towards the twinkling city lights. That's the city we just passed. Isn't it lovely? Bai Jishi replied. Meanwhile, at the club entrance, several young men and women awaited their arrival. They gazed toward the mountain road, soon hearing the roar of an engine. The Porsche appeared, speeding in, executing a perfect drift before coming to a halt, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lin Han emerged from the driver's seat, waving at them with an air of pride, as if to say, aren't I impressive? As for the passenger seat, Lin Yu opened the door, her face pale, and stumbled, landing awkwardly on the ground. Hey, Lin Han rush to his tire. Don't touch me. Lin Yu let out a low exclamation, followed by a few self-reproaches, realizing too late that provoking this young man was unwise. Now, she had learned a valuable lesson. Zhou Ying approached her, saying, Sister Yu, the ground is cold. Let me help you up. All right, she replied. Let's head inside and take a rest. Zhou Kai, her younger brother, chimed in, effectively providing an escape for Lin Han. They had just prepared to enter when a car approached from behind. Who is this? Did someone ask wealthy relative just buy a new car? The crowd exchanged glances. Don't look at me. My father drives a Maybach. We haven't bought a car recently. Someone remarked. Let us wait and see. As the Rolls-Royce came to a stop, Ye Qing emerged from the vehicle. Wow, so it's you, Brother Yi. Is this your ride? Lin Han exclaimed, introducing him to those nearby. This is Brother Ye Qing, a resident of our villa community. We ran into each other while wandering yesterday, and I invited him over. Lin Han thought to himself that although Ye Qing appeared much younger, he must be older in reality, which is why he referred to him as Brother Yi. Ye Qing walked to the back seat and lifted out two little girls. It's Uncle Lin and Sister, they exclaimed. Hello, Uncle. Hello, Sister. Oh, and there are other brothers and sisters too. Hello. Yu and Xiaoro were quite friendly, greeting everyone without hesitation. The crowd was momentarily stunned by the two little ones. What beautiful girls, they thought, as if little angels had descended from the heavens. Lin Yu, shaking off her earlier discomfort, approached a nearby girl, and together they lifted the two children into their arms. The soft, delicate sensation struck a chord in Lin Yu's heart. The other girl beside her mirrored her astonishment, her mouth agape, realizing how adorable human infants could be. Several young men, captivated by the two little angels, contemplated approaching for a hug, but then recalled their recent smoking session. They mentally chastised themselves, resolving to quit smoking henceforth. Lin Han looked at the two girls with a smile reminiscent of an adoring aunt. However, he gradually felt something was amiss. Wait a moment. Why is everyone else a brother while I'm just an uncle? He lamented. Lin Yu glanced at her younger brother, who was as tall as a tower with sun-kissed skin. Do you really look like a brother? It's just that you're not as handsome, she teased. The unemployed. Sister, where's the little cat? Xiaoro eagerly inquired. Yes, it's almost time for the kittens' dinner. Let us go. There's a special room for the little kittens, and the adult cats are kept in another room. As they entered, Ye Qing noticed a row of prepared milk bottles. Lin Yu clapped her hands, and the kittens seemed to respond to her call, scampering out in a flurry of fluffiness, their little legs wobbling as they rushed towards the awaiting milk. Wow, so many kittens. How adorable. The two little girls squealed, chasing after them, eager to scoop one up. However, each kitten nimbly dodged their grasp, heading straight for the milk bottles instead. Now they understand that feeling of missing out just like I did that day, Ye Qing chuckled. Inside the room, while the other kittens were busy drinking, a smaller, equally fuzzy kitten emerged. It wobbled even more as it ran, its round shape making it all the more endearing. It was a little tabby cat. Chapter 11. By Ji Shi's jealousy, the little foolish one was once again the last to emerge. Lin Yu gazed at the small cat, a child we encountered while rescuing the larger feline. Alas, we ultimately failed to save its mother. It too was rather simple-minded, always being the last to come out. It's so round, Bai Ji Shi remarked. I couldn't bear to let it go hungry, so I fed it by hand, hence its plumpness, Lin Yu replied, noticing that the little one had already been intercepted by Yu and Xiaoro. The little fool stared at the two girls directly, with its large eyes filled with confusion. Why don't you feed it a little? Lin Yu suggested, approaching and handing the milk bottle to Xiaoro. Nodding, she crouched down and offered the nipple to the kitten, which eagerly came forward to drink. Seizing the moment, the two girls gently petted the kitten, then cast expectant glances towards Ye Qing. It seems these two girls have chosen our little fool. Lin Han chuckled, pleased. That's wonderful. It seems fated, and we were worried this little one might get bullied by the other kittens. Yiga, what do you think? Shall we keep this little one? We will treat it well, they said in unison. Lin Han and the others observed the tender way the girls interacted with the kitten, their eyes sparkling with joy. They knew it would not suffer in Ye Qing's household. The little fool had already received its vaccinations, and Lin Han proceeded to elaborate on the necessary precautions. Bai Ji, she took careful notes. All right, shall we take the little fool home tonight? Dad, can we not call it little fool anymore? Yu said, affectionately stroking the kitten. Sure, you may give a new name. How about Reunion? Let us call it Reunion, shall we? Yu suggested, glancing at Xiaoro. Okay, Xiaoro responded, the name seemingly imbued with hope, a family united, never to part. Very well, it shall be called Reunion. Thank you, Daddy, came the sweet, melodious voice that nearly melted the hearts of the nearby sisters. How could human children be so adorable? Did they grow up on cute? Perhaps we should secretly take them away. Hey, aren't you a bit too blatant? I'm still here with the children, Ye Qing teased, overhearing their conversation. Oh, just joking. But I do have a suggestion, Lin Yu said, looking towards Ye Qing. Since we're neighbors, if there's ever a night when you can't manage the kids, feel free to send them over to me for the night and pick them up the next day. Can't manage? By Ji, she began to grasp the underlying implication and bit her lip. That is not an unfeasible option. Ye Qing pondered, only to be pinched on the waist by Ji Shi. Ouch! A collective gasp of surprise erupted, and laughter followed. Ye Gu in relationship is truly wonderful. No wonder they have such treasures. Lin Han couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Since it's still early, shall we not rush back? Ye Gu, this is your first visit to our club. Let me show you around, and we can also engage in some activities. As they strolled, Lin Han led Ye Qing and the others ahead, while the girls surrounded the two of them. At that moment, Yu Yu cradled the satiated and sleeping reunion, while Xiaoro occasionally reached out to caress it with a contented smile. Suddenly, she stumbled slightly. Oh, slow down. A minor mishap seemed to stir up a flurry of excitement, as everyone prepared to assist. With such a crowd of young lords and ladies around, Ye Qing felt reassured and relaxed as they meandered together. The club was indeed expansive, featuring an auto parts section, a kitten adoption area, and most impressively, a fitness and combat zone. We often exercise here in the evenings. How about it, Ye Gu, and care to join us for some activities tonight? Lin Han proposed. All right, consider a way to work off some energy. There's a changing area with disposable fitted sportswear. Would you two lovely ones like to learn some yoga with your sisters? What is yoga? Yu Yu asked, looking up in confusion. It's a form of exercise. By ZC et Lai. It enhances flexibility. She had chosen yoga for her college physical education class. Sister, join us today? Come on, let us change into our yoga outfits. They all entered the changing room. After a short while, Lin Han emerged clad in his exercise attire, admiring his physique in the mirror, a proud smile gracing his face. Though I can't compete with Ye Gu in looks, these firm muscles and proportions. Wow, impressive. Wow. Lin Gu, you've been training well. Just a bit of extra practice. Lin Han responded, striding confidently out. After a moment, the other young lords emerged, but in comparison to Lin Han's physique, they seemed lacking. I'll have you all practice with me. Is anyone up for a spar tonight? Who would spar with you, Lin Gu? Do you want to lose your life? Exactly. You're just bullying us. Several who had been bested quickly waved their hands in protest. I'll see about taking Ye Gu for a spar. Just then, Lin Yu's hand found its way to his waist. Ye Gu is a guest, and he asked with children. What are you planning? Hey. Don't get the wrong idea, sister. I just want to bond with Ye Gu. Men have their fiery moments, and this is a quick way to connect. You would understand, sister. This is the romance of men. What kind of logic is that? Just be careful with your strength. Don't injure yourself. Her words nearly brought Lin Han to tears. See, this is what a proper sister is like. How caring. You dog, what are you barking about? Lin Yu crossed her arms, pouting. You're helping me move tomorrow, and if you injure yourself, I'll have to find someone else to help, and it might cost money. Lin Hung. Everyone. Confirming their gazes, it was evident she was a true sister. Xiao Kai stifled Aleph. But soon Zoing shot him a look that wiped the smile off his face. After all, the bloodline had its authority over him. Just as the two were feeling the sting of their predicament, a striking figure emerged not far away. It was by Ji Shi, now clad in her yoga attire. The outfit accentuated her figure perfectly, particularly her long, slender legs, her waist, and the alluring curves that drew the eyes of everyone present. Even Zhou Ying and Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Is this someone who has given birth? How can one maintain such a perfect figure post-pregnancy? The recovery is astounding. However, Lin Han and the other boys glanced only fleetingly before looking away. As they were not lecherous men, they still had their dignity. By the way, has Ye Gu come out yet? Could it be that he is too shy to emerge after changing? Lin Han teased. Ye Gu appeared rather slender in his attire, and it would be unkind to tease him further. With such a physique, how many could achieve it? Indeed, Ye Gu did not seem to engage in regular exercise. Lin Han turned to behold the figure emerging from the changing room, his voice abruptly trailing off. Over here, Lin Yu and the others also glanced in their direction. covering their mouths in surprise, inhaling sharply. What a physique! Under the tight sportswear, Ye Qing's bulging, explosive muscles were accentuated, resembling something hewn from stone. This is quite exaggerated. Lin Han murmured, "Is there any justice in this? I thought I was in my element, only to be overshadowed by this powerhouse. Not only is he handsome, but his physique far surpasses mine. Is he determined to completely overshadow me?" Lin Han observed the ladies around, their gazes fixated upon Ye Qing, their cheeks flushed. Lost in thought, some ladies were too shy to stare openly, stealing glances from the corners of their eyes. Lin Han approached. "Ye Ge, you must exercise frequently, right?" "Oh, I don't usually work out that much," Ye Qing replied, noticing Lin Han's incredulous expression. He leaned in and whispered, "I just did over 100 push-ups before coming out to pump up a bit." "Lin Han, what? You cheated." Seeing Lin Han's expression as though he had eaten something unpleasant, Ye Qing smirked and walked towards the heavy bag. Nearby, Lin Yu hurried over. "Hey, little brother, are you still going to spar with Ye Qing? If so, let us grab some low-fat snacks and watch the show." Lin Han clenched his fists and cracked his neck, the sound of joints popping echoing. "Spow. Why not? What good are muscles if they don't serve a purpose? Today, I feel compelled to bring my A-game." Lin Yu, intrigued, rushed back to inform the ladies, and they scurried to fetch snacks, planning to indulge before their yoga session. Zhou Kai handed Lin Han a sports drink. Lin Han opened it, his gaze fixed on Ye Qing, who was preparing to strike. He took a sip, and in the next moment, Ye Qing unleashed a punch. Whoosh! The sound of rushing air filled the space. With a powerful blow, it struck the heavy bag. The bag shot upwards with an odd trajectory. Had it not been for the chain securing it, it might have soared far beyond reach. Lin Han, caught off guard, spewed the drink from his nostrils, resembling a water-spouting turtle. He watched Ye Qing as he struck the bag with rapid succession, his eyes widening in disbelief. Good heavens, how ferocious! What power is this? Is there a little universe within that body? He stared at the heavy bag, envisioning it as his future self. At this thought, a chill surged from Lin Han's feet, racing upwards, and he felt his legs begin to weaken. Spar? What nonsense! Is he risking his life here? Moments later, Lin Yu returned with the others, appearing ready for entertainment. "Hey, have you warmed up?" "Not yet," Lin Han replied, his teeth seemingly chattering. Are you cold?" "Not cold, but I feel you are right." "Sister, boys shouldn't bond through such means. We ought to adopt a gentler approach." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, thinking, "I prepared snacks, and you're telling me this?" "Ye Qing, my brother wants." Lin Yu began to issue a challenge, but Lin Han swiftly covered her mouth, stifling her words. "You all continue your training. My sister and I need to discuss something." With that, Lin Han dragged Lin Yu away. "What are these two up to?" "So improper," Zhou Ying remarked, though her eyes lingered on Ye Qing. All this did not escape Bai Zhi's notice, a faint sense of jealousy blossoming within her. She seemed to understand why some boys disallowed their girlfriends from wearing revealing clothing. Henceforth, she resolved never to buy Ye Qing tight-fitting clothes. Yes, loose-fitting garments shall be the way forward. The looser, the better. Bai Zhi, she whispered to herself, firm in her decision. Chapter 12, after Lin Yu entered the room. Her face radiated with a hint of excitement. However, Lin Han, who followed her in, bore a much less favorable expression. Glancing at his phone, he noted that his previously ample allowance of 20,000 had dwindled to a mere 500. "She is quite the schemer," Lin Han lamented, striking his chest in frustration. Yet, he could only blame himself for his ostentatious behavior. How lamentable. "Let us proceed to yoga," Lin Yu announced cheerfully. "What was the purpose of bringing snacks then? I thought we were to witness a martial arts demonstration," Zhou Ying interjected. At the mention of a martial arts performance, Lin Han stumbled slightly. "Forget about that. Let's go," Lin Yu asserted, taking charge and leading everyone, including the two little ones and Tuan Yuan, into the yoga studio. As they engaged in their poses, little Rose soon flushed, exclaiming, "Mommy, this pose is so difficult." She knelt on the ground, supporting herself with her hands while lifting one hand and one foot, striving to maintain her balance. Beside her, Tuan Yuan mimicked their actions, lifting his tiny legs, his round head tilting curiously, his large eyes expressing confusion. What is the significance of this pose? Is it truly that challenging? In front, Lin Yu guided the group in their exercises, and upon observing the two little girls and Tuan Yuan's earnest attempts, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. The camaraderie between Tuan Yuan and the two little ones was indeed delightful. However, when her gaze drifted towards Bai Shi, her smile faltered. The pose accentuated by Shi's admirable physique and flawless curves, evoking an envious pang within her. Indeed, the adage rings true. Comparison breeds discontent. Outside, witnessing Ye Qing's vigorous movements instilled a sense of trepidation among the young masters present. They found themselves involuntarily bending slightly in her presence. The topic of discussion veered away from exercise or martial arts, with Lin Han deftly steering the conversation towards the two little girls. Ye Ge, I believe these two little ones should be around 4 or 5 years old. They ought to start preschool soon. Indeed, Ye Qing mused, though it also presented him with some challenges, as enrolling them in preschool necessitated proper documentation. Currently, he and Bai Shi had yet to formalize their relationship, rendering the two little ones essentially undocumented. Nonetheless, Ye Qing found solace in the fact that with the system he now possessed, he could pave an educational path for the children with financial means. Ah, Lao Zhou, isn't this a promising lead? Lin Han glanced at Zhou Kai. Oh, what do you mean? Ye Qing inquired. Lao Zhou's father is the head of the preschool, which is arguably the most prestigious establishment in our area, frequented by children of the elite. The facilities are nothing short of exceptional. Although tuition is steep, given your circumstances, Ye Ge, it should pose no issue for you. Tuition is not the concern, Ye Qing replied. It's just that my children's documents are back home, and I seem to have misplaced them. I may need to get replacements. But time is of the essence. That's not a problem, Ye Ge. I'll speak to my father tonight. It's a trivial matter, Zhou Kai assured, eager to foster a connection with Ye Qing. Given his youth and the luxury of a Rolls-Royce, it was evident that he hailed from wealth, making it prudent to cultivate such relationships. Just wait for my call. Ye Ge, I'll have my dad arrange everything. Let's see if we can get Yu and Xiao enrolled tomorrow. They are simply adorable, and I'm sure the preschool will welcome them with open arms. Thank you for your efforts. Oh, come now, Ye Ge. We are brothers. There is no need for such formality. Zhou Kai waved dismissively and moved to make a phone call. Moments later, the girls emerged from the yoga studio, each glistening with a light sheen of sweat, including Yu and Xiao. Come here, let daddy wipe your faces. I'm coming too, Lin Han said, albeit somewhat awkwardly. The disparity in their ages felt peculiar. While he referred himself as brother, the little ones called Ye Qing Ye Ge, which was indeed strange. Regardless, the satisfaction of rubbing the adorable, chubby faces of the little girls made it worthwhile. Observing the two girls surrounded by a group of young men, Zhou Ying and the others couldn't help but chuckle. Look at these boys. They're all destined to be doting fathers in the future. The once formidable young men are now speaking in baby talk. Wiping sweat? How absurd. My skin is crawling at this contrast. A few of them teased, but the boys remained undeterred. What is wrong with baby talk? Who says boys can't use it? We should rest indoors for a bit before heading out. It's easy to catch a cold in the wind. Lin Han advised Yu and Xiao. Okay, such good girls, he praised. Meanwhile, Ye Qing beckoned Bai Shi over. What is it? I just contacted a preschool for the two girls. They are indeed of age. It will be beneficial for them to interact with other children. Bai Shi pondered. She had not considered this. Yet the fact that Yu and Xiao were undocumented posed a significant hurdle. Enrolling them in preschool is a good idea. But is it feasible, given their circumstances? It is entirely possible, Ye Qing assured, signaling her to remain at ease. Daddy, what is preschool? Xiao asked. It is a place filled with many children, where Yu and Xiao can make lots of friends and play together. They will learn new things, enjoy delicious food, and have fun. Can mommy and daddy come with us to preschool? Xiao inquired. You two are little ones, and mommy and daddy are adults, so they cannot accompany you. However, I promise we will be there to pick you up on time every day. Just imagine playing with friends during the day and spending time with mommy and daddy at night. Wouldn't that be wonderful? The two little girls pondered this, seemingly weighing the idea, and after a moment of contemplation, they nodded in understanding. Their young minds struggled to grasp such concepts. Ye Ge, it's settled then. Tomorrow, you can take them, and there will be someone to assist you with the enrollment process. As for the documentation, we can sort that out later. My father has already made the necessary arrangements. All right. Will Daddy and Mommy miss us when we start preschool? Yu asked, hugging Ye Qing's leg and looking up at him. Of course. But we will see you in the evening, which will be delightful. After a while, everyone had cooled down and was ready to head home. Yigo, be careful on the road, and come visit us often, Lin Han said as he closed the car door for Yu, while Ye Qing rolled down the back window. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye, sister. We start preschool tomorrow. Farewell, Lin Han replied, his tone exceedingly gentle. Make sure to eat well and behave, all right? The sight of the young men appearing reluctant to part ways left the surrounding girls bemused. Was this truly the same rugged men they knew? Only after the Rolls-Royce had driven out of sight did they turn back, their expressions tinged with a sense of loss. All right. I hope no one sheds tears over this, Lin Yu teased as she approached. How is that even possible? Sister, I have made a decision. From now on, I will oversee the attractiveness of the partners you choose. After all, your looks cannot compare to Bai Shi's. So any partner you find must surpass Yigo in appearance. Lin Yu twitched her lips, wondering who was being scolded. And what about you? Aren't you looking for a beautiful wife? As for me, I have lost all hope in this lifetime. I am far too behind and cannot catch up. The crowd fell silent. Lin Yu added, in that case, it seems you were not truly scolding me. I misunderstood. Upon returning home, the two girls took the little one, Tuan Yuan, to explore their new abode. Tuan Yuan, this will be our home from now on. You must use the toilet here. Yo-Yo pointed at the litter box. And look, I brought back your milk bottle. She then produced a ball of yarn and rolled it ahead. Tuan Yuan's initially naive expression transformed into one of excitement as she bounced after the yarn ball. All right, let us go take a bath with Mommy. Bai Ji, she called to Yo-Yo, Xiao Rou, and Tuan Yuan after they played for a while. Oh, Xiao Rou carefully cradled Tuan Yuan in her little blanket. Sleep well, and we shall play together again tomorrow. She added, remembering they will be going to kindergarten the next day, we can play again tomorrow night. Subsequently, Bai Ji, she led them off for a bath. Outside, Ye Qing listened to the sounds of water from the bathroom, his mind wandering. Laughter soon echoed from within. You two little rascals, did you tell your parents about the heart-shaped birthmark on your bottom? Bai Ji, she chided, applying shower gel to the two little darlings. It was Yo-Yo who said it. Yo-Yo claimed proudly. Indeed, that was the only way Ye Qing could have known. After the bath, Bai Ji, she dried the girl's hair, and they emerged from the bathroom. Ye Qing had also finished his shower by then. The two girls climbed into bed, and, perhaps due to their exertions that day, they immediately succumbed to sleep as soon as they lay down. Let's go out for a bit, Ye Qing suggested. Huh? What do you mean, huh? We're going out to practice driving. Come on. Ye Qing was brimming with confidence. Oh, Bai Ji, she nodded and followed him outside. Don't worry, don't feel too pressured. I'm an expert driver. With me teaching you, you will surely master it. Ye Qing's confidence was palpable. However, half an hour later, ZC, do you see that dog ahead? Yes, what about it? Step on the gas and run it over. What? That's a living creature. Oh, I thought you were refusing to let off the gas because you wanted to hit it. Oops. Bai Ji, she quickly released the gas pedal and honked the horn, prompting the dog to leisurely vacate the road. Don't be so sarcastic towards me, Bai Ji, she said, her brows slightly furrowing, looking somewhat aggrieved. Ye Qing glanced at her, and a wave of self-reproach washed over him. How could anyone not be smitten by her adorable demeanor? Reflecting on the situation, he realized that his extraordinary driving skills might have influenced him too much. He felt akin to a mathematician observing a primary school student struggling with basic arithmetic, one who frequently made errors. How could he maintain his composure under such circumstances? This cannot continue. This cannot continue. Ye Qing took a few deep breaths. He noticed Bai Ji's anxiety and decided to lighten the mood by reminiscing about their high school days, sharing memories from their brief encounters. Although they had only known each other for a year and had little interaction, it nonetheless alleviated Bai Ji's worries. Bai Ji, she gazed at the empty road ahead, recalling that she had been a freshman then, and now she was already in her second year of university. 3 years had flown by like a fleeting shadow. Not to mention that just a few days ago, she had transitioned from being single to having 2 darling daughters, alongside a mischievous passenger in the front seat. However, It seemed that this new life was not so bad after all. Reflecting on past events, by Ji she couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly time passed. May we sail through countless challenges and return still youthful. What are you trying to say? Ye Qing interrupted. Only I can return still youthful. And you? Ye Qing glanced at Bai Shi's proud figure. You will return as a mature woman. Bai Shi retorted. Why must I be described as a mature woman? Why can't I be a young lady? If you dislike being called a mature woman, you could be a young lady instead. Bai Shi pouted, her eyes narrowing in annoyance. Ye Qing found her expression utterly amusing, bursting into laughter. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Today's driving practice was quite good. At least you became familiar with the car. Now, let us turn right and head home to sleep, Ye Qing directed. Bai Shi nodded, glancing at the rearview mirror. Looks good. Turn on the signal light, even though there aren't many cars around. Oh, Bai Shi nodded. In the next moment, swoosh, 2 streams of water splashed onto the windshield, and the wipers sprang into action. Ye Qing. He turned to Bai Shi, whose face instantly flushed crimson. Instructor, I was wrong. Chapter 13. Sending the 2 young ladies to kindergarten after a tumultuous return home, Bai Shi felt utterly exhausted. The drive had drained her, especially with an experienced driver beside her, evoking memories of her driving practice, nightmarish recollections. The lights were off, yet the moonlight illuminated a small shadow flitting across the living room. Ye Qing approached and effortlessly lifted the shadow, revealing it to be little Tuan Yuan. Ah, the night owl indeed. Never mind, let it roam. After all, it's merely a matter of habit. Bai Shi joined in, affectionately stroking little Tuan Yuan. As they entered the bedroom, each girl tightly embraced a small flying horse, their faces radiating sweetness. They seemed to be sleeping soundly. Let us retire to bed, Ye Qing suggested, but Bai Shi felt a shiver of apprehension. She mentally chastised herself for her wandering thoughts. Are you not coming over? Ye Qing's voice came from beside her after she lay down. Bai Shi understood what he meant. Did he expect her to cuddle him? In her current state of clarity, such an act was simply unthinkable. No. She resolutely turned her back on him. Ye Qing pouted, as if she had always refused to come over. Sensing his murmurs, Bai Shi shifted further away. Yet she felt an emptiness in her arms that she found unsettling. Drifting in and out of slumber, she eventually succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Bai Shi sleepily opened her eyes only to find Ye Qing gazing at her intently. They were close together, clearly indicating that she had unconsciously cuddled him again during the night. Given the outcome, what was the point of her struggles the previous evening? Not the same. Today, I shall buy a large teddy bear, Bai Shi retorted playfully, flipping over and rolling to the edge of the bed to change and start breakfast. Ye Qing rose as well. In the living room, he noticed little Tuan Yuan still sound asleep and reached out to pet it. He then headed outside. Ye Qing, were you off to so early? Bai Shi inquired. I'm going out to buy some things, Ye Qing replied as he drove off. Not far from their villa, there was an upscale supermarket that had just opened. Inside, he selected 2 charming little backpacks and a small bear pendant and a rabbit pendant to distinguish between them. Then, he began to shop in earnest, particularly in the snack aisle. After all, on the first day, it was essential to present new friends with some gifts. Detected that the host spent 5,000 yuan on daughters, triggering a 10,000-fold rebate, resulting in 50 million yuan. Ye Qing observed the glowing screen, feeling somewhat desensitized to the numbers. Shortly after, another screen appeared. The host has not sent the children to kindergarten due to work conflicts. Please rectify this regret. Task reward: high-grade ornamental fish, divine painting skills. Oh, that could work. He placed the 2 little backpacks in the back seat of the car and returned home. Meanwhile, the 2 young ladies had awakened, washed up, and gathered at little Tuan Yuan's nest, gazing at the still snoozing kitty with smiles on their faces. Neither reached out to disturb the little cat, seemingly wishing to let it rest undisturbed. After breakfast, we'll change clothes. Daddy will take you to kindergarten, Ye Qing announced. Okay, Bai Shi. Aren't you coming with us? She asked. Don't you have class today? You could drive to class. I'll take them. If you also go, I fear the girls might become emotional when it's time to part and start crying at kindergarten, which would be quite a scene. All right, Bai Shi nodded silently, acknowledging the validity of Ye Qing's reasoning. After finishing breakfast, she left early. Mommy is off to work. Bye-bye, be sure to rest. You too. Behave at kindergarten and play nicely with your friends. After a few parting words, she reluctantly departed. Watching the Maserati drive away, Ye Qing pondered whether she would be all right on the road. All right, Mommy's off to work. Shall we go? Okay. Ye Qing opened the car door and gently lifted the two girls into the vehicle. Daddy, what are these? Yu pointed at the two backpacks on the seat, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. These are your backpacks, filled with snacks. You can take a look and choose which one you want, Ye Qing explained. Yu turned to Xiaoro. Which one do you want? The rabbit. Then the bear is mine. Yu took the backpack, opened it, and was greeted by an array of snacks, causing her little legs to wiggle with excitement. Thank you, Daddy. These aren't just for you. It's your first day at kindergarten, and you should share some snacks with the other children. Understood? Got it. Yu nodded, and Xiaoro did the same. At the entrance of the kindergarten, several luxury cars had already arrived, dropping off children who were greeted by their teachers. The kids exchanged greetings with their instructors. Once the initial wave subsided, another teacher awaited outside. Moments later, a Rolls-Royce approached, and the teacher, sensing it was time, went forward to greet them. Excuse me, are you Teacher Liu? Are you Mr. Yi? Teacher Liu beamed upon seeing Ye Qing, taken aback by his youthful appearance. Despite his formal attire, he radiated an undeniable youthful charm, like a first love. Ye Qing opened the back door and gently set the two girls down. Teacher Liu covered her mouth in delight at the sight of Yu and Xiaoro. Xiaoro, say hello to the teacher. Hello, teacher. Hello, my two little cuties. Teacher Liu, a connoisseur of beauty, felt elated by the sight of Ye Qing and the adorable girls. Mr. Yi, I will now assist you in completing some paperwork. Your situation has already been briefed to me by the administration, so the process will be relatively straightforward. Whenever you have the necessary documents, you can come back to finalize everything. However, there's no rush, considering you may be quite busy. Detected that the host spent 10,000 yuan on daughters, triggering a 10,000-fold rebate, resulting in 100 million yuan. Our kindergarten is among the highest rated in Jiangxing, so the fees may be a bit steep, Teacher Liu explained, but we will provide comprehensive education for the children, covering art, habits, discipline, and broader perspectives. Thank you for your efforts. I'll take my leave now. Teacher Liu knelt down, addressing Yu and Xiaoro. Say goodbye to Daddy. Daddy. Xiaoro's face was filled with reluctance. Be good and play nicely with your friends. I will come and pick you up tonight. Ye Qing waved, knowing that swift action was needed in such moments. He hurried back to the car and drove away, feeling an emptiness in his heart. Detected that the host sent the children to kindergarten. Task completed. Task reward. High-grade ornamental fish, divine painting skills. Ye Qing glanced at the extraction button, pondering that the ornamental fish would be delivered in a reasonable manner. Much like the Maserati, regarding the art of painting, Ye Qing felt an influx of knowledge and muscle memory surging within her mind, as if it had been imparted to her. As Ye Qing departed, Teacher Liu guided two children into the classroom. Children, today we have two new friends joining us. This announcement captivated everyone's attention. Yuyo, why don't you greet your new classmates? Hello, everyone. My name is Yuanyu, but you can call me Yuyo. I am Yuanru. You can call me Xiaoro. Wonderful. Teacher Liu encouraged the two children. Thus, Yuyo and Xiaoro settled down. Teacher, I have a spot here, a girl exclaimed from afar. After raising her hand, she hurriedly moved two small stools closer to her. All right, Yuyo and Xiaoro can sit with Xiaodian. Hello, Yuyo and Xiaoro. Xiaodian greeted as they took their seats. I am Xiaodian, Zhou Xiaodian. Yuyo nodded, turning to see Xiaoro rummaging through her backpack. Moments later, a handful of snacks was placed into Xiaodian's hands. Wow, Xiaodian's eyes sparkled at the sight of the treats. I know these snacks. They are quite expensive. I've only had them a few times. However, she soon felt a twinge of anxiety. Yuyo, Xiaoro, you shouldn't take out those snacks just yet. Yuyo, puzzled by Xiaodian's hushed tone, replied, but these were bought by my dad for me to share with good friends. There's a chubby teacher who doesn't allow us to eat snacks here, saying it's bad for our teeth. If she finds out, she'll confiscate them. Yuyo instinctively clutched her backpack. Xiaoro leaned in closer, suggesting, then let's secretly share them with our other friends, shall we? Great idea. The three girls readily agreed. Fortunately, the snacks Yo had were all individually packaged, providing ample opportunity for stealthy sharing. Xiaoqiang, this is for you but quietly. Mingming, this is for you. Xiaomei, these are Yuyo and Xiao's snacks. I'm giving them to you, but keep them hidden from that chubby teacher. As the snacks were distributed, everyone's pockets began to bulge, and they welcomed Yuyo and Xiao even more warmly. Yuyo, come play this. Xiao, you too. Laughter and joy echoed among the children. Teacher Lu, witnessing their cheerful faces, couldn't he help but smile. These children truly were delightful. After lunch, it was time for a nap. Yuyo, Xiao, this is your sleeping area, Teacher Lu said as the two girls climbed onto their beds. She helped tuck them in, smoothing the blankets. All right, little ones, be good and sleep well. With that, Teacher Lu exited the room and closed the door behind her. During the afternoon, the teachers took turns supervising. In the corridor of the nap area, the plump Teacher Li was on duty. As the kindergarten's administrative director, she walked down the hall, peering through windows at the slumbering children in each classroom, feeling a warm sensation in her heart. Indeed, being among these little angels was quite soothing. However, sometimes the children feared her, thinking she might confiscate their snacks or impose strict rules. Alas, it was crucial for children to develop habits, values, and discipline during this formative period. If they didn't secure these foundations now, correcting them later would prove difficult. There must always be someone to play the villain, and it fell to her to take on that role. Sighing, she caught a glimpse of a little boy who was munching on a snack. He must have been hiding under the covers before, now peeking out to see if the coast was clear. To his dismay, she had caught him. Upon noticing Teacher Li, the boy quickly stuffed the remaining crumbs into his mouth and wrapped himself in the blanket, pretending as if nothing had happened. Teacher Li, Chapter 14. A mutual journey. She gently pushed open the door, and the sound that greeted her ears resembled the delightful crunching of little hamsters nibbling on seeds. The corners of her mouth twitched as she carefully lifted a small girl's blanket. To her surprise, the little girl was indulging in snacks. Lifting another blanket revealed yet another snacker. Teacher Li. What's going on here? Teacher's here, a little boy exclaimed upon spotting Teacher Li, causing the room to fall silent. Teacher Li looked at the boy and asked, "Can you tell me, who provided you with these snacks?" "I don't know," the boy replied defiantly, his head held high, exuding a sense of carefree defiance. Teacher Li thought to herself, "Is this how I am perceived in the eyes of the children? It seems I have fully embraced the role of the bad teacher." With a sigh, she felt a tug at her clothing. Turning around, she found three little girls standing there, Yu, Xiao, and Xiaodan. "Teacher, I'm sorry, it was me who took them," Yu said, biting her lip in apology. Xiao chimed in, "It was my sister and me who shared with the other kids. And I helped too," Xiaodan quickly added, as if to share the blame. Seeing the three children with their heads bowed, Teacher Li felt an urge to scold herself for the image she had unwittingly created in their innocent minds. It's all right," she quickly waved her hands. "You must be the new children, right? Is today your first day sharing your treats?" "Yes." Yu lifted her head, seemingly relieved to be understood. "It's okay, but promise me you won't bring snacks again, all right? Some children might skip their meals for snacks, and that wouldn't be good for their health." As she spoke, Teacher Li gently patted the heads of the three girls. "Now, shall I carry you to bed?" "Okay, thank you. Teacher, you're welcome." After settling the three girls, Teacher Li waved goodbye, reminding them to sleep well, while encouraging the other children to do the same. "Okay," came the chorus of responses from the room. With that, Teacher Li closed the door and proceeded to the next room. Although her interaction with the children had concluded, she felt it necessary to inform the parents as well. After all, it wouldn't do for the kindergarten teacher to cultivate good habits while the parents inadvertently hindered them. Teacher Li planned to make a phone call after nap time. At this moment, within Villa Number 3, Ye Qing was preparing to receive some exquisite ornamental fish. Standing in the courtyard, he cradled a small round fish in one arm while gently stroking it with the other. The little fish squinted its eyes, emitting a soft, purring sound, clearly enjoying the moment. "Mr. Yi, I just received word from the gatekeeper that the items you ordered have arrived and are on their way here." "All right." After a short while, a large truck came to a stop. Ye Qing and Wei Mushue went to inspect it, revealing a collection of beautiful koi fish. These koi were stunning, far surpassing those found in parks, each adorned with symmetrical patterns or unique colors, exuding a sense of remarkable value. Peering deeper into the truck, Wei Mushue's face wore a look of curiosity. What is that? It appeared there were two large creatures within, though they were not immediately discernible. Let us move everything out, Ye Qing instructed. The workers carefully unloaded the contents. Once everything was out, Wei Mushue finally recognized the two large creatures. They were two resplendent red arowanas, their bodies elegant and their scales shimmering like rubies, a dazzling display of reds and purples. Just looking at them made Wei Mushue instinctively bite her lip, calculating the potential cost of these magnificent fish. Surely, they wouldn't be priced under 6 figures, and they were likely priceless treasures. She marveled at how Ye Qing managed to procure such extraordinary specimens. The koi would be released into the water feature in the courtyard, which was fed by fresh underground spring water, while the arowanas would be housed in the aquarium already set up at home. Ye Qing directed the workers to transport the fish inside. Soon after, his phone rang. "Hello, is this Mr. Yi, the father of Yu and Xiao?" A serious female voice inquired. "Yes, this is he." "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am a teacher at the kindergarten, and I would like to discuss a matter with you." Ye Qing felt a twinge of concern. The teacher's serious tone suggested that something was amiss. "Please go ahead. Did you happen to provide Yu and Xiao with an abundance of snacks to share with their classmates?" "Yes, that is correct. The children are at a critical stage for developing habits and discipline, and at around 5 years old, they're also in the midst of losing their baby teeth. I believe that a child development requires a collaborative effort between school and parents. Wouldn't you agree?" Ye Qing realized he had inadvertently caused trouble. The teacher's perspective made complete sense, and as someone who had just endured the pressures of high school, he knew the importance of discipline. "Ah, yes. Then, Mr. Yi, would you be able to come to the kindergarten tomorrow? We can discuss this further." Her request left Ye Qing feeling helpless. Being summoned to discuss a mistake he had made felt daunting. I don't have much time today." "That's all right, Mr. Yi. How about tomorrow? You can come a bit earlier to pick up the children, and we can have a brief conversation." "Fine." Ye Qing realized that the teacher was determined to address this issue, and he would need to devise a plan. After the workers finished unloading, Ye Qing surveyed the scene and nodded in approval. The two resplendent red arowanas were nothing short of breathtaking, and even the koi, with their elegant patterns, elevated the ambience of his home significantly. He imagined the joy the two girls would feel upon returning. At 4 o'clock, Ye Qing gathered his belongings and set out. It was his first time picking up the children, and he wanted to arrive early, opting to wait outside rather than face the serious teacher directly. When he arrived at the entrance, no other parents were yet present, so he decided to wait in his car. Gradually, parents began to arrive as dismissal approached. One by one, children burst out of the kindergarten, with Yu and Xiao emerging hand in hand with another little girl, their wide eyes scanning the crowd for their parents. "Yu, Xiao," Ye Qing waved, and the two girls rushed towards him as if they had spotted a long-lost friend. "Daddy, you came to pick us up?" "Yes, yes. Did you have a good time at kindergarten today?" "Yes. We made lots of new friends." "Oh, Daddy, this is our good friend, Xiaodian." As Yu introduced Xiaodian, the little girl stood beside her, looking up at Ye Qing. "Hello, Daddy." Zhou Xiaodian gazed at Ye Qing, her eyes filled with curiosity. What a handsome father. At the very least, he was far more attractive than her own. Soon after, Zhou Xiaodian glanced at the other parents arriving to pick up their children, her expression becoming somewhat conflicted. Should she address him as uncle or brother? "Uncle," she finally exclaimed. Ye Qing replied, noticing that no one had come for Zhou Xiaodian. He squatted down, inquiring gently, "Xiaodian, where are your parents? Have they not arrived yet?" "The teacher just told me that they have some matters to attend to today and might be a little late to pick me up. I'll just play with the teacher and wait for a while," Xiaodian replied with a cheerful smile, accustomed to such situations. "Why not ride with Uncle? I could take you home." "No, thank you, Uncle. I'll just wait here. My parents haven't finished work yet, and there's no one at home for me." Zhou Xiaodian shook her head. After hugging Yu and Xiao, she said, "Well then, see you tomorrow." "Yes, see you tomorrow." "Bye," Xiaodian after bidding farewell. Ye Qing lifted the two little girls into the car. "Dad, today we finished distributing all the snacks. Everyone was so happy to play with us. Yu exclaimed, her big eyes sparkling. Ye Qing chuckled softly, well aware of this, as he had already received a call from the teacher. Dad, where's Mom? Mom hasn't returned yet, but she should be back soon after we get home. Oh, when we get home, you'll see some new little animals that Dad has brought. Were they, Dad? You'll find out when we get back. Ye Qing didn't elaborate, which only heightened the children's curiosity. Xiaoro leaned over the armrest from the back seat, tilting her head to gaze at Ye Qing. This made Ye Qing feel somewhat helpless, prompting him to slow down. What was originally a 10-minute drive turned into a steady 20-minute journey. We're home. Xiaoro, look at Tuan Yuan by the water basin. What is it doing? Duan Yuan, Duan Yuan, Duan Yuan. Yu and Xiaoro rushed towards the little fluffy tabby cat, which turned its head at the sound, its large eyes fixed on the two girls approaching. Sensing that its playmates had returned, it scampered over joyfully. Perhaps this is what it means to rush towards each other. Chapter 15. Embracing praise with Baiji, Yu gently cradled Tuan Yuan in her arms, her face glowing with joy as she softly caressed him. Here, sister, you should hold Tuan Yuan too, she said, extending the little one toward Xiaoro. With tender hands, Xiaoro accepted Tuan Yuan, feeling his warmth and softness, a smile blossoming on her face, revealing two delicate dimples. Suddenly, a splash from the pool drew Yu's attention. She gazed into the water, her mouth agape in astonishment. What a plump fish, she exclaimed. Xiaoro, look at that big fat fish. Xiaoro turned her gaze to the pool, both girls meandering closer to the edge, captivated by the sight of the large koi. Dad, is this the one you mentioned? Yu inquired. Yes, indeed. You may feed them, Ye Qing replied, handing a bag of fish food to the two little girls. With excitement, Yu grabbed a handful and scattered it into the water. The koi responded, lazily swaying their bodies to the surface to devour the floating morsels. In contrast, Xiaoro adopted a different feeding technique. She squatted by the edge and, as a large koi approached with its mouth agape, she tossed a handful directly into its mouth, causing Ye Qing to twitch at the corners of his mouth. Well, one casts a wide net while the other catches one to fill up, he mused, observing the distinct personalities of the two girls. All right, there are two more at home, he added. Really? But the two at home are different from these. Ye Qing explained as Yu and Xiaoro made their way back to the house, Tuan Yuan eagerly striding to keep pace with them. Upon entering, they were greeted by two enormous fish tanks, where vibrant red dragon fish swam gracefully. The girls pressed their cheeks against the glass, entranced by the sight of the ruby-like creatures gliding within. Bathed in the shimmering light, the fish appeared as exquisite artworks, radiating a gemstone-like brilliance. So beautiful, they exclaimed in unison. Indeed, Ye Qing concurred, approaching to give both girls a gentle pat on their heads. But you mustn't feed these, they can bite. Just admire them, all right? Understood, Daddy, they chimed. Just then, the sound of vehicles outside announced by Zhi's return. Mother's back. The two girls squealed, rushing to the door. Hey, have you forgotten your dad? Ye Qing lamented, watching the empty space beside him with a hint of exasperation. Outside, Baiji embraced her two daughters, inquiring about their day at kindergarten. Upon spotting Ye Qing emerging from the villa, her eyes sparkled with delight, a smile blooming that radiated joy. Later that evening, after dinner, Baiji asked, So, how was your first day picking up the kids? Quite well. I was the first to arrive at the kindergarten, Ye Qing boasted. Look, who can match my sense of responsibility? All right, I appreciate your efforts, Baiji replied with a smile. Tomorrow, I have 2 classes in the afternoon. I'll go pick up our daughter. Sounds good. Oh, by the way, the teacher called today to discuss some things with the parents. You can meet with Teacher Lu tomorrow, Ye Qing advised. What will be discussed? Baiji, a novice mother, was unsure of the interaction. Perhaps some parenting tips. After all, our daughters are exceptionally adorable, aren't they? At that moment, the two girls, freshly washed and appearing, caught wind of their father's words. Yu nodded vigorously, Mommy. The teacher praised us for being good today. Yes. Baiji momentarily lost her train of thought. Ye Qing, observing, simply smiled knowingly, aware of what tomorrow might bring. He stood up and wandered around the house, searching for the washboard but finding none. Good. He then concealed items such as the keyboard. That night, as everyone settled down and turned off the lights, Ye Qing noticed a glow beside him. He turned to see Bai Ji, she engrossed in her phone. Quietly, he inched closer to glimpse the screen, where the search bar displayed, "How should a novice mother communicate with teachers about parenting? How to respond to praise from kindergarten teachers. Informal responses to compliments." Bai Ji, she proceeded to copy the search results into her notes. Ye Qing observed this scene, his lips twitching in amusement before he turned away to sleep. "I merely suggested it might be. The rest is your own imagination," he thought, dismissing the issue. The following morning, Bai Ji, she awoke early to prepare breakfast. However, as she approached the kitchen, Ye Qing gently nudged her aside. He shrugged. "It's not that I won't help. I already fed the dragonfish." After breakfast, Bai Ji, she set out to take the children to school. "Drive carefully," Ye Qing cautioned. Bai Ji, she nodded, acknowledging the challenge ahead. As Ye Qing settled into a chair, a notification popped up. System notification, detecting that the host and his wife are on good terms. Yet how can a couple maintain such distance? Greater intimacy is required to ensure love does not cool. Task reward, divine medical skills, top grade to Hong Pao tea, and exceptional musical talent. Wow, what a rush. Isn't this something that requires gradual progression? Greater intimacy? We're merely holding hands. It's not like we've hit a home run, he mused. Just then his phone chimed. Third brother? Hey, fourth brother, do you have a moment? Second brother's situation is getting serious. Ye Qing, what's wrong with second brother? Third brother. If his previous crying was a sign of a breakup, then now he seems fully resigned, spending all day in his dorm. And we found his trash can empty in the morning, only to return to it overflowing with tissues at noon. Third brother. I'm genuinely worried he might harm himself. Ye Qing. Third brother. Should we take him out for some fun today? Ye Qing. Hey. We're good young men. We shouldn't frequent those places. Third brother. Huh? What are you thinking? I mean, we should take him out for a meal, let him vent. Right now, he can't seem to get over this hurdle, clinging to one tree while ignoring the forest. Given our technical university, what good choices do we have? The quantity is already limited, let alone the quality. Ye Qing, indeed, I can relate. I've noticed that the number and quality of girls at Jiangxing University far surpass ours. Third brother. How do you know? Third brother. I sense your issues are even greater than second brother's. It's settled then. Let us gather tonight. Ye Qing, all right. In the afternoon, Ye Qing dressed neatly and decided against driving, opting instead to take a taxi. Wei Mushui approached him. Mr. Yi, are you heading out? Yes. Could you arrange for someone to clean the house? He replied. Of course. Are you not driving? She asked. No, I plan to have a drink tonight. So I'll take a taxi. I'll arrange for the property management to take you. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Qing messaged Bai Ji, she. Ye Qing, I have a dinner gathering with my university roommates tonight. One of my roommates recently experienced a breakup and may need to drink a bit. Bai Ji, she. Just don't overdo it. I'll prepare some hangover soup for you tonight. In the classroom, Bai Ji, she was responding to messages when Zhang Meng leaned over, exclaiming that the teacher had already moved on to the next chapter. Startled, Bai Ji, she quickly flipped through her book and shot an annoyed glance at Zhang Meng. You two are driving me to distraction. Sigh. When will I find love and experience the sweetness of a romantic relationship? With your beauty, graceful figure, and dancing skills as a member of the dance club. It should be a matter of moments before someone pursues you, Zhang Meng remarked. Then why has no one confessed their feelings to me? Bai Ji, she pondered. Zhang Meng stroked her chin and looked at her friend. I understand now. It's because of your stunning looks. I'm merely a background character beside you. Everyone's attention is solely on you, leaving me without suitors. Bai Ji, she retorted, I don't care. Have your handsome boyfriend introduce me to someone. I'll settle for anyone who's not as dashing. Zhang Meng raised her chin. Is that a no? You can't just enjoy your blissful life while ignoring your sister's struggles, can you? Who is living blissfully? Bai Ji's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Feeling shy, are we? Focus on it. Zhang Meng raised an eyebrow. Bai Ji sighed. I might truly be unable to manage it. Put in the effort, and you shall succeed. After Bai Ji reluctantly agreed, she redirected her attention to the lesson. In her mind, she contemplated the praise she would receive from her kindergarten students after class. She wondered what kind of compliments the teacher would bestow upon the two adorable little ones. When the time came, she'd recount the notes she had taken the previous evening regarding parenting experiences. Methodical and straightforward, there was bound to be no mishap. She felt exceptionally clever. Chapter 16. Ye Qing, the mischievous rogue. Ye Qing sat in the property management car, gazing at the scenery outside. Soon, his phone rang. Hello. He glanced at the unfamiliar number and responded politely. May I ask if this is Mr. Yi? I am Zhong Jinda, the branch manager of Huahong Bank. Manager Zhong. Ye Qing acknowledged, nodding. Huahong Bank was one of the 4 major banks in the entire Huaxia, and he could guess the reason for the call. The substantial rebate he received was all deposited at Huahong Bank, amounting to several hundred million. Such a considerable flow of funds made him a significant client, warranting careful attention from a bank. After all, should he decide to transfer his assets to another bank, it would be a considerable loss. Mr. Yi, you are now a SVP client at our bank. May I inquire when it would be convenient for me to pay you a visit? The caller's tone was notably deferential. Ye Qing glanced at the gloomy weather outside. I don't have much time today, and it appears the weather isn't promising. Perhaps tomorrow would be better? Of course, Mr. Yi. Is your WeChat the same as your phone number? I will add you shortly. All right. After hanging up, Ye Qing exchanged a few words before sending over the villa's address. Shortly after, he returned to the dormitory. Hey guys, I'm back, he exclaimed. Yuan Bo, the third among them, looked at Ye Qing with a smirk. Where have you been these past few days? You return with such a radiant glow. Surely, you haven't been up to anything mischievous? Can't say, Ye Qing replied mysteriously. His demeanor, coupled with an air of pride, made Yuan Bo find it hard to contain himself. This fellow is undoubtedly showing off. He must have a girlfriend now. Where are the elder brothers? Ye Qing inquired. The eldest brother had taken the second brother, who seemed downcast, out for a smoke. You wouldn't believe it. Apart from recently indulging in excessive smoking, he has been chain-smoking. I fear he might end up with lung cancer. Why must he be so stubborn? After a while, the eldest, Dong Honghe, and the second, Zhang Hongwei, returned. Isn't this way, Z? You look rather disheveled after just a few days. Get lost. Zhang Hongwei sighed at Ye Qing's teasing. What else with this gloomy demeanor? I do say your perspective is far too narrow. Our Jiangchang Institute of Technology is like a monastery, where we essentially keep the school-s girls on a pedestal. Don't get caught up in this internal competition. Expand your horizons. Frequent visits to Jiangxing University or Jiangxing Art Institute could do you good. Honestly, our Group S looks could easily outshine the boys from those universities. Ye Qing said, draping an arm over Zhang Hongwei's shoulder. Dong Honghe and Yuan Bo exchanged glances, inhaling sharply at the blatant truth in Ye Qing's words. Wow, Old Four is quite perceptive. No wonder he spends so many nights out. He seems to be thriving. Listening to this, Zhang Hongwei felt a pang of longing, particularly thinking of his recent breakup. It weighed heavily on his heart, especially since he had treated her so well, only to see her swept away by another. No matter how grand your words are today, it won't change anything. Just make sure to join me for a few drinks tonight. Absolutely. I'm here to help you drown your sorrows, Ye Qing declared, patting his chest with a smile. Let's head to the Tian Sheng Grand Hotel tonight. I'll treat you all to a splendid meal. Really? Have you struck it rich, Old Four? I mentioned a third brother that since you all helped me during inspections and roll calls, I couldn't skimp on this. Let's go. As they walked, Ye Qing observed the campus, taking note of the students leisurely enjoying their time. It reminded him of the vivid prospects the system had painted for him after its activation, a life of abundance. Ah, how wonderful university life is. Huh? Who's living well? Dong Honghe instinctively retorted. The statement drew the attention of the others. Ye Qing sighed. You must be joking. Just a slip of the tongue. Dong Honghe sheepishly scratched his head. Eventually, they reached the Tian Sheng Grand Hotel, where Ye Qing ordered a lavish array of dishes. Have you been thriving lately, Old Four? This is just a few $100. Just showing second brother a lesson. Ye Qing turned to him. If you gift a girl a phone worth several thousand, she might consider it a given. However, if you treat your dorm mates to a meal costing a few hundred, they will certainly call you dad. Zhang Hongwei interjected. I would never call you that. What if I add a king crab to the table? Ye Qing asked, signaling the waiter. Add one of those as well. Dad, Yuan Bo quipped immediately. Zhang Hongwei sighed inwardly. This was yet another of Ye Qing's moves to strike a blow. After a while, the dishes began to arrive. And Ye Qing also brought over a couple of boxes of Tsingtao beer. Are we going to drink heavily? Zhang Hongwei questioned. Of course. Isn't that why you're feeling down? I'll give you a push to get back on your feet. Ye Qing laughed heartily. With a sudden pop, a bottle cap flew off. He presented several bottles to his friends. Cheers! As they toasted, Zhang Hongwei lifted a bottle, a hint of relief washing over his face. To brotherhood, we go through life together. Whoever finds a partner first is a dog. Cheers! Just as they were about to clink bottles, Ye Qing slyly set his down, causing an immediate silence. The others exchanged glances, expressions revealing everything. Are you here to flaunt your romance? Damn it! Zhang Hongwei felt the earlier relief turn into a weight again. With a low growl, he tilted his head back and downed an entire bottle. Ye Qing shifted away, concerned he might erupt like a fountain. After a few bottles, Zhang Hongwei began to tear up. Ye Qing patted his back, placing a bottle in front of him. You've shed quite a few tears. Let us replenish some fluids. You're trying to drown me. Tonight, the goal is to make sure you're well and truly intoxicated. Meanwhile, Bai Jishi had arrived at the kindergarten, where teacher Lu was waiting outside. Upon seeing Bai Jishi, Lu's expression froze for a moment. Whose parent is this? So strikingly beautiful, and she seems quite young. Perhaps she is not a parent, but a sister? Hello, teacher. I am the mother of Yuyu and Xiaoro from the small class. I'm here to see teacher Lu, the mother of Yuyu and Xiaoro. So young, so beautiful. No wonder they turn out to be such lovely girls. Indeed, I am teacher Lu. Please come in. Let us discuss matters in my office. There remains ample time before school concludes, teacher Lu said, his demeanor warm yet underscored by an air of seriousness. This juxtaposition left Bai Jishi feeling somewhat uneasy. Once inside the office, teacher Lu gestured for Bai Jishi to take a seat and poured her a cup of tea. Bai Jishi engaged in conversation. Having rehearsed the parenting strategies she had memorized from the previous evening, ensuring she was well prepared to hold her ground in dialogue, if not to shine. Where is Yo-Yo's father today? She inquired. He had matters to attend to, and I happened to finish work early, so I came here. Bai Jishi nearly revealed she meant after class. Oh, I see. That is quite understandable. After all, they are successful individuals and lead busy lives. But we must not indulge the children excessively, nor relax our management of them. I had contacted Yo-Yo's father yesterday, considering he brought so many snacks for the children, albeit perhaps unintentionally. A single statement, coupled with the teacher's stern expression and tone, unsettled Bai Jishi further. What could this imply? Had the situation taken an unexpected turn? She was unaware of the excessive snacks. Wasn't this meeting intended for the teacher to commend Yo-Yo and Xiaoro while exchanging parenting wisdom? The trajectory of the conversation seemed to veer sharply away from her expectations, causing her confidence to wane. Her earlier cheerfulness faded, and she adopted a posture reminiscent of a student, hands resting on her knees. I can appreciate that Yo-Yo's father intended well by allowing the children to share numerous snacks, but the repercussions are not favorable. This is a critical period for instilling habits and discipline in children, and the kindergarten is making concerted efforts in this regard. Moreover, they are at a pivotal stage for dental development. If we indulge them now, permitting unrestricted access to snacks, it could adversely affect their character and psychological well-being in the future. Would you not agree? Yes, indeed. Right. Bai Jishi forced herself to respond, yet her spirit dwindled, and she felt herself shrinking under the weight of the admonition. Her hands clenched into fists on her knees. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and internally she could only mutter, naughty, such a naughty one. The fervent outcry within her could only be described as a near sob. Chapter 17. Soft rice or hard eating. After a while, the children finished school, and Bai Jishi was also released from the office by teacher Lu, Yo-Yo's mother. Please communicate with the child's father. The healthy growth of children is a joint effort between the school and parents. We hope for your cooperation. Bai Jishi nodded earnestly. She was determined to have a thorough discussion with Ye Qing that evening, not just about this matter, but about various other things as well. At the very least, she could not allow herself to be taken advantage of. Not far away, Yo-Yo and Xiaoro had spotted Bai Jishi. Mom, you're here to pick us up. Yo-Yo, Xiaoro, and Xiaodan rushed over, their faces alight with excitement. Hello, Teacher Lu. Yo-Yo greeted, bowing deeply, nearly toppling her backpack in the process. Xiaoro and Xiaodan followed suit. Teacher Lu returned the gesture with a smile. Such lovely children. Bai Jishi affectionately patted Yo-Yo and Xiaoro, then Xiaodan, who blinked her big eyes at Bai Jishi. What's wrong? Xiaodan? Bai Jishi asked, puzzled. Yo-Yo, Xiaoro, your mother is so beautiful. Xiaodan exclaimed. Right? Yo-Yo puffed out her chest proudly. Xiaodan, where are your parents? Haven T, they come yet? They usually arrive a bit later. They're still at work. Goodbye, Yo-Yo. Goodbye, Xiaoro. Xiaodan waved as Bai Jishi led them back. Mom, why do you seem a bit unhappy today? Xiaoro asked. Not at all. How could your mother be unhappy? Bai Jishi replied. Oh, then where's Dad? Why didn't he come pick us up? Dad had something to attend to today, Bai Jishi explained. Just then, she felt raindrops beginning to fall. Quick, run. It's raining. With that command, the two little girls giggled and dashed toward the car. Once they had settled in, Bai Jishi joined them. Plop, plop. The rain fell in large droplets. Wow, Mom. What a heavy rain. Thank goodness we ran fast. The two girls exclaimed, marveling at the rain. Bai Jishi glanced at the downpour, a tinge of worry creeping in. She wondered if Ye Qing had brought an umbrella. I just knew he would take advantage of me. She muttered to herself. All right, are you all seated? We're off now. After dinner, we'll go pick up Dad, okay? Okay. Upon returning home, Bai Jishi began preparing a hangover soup and finishing dinner. Though she knew Ye Qing had likely eaten out, she still reserved a portion in the pot. Dinner's ready. Come eat, she called. The two children watched as the bottle for their feeding was emptied, and after cleaning up, they went to wash their hands before the meal. A little later, Bai Jishi sent a message to Ye Qing, and after receiving a reply, she prepared to leave. Aren't you two staying home? It's still raining outside. No, we want to go pick up Dad. All right, I can't argue with you. Bai Jishi packed some hot milk and the hangover soup, then drove towards a hotel. Meanwhile, in front of Zhang Hongwei, a row of liquor bottles was lined up. Ye Qing was busy taking photos with his phone. What are you taking pictures of, Lao Si? Zhang Hongwei asked. The Emerald Throne. Ye Qing replied with a smile. Get out of here. Zhang Hongwei waved dismissively. Although his face was flushed, he remained relatively sober. They had indeed consumed a fair amount, but the extended timeline allowed them to pace themselves. I'll settle the bill, Ye Qing said, heading for the counter. I'll do it, Zhang Hongwei insisted, stepping in front of Ye Qing, who playfully pulled him back. Second brother, if you feel guilty, just call me foster father. From now on, I'll call you brother, and you can call me dad. We'll each have our own titles. Get lost. Zhang Hongwei's lips twitched. He felt an overwhelming urge to punch someone. After Ye Qing settled the bill, the four of them staggered downstairs, swaying as they walked. If they had lighters in hand while playing a classic gangster song, they would have looked just like the four from A Better Tomorrow. Oh, it's raining, Dong Honghe observed. Looks like we'll have to run back in the rain. The sense of ritual was palpable, drowning sorrows and alcohol followed by a rain-soaked return. Second brother, tonight, you'll have the ceremony you desired, Zhang Hongwei sighed, glancing at Yuan Bo, who had spoken. Just then, the sound of a car door slamming shut caught their attention. A girl emerged from a Maserati, opening her umbrella. Her beauty and figure instantly captivated the onlookers. Wow, where did this rich girl come from? Driving a Maserati. She is stunning, the three remarked. Yet they had no real aspirations, as they were merely students who had to split the bill when dining out. I think she is just average, Ye Qing said. Hearing his tone, Zhang Hongwei scoffed. What is wrong with you, Lao Si? We're complimenting her beauty, and you're acting all proud. You look like you think she is your girlfriend. Exactly. Just average? You must be drunk. After a few jabs, Ye Qing grew weary of their banter, waved them off, and walked toward the rain. Hey, you're just going to walk back in the rain? Dong Honghe remarked, planning to wait until the rain subsided. The three stepped into the downpour, feeling the raindrops hit them. However, just as Ye Qing entered the rain, the beautiful girl jogged toward him, sheltering him under her umbrella. Boom! A thunderclap resonated from above, striking the souls of the three onlookers, causing them to gasp in disbelief. What does this mean? Is this even reasonable? Ye Qing turned back, glancing at them. With this heavy rain, why don't you wait for it to lighten up before heading back? Did your girlfriends come to pick you up too? With a single remark, Ye Qing's words pierced through the hearts of the three like a sharp blade. What the heck? Is this killing me and stabbing my heart? Bai Jishi waved to them lightly as she and Ye Qing approached the Maserati. Where are the little girls? Ye Qing asked quietly. In the back seat. It's raining, so I didn't let them get out. Oh, how did your conversation with the teacher go today? Ye Qing inquired, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Very happy. The teacher said, I should discuss it with you when I get home, Bai Jishi replied, her hand reaching toward Ye Qing's waist. Ye Qing grinned. It seemed their discussion hadn't gone entirely smoothly. He grasped her hand and whispered, do me a favor. There are too many people around. Let us wait until we're home, and I'll give you a proper talk in bed. Bai Jishi chuckled softly, you naughty boy. She secretly pouted and then tilted the umbrella towards Ye Qing. In her heart, she mused whether this was what one might call a shared umbrella. It was her first time sharing an umbrella with a boy. Ye Qing also noticed that Bai Jishi's shoulder was exposed outside the umbrella. He reached out and embraced her, presenting an affectionate demeanor that made the three single men behind them envious. Damn it, is it not enough to torture the dogs? Must we also slay them? At this moment, in the back seat of the car, Yu and Xiao gazed outside. Look, Dad and Mom are coming, Xiao exclaimed. Hey, Yu, is that Uncle Hongwei? Yu shifted to make space, and Xiao leaned over to look. She spotted Zhang Hongwei in the distance, her mouth slightly agape. Sister, it really is Uncle Hongwei. But why does Uncle Hongwei have long hair now? How strange. As the two little girls pondered this mystery, Ye Qing and Bai Jishi also got into the car. Dad, did you get wet? No, Ye Qing replied, noticing the two girls gazing out the window. What are you looking at? We're looking at Uncle Hongwei with long hair. Huh? Ye Qing turned his head, puzzled. Wasn't Uncle Hongwei bald before? Yes. Uncle Hongwei's head used to shine. Ye Qing and Bai Jishi exchanged glances and sighed. In middle age, it is inevitable to have less hair. Dad, here's some milk and hangover soup. Thank you, Yu and Xiao. This is made by Mom. I know, Ye Qing said with a smile, then glanced at Bai Jishi. His face filled with affection. Don't think that just because you look at me this way, you can get away with what you deceive me about. Oh, I'm so drunk. The after effects of this wine are too strong. I can't take it anymore. I'm feeling dizzy. As Ye Qing spoke, he leaned back, pretending to be intoxicated. Bai Jishi bit her lip, suspecting that Ye Qing was faking it, but she also noticed the swaying gait of his three roommates, indicating they had indeed consumed quite a bit that night. Fine, I'll let him off the hook this time, she thought to herself. In the distance, his three roommates retreated from the rain, but fell into a prolonged silence. Old four, isn't this a case of living off a rich woman? It should be, Dong Honghe and Yuan Bo remarked, filled with envy. This was beyond mere envy. While they were still struggling, Old Four had already latched onto a wealthy woman. Not just any wealthy woman, but an exquisitely beautiful and pure one. Although the terms pure and wealthy hardly seem to pair together. Second brother, why are you silent? Yuan Bo asked, observing the mute Zhang Hongwei, realizing that Old Four's actions had rendered the previously smiling second brother withdrawn. However, Zhang Hongwei looked at him and inquired, what did Old Four just say? He asked if your girlfriends came to pick you up too? Zhang Hongwei, not that. Did he not say there are many girls like this at Jiangxi University? Oh, right, he did mention that. Dong Honghe nodded in agreement. Zhang Hongwei's eyes gradually lit up. I feel Old Four is right. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why must one limit their search to those nearby? I've made up my mind. I will broaden my horizons across all of Jiangxi, exploring what Jiangxi University and Jiangxi Academy of Arts have to offer. His thoughts suddenly opened up. Yuan Bo observed Zhang Hongwei's revitalized spirit, his lips twitching, wondering, Old Four, was this also part of your plan? Ding! Just as they were enveloped in silence, Zhang Hongwei's phone chimed. He picked it up and read a rather cryptic message from Ye Qing. What does Old Four mean by this? Hearing Zhang Hongwei's words, Dong Honghe and Yuan Bo leaned in to see. Ye Qing, second brother, take good care of your hair. Zhang Hongwei touched his hair, which was indeed thick and full. What needs protecting? This is absurd. He scoffed, then hummed a little tune. Damn, what a scoundrel, Yuan Bo muttered to himself, thinking how quickly this guy had moved on. Chapter 18. Intimate actions on the way home. Although Ye Qing pretended to be faint, he was indeed feeling the aftereffects of the alcohol. He was not someone who could handle liquor well, but ever since acquiring a divine physique, He had managed to hold his own against the few northern fellows in his dormitory. Upon arriving home, Ye Qing stepped out of the car, and Bai Ji, she quickly approached to support him. "Take it slow, Bai Ji," she said as she helped Ye Qing walk forward. Two young girls accompanied them slowly, earnestly reminding, "Dad, you should drink less. Otherwise, Mom will worry at home. You know Yo-Yo and Xiao are also concerned about you." Ye Qing nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, Dad will drink less in the future." "Good boy, Dad," Yo-Yo said, attempting to pat Ye Qing on the head like he did to her, but she could not quite reach. Bai Ji, she helped Ye Qing onto the bed, noticing that he still wore his outer clothing, and his face was gradually reddening. What to do? I can't let him sleep in his clothes, she thought. However, if she were to assist in changing him. Looking at Ye Qing, her cheeks flushed, she softly uttered, "Bad boy." Bai Ji, she carefully removed Ye Qing's outer garment. By the time she reached his trousers, her face had turned a deep crimson. She was still a pure young woman. Yet it seemed Ye Qing had already drifted off to sleep. After all, having consumed so much alcohol, he was likely unaware of anything around him. With that in mind, Bai Ji, she began to proceed with her task. Once finished, she was exhausted and slightly embarrassed, beads of sweat forming on her brow. "Yo-Yo, Xiao, take good care, Dad, while I go take a shower." Yo-Yo, upon hearing this, stood up from the bed and patted her chest, assuring, "Don't worry, Mom. We will definitely look after Dad. We'll wait for you to finish your shower before we wash up." After Bai Ji, she showered, Xiao went to fetch warm water. Dad. Xiao gently tapped Ye Qing's chest. What's the matter, Xiao?" Ye Qing stirred awake, yawning. "Drink some warm water." "All right, thank you, Xiao." After drinking the warm water, he inquired, "Where's Mom?" "In the shower." Listening to the sound of water from the bathroom, Ye Qing's mind began to wander. After all, the system's task remained unfulfilled, to engage in intimate actions with Bai Ji Shi. Although the system had not specified the nature of the intimacy, it was evident that the third base was the most intimate action, wasn't it? "Dad, hurry and sleep," Xiao encouraged, mimicking Ye Qing's earlier actions of coaxing her to sleep. Ye Qing chuckled, thinking how this little girl was quite the adult. A while later, Bai Ji, she emerged from the bathroom, droplets of water clinging to her hair, presenting a stunning image of a beauty post-bath, innocent and pure. "Mom, be quieter. I've lulled Dad to sleep," Xiao whispered. Bai Ji, she approached softly, saying, "You two should wash up. We'll be going to bed soon." As the two children left, Bai Ji, she gazed at Ye Qing. A gentle smile graced her lips, revealing two dimples, enhancing her innocence. Then, recalling something, she playfully scolded, "Bad boy, you actually deceived me today. You have no idea how harshly I was reprimanded by the teacher." As she spoke, Ye Qing's ears subtly twitched. "You must never deceive me again, understand? No more bullying me. I asked Yo-Yo and Xiao, and they said you would bully me in the future. But it seems I'll be the one bullying you more often. Just promise me you won't bully me anymore, and I will bully you less." She peered at Ye Qing's face, leaning in slightly, as if to confirm whether he was truly asleep. "I don't even know what love is. I've never experienced it. And here I am, a mother, utterly confused. Perhaps this is love after having children. However, Xiao mentioned that you will be pursuing me in the future." After a brief pause, she added softly, "But it seems you won't pursue me until you're nearly 30. That feels like a lifetime away. So, whether you pursue me or not is irrelevant. I can pursue you instead. But I can take 99 steps, and you must take that one step." Bai Ji, she smiled to herself, reminiscing about the sweet story she had heard from Yo-Yo and Xiao about her and Ye Qing. It was a beautiful romance filled with quarrels and occasional unhappiness. Yet Ye Qing would always comfort and care for her. The more she thought about it, the more her cheeks flushed. She looked at Ye Qing's face, and, noticing that Yo-Yo and Xiao had not yet emerged, she gently leaned down, wrapping one arm around her chest and propping herself on the bed. She placed a light kiss on Ye Qing's lips, a fleeting touch. Ye Qing's body stiffened unexpectedly. He hadn't anticipated such an unexpected reward for pretending to be asleep. He had been kissed. No, he must not let Bai Ji she see anything unusual now. If she caught him faking sleep, she might very well stab him with a knife. He imagined Bai Ji she's current expression. Her face must be flushed. Perhaps even her ears were adorably pink. As Ye Qing pondered this, a luminescent screen materialized before him, detected that the host and wife have engaged in more intimate actions, ensuring love remains vibrant. Reward: divine medical skills, 5 pounds of premium De Hong Pao tea, and exceptional musical talent. Since it was initiated by the wife, a special reward is granted with random inheritance. The host's daughters can inherit the skills and talents gained by the host. More unexpected rewards? Ye Qing gazed at the screen, feeling the changes coursing through his body. He focused intently on the final item. Yo-Yo and Xiao can acquire talents. He reflected on these talents. Writing and painting would be fine, music too, but what if one of them inherited combat skills? Wouldn't that bring trouble? Who would they marry in the future? But then again, it seemed inconsequential. If they didn't team marry, so be it. After all, he could support both young girls. A short while later, Yo-Yo and Xiao finished washing up and scampered into the room. Shoo! By Ji, she placed a finger to her lips, signaling the two girls to be quiet. Okay. Yo-Yo nodded in agreement. The two girls climbed onto the bed, cuddling their dolls. By Ji, she turned off the lights, and the world fell silent. The next day, Ye Qing awoke, still cocooned in warmth. Alas, it seemed this would be his daily life from now on. A moment later, Bai Ji, for some reason, let out a low hum and hurried to the bathroom, returning after a while. However, once back in bed, she began tossing and turning restlessly, resembling a spinning top. Ye Qing sensed something was amiss and opened his eyes, leaning closer. What's wrong? He observed Bai Ji's face, which appeared pale. It's nothing, just that time of the month, Bai Ji, she said bashfully, biting her lip, feeling shy to speak of it. Ye Qing understood immediately. He glanced at the two young girls, concerned not to wake them. He gently got out of bed and moved to Bai Ji's side, wrapping one arm around her legs and supporting her shoulder with the other. In the next moment, Bai Ji, she felt a sensation of weightlessness as Ye Qing lifted her effortlessly in a princess carry. She nestled against his chest, her heart racing. This was her first experience of being cradled like a princess, akin to a small kitten nestled in someone's embrace, enveloped in a sense of security. Upon entering another room, Ye Qing gently set Bai Ji down. I have some knowledge of medical techniques, such as acupressure. Allow me to assist you. It should alleviate some discomfort, he offered. Bai Ji nodded in agreement. All right, I shall begin. It might be slightly painful at first, but it will soon ease, and you will find it quite pleasant afterward. As Ye Qing spoke, he placed his hands on Bai Ji's lower abdomen. The moment he made contact, he sensed her body tense up instantly, becoming rigid. All right, try to relax a little, Ye Qing coaxed softly. Bai Ji, she turned her head and nodded, for she had never allowed anyone to touch her in such a manner before. As Ye Qing continued his massage, Bai Ji, she gradually began to loosen up, seemingly effective. Ye Qing's hands were still warm, and the friction generated a soothing heat in her abdomen. With his unique angle and pressure, Bai Ji, she felt increasingly comfortable, as if an electric current coursed through her entire being. It was indeed quite pleasurable. As Ye Qing applied more pressure, a soft moan escaped Bai Ji's lips involuntarily. Both Ye Qing and Bai Ji, she were momentarily taken aback by the sound. Ye Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. Bai Ji, she was at a loss for words, cursing herself inwardly for producing such an embarrassing sound. Does it hurt? Should I lighten my touch? Ye Qing promptly redirected the conversation. It's fine. It's bearable, Bai Ji, she replied, quickly grabbing a pillow from the side and hiding her face behind it, mortified. After a while of massage, Bai Ji, she felt significantly better, yet something felt amiss. Why had Ye Qing's hands ventured down to her legs? Ye Qing, do boys enjoy touching girls' legs? She inquired. Not at all. I'm not like that. Though I am currently massaging your leg, I am targeting acupressure points to alleviate your pain. You wouldn't understand, having no background in medicine. Ye Qing turned to face Bai Ji. Are you doubting my intentions? I am diligently massaging you to ease your menstrual cramps, and now you question me? Look at how sore my muscles are from this. How can you think I'm taking advantage of you? His series of rhetorical questions conveyed a sense of grievance, as if he had been grievously wronged. No, that is not what I meant. I truly feel much better now. Please don't misunderstand. Ye Qing, Bai Ji, she said, her expression apologetic, realizing she had misjudged him. She hastily offered her apologies. This time, I shall forgive you. Rest assured, as a respectable university student, I have my principles. Now, go change out of those silk pajamas into some athletic shorts. I will properly massage your acupressure points. Your pajamas are too slippery for effective pressure. Huh? Bai Ji, she was taken aback. What's wrong? Nothing. I will change now. Bai Ji, she rose from the bed and returned shortly after in her athletic shorts, her slender, fair legs glistening beside Ye Qing. Once she lay down comfortably, Ye Qing resumed his work, and indeed, the absence of a barrier made the experience far more enjoyable. Chapter 19. May I assist you further? The moral dilemma I find myself in leaves me feeling quite dizzy. Oh, dear Bai, you are far too inexperienced to spar with me. After indulging in a few playful encounters, Ye Qing realized that continuing this would indeed raise suspicions. All right, Ji Shi, how are you feeling now? Much better. Bai Ji, she replied, sensing the near absence of pain. She looked at Ye Qing in awe. You're truly remarkable, Ye Qing. You even possess medical skills. I have many talents, Ye Qing chuckled. Let me prepare dinner today. You should rest well. I can manage. But before she could finish her sentence, Ye Qing shot her a commanding glance. Fine, I'll freshen up, Bai Ji, she conceded. Once Ye Qing had departed, Bai Ji, she stomped her foot in frustration. Vai sua domineering. Yet, her eyes softened with affection. As Bai Ji, she went to freshen up, Ye Qing busied herself in the kitchen. Indeed, after acquiring divine culinary skills, the techniques for preparing any dish would effortlessly materialize in her mind. The motions of handling pots and pans were ingrained in her muscle memory. Meanwhile, Yu stirred, rubbing her eyes and glancing around. Only Xiao Rou remained, soundly asleep with her little flying horse toy. Their parents were nowhere to be seen. She gently patted Xiao Rou's bottom. The little one stirred, mumbling. Xiao Rou, it's time to wake up. The sun is shining. Sister, I want to sleep a bit longer. All right. Yu turned and embraced her sister. A short while later, Bai Ji, she observed the two sisters and felt a twinge of helplessness. This need to cuddle while sleeping must be inherited from her. But whom did she inherit her own need for comfort while sleeping? How curious. Her thoughts drifted to her own parents, stirring emotions within her. Although her family was not affluent, she had always been cherished by her parents. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words on how to explain her situation to them. Surely, she couldn't admit that she had given birth. Especially at the tender age of 18, when these two girls were only 5 and she had been pregnant for a year. She contemplated fabricating a story. But her parents were no fools. They would never believe her. If she were to tell them the truth, she pondered whether they could accept it. Would they consider her a lunatic? The thought made her head throb. Then, she reflected on the two little ones and Ye Qing. Surely, her parents would accept them. Wouldn't they? Bai Ji, she nodded, affirming her own thoughts. However, the quandary of when to introduce the children to her parents and how to broach the subject still remained. She needed to discuss it with Ye Qing, for it was a conversation that must happen sooner or later. Having settled her thoughts, Bai Ji, she approached the two girls. Time to rise and shine. Upon hearing Bai Ji Shi's call, the two little ones got up to freshen up. Your father is cooking. Hurry and wash up so we can taste his delicious food. Okay. The girls' eyes sparkled with anticipation as they hurried off. Bai Ji, she couldn't help but worry. Would Ye Qing manage in the kitchen without making a mess? She felt a surge of nervousness. After all, she wished to contribute to their family life, especially since Ye Qing was shouldering so much financially. Ye Qing, perhaps I should take over. As she opened the kitchen door and saw Ye Qing slicing vegetables, the rhythmic sound of the knife was mesmerizing. Bai Ji, she watched in awe as Ye Qing handled the knife with such finesse, her mouth agape. How skilled. Ye Qing, you can really cook? She marveled, realizing that Ye Qing's culinary prowess far surpassed her own. As Bai Ji, she was slow in her chopping. Fearing that a quicker pace might lead to accidents, Ye Qing turned to her. I'll be frying soon, and there will be smoke. You should step outside and wait with the girls. Ye Qing tapped her on the head playfully, noticing her curious gaze. Are you worried about my culinary abilities? Ouch. Bai Ji, she feigned pain, holding her head. I'm not worried. I just thought I'd help since the girls are busy washing up. But you hit me. She pouted, embodying the demeanor of a petulant child. All right, just wait outside. Dinner will be ready shortly. By Ji, she reluctantly stepped out, but leaned against the kitchen door to watch. Ye Qing, realizing her presence, continued with her preparations. As the oil heated and aromas began to waft, Bai Ji Shi, standing outside, could smell the delicious scents. Wow, Ye Qing is truly exceptional. How could he keep such culinary talent hidden? I thought he couldn't cook. She mused over Ye Qing's seemingly boundless abilities, deeming him the epitome of a perfect partner. Mama, after Yu and Xiao Rou finished washing up, they noticed the little round figure still sleeping and teasingly called it a lazy cat before rushing to Bai Ji Shi. Upon arrival, they were immediately drawn to the kitchen, watching Ye Qing in action with wide eyes. What are you doing? Ye Qing asked with a hint of exasperation as he opened the door. Daddy, you're amazing. I'm so hungry, Yu exclaimed, pointing at the dishes. Come, serve it up. It's time to eat. As Yu carried the plate, the tantalizing aroma enveloped her. Delicious. Once seated, Bai Ji Shi and the two girls eagerly devoured their meal. Bai Ji Shi tasted the food, perplexed. Is this really just a simple stir-fry? How can it be so delectable? Ye Qing is truly a treasure. The little ones relished their meal, and, after finishing, Ye Qing placed a cup of warm brown sugar water beside Bai Ji Shi. Drink this in a bit. This gesture caught the attention of the two girls. Mama, what did Daddy give you? Brown sugar water. Why doesn't he give us any? Yu questioned innocently. Bai Ji, she was at a loss for words. She wished to explain, but felt it was too early for the girls to understand. She feared it might stir a flurry of questions. After contemplating for a moment, she turned to Ye Qing. Why not share it with them? Ye Qing looked puzzled. Why don't you know? Seeing the confusion on Ye Qing's face, Bai Ji, she playfully stuck out her tongue. With a sigh, Ye Qing poured some for the girls as well. If you still feel pain, let me know, and I'll massage you again. These words brought back memories of Ye Qing's soothing touch, sending shivers down Bai Ji Shi's spine. She instinctively squeezed her legs together, recalling the delightful sensations. Chapter 20, Opening a New World. After a while, Bai Ji Shi relaxed completely. Yu finished her meal and began to sip the brown sugar water with gusto. Soon, she drained a cup. Xiao, on the other hand, was savoring hers slowly. Observing these two little ones, Ye Qing couldn't help but smile at their contrasting personalities. Bai Ji Shi drank her brown sugar water, a look of pure happiness adorning her face. Ye Qing, I have an idea, she said. I wish to take Yu and Xiao back to see my parents and sister. While they may find it hard to comprehend, the results of the paternity test are undeniable, and they will have to accept it. When I went to pick up Yu and Xiao, they asked me about their grandparents, and though I brushed it off then, their curiosity has grown increasingly frequent. Ye Qing listened thoughtfully. He recalled the first time he met Yu and Xiao, when they mentioned that before arriving in this timeline, they had been sleeping peacefully at their grandmother's house. Their recent behavior indicated a strong bond with their grandparents, who were Bai Ji Shi's family and would soon become his own. He believed they would not act unfavorably towards Yu and Xiao. After a moment of contemplation, he said, All right, let us find a time to take Yu and Xiao back for a visit. Thank you, Ye Qing, Bai Ji Shi replied, and the two little girls turned their attention towards them. Mommy, Daddy, what are you whispering about? Yu chimed in, leaning closer. You're quite the inquisitive one, Ye Qing remarked, ruffling Yu's hair. Look at Xiao, she's not so nosy. I'm not. I just don't show it. I'm much more curious than you. Right, sister? Xiao protested shyly. Not really, Xiao stammered in denial. Bai Ji Shi interjected. We were discussing taking you both to visit your grandparents in a few days. Wow, Yu and Xiao exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Can we ride on Grandpa's horse? Bai Ji Shi felt a wave of irritation wash over her. Her father still enjoyed such antics. She remembered how, when she was young, she'd ride on his back, and he would willingly play the part of a horse while she crawled around on the bed. It seemed her daughters had inherited this fondness for horseplay and had successfully coaxed their grandfather back into it, all for the sake of familial affection. She wondered how her father would react upon seeing these two little girls. However, with Ye Qing's steadfast support and the joy radiating from the girls, she felt her burdens lighten significantly. All right, time to change clothes. Your father will take you to kindergarten soon. What do you want to do this weekend? Shall we go out to play or do something else? Ye Qing inquired, offering to take them to the amusement park or elsewhere if that was their desire. We want to invite our friends over to play. Very well, I'll jot down our address for you to give to your friends today, he agreed. Yay, you're the best, Daddy, Yu exclaimed, swinging her legs under the table with glee. Bai Jishu observed Ye Qing, thinking that perhaps every man harbors a dream of fatherhood. Ye Qing seemed to have fulfilled that dream, and with double the joy. Let us go, Ye Qing declared, scooping both girls into his arms. He contemplated testing the girls' inherited talents later that evening. Upon arriving at the kindergarten, he waved goodbye. Goodbye, Daddy, they called out, clasping hands as they skipped towards the entrance. Hey, Yu, Xiaodou, called out Xiaodan and a few other children. This is my home address, Yu said, handing Xiaodan a note. I'd like to invite you over to play tomorrow. Xiaodan's face flushed with excitement. Can I pet your cat, Tuan Yuan? I've always wanted a kitten, but my mom wouldn't let me. Of course, you can pet her. Tuan Yuan is very sweet and adorable. From a distance, Ye Qing watched the children laugh and play, pleased to see Yu and Xiaoro fitting in well. Bai Jishu must have gone to class by now. The courses at the esteemed 985 University were rigorous and strictly managed, unlike Ye Qing's university experience, which allowed for a more relaxed approach. Ye Qing pondered the day ahead, knowing that the president of Huahong Bank would be visiting. He drove back and received a call from Zhong Jinda just as he neared home. Mr. Yi, I am at your community entrance now. I just dropped my child off at school and will arrive in a minute or two. All right, I'll wait for you, Ye Qing replied. At the entrance of the villa area, a well-dressed man stood, appearing seasoned yet sharp. Despite his age, he lacked the typical signs of aging, exuding a mature and commanding presence that caught the attention of nearby security guards. After confirming his identity, the guards offered Zhong Jinda a place to rest in the security room, which he politely declined, preferring to wait outside. As the president of Huahong Bank's Jiangxing branch, he knew he was meeting someone of considerable wealth, and it was best to remain humble. Moments later, Ye Qing arrived, and Zhong Jinda approached, his steps faltering as he recognized the young man behind the wheel. The voice he had heard over the phone had sounded youthful, but seeing him in person was a surprise. Mr. Zhong? Ye Qing greeted. Mr. Yi, it truly is you. I didn't dare to assume with you being so young. Zhong Jinda responded, noting Ye Qing's license plate number. Please get in, Mr. Zhong, Ye Qing invited, and without hesitation, Zhong Jinda took the passenger seat. He had prepared numerous topics for discussion, including business management and parenting, but Ye Qing's youth caught him off guard. Upon reaching villa number 3, Zhong Jinda stepped out, gazing in awe at the property. It was evident that Ye Qing hailed from a family of great wealth. As they entered the courtyard, Zhong Jinda took note of the koi fish, instantly recognizing several rare breeds, their exquisite patterns indicating their high value. The layout of the garden and pavilion was equally impressive, leading him to conclude that this villa was indeed a valuable property. Upon entering the villa, 2 blood-red dragon fish captured Zhong Jinda's attention, leaving him momentarily speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. Blood-red dragon fish of such quality. My goodness, one of these must cost several $100,000, he thought, realizing that such creatures were priceless and exceedingly rare. Ye Qing, unperturbed, walked further into the house. Mr. Zhong, please take a seat over there while I brew some tea, he said, retrieving some Dahong Pao tea leaves. As the tea was brewed, its fragrant aroma enveloped the room. The once imposing Zhong Jinda now appeared somewhat restrained. Standing there with an air of unease, his previously commanding presence diminished. Director Zhong, please have a seat, Ye Qing invited, settling down alongside him and pouring 2 cups of tea. Upon inhaling the scent, Zhong Jinda realized this Dahong Pao was exceptional. With its first sip, he nodded in approval, confirming his suspicions. This Dahong Pao was richer and smoother than any he had tasted before. It was undoubtedly a premium variety. He chastised himself internally for thinking in monetary terms, recognizing that some treasures cannot simply be measured by wealth. Mr. Yi, I have come today to present you with a proposal. He began, laying out a plan for the appreciation of assets held in their bank. The document not only detailed value enhancement, but also various perks, including black cards and exclusive previews of luxury brands. As Zhong Jinda elaborated, he keenly observed Ye Qing's expressions, ready to adapt his proposal at the slightest hint of hesitation. After an extensive discussion, a preliminary agreement was reached, and Zhong Jinda exhaled in relief. "Mr. Yi, I will revise this and bring you a new version shortly," he said, preparing to leave. "Must you go so soon? Let us enjoy another cup of tea." Ye Qing urgit. Zhong Jinda cast a lingering glance at the exquisite Da Hong Pao, silently lamenting the uncertainty of when he might taste it again. "No, I must return to refine the proposal. It is of utmost importance. Please do not see me off. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." After his departure, Ye Qing reflected on his swift visit. Once Zhong Jinda left, Ye Qing noticed a small creature leisurely darting around the living room, eventually settling beneath two large aquariums housing vibrant red dragonfish. Approaching, Ye Qing observed Tuan Yuan, who was fixated on the fish. "My dear little one, despite your small stature, your ambitions are quite grand," he mused, lifting Tuan Yuan, still in its nursing phase, who seemed to be captivated by the large fish. "Meow, meow," Tuan Yuan protested, as if to rebut Ye Qing's observations. After spending some time with Tuan Yuan watching the dragonfish, Ye Qing stepped out to acquire some writing materials. As he picked up the brush, muscle memory awakened, and he pondered before setting it to paper. "The highest virtue is like water," he inscribed, the ink swirling across the surface like a soaring dragon, fluid and seamless. The four characters leaped forth with vitality, each stroke carrying its own strength and elegance, rivaling the works of renowned calligraphers. If only Yu Yu inherited this talent, Ye Qing thought, considering Yu Yu's lively nature, which contrasted with the tranquility required for calligraphy. If she possessed such a gift, it would likely manifest in cursive forms. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he recalled the combat skills and silently prayed that she would not inherit that talent. He contemplated writing "Heaven rewards diligence," but hesitated, deciding against it. The phrase, while true, did not encapsulate the whole truth of wealth, for if diligence alone determined riches, then the world's wealthiest would surely be a nuclear-powered donkey. With that notion dismissed, he pinned several other pieces to display around the house. Suddenly, a notification chimed from his phone. Glancing at the screen, he saw messages from Zhang Hongwei. "Second brother, little fourth, I took little third to Jiangxing University, and it's quite extraordinary here at this comprehensive university and liberal arts college. Second brother, image, second brother, image, second brother, image." Zhang Hongwei had sent several photos showcasing the young women of Jiangxing University. "Second brother, the number of girls I've seen in a day here surpasses what we see at the monastery in a year. Second brother, you have truly opened a new world for us. Second brother, I will keep sharing updates with you. Remember the source of your fortune. I'm off to Jiangxing Art Academy now." Ye Qing opened the photos and zoomed in, unable to deny that his brother's taste had improved. The girls in the images all boasted impressive looks. Most were clad in sheer black stockings and stylish round-toed shoes, indicating Zhang Hongwei's apparent fondness for such attire. He then began typing a response. "Ye Qing, second brother, just enjoy your time there. I can't take in more than this. Listen to my advice, whatever you do, avoid Jiangxing Financial University and Jiangxing Normal University." Chapter 21. There are mischievous people who wish to harm me, as Zhang Hongwei strolled through Jiangxing University. He glanced at the message from Ye Qing Fa and let out a low growl. "What's going on? What did the fourth say?" Yuan Bo leaned in to catch a glimpse of their conversation. "This kid, with such an unremarkable girlfriend, still wants to look at other girls? I'll have to tell my sister-in-law about this." As Yuan Bo spoke, Zhang Hongwei surveyed the female students around Jiangxing University. Although they were certainly an improvement over those at their monk's temple, he had yet to see anyone more beautiful than Bai Zhishi from the previous night. "You're comparing this plain fellow to the likes of Liu Yifei?" Zhang Hongwei scoffed. "This kid is oblivious to the fortune he possesses. However, I suppose I can indulge his whims, considering he is my guiding light. Second brother, you little rascal. Fine, just you wait." Upon reading this message, Ye Qing smiled softly. He was joking. After all, his own cabbage hadn't yet been successfully tended to. Yet, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to nurture it in the next 7 days. Eventually, everything would come to fruition. Ye Qing gazed at the paper and pen before him, inwardly cursing the two old lechers for disrupting his writing mood. Forget it. I might as well go out and buy some ingredients for tomorrow. He decided to invite Lin Han and the others to join him. Ye Qing picked up his phone and sent a message in the group chat. Lin Han, ha brother Yi, we were just discussing inviting you out tomorrow. Lin Han, all right, I'll come over to your place tomorrow. Lin Yu, count me in. I'll take the initiative to take care of the kids. Zhou Ying, hey, we have another one who wants to take care of the kids. Zhou Kai, then I'll handle the cooking tomorrow. Lin Han, can you even cook? No offense, but we're just concerned. Zhou Kai, what are you talking about? I can cook quite well. Sister, back me up. Zhou Ying, indeed, you can cook, but only with a brush that has no bristles. Zhou Kai. As the group chat buzzed with lively chatter, Ye Qing set out to purchase a variety of fruits, snacks, and ingredients. By the afternoon, he began preparing everything. Glancing at his phone, which remained as quiet as ever, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Where have those two gone? Have they been captured by some enchanting spirit? It seems they've been dazzled by fleeting beauty, neglecting their promises." He thought to himself, unlike them, he wouldn't be so easily beguiled, for he had experienced the vastness of the sea and knew the depths of true beauty. Bai Jishi was indeed a stunning presence, unmatched by any other. Just then his phone rang. Picking it up, he was greeted by the familiar voice of Teacher Liu, who had previously invited him for a discussion at the kindergarten. Given the timing of her call, he couldn't help but wonder if Yu and Xiao had done something to provoke this stern teacher again. "Hello, Teacher Liu. Mr. Yi, it's Yu's father." Teacher Liu's tone was markedly warmer than their last conversation. "Today, while we were singing nursery rhymes with the children, I noticed that Yu seems to possess a gift for music. She learned a song after just one listen, and her melody and pitch were quite accurate. I believe we should focus on nurturing her talent in this area." Oh, Ye Qing listened intently, planning to assess the musical talents of the two little girls later that evening. He was pleasantly surprised to receive such encouraging news. It appeared that Yu had inherited this gift. "What about Xiao, teacher? How is she in terms of music?" "Xiao is decent as well, but she still has some way to go compared to Yu," Teacher Liu replied diplomatically. "Thank you, Teacher Liu, I appreciate it. I will prioritize nurturing Yu's talent." "Certainly, Mr. Yi. Both children are delightful. They are good kids," Teacher Liu praised before hanging up. Moments later, Ye Qing's screen lit up with a notification. "Detected that your wife and daughter have returned to her family home. Although you have received their forgiveness, you have yet to confront your mother-in-law and father-in-law directly. Please face them to receive your reward. Weo media, management, and financial skills." Ye Qing contemplated the task at hand. He had heard the two little ones mention that their grandparents treated them well, and Bai Jishi had brought it up that morning. It seemed that his in-laws would not be difficult to manage. Now, he could only wonder how they would react upon discovering the rather unscientific situation. Little did he know, he was about to meet Bai Jishi's family. What would such a scene entail? After tidying up, Ye Qing glanced at his phone once more, which remained frustratingly silent. "Damn," he cursed again under his breath. "Where are those two? Forget it, I should pick up the kids." That evening, he collected the two little girls. "Daddy, some friends will be coming over to our house tomorrow." "All right, Daddy will prepare delicious food for you." "Thank you, Daddy," Yu exclaimed, then paused. "Daddy, my teacher praised me today for singing well." With that, Yu looked up, her eyes sparkling, eagerly awaiting Ye Qing's commendation. "You are amazing, Yu," Ye Qing encouraged, not wanting to dampen her spirits. Hee. Yu shyly scratched her head. Upon arriving home, Bai Jishi had also returned and was busy in the kitchen. "Mommy, we're back." As Bai Jishi turned to embrace the girls, they swiftly darted past her towards their little gathering. Bai Jishi was left momentarily stunned, seeing your forlorn expression. "Would you like a hug?" Ye Qing teased, causing Bai Jishi's cheeks to flush. "No way. You're too rigid. My daughters are much softer." This morning when I held you and gave you a massage, you didn't mind me being rigid. Now you put on this facade? Oh, women." Bai Jishi recollected the morning's details and returned to her cooking. Ye Qing shut the door behind him. He figured that it was time to take the little girls back to meet their grandparents, marking his first visit to see his future in-laws. "Are you in such a hurry?" Bai Jishi had intended to return ahead of him to pave the way. She shared her thoughts with Ye Qing, who shook his head. "Perhaps once they see the girls, they'll understand." "That's true," especially since they resemble me so closely from my childhood. It's as if they were carved from the same mold. What? Is my gene pool that subpar? Is there nothing of me in them? Ye Qing retorted. I still see so much of my younger self in them. Nevertheless, let us go back together. You can return home for a bit first and explain. Then I'll bring the girls over. After a brief discussion, Ye Qing stepped out to find the two little girls. He spotted Yu playing with her little gathering, while Xiaoro stood beneath the calligraphy he had penned in the afternoon, gazing up in admiration. Ye Qing, seeing this scene, felt a tug at his heart. What is wrong, Xiaoro? Why are you staring at Daddy's writing? He crouched down to pat her head. Xiaoro turned her head and saw Ye Qing, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as she pointed at the characters, exclaiming, Daddy, this one moves. How marvelous. It feels as if this character has come alive. Xiaoro danced about with excitement. Ye Qing embraced her and brought her to a chair, handing her a brush. Xiaoro, you may mimic this character and write it. Xiaoro gazed at the characters displayed and, imitating them, began to inscribe on the paper. Though her strokes were still rather juvenile, a hint of potential could already be discerned. It seemed that Xiaoro had inherited a talent in this domain. Daddy, will you teach me? I long to make my writing come alive too, she pleaded in her sweet, childish voice. As a devoted father, Ye Qing found it impossible to resist such a request. Is this a test for me? Very well. After dinner, I shall teach you. Shortly thereafter, the meal was prepared, and the two girls assisted in serving the dishes. During dinner, by Ji she engaged in casual conversation. I have noticed that there seem to be quite a few boys from other universities visiting ours lately. My roommate mentioned that many of them are from Jiangxing's polytechnic colleges. Perhaps there are not enough girls at their schools, prompting them to seek companionship elsewhere. As she spoke, Ye Qing raised an eyebrow. With righteous indignation, he declared, Indeed, I detest such boys who spend their days fixated on girls. One moment, they're visiting this school, and the next that one, they are nothing but scoundrels. Unlike me, a true gentleman, who remains unaffected by any beautiful woman I encounter on the street. Daddy, how impressive. Although Yo-Yo and Xiaoro did not fully understand, they were nonetheless captivated by his fervor. Baiji she chuckled resignedly at Ye Qing's seriousness. Why be so earnest? I was merely jesting. It's no surprise that boys from polytechnic schools seek outside companionship, given the scarcity of girls in their surroundings. Otherwise, they might well face a life of solitude. Have you always been like this? Baiji she inquired, resting her chin on her hand, tilting her head in curiosity. Without a doubt, Ye Qing affirmed with conviction. However, in the next moment, a notification pinged from his phone, causing his lips to twitch. It couldn't be. Moments later, a flurry of notification sounds erupted. Without a doubt, it was those two rascals who had finally remembered him. Damn it! Ye Qing could only think of cursing at the moment. Chapter 22. Baiji shi. Don't move. Let me hold you a little longer. He gazed at his phone, his expression transforming dramatically. Just moments ago, he had been exuding an air of exclusivity, declaring that he shared no connection with other beautiful women. Yet now, he found himself in such an unexpected situation. A clear contradiction. Baiji she also glanced over, her face displaying a hint of confusion. Ye Qing, it seems someone has sent you a multitude of messages. Is it from my roommate? What is the matter? Noticing Baiji she's dazed inquiry, devoid of any desire to check, Ye Qing picked up his phone. As expected, the screen was filled with images of campus beauties, clearly curated with care. One might argue that among the masses lurk ill-intentioned individuals. These two had indeed selected angles that showcased pure, enchanting girls. Conversely, one could assert their innocence, given that such photos have been sent. It's nothing, Ye Qing replied. After a cursory glance, he realized that while his second and third brothers had shared numerous photos, none could compare to Baiji shi's allure. They fell woefully short. His gaze returned to Baiji shi, then drifted to her long, slender legs. If she donned an outfit combining Balenciaga and Valentino, she would undoubtedly eclipse them all. Feeling the weight of his unabashed stare, Baiji shi's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. What's going on? Why the sudden change? Ye Qing's gaze made her feel slightly embarrassed. Fortunately, Xiaoro interjected, Daddy, you said you would teach me how to write tonight. With that, she tugged at Ye Qing, leading him toward another table. Baiji shi, too, carried Yu along. However, at 4 or 5 years old, Yu was rather heavy, and by she, with her delicate frame, soon felt her arms growing sore. They began to teach hand in hand. Yu and Bai she listened attentively, and Bai she nodded, acknowledging her newfound knowledge. I didn't expect you to be skilled in calligraphy, Ye Qing, Bai she remarked, recalling that her father had a fondness for calligraphy and had taught her some basics in her youth. Observing Ye Qing's writing, she couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment. Such beautiful characters. Of course, she was not a professional calligrapher. As the saying goes, an outsider appreciates the spectacle, while an insider discerns the nuances. Although she could not identify the intricacies, she could certainly recognize aesthetically pleasing characters. Well, I know a bit. Today, I noticed that Xiao Rou seems to possess a natural talent for this art. Her gentle demeanor and quiet nature make her well-suited for the tranquil pursuits of writing and painting. Nearby, Yu picked up another brush and attempted to write, but her strokes were still quite clumsy compared to Xiao Rou's initial progress. Mama will teach you, Bai she offered, guiding Yu's hand. However, the little girl quickly grew bored, which was typical for most children, who were usually quite lively and seldom able to focus on practicing writing. On another front, at Zhou Xiaodan's home, the family of 3 had finished dinner and was lounging on the sofa, watching television. Mom, can you take me to this address tomorrow? Yu and Xiao Rou invited me to their house to play. With that, Xiaodan handed a note to her mother. The woman accepted it, glancing at it. Oh, this place is a villa area. A man in his 40s leaned closer, observing, indeed, this neighborhood is among the best in Jiangsheng, and judging by the villa number 3, it must be quite valuable. All right, let us not discuss such matters in front of the children. Zhou Kongming waved his hand dismissively, not wanting to instill worldly notions in them at such a young age. Yu and Xiao Rou are the 2 little girls you often mention who just transferred to the kindergarten, right? Yes, Zhou Xiaodan replied with conviction. I haven't met them yet, as their parents usually come early, while you and Dad arrive later, so I haven't had the chance to see them. This revelation caused the couple to exchange sheepish glances. They realized they had neglected to pick up their child on time, often leaving her to play at school until they were ready to leave work. Mom, you haven't seen Yu and Xiao Rou's mother. She's so beautiful, like a fairy, Xiaodan exclaimed, thinking of Bai she. Her words ignited a competitive spark between the women. Oh, Xiaodan, is Yu's mother more beautiful than I am? Zhou Kongming, hearing his wife's question, sat up straight, anxiously looking at his daughter. Darling, this is a tricky question. You must answer carefully. If you don't, I might be in trouble tonight. Zhou Kongming silently prayed. Mom is the most beautiful in my heart. With Xiao Dan's declaration, Zhou Kongming let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He silently applauded his daughter, proud of her quick wit. You truly are remarkable. That ability to think on your feet must be inherited from me. Liang nodded in agreement, smiling at her daughter's response. However, she quickly realized, wait a minute, what does that mean? In Xiaodan's heart, her mother was the most beautiful. Thus, to outsiders, it would certainly imply that Yu's mother was the more striking one. Perhaps she was the one who would be overshadowed. You little rascal, your father has led you astray with sweet words to charm women. Liang playfully tapped Xiaodan's lips. To outsiders, doesn't that mean Yu's mother is undoubtedly more beautiful? This question exceeded Xiaodan's capacity to answer. She turned to her father, her eyes pleading for assistance. Zhou Kongming felt helpless. Darling, are you pushing me into a pit of fire? Ah, wealthy people, haven't you heard? Not every girl is 18, but there are always girls who are. Generally, the wives of wealthy men tend to be quite beautiful. You know this as well as I do. You're a stunning lady yourself. However, I'm not like those rich men. Back in the day, I was akin to Jiangqing's version of a handsome prince. I was part of the elite class of good-looking men. Otherwise, how could you, such a beauty, have fallen for me? He chuckled. Those wealthy men are often portly and unattractive. How conceited, Liang retorted, her annoyance quickly fading as she playfully accepted his teasing. However, Xiaodan waved her hand, insisting, no, Daddy. Yu and Xiao Rou's father are incredibly handsome. Everyone in our class thinks their dads are the most handsome. Really? Is he more handsome than me? Jiangqing's handsome prince? This revelation ignited a competitive spirit within Zhou Kongming. Darling, you must not have seen how handsome I used to be. I'll have to meet him tomorrow and see if he lives up to the rumors. Li Ying stifled a giggle. Then I'll take you over tomorrow, and we can meet you and Xiao Rou's parents. Xiao Dan was oblivious to the rest, only thrilled that her parents would accompany her to visit her friends the next day. Thank you, Mommy and Daddy. All right, now go wash up. We need to prepare for bed. I want to sleep with you tonight. No, you're a big girl now. You can't sleep with Daddy and Mommy anymore. Li Ying replied gently. But you and Xiao Rou sleep with their parents. We're the same age. Why can't I? Zhou Xiaodan pouted. Li Ying sighed in resignation, conceding, all right, just for tonight. Zhou Kongming, feeling anxious, exclaimed, but we agreed that today. Li Ying shot him a glance, shaping her lips in a silent plea, waiting for him to coax her to sleep. Zhou Kongming understood her unspoken request. Meanwhile, Ye Qing and Bai Jishi were busy preparing the ingredients for the next day, arranging the snacks neatly on the table. As for the fruits, they decided to wash them in the morning. Time for bed, my sweet little ones, she called. Yu and Xiaoro were engaged in playful antics with little Tuan Yuan. Upon hearing Ye Qing's call, they gently lifted little Tuan Yuan and placed it in its nest, covering it with a blanket. Little Tuan Yuan, it's time to sleep. Meow, little Tuan Yuan seemed to comprehend, refraining from following them outside. That night, the two girls nestled with little Fima and drifted off to sleep. Yu contemplated the gathering the next day, while Xiaoro pondered over the animated characters. Bai Jishi, however, was restless, burdened by a weightier concern, bringing the two girls home. She wondered how her parents would react and sighed deeply. A reassuring hand reached from behind, gently stroking her head. Sleep now. I'm here, don't worry. Ye Qing whispered softly. Bai Jishi turned towards her. In the moonlight, her eyes sparkled. Whether from reflection or mist, it was hard to tell. Rest now. Ye Qing comforted, stroking Bai Jishi's head once more. Bai Jishi nodded in agreement. The following morning, Ye Qing awoke to find herself still embraced by Bai Jishi. Yet, when Bai Jishi stirred, her previous shyness vanished, and she held on even tighter, nuzzling her head against Ye Qing's chest. Yu and Xiaoro, who had been sleeping on the side, also awakened, observing the scene with an air of familiarity. Nevertheless, they approached in a bid for attention, wrapping their small arms around Ye Qing's limbs. The sensation of being ensnared returned once more, leaving Ye Qing somewhat helpless. Daddy, you're awake. Come on. Daddy will make you breakfast soon, Ye Qing announced, preparing to shift Bai Jishi aside. Don't move. Let me hold on a little longer, Bai Jishi replied, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Ye Qing, who had intended to rise, relaxed again, surrendering to the playful antics of the two girls and their companion. Chapter 23, Is This Reasonable? What made him so handsome? An hour later, after finishing dinner, Ye Qing and the others began to busily prepare. You too, Yu and Xiaoro. Please take these washed fruits outside for the little ones to enjoy. And Yu, no sneaking snacks. The entire villa buzzed with activity. Little Tuan Yuan followed, closely behind Yu and Xiaoro, darting back and forth. Ye Qing also messaged Lin Han and the others, but there was no response. Glancing at the clock, it was just past 8, and being a weekend, it seemed these folks had yet to rise. After tidying up, it was nearly time for the children's gathering. Ye Qing and Bai Jishi took the two kids to the entrance of the villa area to await their friends. In the distance, a Mercedes E-Class approached, containing Zhou Kongming and Li Ying in the front, while Xiao Dan peered eagerly through the gap of the armrest, clearly anticipating the reunion with her friends. Look at your daughter's excitement. I'm just as eager. I wonder if anyone can truly rival me. Jiang Cheng's Yinzu? Zhou Kongming joked, eliciting a smile from his wife. As they neared the villa area, Xiao Dan exclaimed, Yu Xiaoro? Mom and Dad, look, there's Yu and Xiaoro. Her words directed their attention toward the two girls, who appeared as delicate porcelain dolls, as if little angels descended from the heavens. Wow, these two children are extraordinarily beautiful. They then shifted their gaze to Ye Qing and Bai Jishi. Upon seeing the couple, Li Ying was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. These two are Yu and Xiaoro as parents? This mother looks astonishingly youthful, and this father is incredibly handsome. Li Ying felt a pang of inferiority. After all, among the mothers of little ones, she doubted she could measure up to Yu's mother. Perhaps none could. She glanced at her husband. Oh, Jiang Cheng's Wu Yinzu? Why so silent? What else with the brooding? I just don't feel like talking, Zhou Kongming replied, his lips twitching in a display of resignation. Ha! Li Ying chuckled. Today you're taking me shopping. Those words made Zhou Kongming appear even more despondent. After parking, they all exited the vehicle. Xiao Dan dashed straight towards Yu Yu and Xiaoro, enveloping them in a warm embrace. Ye Qing approached Zhou Kongming, shaking his hand as everyone exchanged introductions. I may look older than you, so I'll kindly address you as Brother Yi. I hope you'll take good care of the kids today. It's no trouble at all. Look how well they get along, Ye Qing replied, pleasantly surprised by their early arrival. The little girl woke us up early, practically bursting with excitement, so we had no choice but to hurry over. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao Dan called out, we're off now. Uncle Yi will call me later to pick me up. Bye, Mom and Dad. She waved her chubby little hand. Soon after, more children arrived one by one. Now that everyone is here, shall we head home? Yu proposed, taking on the role of organizer and host. Yes, I want to pet Tuan Yuan. Another child chimed in. I want to pet him too. I've always wanted a kitten, but Mom won't let me. Let us set off. Under the escort of property vehicles, Ye Qing led the children to Villa No. 3. Upon disembarking, Xiao Dan exclaimed, Wow, is this your home? It's so big. In the realm of children, concepts like villas and spacious apartments were foreign. Only the ideas of big and small held significance. Yu Yu and Xiaoro guided their friends into the yard, proudly introducing different areas as if they were little adults. This is the fish pond, Yu Yu announced, drawing a group of children to crouch beside the pond, marveling at the koi within. Yu, these fish are so plump. One exclaimed. We have fish food. If you want to feed them, feel free, Yu declared, taking a handful of fish food and scattering it over the water surface. The koi swam leisurely towards the treats. Xiaoro adopted a traditional feeding method, holding a handful of food and waiting for the fish to approach before offering them food. Yu preferred a more scattershot approach, while the other children joined in the feeding frenzy. All right, let us head inside to see Tuan Yuan, Yu urged, leading the way. The girls, under Yu's guidance, slipped on slippers and raced towards the room, eager to see Tuan Yuan. As if sensing the commotion, Tuan Yuan poked his round head out from the room, capturing the hearts of all the little girls. Wow, is this Tuan Yuan? So adorable and fluffy. I want to hold him. Yu allowed everyone to turn to cuddle Tuan Yuan, who was quite docile. Meanwhile, the boys stood mesmerized before the vibrant red dragon fish tank, their eyes sparkling with fascination. Don't you want to pet the kitten? Ye Qing asked the little boy beside him, ruffling his hair. Uncle Yi, your two fish are magnificent. They look like they're carved from gemstones. Indeed, several boys nodded in agreement, clearly impressed. Don't let their leisurely swimming fool you. They can bite, Ye Qing warned, causing the children to instinctively take a step back. Kids, we have snacks, fruits, and desserts all prepared. Help yourselves and treat this place like your own home. No need to be shy. As Ye Qing spoke, he noticed figures approaching outside and realized Lin Han and the others had arrived. The children, hearing Ye Qing's words, rushed outside to see the spread laid out, their faces lighting up with joy. Thank you, Uncle Yi. You've worked hard. The chorus of gratitude echoed around him as he waved his hand dismissively and stepped outside. However, leading the group were Lin Yu, Zhou Ying, and several other young masters and mistresses, while Lin Han and Zhou Kai were notably absent. Bai Jishi went out to greet them, engaging in light-hearted conversation amid laughter. The others couldn't help but feel envious, for the villa was undeniably extravagant. Hello, Brother Yi. We've arrived. Goodness, your house is truly eye-opening, Zhou Ying remarked with a hint of awe. Why are only you two here? I messaged Lin Han and Zhou Kai this morning. Why didn't they come? They can't still be sleeping, can they? You two older sisters could exert a bit of sibling pressure, couldn't you? I invited them to help with the kids. It seems they might be waiting for mealtime to arrive, Ye Qing jested. Zhou Ying sighed. Zhou Kai had a little incident on the way, and Lin Han has already gone to take care of it. Chapter 24. Just a taste? Ye Qing listened to Zhou Ying, a frown creasing her brow. What was happening? It seemed that Zhou Kai had been struck by an elderly gentleman riding a tricycle on his way here. In any case, they would ultimately rely on insurance. The matter was already being handled, and they would wait to see how it unfolded. Come on, let us go inside, and check on Yu and Xiao. I have been yearning for these two little treasures, Zhou Ying exclaimed, pulling Lin Yu into the villa. As they entered, the two were captivated by the lavish interior and exquisite decor, their mouths agape in sheer astonishment. It was opulent, truly beyond belief. While they considered themselves well off, being here at Ye Qing's felt akin to stepping into a grand palace. Lin Yu Jia, Zhou Ying Jia, brother and sister, you've come. A chorus of little voices greeted them. Haha, we're here. Lin Yu beamed, scooping one child into her arms for a warm embrace. Zhou Ying approached, observing the round little one. It seems our little round is well-fed and well-rested at your home. Look how plump it has become. Yes, my sister and I fed it milk. Yu chimed in proudly. Impressive, Ye Qing remarked, approaching. The task of looking after the children is now yours. We have fruits and snacks available, so don't just stand there. Dive in. Huh? We're in charge of the children? Zhou Ying glanced at the young ladies, who had now all risen. We came prepared. Each of us has brought a signature dish to showcase at lunch. Indeed, we can't let Bai Jie do all the work, they continued, mistakenly assuming Bai Jiqi would be cooking. Bai Jiqi quickly waved her hands to clear the misunderstanding. No, I won't be cooking today. Ye Qing will be preparing the meal. At this revelation, Lin Yu's envy flared. What a splendid boyfriend. How can the heavens not bestow such a treasure upon me? Nearby, Zhou Ying's lips twitched. Boys cooking. She felt a twinge of trepidation. After all, Zhou Kai had once boasted about his culinary skills only to serve her a plate of char mishap. The flavor was unforgettable. A shadow of horror that compelled Zhou Ying to refute. Let's take over, Yigo. You shouldn't have to toil and pay. Bai Jiqi approached her, grasping her hand. I'll help Ye Qing. He cooks exceptionally well. Oh, really? Yes, indeed. The group, though skeptical, fell silent and took on their roles in caring for the children. Ye Qing checked the time, pondering when Lin Han and Zhou Kai would arrive. Meanwhile, on the roadside, Zhou Kai surveyed the shattered left rear light of his Maybach, his gaze shifting to the flustered old man beside the overturned tricycle, his eyes brimming with despair. The elderly gentleman was still explaining the brake failure, his face a mask of regret and worry. As Zhou Kai sighed, a 911 roared down the road, coming to a steady halt. Lin Han exited, immediately exclaiming, Kai, don't ever claim to be part of our circle again. What kind of skills do you possess if you can have an accident on this piddly road? How embarrassing. Zhou Kai, already frazzled, had borrowed his mother's car today since his own was left at the club after a night of revelry. He took a drag from his cigarette, glancing at the old man before sighing again. Sir, you can go. Don't worry about compensation. I'll handle it through insurance. Just be sure to fix your brakes. It's quite dangerous. After the elderly man expressed his profound gratitude and departed, Zhou Kai's lips twitched. There was no need to burden an old man. Demanding compensation would be futile, as he likely couldn't afford it. It was far quicker to settle the matter through insurance, though his premiums might rise next year. It wasn't his car, and he wouldn't need to pay for insurance, merely facing a scolding from his mother upon returning home. Meanwhile, Lin Han circled the vehicle, urging, hurry and call the insurance. We need to resolve this quickly. I rushed over as soon as I heard about your accident. Yigo must be anxious. What a way to commence our first gathering. Those in the know will realize something went awry, while others might think we're just showing off. Got it. Zhou Kai waved off, proceeding to make the call. After hanging up, his phone rang again. Zhou Kai checked the caller ID, his mouth twitching. He answered, his voice trembling, Mom. Upon ending the call, his face turned ashen. Lin Han, my brother, I'm in deep trouble. What did Andy say? She told me to hurry back with the car. She has an important meeting today and wants me to be her chauffeur. Lin Han, perplexed, inquired, did you explain? You know my mother's temperament. If I just told her that, she'd probably chop me in two the moment she saw me. Quickly, think of a way to lend me a car. Lin Han shifted slightly, revealing his 911. How about you drive this car and take Annie? Before he could finish, Zhou Kai stormed toward him, cutting him off. My mom is going to a business meeting, not a street race. Can't you find a more dignified car, like a Bentley or a Mercedes S-Class? Zhou Kai was at his wit's end with Lin Han. The suggestion was utterly absurd. Where on earth am I supposed to borrow a car from? Lin Han lamented, suddenly struck by inspiration. Wait, doesn't Yigo have a Rolls-Royce? Drive a Rolls? Hiss, That seems like too much of a leap in class, so Kai hesitated. Yet, at this juncture, it seemed like his only lifeline. He was unsure if he needed his car, but he couldn't let pride keep him from asking. Reluctantly, he dialed Ye Qing. Ye Qing, I have a favor to ask. My car was damaged, but I need a vehicle at home. Ah, so straightforward. Thank you, Ye Qing. I'll be right over. After hanging up, Lin Han leaned in. How'd it go? Ye Qing is quite generous. Isn't, but I must warn you to handle his car with care. Understood. Zhou Kai felt a warmth in his heart as he extended his hand to Lin Han. Confused, Lin Han asked, what is that for? Zhou Kai took hold of Lin Han's hand, only to be flung away. I need you to give me the keys. I'll go find Ye Qing while you deal with the accident here. Seriously, who would have guessed? Lin Han sighed, surrendering the keys to Zhou Kai. Take it easy. Zhou Kai waved as he hopped into the car, flooring the accelerator. The 911 roared to life, unleashing a feral growl as it shot away like an arrow from a bow. Oh my. Lin Han watched the departing sports car. Is this your knowledge? Helpless. He could only wait anxiously for the insurance company to arrive. Meanwhile, within Villa Number 3, the atmosphere was filled with laughter as Lin Yu and the children played joyfully. Eventually, Lin Yu found herself cornered on the sofa, surrounded and playfully attacked by the little ones. As these soft, cuddly creatures nestled closer, Lin Yu couldn't suppress the smile, tugging at the corners of her mouth. Today, it seemed, these little ones had indeed healed her spirit. How is it that you are all so adorable? She exclaimed, lifting little Ro into her arms and pressing her cheek against the child's cherubic face, eliciting a gentle rub. Hee hee. Little Ro giggled in response, then planted a kiss on Lin Yu's cheek. This unexpected gesture rendered Lin Yu momentarily speechless. A kiss from the little one? It felt as if the maternal instincts buried deep within her were awakened. Sister Bai, your little girl just kissed me. She called out to Bai Ji, her eyes wide with astonishment. Huh? Why did she only kiss you? I want to kiss too. Zhou Ying chimed in, moving closer. Yiyo, on the other hand, was busy savoring a piece of fruit. This is delicious, she exclaimed, chuckling. The several young masters nearby observed the playful scene with a mix of amusement and resignation. Indeed, it was clear that the children were drawn to the girls, while they, robust and boisterous, found little affection from the little ones. They could only munch on fruits and engage in idle chatter. Bai Ji, she was preparing to head inside to assist Ye Qing with the cooking when she suddenly heard the sound of an engine revving from outside the villa. She stepped out to find Zhou Kai hurrying down the path, his hands laden with an assortment of exquisite fruits, clearly purchased en route. You've gone above and beyond with these, she remarked. These are just a few things I picked up on my way. Let us all share, Zhou Kai replied. Where is Lin Han? Isn't he with you? He is still managing the accident situation. I came ahead to seek Ye Qing's assistance. Is Ye Qing the one cooking lunch? Zhou Kai's lips twitched at the thought, unable to reconcile the image of the suave Ye Qing with that of a domestic cook. Thus, he exhibited a reaction similar to others. Entering the villa, Zhou Kai, though not in the mood to appreciate the lavishness, was nonetheless taken aback by the opulence surrounding him. Are you here? Is the accident resolved? I left him there to handle things. I came ahead. Zhou Kai briefly recounted the situation, upon hearing that their mother urgently needed the car. Zhou Ying's expression shifted to one of sympathy. Please don't look at me like that. It's a bit unnerving, he said. Forget it. I won't talk to you anymore. I'll go find Ye Qing. With that, he and Bai Ji, she made their way to the kitchen, and Zhou Ying, after a moment's thought, joined them. Upon opening the kitchen door, a wave of heat hit them, and flames danced energetically in the pan as Ye Qing expertly stir-fried the ingredients. On the other side, various prepped ingredients were neatly arranged, awaiting their turn in the pan. Zhou Ying observed the meticulously cut vegetables, marveling at the chef-level skill displayed. The way Ye Qing ignited the stove was nothing short of impressive. His movements flowed seamlessly, akin to a graceful dance. The aroma wafting through the air seemed to tantalize her senses, awakening her appetite. Zhou Kai stood there, eyes wide, utterly astonished. Wow, Ye Qing possesses such culinary skills? A true, multi-talented individual. I wonder if I'll be able to snag a taste. Bai Ji, she looked at Ye Qing with sparkling eyes, her face radiating happiness. Ye Qing. Once Ye Qing finished a dish, Zhou Kai spoke up. You're here. The keys are hanging by the front door. Just take them and go. Ye Qing. I can't thank you enough, Zokai replied, while Ye Qing waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, eyeing the freshly cooked dishes, Zoe pulled by Jishi closer. Jishi, can I have a taste? Would that be inappropriate? It's fine. Let us just sample it for everyone, Bai Jishi said, barely able to contain her eagerness. The two grabbed new pairs of chopsticks, scooped up some food, and took a bite. The flavors burst in their mouths. They felt every hair on their bodies stand on end with delight. So delicious. They exchanged glances, understanding one another perfectly. Just one more bite, and then they would stop, as they prepared to dig in again. Cough. What you two doing? A stern voice interrupted from behind, startling them. Their expressions stiffened, akin to children caught sneaking candy. After a moment, they turned to face the voice, their faces tinged with embarrassment. We were just sampling a little. Chapter 25 Jishi. Your husband is incredibly impressive. Sneaking a kiss. Step outside and wait. The smell of oil and smoke is overwhelming in here. What shall we eat now? Soon, dinner will be served, and we shall feast heartily. Oh, both of them exclaimed, expressing their grievances and dissatisfaction, only to be pushed out by Ye Qing. Once the kitchen door closed, Zoe grasped by Jishi's hand. Jishi, Ye Ji's cooking is truly exquisite. You are so fortunate. I envy you for having such a wonderful husband. Upon hearing the term husband, Bai Jishi's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. He is indeed her future husband. In her view, one can only be called a husband after certain commitments. Yet, Ye Qing's role remained somewhat ambiguous. Perhaps he should be referred to as her prospective husband. Yes, that seems more accurate. Shortly thereafter, Zoe returned to the group of children. What were you up to just now? You came back looking radiant. Did you eat some miracle elixir? Lin Yu, noticing her blissful expression, couldn't help but inquire. It's a secret, but you'll know soon enough. Zoe teased, her eyes brimming with anticipation, especially since Ye Go was preparing a feast for lunch. She gazed enviously at the two little girls, thinking how fortunate they were. A quarter of an hour later, Zokai arrived at the underground garage of their home. He took out his phone. Mom, I'm here. Just wait a moment. I'm coming down now. I need to tell you something. I took the Maybach out today, but it got into an accident, so I've replaced it with another car to bring you. What? Zhao Meiwan, already anxious, hurriedly entered the elevator upon receiving Zokai's call. However, upon stepping inside, she was met with such dreadful news. She had intended to showcase her strength by driving the Maybach to a loan financing meeting. What should she do now? This irresponsible boy. Surely he wouldn't send her off in a sports car, would he? But there was no time to borrow another vehicle. This troublesome child. Zhao Meijuan's lips twitched in frustration. But the elevator had no signal, and she couldn't hear Zokai's subsequent words. All she could do was pray as she descended. Upon exiting the elevator, she stepped outside, ready to get in, only to see a Rolls-Royce parked there. Wow, this brand new Rolls-Royce, with its perfect silhouette, was evidently just purchased, distinctly different from those rented for weddings. Did you manage to borrow this car? What are you talking about, Mom? My connections are extensive. Come on, get in. We need to discuss how you managed to damage my car. Before getting into the car, Zhao Meiwan inspected the soles of her shoes for any dirt. And only when satisfied did she take her seat in the back. This car is certainly different from mine. Rest assured, you will succeed today. Now, my dear young master, you always boast about your exceptional driving skills. Is it that your skills shine only when driving your own car, while mine is somehow inferior? Not at all. I drive your car with utmost caution. Unfortunately, an elderly gentleman bumped into me. It was his fault. Zokai protested, feeling wronged. Following his mother's instructions, he headed towards the Jiangqing branch of Huahong Bank. A little while later, at Huahong Bank's entrance, Zhong Jianda and Vice President Tian Yi were returning from outside. Let us hold a meeting in my office shortly. Understood, President Zhong. Tian Yi pulled out his phone. I'll call the people I scheduled to meet and ask them to wait until we finish our meeting. Zhong Jianda was just about to step away when a strikingly elegant black vehicle approached. Huh. He glanced over and, upon seeing the license plate, felt his heart skip a beat. This is Mr. Ye's car. His proposal wasn't finalized yet. He was preparing to consult with Tian Yi once more. But now Mr. Ye had arrived? What could this mean? Was he dissatisfied with the pace of progress? Would he transfer funds to another bank? In that instant, Zhong Jianda felt overwhelmed, knowing he must retain Mr. Yi as a valued client. He hurried towards the vehicle. Tian Yi, observing this unusual display from his superior, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. When had the president ever exhibited such a demeanor? Clearly, the individual inside the car was someone of great significance. The vehicle came to a halt. Zhong Jinda opened a rear door, only to find a woman seated inside. Huh? Ms. Zhao, you've arrived? Tian Yi, following behind, was equally puzzled. Had Zhao Meiwan changed vehicles? Goodness, she's driving a Rolls. Observing the president's bewilderment, he quickly introduced the two. It turns out it's Ms. Zhao. Zhong Jinda extended his hand, and Zhao Meiwan shook it in return. President Zhong. Zhao Meiwan felt a flutter of anxiety, uncertain of the situation. Today, she was meant to meet with the vice president, who had displayed an air of superiority. Now, not only had the president arrived, but he also opened the door for her. How had her standing changed so dramatically? Ms. Zhao, are you friends with Mr. Yi? This car belongs to him. Doesn't he it? Zhong Jinda inquired. Mr. Yi? Zhao Meiwan was taken aback, then recalled her son mentioning a friend named Ye Qing. Ye Qing? He is a good friend of my son. I had an accident with my car today, so I'm using Ye Qing's vehicle. Oh, so Ms. Zhao has such a connection with Mr. Yi. Upon realizing the situation, Zhong Jinda visibly relaxed, his mood lifting. So, what brings you here today? Upon hearing President Zhong's question, Tian Yi began to explain. Here's the situation, Ms. Zhao. Let us discuss in my office. Xiao Tian, please prepare my finest tea. As Zhong Jinda gestured for her to enter, he said, Please, Ms. Zhao. You honor me, President Zhong. Zhao Meiwan replied, feeling flattered, glancing at Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai, realizing the implications, thought to himself, wow, does Ye Qing really have such influence? The president treats him like a grandson? He patted the car, and Zhao Meiwan nodded in agreement. Today, she was indeed riding the coattails of a tiger. It seemed the day would unfold favorably. This boy's accidental turn of events had inadvertently led to something beneficial. Zhao Meiwan followed inside, while Zhou Kai remained in the car, increasingly astonished. Wow, Ye Qing's power is truly formidable. However, this time, my life should be spared. Zhou Kai breathed a sigh of relief and sent a message to express his gratitude to Ye Qing. Ding! The notification sound from a phone echoed within the villa. Yet no one paid any mind. Ye Qing opened the door, calling out, Everyone, come help serve the dishes. With that, Zhou Ying dashed out, leaving everyone stunned. What does this mean? Why is she rushing out so quickly? Chapter 26. You can't eat it cold, don't you know? Here it comes. As Zhou Ying spoke, she hurried towards the kitchen. The others, though puzzled, rushed to assist in bringing out the dishes. After all, they had spent the entire morning playing with the children, contributing little to the preparations. It would be remiss not to lend a hand now. Upon entering the kitchen, a wave of delectable aroma enveloped them, causing them to pause. They gazed at the array of dishes before them, inhaling the enticing fragrance, their eyes widening in disbelief. These dishes, were they all prepared by Ye Qing alone? Goodness, even the presentation was exquisite. They would readily believe it was the work of a five-star chef. The aroma was simply irresistible. They turned to Zhou Ying, suddenly enlightened. No wonder she had been so distracted after returning from the kitchen, and why she had been the first to rush over when Ye Qing called for the dishes. It seemed she had already had a taste. Zhou Ying felt a twinge of guilt under their scrutinizing gazes. Let us not dawdle. Let us help serve the dishes. Ye Qing, your cooking looks absolutely delicious. I could tell you've already tasted it. Lin Yu, standing nearby, directly exposed her best friend as pretense, leaving Zhou Ying blushing deeply. Though the children couldn't see the splendid dishes on the table, they could certainly smell the delightful aromas, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ye uncle, we want to help too. Daddy, it smells so good. Xiao Rou chimed in, eager to assist. As they spoke, everyone joined in the effort. With each plate placed in the children's hands, they struggled to contain their excitement, fearful of drooling. Soon, the grand dining table was laden with food. Zhou Ying, Lin Yu, and the others busily snapped photos, while the children, restless yet restrained, awaited the adults' cue to begin. What a stunning scene. To be honest, Ye Qing, if you ever open a restaurant, we would undoubtedly be your patrons. not only for the taste, but also for the ceremonial presentation that would make for perfect social media posts. Alas, Lin Han and Zhou Kai would miss out today. Well then, I shall help myself to his portion, Zhou Ying said, reaching towards her waist. What are you doing? Lin Yu asked, puzzled as she watched Zhou Ying move towards her leather belt. I'm loosening my belt so I can eat a bit more. Huh, then I'll eat Lin Han's portion too. Lin Yu chimed in, her mood lifted. Just then, a voice called from outside. Ye Qing, I'm here. Lin Han entered, carrying 2 large bags. Sorry, I'm late. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the vibrant red dragon fish, but, aware of his tardiness, quickly made his way to the dining area. Upon seeing the table full of dishes, Lin Han exclaimed, What the heck, Ye Qing? This is way too extravagant. It's just a simple gathering. Was it necessary to hire a private chef? Just a casual meal would have sufficed. Zhou and couldn't help but laugh at his remark, and the others chuckled as well, recalling their earlier reactions in the kitchen. What are you laughing at? Lin Han asked. We're laughing at you, you silly goose. You were just spouting nonsense without knowing anything. Let me tell you, all these dishes were prepared by Ye Qing and Ji Shi. No, I just lent a hand. By Ji, she quickly interjected, waving her hands, for she had indeed only done a little before being ushered out of the kitchen by Ye Qing. Wait, these are made by Ye Qing, Lin Han exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief as he scanned the table, astonished. He then glanced at Ye Qing, incredulous that this seemingly delicate young man could cook so well. Lin Han quickly adjusted the bags he was holding. I brought some fine red wine and a few healthier drinks for the kids. Feel free to indulge if you like wine or to enjoy the beverages at your leisure. Taking it upon himself, he began to serve everyone. As everyone gathered in anticipation, Ye Qing raised his glass. Everyone followed suit, the children feeling quite grown up as they raised their cups, clinking them with those nearby before taking a hearty sip. Let us eat. Ye Qing's words set everyone in motion. Oh my heavens, this is beyond delicious. I take back what I said earlier. It's not just about looks. This flavor surpasses any 5-star restaurant I've ever visited. It's absolutely stunning. Try this lobster ball. The lamb chops are truly remarkable. Now what about this Buddha jumps over the wall? The young ladies discussed enthusiastically while the children, lacking the same patience, dove into their meals. However, with their smaller appetites, they filled up quickly, sampling each dish before becoming satiated. Xiao Dan slumped in her chair, patting her full belly, a look of contentment on her face. You too. You and Xiao Rou are so lucky, she exclaimed, her voice laced with genuine envy. The other children nodded in agreement. So lucky. Will you come play with us again, soon? By Ji, she asked the children, affectionately ruffling their hair. Sure. Yes. They chimed in unison. As they chatted, Ye Qing returned to the kitchen, soon re-emerging with 2 plates of dessert, fried ice cream. Dessert is served. He placed 1 plate in front of the children and another in front of the young ladies. The sight made the men's mouths water. Wow. The children and ladies alike were captivated by the dessert. Lin Yu took a bite and gasped, covering her mouth. The contrasting temperatures exploded in her mouth. The thrilling sensation utterly irresistible. Ji Shi, you have to try this. Of course. By Ji, she eagerly prepared to dig in, but just then, a cough interrupted her. Her gaze shifted to Ye Qing, whose serious expression softened her demeanor. She knew she was in a delicate situation. However, the fried ice cream looked too tempting to resist. With pleading eyes, she appeared utterly forlorn. Yet, this tactic was ineffective against Ye Qing. He swatted her hand away, causing her to pout, her lips forming an adorable, sulky expression. What's going on? Zhou Ying and Lin Yu exchanged bewildered glances, confused by the sudden shift in mood. Moments later, Ye Qing placed a small portion of sweet glutinous rice cake in front of Bai Ji Shi. This is your dessert. Upon seeing the brown sugar, the ice cream, and recalling Ye Qing and Bai Ji Shi's earlier reactions, the young ladies quickly understood. So that is how it is. Though the boys didn't grasp it immediately, they eventually caught on. The girls feigned protest. Ye Qing, why don't we have any? This is her exclusive dessert. Ye Qing replied nonchalantly. A single remark caused a rosy hue to bloom upon Bai Ji Shi's ears. Chapter 27. The Assault of Dog Food. We gather for a meal, yet we must endure your relentless barrage of dog food. Indeed, how could one act as though no one else is privy to such culinary delights? The crowd murmured in agreement. Leaning back in his chair, Ye Qing took a sip of water and chuckled. Why not take your leave? The crowd fell silent, taken aback by the abrupt dismissal. How could one issue such a decree when the main course is yet to arrive? Perhaps you could bring your significant others along? I am indifferent to the matter of an extra pair of chopsticks. Another wave of silence swept through the room, particularly affecting Lin Yu and Zhou Ying, who had been the most vocal moments prior. They now sat in stunned silence, for they truly had no partners, and being publicly scrutinized was beyond mortifying. Bai Jishi, observing Ye Qing's indiscriminate verbal assaults, could not suppress a light laugh. This fellow was incorrigibly mischievous. A few playful jests had rendered the atmosphere heavy with silence. Sister, you could just call me a single dog, Lin Han remarked. Quit barking and eat your meal. Do you think I was spared from the insult? Lin Yu retorted. Laughter erupted among them, and they all recognized the lesson learned. Never provoke Ye Gu again. He was akin to a nuclear bomb, capable of obliterating them with but a few words. Meanwhile, within a luxurious Rolls-Royce, Zhou Kai reclined against the seat, absorbed in his phone. His mother had been inside for quite some time now, and as the clock approached 12:30, it became evident that he would not make it to the gathering. Time to extend apologies to Ye Gu. Alas, this predicament left him famished. He opened WeChat, intending to message Ye Qing, only to stumble upon a post from his sister. What in the world? The lunch looks absolutely exquisite. So many dishes, and all so delicately prepared. Wasn't it just a casual get-together? He had assumed it would be a simple affair with a few hastily prepared dishes, having held little hope for anything extravagant. Yet now, curse that old man. Zhou Kai felt a pang of envy. He zoomed in on the photos, marveling at the culinary masterpieces. Damn, why does my sister have such a high-end phone? The photos are so clear. I can almost smell the aromas wafting through the screen. He hastily made a phone call, offering his apologies, only to be met with laughter from the others, lamenting their missed opportunity to savor Ye Qing's cooking. Upon learning that it was Ye Gu who had prepared the feast, Zhou Kai's feelings mirrored those of the group. I must ask my sister to pack some for me tonight. He resolved, sending a message to Zhou Ying. Moments later, his mother emerged alongside President Zhong and Vice President Tian, her face beaming with delight. He exited the vehicle, eyeing his mother. President Zhong, given the time, shall we head to Highway Bay for lunch? I feel rather guilty for keeping you for so long. Well, it would be rude to refuse, President Zhong said, hesitating only briefly before signaling for his car to pull up. Zhao Meiwan climbed into the vehicle, her smile unwavering. Observing his mother's demeanor, Zhou Kai sensed that matters had gone smoothly. Mother, how did it go? Seems like it turned out well, though your meeting took quite a while. Was there a round of negotiations? Listening to Zhou Kai's inquiry, Zhao Meiwan reflected on her time in President Zhong's office. Upon entering, she had been warmly welcomed, and the tea served was exquisite. The business discussions had concluded swiftly, with all necessary formalities addressed. Afterward, they had engaged in casual conversation. Though President Zhong had subtly probed into her relationship with Mr. Yi, Zhao Meiwan, not one to be oblivious, understood that the warm reception stemmed from her son's association with Ye Qing. Xiao Kai, what is your friend's background? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. He lives in the same villa area as Lin Han, probably in villa number 3. He seems quite affluent. Ye Gu was introduced to our circle by Lin Han while selecting a kitten for his daughters. We've gotten along well since then. Does he have children? Zhao Meiwan assumed her son's friends were all young and unattached, surprised to learn otherwise. Yes, 2 girls, around 4 or 5 years old, absolutely adorable. Just looking at them melts my heart. How old is your friend? Now that you mention it, that is a pertinent question, Zhou Kai replied, excitement bubbling within him. Ye Gu and his wife give off such a youthful vibe. They look no older than 18, yet their children are of considerable age. They must be at least 26 or 27. I wonder how they maintain such youthfulness. It's as if they've discovered the secret to eternal youth. Look at them, married so young with 2 beautiful daughters. Their parents must be quite at ease. Then look at you and your sister. Our family isn't lacking. Yet you both remain single. Must you not put in some effort? Your mother is quite distressed. Zhou Kai had been enthusiastically sharing, but his mother's words swiftly extinguished his fervor. How is it that every time we converse, you turn it into a critique? He muttered under his breath. What was that? Do you have an issue with me? Zhao Meiwan inquired. I'm innocent, Zhou Kai replied, exasperated. After a moment of silence, Zhao Meiwan relented. Let us not dwell on that. Discussing it only leads to frustration. I must credit your friend for helping today go so smoothly. Please find an opportunity to express my gratitude properly. Of course, Zhou Kai agreed readily, relieved that his mother had ceased her admonitions. He couldn't help but lament the splendid meal he had missed out on that day. He resolved to make up for it during dinner. Curse that old man. Within the villa, the group tidied up the remnants of the meal in the kitchen. Lin Yu gazed at the leftover dishes, contemplating whether they could be packed for later. However, she quickly dismissed the thought, feeling it would be rather embarrassing to take home food after being invited to dine. She glanced around at the others, only to realize they shared her sentiment. Zoe also felt a tinge of embarrassment. But then, her phone lit up, and a radiant smile spread across her face. However, she decided to keep her excitement to herself for the moment. All right, now that we've tidied up, shall we watch a movie, kids? Ye Qing suggested to the gaggle of little ones. Yes, I want to watch Peppa Pig. Shortly thereafter, Ye Qing and the children settled onto the sofa to enjoy the film. Each adult cradled a child, an utterly heartwarming scene that made the animated feature all the more delightful. After a few hours, Ye Qing checked the time, realizing it was nearly the appointed hour for the children's parents to arrive. All right, the time is drawing near. Your parents will be here soon, Ye Qing announced. The children leaped from the sofa in excitement. Let us go together. Lin Yu chimed in, rising to her feet. Zhou gazed at Ye Qing, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she spoke. Brother Yi, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Zhou continued. Zhou Kai saw the moments we posted and caught a glimpse of the dishes from lunch. He insists that I bring some back for him. As she spoke, Zhou shared the message Zhou Kai had sent her with Ye Qing. Lin Yu. An impeccable excuse. Simply brilliant. Chapter 28. A bullet from the past strikes the forehead. Everyone gazed at Zhou Ying, even the children displaying expressions of enlightenment, as if to say, so it can be done this way. Subsequently, Zhou Ying observed by Jishi taking out a takeout box and accepted it, saying, All right, you need not concern yourselves with me. I shall pack a few things for Zhou Kai. Yet, despite her words, her expression clearly revealed a desire to pack more. Lin Yu opened her mouth, finally saying, Brother Yi, how about this? The remaining dishes are leftovers. You still need to heat them up later, and who knows how many meals you'll actually eat. It might be better if we all pack some and just take them home. After a few words, Lin Han couldn't help but nod. Sister, that's a good point. The young master and young lady beside them, along with the children, shared a similar sentiment, finding a good excuse for themselves. Yes, Uncle Yi, let us pack some too. I want to pack some as well. While everyone felt a bit embarrassed, Bai Jishi understood their expressions and, though resigned, also comprehended the situation. After all, Ye Qing's cooking was truly delectable. She was indifferent, as this was her future husband. She could always act charmingly to have him cook for her whenever she desired. A sense of pride surged within her heart. Handing out the takeout boxes, everyone began to pack up the remaining dishes. Before long, every last morsel was neatly packed away. Let us go, Brother Yi. Time to send these little ones home, Lin Han said, patting a nearby little boy. I'm not a little radish, the boy retorted angrily. I'm a big boy now. Ha, all right, big boy. The boy's puffed up demeanor, eager to grow up, drew smiles from everyone. Childhood is often characterized by a longing to grow up, while adults yearn to return to the carefree days of youth. Ye Qing and the others led the children to the outskirts of the villa area, where several parents were already waiting. Upon seeing them, the parents waved eagerly. Mr. Zhou and his wife hurried over to their child. Gratitude filled Mr. Zhou's face as he looked at Ye Qing. If their daughter had been at home this weekend, it would have been quite the commotion, preventing them from getting any rest and indulging in their preferred activities. Thanks to Ye Qing and the others who had taken care of the kids all day, the couple finally had some time to relax. Other parents shared a similar sentiment, their gazes toward Ye Qing imbued with appreciation. As Mr. Zhou walked over, he noticed Xiao Dan holding something. What is that? Honey, look at what our daughter has in her hands. It looks like a takeout box, and it seems to contain some dishes. After a moment of realization, Mr. Zhou helplessly slapped his forehead. What was their daughter doing? Eating at someone else's house was enough. Why was she also taking food home? However, upon seeing other children and youths carrying takeout boxes as well, he realized they must have all packed together, which made it a bit more acceptable. Daddy, Mommy, you come and pick me up. Xiao Dan leaped into Mr. Zhou's arms. He lifted her up and approached Ye Qing, Brother Yi. Thank you for your hard work today. Was this little girl well-behaved? Xiao Dan was quite well-behaved. Stinky Daddy. Humph. Xiao Dan pouted, her lips forming a little frown. Why are you still pouting? Of course, Xiao Dan was good. Ye Qing chuckled, pinching her little face. It was no trouble. These children are all very well-behaved. Do you have time tomorrow? Come over to my house, and I'll show you a thing or two. Mr. Zhou invited sincerely. Ye Qing waved his hand, brother. I have matters to attend to tomorrow. I still need to visit Bai Zhishi's parents. The system task is not yet completed. All right, let us reschedule, Mr. Zhou said, bidding farewell as he took his child and left. Other parents followed suit, escorting their children away. Yu and Xiaoro stood beside Ye Qing and Bai Zhishi, waving goodbye to the departing figures, their faces reflecting reluctance. After the parents left, a Rolls-Royce approached. Ah, our car god has finally returned, Lin Han remarked with a smile. Zhou Kai parked the car and, noticing the gathering, quickly exited, exclaiming, "Oh my, how did you all know I was coming? Did you come in a group to welcome me? I feel so embarrassed. My face isn't that big." His words rendered everyone momentarily silent. Lin Han, I could say you have a sense of self-awareness, for you are aware that we are waiting here for you. Yet, you also seem to lack awareness. Knowing your face isn't that large. We're just sending the kids home. You happen to arrive? Zhou shot him a glare, her tone less than pleased. Oh, I see. Zhou Kai scratched his head, then returned the car keys to Ye Qing. Brother Yi, thank you so much for today. You've helped my family tremendously. My mom asked if you were free tomorrow to go out for a meal. Tomorrow won't work, Ye Qing replied, waving his hand. I have things to do, and I actually have quite a few appointments. Tell Annie it was a small favor. No need to make a fuss over it. All right, you all head back now. Ye Qing concluded. Goodbye, Brother Yi. Thank you for your hospitality. They exchanged farewells and departed. Let us head back as well, Ye Qing remarked, preparing to drive the children home. A glance at Zhou Kai revealed he was quite meticulous, having filled the tank and washed the car to a gleaming shine. Upon returning home, Yu inquired, Dad, you mentioned you have something to do tomorrow. Where are we going? Shall we visit Grandma and Grandpa? Okay, off to Grandma and Grandpa's house. The children's faces instantly lit up with joy, indicating that their grandparents had left them with many fond memories. Then, can we bring some snacks? Of course. Is your aunt home? Yu asked. Aunt? Ye Qing looked at Bai Zhishi, who, in turn, glanced at the two girls. Recalling her younger sister, Bai Zhiling. She was just starting her sophomore year and still enjoyed some leisure time. She should be at home. She should be home. Bai Zhishi nodded. Then we need to bring extra snacks. Annie always steals our snacks. Yu complained, puffing her cheeks in indignation. Bai Zhishi was momentarily stunned, then gritted her teeth. Bai Zhiling, how old will you be in the future? Still stealing snacks from your two little nieces. How ambitious. Gradually, however, Bai Zhishi's anger subsided. After all, Bai Zhiling was 2 or 3 years younger than her, and she too had taken advantage of her elder sister's status to snatch away quite a few snacks. Sighing, Bai Zhishi lamented, the bullets of the past traverse time and space, striking the forehead with remarkable force. Chapter 29, A Visit to Grandparents' House. We must take a little extra, Bai Zhi said with a hint of helplessness. Fear not, for we have Grandma's protection. Whenever Auntie snatches our snacks, we simply call for Grandma, and she always comes to our aid, Yu declared, hands on her hips, while Xiaoro nodded in agreement. It seemed that their mother still held sway, and a smile crept onto Bai Zhishi's lips. Ye Qing, listening nearby, had not anticipated having such a little sister-in-law. It appeared he needed to prepare a considerable number of gifts for tomorrow. Fortunately, he had prepared an additional item today. In the afternoon, President Zhong had messaged him regarding limited edition jewelry from luxury brands. Ye Qing had purchased a few pieces, which should arrive by tomorrow morning. He would also need to buy some cigarettes and liquor for his future father-in-law, along with a few packs of Hong Pao tea. Although this would be his first visit, the focus was not on himself, but rather on the two children. It was essential to present a grand gift to his future in-laws on this occasion. Lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Zhou Kongming? This must be Xiaodan calling. Here, Yu, Xiaoro, it's Xiaodan on the line, Ye Qing said, handing the phone over. Xiaodan, have you reached home? Yes, just arrived. Please thank Uncle Yi for his hospitality. And thank you both, Yu and Xiaoro. I had a wonderful time today. On the other end, after hanging up, Zhou Kongming closed the door behind him. My dear daughter, how about we sample the meals prepared by your Uncle Yi tonight? Are they truly as delicious as you claimed during the car ride? He inquired. Absolutely. Zhou Xiaodan replied enthusiastically. Today, we played in a huge courtyard. Uncle Yi has many beautiful koi fish in the pond, and I even fed them. There are also 2 enormous red dragon fish at their home. So stunning. We then went to play with the little group, and when the older kids arrived, we all played a game of eagle catches chicks with more than a dozen of us. As Zhou Xiaodan spoke, Zhou Kongming seemed to grasp something. He quickly pulled out his phone and showed a few photos to his daughter. Is this the red dragon fish you mentioned? Yes, Dad, that's it. Those fish are massive. Liang leaned in to see the price, her eyes widening in shock. One is over $1 million. How extravagant. And a large courtyard. The spacious living room. Wealth truly makes a difference. No wonder they look so well maintained. Brother Yi certainly has his advantages, Zhou Kongming remarked, only to be met with his wife's silent gaze, which gradually diminished his bravado. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Just a bit stronger. Billion level strong. That's not an issue, Li Ying smiled. But I am curious, is Uncle Ye's cooking really that delicious? I cook quite well myself. How could this girl, with such a discerning palate, claim someone else's food is better? I must try it myself. Me too. They both walked over, chopsticks in hand, and opened the takeout boxes. After a few bites, they stood frozen in place. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the profound shock reflected in each other's eyes. This is extraordinarily delicious. And it's cold. Just imagine how delightful it would be when fresh out of the pot. Liang looked at Zhou Xiaodan and said, Our little piggy has truly enjoyed a feast this time. I am not a pig, Zhou Xiaodan protested, running over to hug Li Ying's leg. Indeed, my daughter is no pig, Zhou Kongming added, though his gaze remained fixated on the dishes. However, this is indeed a feast. In Villa number 3, Ye Qing had spent some time practicing calligraphy with Xiaoro, who had made remarkable progress, now mastering the strokes with increasing elegance and grace. As for Yu, her passion lay in music. Ye Qing planned to introduce her to musical instruments upon returning from her grandparents' home, or perhaps enroll her in formal music lessons, considering he was well equipped to guide her. That evening, after their nightly routines, the 4 of them lay in bed. The 2 girls, exhausted from a day of play, quickly fell into a deep slumber. Not even the little group was awake, having also succumbed to sleep. In the darkness, Baiji, she turned to Ye Qing. Do you think my parents will accept them? One can plan, but ultimately, fate lies beyond our control. We simply need to do our part. From what I've heard from Yu and Xiaoro, their grandparents treat them very well. It's a classic case of spoiling grandchildren, Ye Qing reassured her. Bring all the relevant materials tomorrow. All right, thank you, Ye Qing. If you truly wish to express gratitude, perhaps a change of address is in order, Ye Qing said playfully, reclining in a manner that suggested she was welcome to embrace him. A change of address? To what? Old husband? Such a rascal, she thought, feeling a mix of embarrassment and amusement. Though those words would eventually become routine, they had yet to share an intimate moment. I want to change it. You haven't even courted me yet. Baiji, she declared defiantly. Oh, did you not mention you could walk 90 steps? Ye Qing began, but his words trailed off abruptly. On the other end, Baiji, she felt her lips twitch at Ye Qing's comments. This was what Ye Qing had mumbled when he was drunk, and she had believed he was merely asleep. How could he possibly know? He had been pretending to be asleep that night. Did he also remember her confession and the brief kiss? Mortified, her cheeks flushed crimson. Meanwhile, Ye Qing curled up, allowing her playful punches to land on his back. Let them fall, it doesn't hurt. Though they found themselves in such a position, the next morning dawned as usual. Yu and Xiaoro awoke first, noticing their parents still asleep. Daddy and Mommy are such lazybones, still in bed while we're up early. Xiaoro chimed in. Excited about visiting their grandparents, they had jumped out of bed without hesitation. As for Ye Qing and Baiji, she, having stayed up late and preoccupied with her thoughts, They had no idea when they finally drifted off to sleep, and thus did not rise early. "Sharo, let us go wash up," Yu suggested. After washing up, they checked back in on their parents, who were still fast asleep. They went outside to play with the little group for a while, returning to find their parents still in slumber. After waiting a bit longer with no change, Yu decided to mimic how Ye Qing would wake by Ji Shi, giving her a playful pat on the rear. "Mommy, lazybones, it's time to wake up." Chapter 30. A glimpse of Snow White dazzles Ye Qing's eyes. Just as Bai Ji she was dozing off while cradling Ye Qing, she suddenly felt a sharp tap on her backside. Instantly alert, she gasped and sprang upright, her expression still clouded with confusion. Glancing around, she soon spotted the mischievous Yu, who had just delivered the playful smack. How impressive! Indeed, it seems that her father's methods are quite effective, for her mother is awake at once. "Stop saying nonsense, Yu. How could you possibly mimic your father's antics? By slapping your mother." Bai Ji she scolded, rubbing her backside, wondering if a red mark had formed from the child as heavy-handedness. However, this was not the time for a bath, nor could she inspect the damage. It hurt terribly. Well, Yu was just imitating what Daddy does. Whenever Mommy oversleeps and refuses to get up for meals, Daddy would smack her bottom, and she would wake up, right? Sure. Yu began to elaborate, but Bai Ji she swiftly covered her mouth, feeling utterly embarrassed. Yet, it appeared that Ye Qing had indeed chosen the right method to rouse her. This area was particularly sensitive for her, and the slap had left her with a delightful tingling sensation. No wonder Ye Qing resorted to such a tactic to awaken her. The results were undeniably immediate. However, she mustn't let him discover this, or she would surely face dire consequences. Meanwhile, Ye Qing was still asleep. Yu and Xiao Rou climbed onto the bed, each shaking Ye Qing in unison. "Daddy, wake up. What time is it? Are we still going to Grandma's house? Hurry up." Amidst their gentle coaxing, Ye Qing groggily opened his eyes and glanced at his phone. It was only 7 o'clock. He felt a bit dazed, gazing at Bai Ji Shi. "What time is it? You're waking people up so early. Consider yourself lucky. It could have been much worse," Bai Ji Shi teased, blaming Ye Qing for allowing their daughters to learn such an embarrassing way to wake someone. All right, I'm getting up," Ye Qing sighed, heading to wash up alongside Bai Ji Shi. After all, he was still a university student. For someone his age, waking up at 9 would be perfectly reasonable. After washing up and having breakfast, Ye Qing's phone rang. He stepped outside and shortly returned, opening the trunk of his car and pulling out several small boxes. He entered, opened the first box, revealing a silver-white necklace adorned with small, sparkling gems. Though not particularly large, the combination exuded an air of elegance with a hint of playfulness, perfectly suited for a poised young woman. "How beautiful!" the two girls exclaimed, with Yu stretching her neck to get a better look. "It's not for you," Ye Qing chuckled, patting her head before turning to Bai Ji Shi. "Ji Shi, this is for you. I'll put it on for you," he said as he approached her from behind, gathering her hair into a bun. As he adorned her neck with the necklace, he couldn't help but gently caress her smooth, pale skin, causing her to shiver slightly. Ye Qing noted her sensitivity, but opted not to tease further, simply finishing the task. "All right," he proclaimed, leading Bai Ji Shi to the mirror, followed closely by the two little girls. "Wow, Mommy looks so beautiful." Yes. Yu and Xiao Rou chorused, showering their mother with compliments. "Not bad." Ye Qing nodded in agreement, observing the envious gazes of the two girls. "All right, no more jealousy over your mother. Daddy has gifts for you as well." "Really? Thank you, Daddy," the girls squealed, trailing after Ye Qing like little shadows, eager not to fall behind. "Here, these are for you," Ye Qing said, pointing to two boxes. The girls opened them slowly, revealing matching bracelets that resembled their mother's necklace, a delightful family set. "How beautiful, Daddy," Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Xiao Rou also lifted her bracelet, gazing at it with awe. "Come here, let me help you put them on," Ye Qing said, adorning their little wrists. The bracelets fit perfectly, their chubby arms complementing the delicate accessories. Mommy, look how pretty." "Very pretty," Bai Ji Shi replied, giggling. "All right, come help me pack some tea leaves for your grandma." Ye Qing beckoned, and the two girls rushed over, eagerly filling their hand with leaves. Ye Qing couldn't help but wince. This was a rare and precious to Hong Pao. Even for his father-in-law, he was reluctant to part with it. Ahem, that should suffice. Too much tea will keep your grandfather awake. Huh, is that all? We haven't tea even begun. Yu protested, eyeing the half-filled box with a look of longing. That's more than enough, truly. Ye Qing insisted, while by Ji she stifled a laugh at his expression, gently patting the girls. All right, it's time for us to get ready to leave. Let us go get our little reunion and our little Pegasus. Once the girls emerged, Ye Qing observed Yu, one arm cradling the plush toy while the other held the little Pegasus, while Xiao Rou clutched a large bag of snacks. Oh dear, you two. Ye Qing sighed, scooping them up and placing them in the car. With the navigation system activated, the four of them, along with the cat, set off. 2 hours later, they arrived in Yangcheng, a place Ye Qing was quite familiar with. Upon entering the neighborhood, Yu leaned against the armrest, observing the road ahead. Daddy, turn in here. Right turn ahead. Then, by Ji she turned to Yu, impressed with her precise directions leading them to her home. Once they reached the building, Ye Qing looked at Bai Ji. Shall we proceed, as you suggested? Yes. I do like to prepare a bit in advance, she replied, stepping out of the car and moving to the passenger side, leaning down to speak with Ye Qing. The angle combined with her loose clothing revealed a glimpse of her snow-white skin, nearly blinding him. Ye Qing inhaled sharply, but quickly chastised himself, mentally repeating, 3 years to start, maximum sentence indefinite. 3 years to start, maximum sentence indefinite. Wait, no, this is my future wife. He corrected himself, switching thoughts. A graceful lady deserves a gentleman's affection. His intentions were noble. He wanted to ensure that their daughters would have everything they needed, even if they no longer required milk. Chapter 31, The First Meeting with Grandparents. Ye Qing, I apologize for the inconvenience. Please wait a moment before coming over, or I can call you when I'm ready. All right, I'll take the 2 little ones out for a stroll. If you manage to convince them, give me a call. If anything arises, contact me immediately. Huh, Daddy, why are we going out for a stroll? Aren't we going to see Grandma and Grandpa? I'm taking you to buy a few things first. We'll return shortly. Oh, the 2 girls had no suspicions and merely rolled down the car windows, gazing up at their grandparents' residence. Not far away, 3 figures approached, each carrying numerous items. The man in the lead exuded an air of composure. Despite the weight he bore, he appeared unfazed by fatigue. The woman beside him and the girl carried a few lightweight plastic bags, looking quite at ease. Though the woman was in middle age, her beauty from youth was still evident. The girl beside her bore the promise of beauty, vibrant and lively, reminiscent of a neighbor's little sister. Hee, we're going to see my sister soon. Wow, you've grown up. You're not like when you were little anymore. Back then, your sister always stole your snacks, making you cry. Wang Ning remarked. Mom, it's all her fault. She bullied me, and you never scolded her, causing me to cry countless times. Bai Jiling huffed. Just wait until she gets married and has children. I'll steal her children's snacks. Bai Jiling declared indignantly. Bai Xingting shot her a glance. You're going to be an aunt soon. You shouldn't be bullying children. What's wrong with that? I was a child too. My sister bullied me. Besides, it's my first time being an aunt. Why should I accommodate you? Bai Jiling lifted her chin defiantly. Bai Xingting sighed helplessly. These 2 girls were his treasures, cherished and protected. He decided to let them be. Once your sister arrives, I'll tell her everything you just said. Wang Ning chuckled, watching to see if her sister would retaliate. She won't dare to hit me now. Hee, today we'll enjoy the benefits of having an older sister. Bai Jiling exclaimed, her gaze drifting towards the distance. Wow, whose new car is that? Is that a Rolls-Royce? It must cost millions. Whose is it? Her words drew her parents' attention, and they nodded in agreement. The car certainly looked extraordinary. However, their gazes soon shifted to a striking figure nearby, and they were momentarily taken aback. Isn't that Ji? They recognized Bai Ji leaning against the driver's window, appearing quite affectionate. Bai Jiling's mouth fell open in surprise. Sister, what's going on? Are you in a relationship? Wait, who's driving that car? A wealthy man? Aren't wealthy men usually older? Who could this one be? In an instant, images of portly middle-aged men flashed through Bai Jiling's mind. Oh no, my sister is infatuated. This can't be true. She's not that kind of person. Those wicked, wealthy people. Get my sister back. Bai Jiling fumed. Her curiosity piqued as she yearned to see who it was. However, before she could act, the Rolls-Royce turned around, heading towards them as if to exit the neighborhood. Wang Ning's face mirrored her anxiety as she grasped her husband Bai Xingting's hand. Bai Xingting's few strands of gray hair seemed to multiply as he too focused on the driver. As the car approached, they caught sight of the young man behind the wheel. "He is so handsome," Bai Ling exclaimed, her voice rising. Ye Qing's appearance shattered all of her previous assumptions. Gone were the images of rotund, middle-aged men. Instead, he resembled a dashing CEO, exuding charm and charisma. No wonder her sister was smitten. If presented with such a handsome man, she too might fall. Wang Ning let out a sigh of relief, and Bai Xingting's previously tense demeanor eased. He contemplated the need to inquire about his daughter's relationship upon their return home, reminding her to be cautious and not to be deceived, as there were many stories of wealthy individuals toying with emotions online. The trio's minds raced until the Rolls-Royce passed by. They noticed that the rear windows were still down, revealing two cherubic faces within. Seeing those familiar faces, Wang Ning's heart trembled, and memories of Bai Zhi's chubby cheeks flooded her mind. As the car moved past, it felt as though her heart was being squeezed, akin to the dread of a child being abducted. "Stop! Don't leave!" Wang Ning unconsciously shouted, startling Bai Xingting, and Bai Ling realizing the car had halted. Her embarrassment washed over her as she exchanged incredulous looks with her husband. Bai Ling, however, was perplexed. What just happened? Why are they acting like this? Is something wrong? Are they about to interrogate someone? She quickly glanced towards her sister, noticing that Bai Zhi, too, had been drawn in by the commotion. Yet, she stood there, equally bewildered, before rushing over with concern etched across her face. Time seemed to freeze until a small face emerged from the window. Those big eyes locked onto Wang Ning, Bai Xingting, and Bai Ling, a radiant smile breaking forth. "Grandma! Grandpa!" Ani, she called out, waving her tiny hand. Behind her, another small hand reached out as well. Boom! Those sweet utterances struck the trio's ears like thunder. Their eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they had just heard. These two little girls, what had they just called them? With a clatter, the groceries Wang Ning and Bai Xingting held fell to the ground, their bodies feeling as if they had turned to stone. Had their daughter become a mother before marriage? Chapter 32. It's my first time being an aunt. Why should I yield to you? However, Bai Xingtian soon regained her composure. Observing the faces of Yu and Xiaoro, she noted that although these two children bore an uncanny resemblance to her daughter in her youth, they could not possibly be her daughter's offspring. They appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old. Given that Zhishi was only 18 now, and had been pregnant for a year, that would make her merely 12. Surely, she had not yet matured. Furthermore, at that age, she was still in elementary school. They had been picking her up and dropping her off every day, witnessing her growth firsthand. It was utterly impossible. This situation fell off. As Bai Xingtian spoke, she glanced at her wife, offering her a reassuring look. Meanwhile, Bai Ling remained in a state of shock. The term aunt reverberated in her mind, as if it had drawn her into an alternate reality. Moments ago, she had been fantasizing about how to tease her sister once she had children, and now, in the blink of an eye, her sister was a mother? Bai Ling stared at her hands, then touched her lips. Was this some sort of divine intervention? Or had she become a great prophet? She realized she must be cautious with her words from now on. Ye Qing halted the car and exited the driver's seat. Observing the three individuals, it was evident they were Bai Zhi's parents and sister. Bai Zhi had intended to prepare them gradually, but it appeared that opportunity had vanished. She approached, capturing everyone's attention. She looked at her parents, met with their bewildered gazes, opened her mouth to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words. "Zhi, what is going on with these two children? Mom, Dad, can we please go home first? I promise to explain everything once we get back." Bai Zhi bit her lip, her demeanor indicating a desire to prevent her parents from further questioning. "Let's go home," she asserted. Her previously gentle gaze now transformed into one of determination. Her daughter's unexpected behavior caused Bai Xingtian, who had been resolute, to waver. Why was her daughter displaying such a countenance? "Home," Wang Ning said, trusting that her daughter would provide a reasonable explanation. She took Bai Xingtian's hand. leading him toward their home. Ye Qing drove back as well. A moment later, only Bai Zhiling remained, staring blankly at the scattered groceries. "Oh no, should I still keep the things I bought? Can someone help me carry them?" She called out, but when no one responded, she stomped her foot in frustration. Initially, she intended to follow, but then glanced at the groceries. Gritting her teeth, she began to pick up the items one by one, eventually carrying them in bags as she hurried forward. "So heavy," Bai Zhiling lamented. Ye Qing stopped the car, opened the back door, and lifted the two little ones down. The girls gathered their belongings, with Yu still clutching a round plush toy. The two children, resembling lively kittens, appeared before Bai Zhishi's parents. Their short legs, chubby forms, and large eyes evoked an overwhelming sense of kinship, nearly bringing Wang Ning to tears. This was incredibly perplexing. She was desperate to understand what had transpired. "Grandma, what's wrong?" "Hey, Grandma, did you dye your hair? It seems like you've lost a lot of white strands." Yu chimed in, circling Wang Ning to inspect her. Beside them, Xiao grasped by Xing Tian's finger. "Grandpa, I want to ride a horse." Yu exclaimed, "Me too." The two little girls began to chatter, oblivious to the thickening tension in the air. Watching the seemingly familiar children, Bai Xing Tian and his wife found themselves at a loss for how to react. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" "Grandma, why are you acting so strange today?" The little girls inquired, puzzled. Just then, Ye Qing approached, lifting each child into his arms. "Grandma and Grandpa might be tired. Let's head home first." He exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Zhishi. Bai Zhishi took her parents' hands, and together with Ye Qing, they entered the elevator. As the doors closed, a figure rushed towards them, Bai Zhiling, struggling under the weight of several bags, panting heavily. "Isn't anyone going to help me? Am I not the daughter? What am I even doing here?" She huffed, feeling exasperated. Upon returning home, she found the two little girls comfortably settled on the sofa, engrossed in a cartoon while munching on snacks. "These two little ones sure are friendly," Bai Zhiling muttered, closing the door behind her. The master bedroom door swung open, revealing Wang Ning, her expression serious as she beckoned Bai Zhiling. "Come here, quickly." "Oh, coming." Bai Zhiling realized it was time to discuss the origins of these two children. In the room, 5 individuals stood together. Bai Zhishi finally spoke. "Yes, Mom and Dad, these two are my children." The declaration was a stunning revelation that seemed to freeze time, causing Wang Ning to falter, collapsing into a chair behind her. Bai Zhiling's mouth fell agape, as if she were about to choke on an egg. "Truly my sister's daughters?" But she was only 12 or 13 when she had them. "This is absurd. However, these are the children of Ye Qing and me." Future. As everyone looked on with confusion, Ye Qing began to explain. As he spoke, Wang Ning's gaze shifted to Bai Xing Tian, her eyes filled with a mix of shock, incomprehension, and the desire to take Ye Qing and Bai Zhishi to the hospital for verification. When the explanation concluded, silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, a sharp clap echoed, drawing everyone's attention. Bai Zhiling had unexpectedly slapped Ye Qing, leaving him momentarily stunned. She took a small step back, saying, "Was that half a step you took really necessary?" The impact of such a small action is surprisingly great. Wang Ning scolded, "What are you causing a ruckus for?" "I'm merely trying to ascertain if I'm dreaming. This is so surreal yet so real." "But it hurts." "This is a paternity test. Both Ye Qing and I have confirmed our relationship with these two little girls. I understand this is difficult to accept, and we struggle with it ourselves before ultimately deciding to bring the children home. There is additional evidence. These children have never met you, nor have they visited our house. Yet, upon seeing you, they called you Grandma and Grandpa so affectionately. At home, they immediately turned on the television and began watching cartoons." Bai Zhishi explained, handing over the proof. "Please leave for now. We need some quiet time." Wang Ning received the document, pausing for a moment before speaking softly. "You should go." Ye Qing nodded, taking Bai Zhishi's hand, "Uncle and Aunt, you truly need some time to process this. Your initial reaction was quite intense. You nearly called the police on me." "Exactly." Bai Zhishi shot Ye Qing a reproachful glance. "You shouldn't mention a heart-shaped birthmark on a girl's rear end so casually. If it were a different girl, that slap would have been unavoidable." She turned back to Bai Xing Tian, who nodded in agreement. The two exited, closing the door behind them. Bai Zhiling leaned in closer, examining the paternity test results. "Oh my, it really is true. Had I not just finished reading the 3-body problem, I fear I would truly be overwhelmed. Why not perhaps? You all give the three-body problem a read as well? Wang Ning raised his gaze and cast a single piercing glance at her. A mere look that bore an oppressive force, causing Bai Jilin to abruptly close her mouth. I have instructed you to leave. Why do you remain here? Bai Jilin replied. I thought you were referring to your elder sister and her companion. Am I not included? Wang Ning shot her another glare. Bai Jilin swiftly retreated. Chapter 33. Grandmother. Our little pig cup is missing with a heart full of indignation, she thought. How could this entire family with the surname Bai be bullied by someone with the surname Wang? Where's the justice in this? It is all because old Bai dotes too much on his wife. After she emerged, she gazed at the two little ones and found the photo album, pulling out pictures of Bai Ji from her childhood. Then she gently patted Yu Yu's shoulder. Yu Yu looked over at Bai Ji and instinctively hid her snacks from her younger sister. Bai Ji, what does this mean? What is that gesture supposed to convey? One hand held the photo while the other supported Yu Yu's chin for comparison. Hiss, they resemble each other too closely. No wonder Mom and Dad reacted so strongly. Annie, what's wrong? Nothing. Just checking if they are from our bloodline. Huh? Yu Yu did not grasp the implication. Bai Ji, she then tapped her head, chiding, What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just teasing her. Why did you hit me, sister? As she spoke, Bai Ji embraced Yu Yu. The soft and squishy feeling was delightful, leaving Bai Ji in a state of bewilderment. Yu Yu rested her head against Bai Ji's chest. After a while, she shifted positions and finally sat up with an annoyed huff. Auntie, you're so stiff. Not at all as comfortable as Mom. Boom. That statement struck like thunder. Bai Ji glanced at the spot where Yu Yu had just rested her head, which was flat, then looked at her older sister, who was bountifully endowed. Ugh, children do not lie. A mental blow. This child is a master tormentor. In an instant, Bai Ji felt she might go mad. Why was it that when she was a child, she was bullied by her sister, and now that she has grown up, she is being bullied by her sister's daughter? Bai Ji seethed with frustration. Nevertheless, she had fully embraced Bai Ji's assertion that these two little ones had traversed time from the future. Perhaps it was due to her having read numerous time travel novels. But she felt a stark contrast between the present state of her parents and the two children. However, this state of affairs might very well flip. While Bai Ji's parents might gradually come to terms with it, Bai Ji might find herself questioning it in the dead of night. Go away. Let us watch some television. I'd rather pet the kittens. These children are truly unendearing, Bai Ji huffed, earning several side glances from Bai Ji. She pretended not to notice, yet her gaze kept drifting toward the two little girls. Was this peculiar sensation perhaps a connection of blood? At this moment, Bai Ji began to oscillate between doubt and belief. In the room, Bai Ting meticulously reviewed the paternity test results once more. What do you think? Our daughter Wu Ti concoct such a ridiculous excuse regarding matters like this. Indeed, I feel the same. However, this situation is exceedingly perplexing, Bai Ting sighed. But those two children truly resemble Bai Ji as a child, which is why I spoke up at that time. It's uncanny. I wouldn't believe they weren't her children. Call Bai Ji in. I have a few more questions to ask her, he instructed. When Bai Ji entered, Wang Ning proceeded to inquire about his other concerns, including Ye Qing, their future marriage, and the care of the children, covering every aspect. As Bai Ji listened, she understood that her mother had most likely accepted her explanation. When Wang Ning heard Bai Ji, she had made such thorough arrangements, he furrowed his brow. Xiao Yi is a thoughtful child. She is also responsible. A good child, Wang Ning nodded, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, daughter, you and Ye Qing. Is there anything? Anything what? Bai Ji looked at her mother's expression, seemingly understanding. Instantly, her face flushed. Mom, what are you talking about? There is absolutely nothing between Ye Qing and me. I'm still. As she spoke, she caught sight of Bai Ting, who looked awkward. Raising her voice, she exclaimed, Dad, can't you see Mom and I are discussing something private? Could you please step outside? All right. Bai Ting breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly exited. He had felt he should have left earlier. However, judging by his daughter's reaction, it appeared nothing had transpired between her and Ye Qing. As for what was discussed behind closed doors, he was oblivious. A little later, as Yu munched on snacks. She felt a thirst creeping in. She jumped off the sofa, searching the room. After opening several cabinets and peering inside, she dashed toward the master bedroom. Knock, knock, knock. She rapped on the door. Wang Ning opened it, staring at Yu, unsure how to respond. Grandma, my sister and I can't find our little pig cup. Where did you put it? Little pig cup? What is that? Wang Ning was taken aback by the question, appearing flustered. However, she bent down to scoop Yu up, gently stroking her soft little face as she inquired. The pig cup, the one you bought for me and my sister. It's our special cup with 2 little pigs on it. I just checked the cabinet where I keep the cups, but I couldn't find it, Yu described. Wang Ning then realized this little pig cup was something she would buy for the 2 children many years later. Where could she find it now? What's going on? Bai Ting approached upon hearing the commotion. Grandpa, the little pig cup is missing, Yu reiterated earnestly. Huh? Bai Ting was also puzzled by the little girl's inquiry. Quick, tell me where you put the little pig cup. Wang Ning urged, glancing at Bai Ting. Bai Ting froze momentarily. He had just passed by. How had he suddenly become the scapegoat? After a long pause, he tentatively spoke. Uh-oh, Yu, I'm sorry. Your grandpa accidentally dropped and broke your little pig cup. Would you like me to take you to buy a new one? As he spoke, Bai Ting hurriedly patted Yu's head, fearing she might burst into tears. After all, she was his beloved granddaughter. If she cried, his heart would shatter alongside hers. What? Yu exclaimed, struggling to wriggle out of her grandmother's embrace. Then took her grandpa's hand to inspect it closely. What's wrong, Yu? Bai Ting asked, bewildered. I'm checking to see if you hurt your hand, Grandpa. What happened to your hand? Little Ro, hearing this, scampered over with concern. Chapter 34. The generational kinship and bloodline pressure. 2 little girls clutched their grandfather's hand, their anxious expressions revealing their concern. This adorable sight left both Wang Ning and Bai Xingtian momentarily speechless, particularly Bai Xingtian. The gentle, soft touch in his hand and their caring words transported him back to the days of his own little cotton jackets. Moreover, these children were the future offspring of Ye Qing, representing a bond of generational affection that deeply moved Bai Xingtian. Beside him, Wang Ning could not help but feel envious. Had she known it would come to this, she would have spoken up sooner, relishing the warmth of concern from the 2 little girls. Nevertheless, she decided to let her husband bear the brunt of the blame, believing he deserved a modicum of compensation. Bai Xingtian squatted down and lifted the 2 girls into his arms, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face as he felt them snuggle against his shoulder. This sensation was exquisite. His own little cotton jackets had grown, and now 2 new ones had arrived. He glanced over at Bai Qing and Bai Ling. Qing was enjoying some fruit, occasionally offering a piece to Ye Qing. Bai Ling was engrossed in the animated film chosen by Yu and Xiaoro, appearing quite captivated, one hand delving into a snack bag, munching joyfully. Alas, his own 2 little cotton jackets had matured. One was destined to be claimed by another, while the other seemed to have already broken the wind. He decided to let it go. No worries, Grandpa is fine, and there's no harm done. I just feel embarrassed about breaking your cup. You can use another one for now, and I'll buy you new ones when I go out. As long as Grandpa was all right, that was all that mattered. We could just drink from other cups, the girls chirped. With those words, Bai Xingtian cast a proud glance at Wang Ning, who had clearly shifted from her earlier confusion and astonishment. As she began to grasp the situation, she gradually accepted it. She stepped into the kitchen, retrieved 2 new cups, washed them diligently 3 times, and then poured in warm water, bringing them back to the 2 little girls. You must be thirsty after those snacks. Here, have some warm water. You shouldn't eat too many snacks at once. Even Wang Ning's tone softened as she addressed the 2 little ones. Bai Ling, lounging on the sofa, looked over and chimed in, Mom, I want some water too. Can you pour me a bit? Don't you have legs? Wang Ning's tone suddenly turned stern. Bai Ling, why not? Just because I'm your daughter doesn't mean I can't ask for water. The granddaughter didn't even ask for water. She simply inquired about the cups. And you brought out 2 cups of warm water? Is this fairness? Oof. In a huff, Bai Ling indulged in a few more snacks, seemingly venting her frustration. A while later, the 2 little girls returned, climbing onto the sofa beside Bai Ling. She affectionately stroked their chubby little faces with one hand while her other hand rummaged through the snack bag. What's up? Bai Ling, now warming up to the two girls, began to accept them more. Reflecting on the earlier photo comparison, she realized these two were merely younger versions of her sister. Having been teased by her sister since childhood, was it now time to return the favor? She stroked her chin thoughtfully, scrutinizing the two little girls. Xiaoro, noticing her gaze, leaned closer and said, "Annie, why are you looking at me? I miss you, Annie. It's been so long since I've seen you." Those words made Bai Ling feel not just warmth in her heart, but a burning sensation. Wait, hiss. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She instructed the two girls to sit still. You two, Annie has something very important to ask you. So, think carefully, all right? The girls, sensing her seriousness, sat cross-legged. Ye Qing, Bai Shi, and the grandparents were drawn over, curious about Bai Ling's intentions. Annie wants to know if you think my boyfriend is handsome. Is he as handsome as Hugo? This question elicited smirks from everyone present. Bai Ye Qing. Grandparents. You're peering into the future. However, it was indeed a clever approach. I don't know. I've never seen him. The two little girls replied resolutely. Don't you have any hints? Think carefully, Bai Ling coaxed gently. Auntie, you study far away, and we rarely see you. You always come back alone. Xiaoro pondered. As for Yu, she furrowed her brows, standing up with her hands on her hips. Auntie, how strange are you? If your boyfriend is handsome, wouldn't you know? Why ask us? Her remark caused the grandparents to nod in agreement. Yu's quick-witted response turned the tables, while Xiaoro, soft and gentle, simply answered as asked. Yes, such a sister and such a younger cousin were indeed a perfect match. Auntie, Annie, Bai Ling sighed. It seemed she wouldn't be able to extract any information from them. After all, they were merely 4 or 5-year-old children. What could they possibly remember? It appeared that she would have to explore her future on her own. Furthermore, if she pressed on with inquiries, she might raise Yu's suspicions. And that would be counterproductive. Rising, she went to pour some water. Just then, Yu's voice rang out, Grandma. And he finished all my snacks. Hearing this, Bai Ling felt a chill run down her spine. She had been engrossed in watching television earlier, neglecting the two little girls while plotting to extract information from them about her future. In her distraction, she had devoured all their snacks. And those snacks were absolutely delectable. Now it was over. She sensed a piercing gaze fixated on her, as if a terrifying weight had descended upon her, causing her legs to tremble involuntarily. Chapter 35. The mother-in-law grows fonder of her son-in-law in an instant. She seemed to comprehend why, when she was a child. Her older sister would flee so swiftly whenever she complained about her snacks being pilfered. Now, she herself wished fervently for 3 legs. Moreover, the pressure she faced now far surpassed what her sister experienced back then. Can you withstand the powerful bond of intergenerational affection? Bai Ling, you are truly famished. You've devoured all the children's treats. Stop right there. Just watch how I'll discipline you. With a swift motion, Bai Ling darted back in her room and locked the door. No matter what her mother shouted from outside, she refused to budge. Ultimately, her mother had to leave in frustration. Bai she glanced awkwardly at Ye Qing, feeling defeated by her own sister. Yet, the poor girl had endured her fair share of bullying. Having been tormented in her childhood, she now sought to assert herself over her sister as children, only to find herself overpowered once more. It seemed she had always been at the mercy of others, never able to turn the tide. After a while, Bai Ting approached the door and whispered a few words to his wife. Wang Ning nodded in agreement. Come out. This time I'll let you off the hook. You can take the 2 children out to buy some snacks, a little piggy cup, and perhaps some clothes. Had the tempest already passed so swiftly? Bai Ling opened the door. Or should we invite this storm to intensify? No, that would be unbearable. She quickly waved her hands and returned to her room to assess her pocket money and red envelope savings, tallying it all up. In the end, she took everything, determined to face the year with a spirit of resilience. Come on, you 2 little rascals. Today you shall witness the splendor of the god of wealth, Bai Ling declared, prompting the 2 girls to scamper over eagerly. Auntie, are we going to the mall? We want to eat candied hawthorn. Of course. Auntie has money. Bai Ling patted her chest in assurance, though lacking the exuberance that Bai she exuded. All right, Let us first bring in the things from the car, Ye Qing suggested, rising to her feet. Uncle and Annie, I brought you some gifts. They're in the trunk. Ye Qing, you really didn't have to. Bai Ting began, but Wang Ning tugged at him, signaling him to look at the puzzled Yo-Yo scratching her head. Ye Qing quickly realized the awkwardness of the situation. After all, in the timeline ahead, the first thing to change would be how she addressed them. And there was no reason for such formality. Let us hurry down and get everything. Bai Ji, she interjected, taking the hands of the two girls and leading them outside. With a sigh of relief, Bai Ting observed as the two little girls exited. Yo-Yo was very perceptive and observant. It seemed their interactions needed to feel more natural. He patted Ye Qing on the shoulder. Yo-Yo is quite clever and sharp-witted. Little Ro, on the other hand, has a gentle temperament but is very caring. Both children possess wonderful traits and are genuinely kind-hearted. Ye Qing smiled, pondering how she and Bai Ji she would raise their children. Having nurtured two such admirable kids, they were indeed fortunate. Ha! Bai Ting chuckled, and they all descended to help with the unloading. Soon, they returned with cigarettes, tea, and a beautifully wrapped gift box. Bai Ji she began distributing items according to Ye Qing's suggestions. Here, Jiling, this is from your sister, brother-in-law. Open it and see. The mention of brother-in-law made Bai Ji she blushed slightly. Brother-in-law, may I open it? Yes, but I wonder if you like it. Thank you, brother-in-law. I'm sure I will. Bai Ji Ling exclaimed, unabashedly addressing him as brother-in-law, leaving Bai Ji she feeling somewhat helpless. Thankfully, her two girls did not share her sister's disposition. Upon opening the box, she discovered a bracelet resembling those worn by Yo-Yo and Little Ro, though slightly longer. Wow, so beautiful. Thank you, brother-in-law. You are so kind. As long as you like it, he replied. Bai Ji Ling attempted to put it on, but glanced at her parents, seeking their approval, much like a child asking for permission when receiving a red envelope from relatives during the new year. We're all family now. There's no need for such formality, dear, Wang Ning reassured, responding to Bai Ji Ling's unspoken question. Sister, help me put on. Of course. Bai Ji she assisted her, commenting, it looks lovely. Great. Now we can set off, Bai Ji Ling announced, taking the hands of the two girls as they stepped outside. Hey, watch over them. Take good care of them. Don't let them wander off, Wang Ning admonished. Don't worry, Mom. I understand, Bai Ji Ling replied, waving her hand dismissively. Inside the house, only Bai Ji Shi and Ye Qing remained. They both recognized that the children's grandparents had deliberately sent Bai Ji Ling and the two kids out, likely to discuss something important. I'll go make some tea, Bai Ting declared. Ye Qing, try the new tea leaves I brought. They're quite nice. All right, let us give it a go. After brewing the tea, Bai Ting served everyone. Wang Ning looked at Ye Qing and spoke. We just heard from Ji Shi about the situation. To be honest, we are getting older, and it's quite hard for us to accept everything. However, seeing those two little girls, we realize you were right. They resemble Ji Shi so much in her childhood. That is why I intervened earlier when you were driving. Your uncle and I have discussed it, and since you both have studies to complete, we may not be retired yet, but we do have some free time. How about we take care of the children? Wang Ning proposed, her maternal instincts shining through. After all, caring for the children could alleviate some pressure from Ye Qing and her partner. If you have any needs, please don't hesitate to let us know. Wang Ning glanced at Ye Qing and added, Child, you've had a tough time lately. Bai Ting nodded in agreement. Acknowledging that Ye Qing lacked prior experience in raising children, and the sudden arrival of the kids must have been immensely stressful. Ye Qing pondered for a moment. I think it's best for the children to continue living with me for now. They are already accustomed to their environment at kindergarten. Changing their surroundings might not be beneficial, especially since these two children lack identification and household registration. The current kindergarten was arranged through connections, and we cannot guarantee that this one will accept them. I'll adopt a temporary solution for now and figure things out later. Ye Qing spoke up, prompting Wang Ning and Bai Ting to exchange glances, impressed by their future son-in-law's thorough considerations. He was indeed a responsible individual. They both smiled warmly at Bai Ji Shi, who, catching the meaning in her parents' eyes, bit her lip. Who could withstand such parental expressions? She was merely a pure college student. Meanwhile, a radiant light enveloped Ye Qing. Chapter 36, Distribution of Rewards. detected that the host has regained the approval of his wife's parents, rewarding him with Wuyo media, divine management, and financial capabilities. Ye Qing gazed at the luminous screen. It appeared that he had indeed earned the acceptance of his in-laws. The four of them sipped tea, engaging in light conversation. The absence of two children rendered the atmosphere somewhat less lively. Although it wasn't entirely dull, if Yu and Xiao were present, they would undoubtedly enliven the ambience. Meanwhile, at the shopping mall, Bai Jiling was leisurely wandering with Yu and Xiao. Each little girl held a skewer of candied hawthorn, savoring the treat. The crisp sugar coating crunched delightfully as they bit into it, their faces reflecting sheer enjoyment. At that moment, they had changed into new attire, white sweatshirts emblazoned with the words, "I am the elder sister," and "I am a younger sister." Bai Jiling carried a large bag containing their previous outfits, along with clothes purchased for her sister, brother-in-law, and parents. If such attire could be termed family outfits, then this was truly impressive, a family ensemble. "Auntie, is it heavy? Let me help you carry it," Yu offered, glancing at Bai Jiling. "No need, dear. Annie can manage just fine," Bai Jiling replied. "Oh." Yu nodded and continued to munch on her treat while glancing around. "Just let me know if you want anything to eat, all right?" Bai Jiling encouraged. Got it, the trio strolled along, attracting considerable attention from passers-by. "Look at those adorable little ones." A woman gestured to her boyfriend, who turned to take a look and nodded in agreement. Indeed, the girls were irresistibly cute. "Just look at how they waddle. I wish I could take them home," exclaimed another onlooker. However, the last remark reached Bai Jiling's ears, causing her to become immediately vigilant. She hurriedly quickened her pace, closely trailing behind the two girls, exuding a protective demeanor. Her serious gaze surveyed the surroundings, making the speaker feel somewhat awkward. "Andy, I want to eat that." Yu pointed at a stall selling fried snacks. All right, let's buy some," Bai Jiling said, ready to indulge as she had planned a spending spree that day. "Do you want any of this?" she inquired, taking the initiative. "No, that's enough. We still have to eat Grandma's cooking for lunch," Xiao replied. "Yeah, the teachers at kindergarten don't let us eat too many snacks," Yu added. "You two are quite well behaved," Bai Jiling remarked, recalling her previous conversation with the girls. It seemed she would soon be attending a university in another city. As for a boyfriend, that was undoubtedly out of the question. Given her personality, if she had found someone special, she would want the whole world to know. How could her two little nieces remain oblivious? How infuriating. "I'm not that far behind my sister, so why can't I find a good man?" Bai Jiling fumed, placing her hands on her hips and gazing down with a hint of exasperation. Though the differences were slight, it hardly warranted such despair. Alas, she sighed. Fate is preordained. Perhaps she could move in with her sister and help watch the children. Surely her sister would welcome that. "Auntie, I want some water. Did you bring the big cup?" "The one you always take when we go out," Xiao said. Bai Jiling was momentarily taken aback. This situation mirrored one from over a decade ago. Where would she have gotten a large cup? Moreover, she was still a high school girl herself. She seldom carried hot water when going out, opting instead for a bottle of room-temperature mineral water or bubble tea when thirsty. "Annie didn't bring it today. Let us look for a shop that sells hot water," Bai Jiling suggested, contemplating that she might need to head to the dining area for some. However, the two girls had already dashed off in another direction. "Hey, wrong way. That's the jewelry section. This way," Bai Jiling called out, but the little ones were oblivious, forcing her to follow, burdened with a large bag. As the two girls ran ahead, they neared the entrance of Cartier, where the female store manager and her assistant were instructing staff. "Deliver this to this address for Ms. Zhang." After giving instructions, the manager turned to head back, only to spot the two little ones approaching. A smile blossomed on her face. They were such adorable children. If she could capture a few videos to post on Douyin, they could probably attract quite a following. They had the potential to be national treasures. "They're just so precious. I want to take them home," she mused, watching them run with a delightful bounce. The two women exchanged amused glances, but then the manager's attention was drawn to the bracelets adorning the girl's wrists. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she gasped, unable to comprehend what she was witnessing. Rubbing her eyes, she took a closer look, her mouth twitching in shock. With long strides, she hurried over, her high heels clicking briskly against the floor. "Hey, wait!" The assistant was momentarily stunned. thinking the manager was joking about wanting to take the girls home. You can't be serious. Their aunt is right behind. The assistant quickly followed suit, catching up to her. The manager knelt before the two girls, her face lighting up with a warm smile. "Auntie, this sister is so beautiful," Yu exclaimed, turning to Bai Zhiling as she approached. The remark made the manager blush profusely, yet she couldn't suppress a smile. Children never lie. Her affection for the two girls grew even stronger. The assistant arrived just in time, and the little ones looked up, furrowing their brows. "Auntie, why can't I see this sister's face? Look, I can see your face like this," Yu queried, puzzled. In that moment, Bai Zhiling nearly fainted. What else could it be? She was the fruitful branch, while her aunt was merely a barren twig. The assistant quickly understood and knelt down to pat the girls' heads. Yu giggled, taking hold of the assistant's hand. The bracelet on her wrist caught the assistant's eye, and she gasped in astonishment, quickly glancing back at the manager, who nodded in silent affirmation. No wonder she was the manager. The assistant felt a surge of admiration. "Sister, do you have any hot water here? My sister is thirsty and wants a drink," Yu said, as if aware of her charm, gently shaking the assistant's arm. That little shake nearly melted the assistant's heart. Chapter 37. Snatching the Young. Snatching the young? You say snatching the young? Indeed, the assistant manager declared with an unmistakable grin plastered on her face. "Why don't you come in and take a break too? Come here. Let me hug you," she said, pulling the little girl, Yu, into her embrace, relishing the softness of the child as she rose to her feet, albeit with some effort. "Oof, this little one is rather heavy," she remarked. The manager then gathered the little girl, Xiaoro, into her arms and turned to Bai Zhiling. "Madam, why don't you have a seat in our store? The children must be thirsty. Let us fetch some warm water for you all to rest." Bai Zhiling gazed at the entrance of Cartier, now a high school student. Although her understanding of luxury brands was still superficial, she could discern that the items within this store must be exorbitantly priced. The sheer opulence was evident. She stepped inside, where the two little girls were placed on a nearby sofa, while a staff member went to fetch warm water. Bai Zhiling stood by the counter, scrutinizing the price tags, her eyes narrowing in disbelief. "How many digits are there? I can't take it anymore. I feel faint." She cast a pleading glance at the two little girls. "Yu Xiaoro, come save your aunt. I'm about to be overwhelmed by these figures." As a high schooler, she felt ecstatic when her parents gave her a few hundred yuan. How could she possibly cope with these prices? However, the assistant manager had a knack for entertaining children, making the two girls giggle, completely oblivious to Bai Zhiling's plight. Steeling herself, she approached them. Moments later, the staff returned with warm water. The manager took it, gauging the temperature with her hand, and then offered it to the two little girls. They sipped eagerly, with Xiaoro finishing her cup in no time. "Thank you, big sister," she chirped. The manager then retrieved some snacks, but the little girls declined. "No more snacks, or we want to have room for dinner. Mom will surely scold us when we get home." "Yes, we've had enough," Xiaoro added, patting her little belly, showing admirable self-restraint. "What excellent upbringing." The manager couldn't help but exclaim. She turned to see Bai Zhiling sipping her warm water slowly. The manager then produced a business card and handed it to Bai Zhiling. "Madam, here's my card. Should you need anything, please feel free to contact me. Perhaps I could show you around? It seems these two little girls are tired from shopping and could use a rest." Bai Zhiling observed the two girls lounging on the sofa, clearly at ease, and felt a wave of despair wash over her. She could only hope they wouldn't suddenly demand something, or else her pocket money would be insufficient. It felt as though she might have to advance her allowance for the next 30 years. "Oh wait, once I turn 18, there won't be any more pocket money," she mused. Just then, she heard the voice she dreaded the most. "Auntie, everything here is so beautiful. We want to see more," exclaimed one of the girls. "Oh no, today I might just lose my fortune." Bai Zhiling thought to herself. It's all a trap. Warm water, snacks, it's all a ploy. She quickly devised a strategy. No matter the embarrassment, she must refrain from purchasing anything. "Oh, right, I probably can't afford any of this anyway." Determined, Bai Zhiling led the two little girls to browse the store. They became quite enchanted. "Wow, Annie, this is so pretty. And this one too." Each compliment from the girls tugged at Bai Zhiling's frayed nerves. "Madam, should you fancy any item, I can bring it out for you to try," the manager offered, Trying at 1T help. I can't afford anything here. Your items are far too extravagant for a high school student like me. Bai Jiling replied candidly. The manager chuckled. Oh, you jest. Aren't the lovely bracelets on your wrist from our brand? They are the latest limited edition. What? Bai Jiling felt a wave of disbelief wash over her as she looked at her bracelet. Is that true? The manager produced a newly arrived brand magazine and other promotional materials to explain further. After a moment, Bai Jiling accepted that the bracelet she wore, along with those of the two little girls, was indeed a new limited edition piece. This bracelet was a gift from my brother-in-law, so I wasn't aware. I thought it was just an ordinary accessory. Ah, I see. Your brother-in-law has exquisite taste. May I inquire about the price of these items? Bai Jiling asked. The manager leaned closer and whispered the price in her ear. Bai Jiling gasped, feeling a rush of exhilaration and disbelief. Is this bracelet really worth that much? Indeed, it's a limited edition, typically unavailable at regular stores. It's usually reserved for priority clients, the manager added. Oh heavens, my brother-in-law must be quite wealthy. What a lavish gift. While she was still reeling from the shock, the two little girls remained blissfully unaware of any monetary concerns, continuing to frolic with the assistant manager in the store. Auntie, shall we go home? It must be nearly noon, and Grandma will be waiting anxiously for us, they urged, bringing Bai Jiling back to reality. All right, let us head home. She couldn't wait to share this with her parents, fearing that her brother-in-law's other gifts might also be extravagant. Yet, no one seemed to recognize their value. She observed the two little girls, noting that they had not once uttered a request for anything throughout the visit. They were truly well-behaved. Wait a minute, I can't be the one to look after them. I should let my sister take care of them instead. Then I might have such obedient children. If I were to take care of them, they'd be just as unruly as I am. Bai Jiling pondered, her self-awareness strikingly clear. Yes, that seems the right approach. Oh, never mind. My wretched boyfriend is probably off somewhere. Why am I thinking so far ahead? She scolded herself, leading the two little girls home, leaving behind a warm and enviable scene for the shoppers in the mall. Chapter 38. The family portrait. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Yu and Xiao gazed at the doorbell, unable to reach it. They could only tap on the door with their small hands, calling out, Grandma and Grandpa, we're back with Annie. Inside the room, upon hearing the voices, Bai Xingtian sprang to his feet, with Wang Ning doing the same. Both hurried towards the door, ready to open it, leaving Ye Qing and Bai Jishi momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances and burst into silent laughter. It seemed the affection of grandparents was indeed genuine. Bai Jishi sighed, pondering that if she or her sister had returned, their parents would likely remain seated on the couch, steadfast and unmoving. As the door swung open, Grandma and Grandpa, exclaimed the children. Oh my two little darlings, is that new clothing you are wearing? Grandma remarked, nodding in approval at the new outfits. It's from Annie. Xiao chimed in, tugging at her dress to show her grandparents. Has Annie been taking good care of you? Has she bullied you at all? Bai Xingtian inquired, his worry deepening since Bai Jiling's departure, recalling how she had been mercilessly teased by Bai Jishi during their childhood. With a hint of mischief, Bai Jiling replied, How presumptuous! What could I possibly do? They're just two little ones. Could I truly bully them? She huffed, feigning annoyance. Dad, Mom, do you think our new clothes are beautiful? They asked. Indeed, they are lovely, Ye Qing responded, glancing at Bai Jiling with a smile, expressing gratitude. Bai Jiling felt a bit awkward at her brother-in-law's thanks, as the clothes were not particularly expensive, while the gifts from her brother-in-law were quite lavish. Is this all the clothing you brought? Bai Jishi asked, rummaging through a bag. Moments later, she produced several unopened garments. Uh-huh, I knew there would be more, she exclaimed, taking her own outfit to change in her room. Come on, let us all change and take a family photo later, Bai Xingtian suggested, leading Ye Qing to a separate room to change. In the midst of two grown men, modesty was a trivial concern as they quickly changed. Once Bai Xingtian was ready and turned around, he was taken aback by Ye Qing's chiseled physique. Wow, he thought, unable to restrain a curse from escaping his lips. This guy is unexpectedly muscular. He has certainly changed from his younger days. He recalled his own past, where he had been less than impressive, struggling to lift his bride during their wedding, resulting in an awkward moment. Reflecting on those days, Bai Xingtian sighed, realizing that the comparison was futile. He was confident that his daughter's wedding would not mirror his and his wife's embarrassing moments. After changing, they emerged to find Bai Jiling had already set up her phone and was arranging positions for the photo. Brother-in-law, you and my sister should stand behind mom and dad, while the two little girls sit in grandma and grandpa's laps. Perfectly symmetrical, she declared, only to pause in realization. Wait, where do I stand? Why are you just standing there? Come here. Bai Jishi beckoned her. With a playful grin, Bai Jiling rushed over to lean against her sister, stretching her hand out to form a heart shape. However, she received no response. Turning her head, she saw her sister blushing as she formed a heart shape with Ye Qing. Bai Jiling exclaimed in frustration, "What is this? How unfair. Even dogs have their dignity. Just wait until I have a boyfriend, ugh. That cursed future boyfriend." Having prepared everything, Bai Jiling set the camera to auto-shoot. "Grandpa, smile," she urged. But Wang Ning sighed beside her. "Your grandpa rarely smiles in photos." Xiaoro, with a mischievous glint in her eye, reached out to tickle her grandpa. "Oh ha!" Grandpa chuckled, sensing the tickle, and embraced Xiaoro tightly, laughing heartily. "Click, click. All right, let me see how the photos turn out," Bai Jiling said, carefully selecting the best one. However, everyone's expressions were quite varied. Her father burst into laughter. Xiaoro appeared content, while Yu Yu and Wang Ning were amused. Meanwhile, her sister appeared bashful, and her brother-in-law was relaxed. As for herself, she noted the envy of the singletons around her. All right, everyone has their own charm. Let us go with this one," she announced, showing the photo to everyone. "Not bad." Bai Xingtian nodded in approval. "Very good." Wang Ning and the two little girls were also satisfied. Turning to Ye Qing and Bai Jishi, Bai Jiling remarked, "You two look like you're in a wedding photo." This comment made Bai Jishi blush even deeper, as she had felt the same way. It was their first time forming a heart together, a strange sensation. "Could you send me the original photo?" Bai Jishi requested. "What do you want it for?" Bai Jiling replied, playfully. "What could I possibly do with it?" Bai Jishi shrugged, thinking she simply wanted it for wallpaper. "This photo is the result of my meticulous effort in arranging the angles and positions. You know, this photo represents my beloved family and friends. What do you expect? You'll have to pay for it." Bai Jishi retorted, "Can your antics be any less than your bus size?" Bai Jiling, "I'll cover the expenses." Ye Qing chimed in, pulling out his phone. "Hey, brother-in-law, that's not fair. I was just joking around with my sister. I still have plenty of pocket money. I don't need you to cover anything." She had already posted in the group chat. Not far away, Bai Xingtian waved his phone. "Come, let us have some tea before dinner." Bai Jiling, feeling parched, took a sip of tea. "Wow, so smooth and aromatic. This tea is delightful. Far superior to what I've tasted from Dad's other selections." "Oh, Dad, this tea is quite good today," she remarked. "It's tea that your brother-in-law brought. It's excellent." Grandpa responded as Xiaoro prepared to pour some tea into her new pig cup. Hey. Bai Xingtian quickly intervened. "Children can't drink this." "Why not? Kids want tea be able to sleep. Here, let Grandpa pour you some hot water instead." "All right," they agreed. After pouring, Bai Xingtian turned to find Bai Jiling studying the tea intently, as if analyzing something. "What are you doing?" he asked, sipping from his cup. Suddenly, a message notification popped up on his phone from Bai Jiling. He glanced at it, and then cough. An urgent fit of coughing erupted. Chapter 39, Mother. It has been a long time since you called father husband. This unexpected declaration startled everyone. The two little girls hurriedly climbed onto the sofa, rushing to pat Bai Xingtian's back. Bai Jiling was equally astonished. "What's with you, Dad? Why are you so agitated?" Even Ye Qing and Bai Jishi, who were busy in the kitchen, leaned out to see what was wrong. "I'm fine, I just choked a bit." "All right, Yo-Yo and Xiaoro. You don't need to pat me anymore. Grandpa is much better now. Thank you." Bai Xingtian regained his composure and glanced at the two little ones who had already turned their attention to a cartoon, then looked at the three in the kitchen. He then approached Bai Jiling and whispered, "Is that bracelet of yours really worth so much?" "Indeed," the store manager assured me emphatically, "and it's a limited edition. Money alone won't suffice. One needs connections to acquire it." The two little girls sported bracelets of considerable value, and Bai Jiling's necklace was even more expensive. However, her brother-in-law's Rolls-Royce was worth millions, indicating that he was not short on funds. Handsome, wealthy, kind-hearted, and good to his family. Why can't I find such a boyfriend? Oh, That wretched future boyfriend of mine. Bai Jiling lamented, rubbing her head in despair. Your brother-in-law has a great physique. Puffed. Another dagger to Bai Jiling's heart. How good? Better than this? She produced a shirtless photo of Peng Yuyan. Bai Xingtian seemed reluctant to delve further into the topic and merely nodded, leaving Bai Jiling in a state of shock. My sister is so lucky. I must ask my brother-in-law to help me find someone. As long as he is half as good as my brother-in-law, that would suffice. Bai Jiling silently resolved. Meanwhile, Bai Xingtian began to reassess the Dahong Pao tea he had poured himself, savoring its rich and smooth flavor. Indeed, this was something he had never tasted before. It seemed to hold considerable value. However, being a simple countryman, he could only exclaim, delicious. Dinner is ready. Stop watching TV, Bai Jishi announced as she opened the kitchen door. The two little ones turned off the television and rushed to help serve the dishes. Today's lunch was being prepared by Wang Ning, who firmly refused to let Ye Qing assist, insisting that her future son-in-law should not be tasked with cooking on his first visit. In the end, she relented and allowed them to help wash and prepare the vegetables. Let's eat. The meal was a joyous affair, with the two little girls devouring their rice with great enthusiasm. All right, you two can go play now. I'll take care of the cleanup, Wang Ning said. Once the dishes were cleared, Bai Jishi asked, Ye Qing, could you please pass me my cup? It was a bit far for her to reach, so she requested Ye Qing's help. Sure. Ye Qing handed it over without any thought of impropriety. However, Yo-Yo watched with a knitted brow. What are you thinking about, little one? Wang Ning asked as she picked up Yo-Yo. Are Mom and Dad fighting? This question drew everyone's attention, leaving Ye Qing and Bai Jishi momentarily dumbfounded. Fighting? Where did you get that idea? Bai Jishi said helplessly. Exactly. Mom usually calls Dad husband so gently. Only when she is angry does she use his full name. It has been a while since Mom called Dad husband. Have they been fighting for so long? Yo-Yo pondered, stroking her chin, analyzing the situation earnestly. An awkward silence enveloped the room. Bai Jishi was at a loss for words. How could she say that? If they were alone in the villa, perhaps she could muster the courage to whisper it out, but with so many people around, including her own parents, how could she possibly say it? Bai Jiling, on the other hand, chuckled mischievously, oh, sister, so this is how it is. Didn't you hear, Yo-Yo? Hurry and say it. Stop it. Bai Jishi bit her lip. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she glared at Bai Jiling. Under the pressure of familial ties, Bai Jiling quickly fell silent, sensing that her sister was blushing. If she pushed further, her sister might explode, and she certainly didn't want to face the consequences. Seeing the expectant gazes of Yo-Yo and Xiaoro, and then looking at Bai Jishi's hesitantly parted lips, Ye Qing stood up, positioning herself in front of Bai Jishi, leaning in close. Such a sweet voice. After saying that, Ye Qing affectionately patted Bai Jishi's head. Then, she froze. Goodness, I'm so used to patting Yo-Yo and Xiaoro that my hand unconsciously went to her head. Not far away, Yo-Yo and Xiaoro wore satisfied expressions, relieved to know that their parents were not fighting. Grandpa, we want to ride a horse. Ride? Ride a horse? Me? Bai Xingtian sighed, realizing that the two little girls were not new to this. He couldn't help but think that he had truly become more indulgent. All right, let us go ride a horse. Bai Xingtian led the two little ones into the room, with Wang Ning following suit. Grandpa, let Xiaoro ride first. No need. Grandpa can handle it. You both can come up. Will your old back hold up? Wang Ning commented from the side. Of course. Do you think I'm like my 10 years younger self? Bai Xingtian replied, inviting them both to climb up. Whoa, that's a bit heavy. He began to move. Grandpa, charge. Wang Ning watched with a mix of amusement and resignation, realizing that her usually stoic husband had become a playful horse for the children, a privilege that neither Bai Jiling nor Bai Jishi had enjoyed in their youth. Meanwhile, Ye Qing stood up, intending to head to the restroom, but in the next moment, her hand was suddenly grasped. Turning around, she found Bai Jishi's face flushed, her eyes sparkling like dewy blossoms, gazing at him with a look that was utterly enchanting. With such an expression, she could easily inspire deep affection. She was simply irresistible. The beauty of her countenance could overshadow even the most renowned beauties of legend. In an instant, Ye Qing was captivated. Nearby, Bai Jiling caught sight of this scene. Wow, sister, Are you really acting so coy? She exclaimed, munching on snacks, her eyes alight with anticipation, her face breaking into a knowing smile. Bai Zhiqi looked at Ye Qing, her face blooming with a radiant blush, and her lips parted slightly. Oh. Chapter 40. There are so many people here. Let us return to the room and speak loudly. Bai Zhilin's eyes were fixed intently on her older sister, her face brimming with anticipation, even slightly flushed. Bai Zhiqi's lips moved, and from her silent words, it seemed she had uttered those two characters. But her voice was too faint. Neither Ye Qing nor Bai Zhilin could catch what she said. Hey, who can hear such a soft voice? Speak up. Show some spirit, Bai Zhilin exclaimed, tapping the sofa in an excited manner. It was akin to a boy who, after preparing for a grand reveal, opened it only to find it was a mere children's cartoon. That was the feeling. Bai Zhiqi was already blushing, and Bai Zhilin's remark only intensified her embarrassment, causing her ears to take on a rosy hue. Ye Qing, observing her demeanor, felt a rush of affection. There's no rush. We will have plenty of time to shout later. For now, given the crowd, this will suffice, Ye Qing reassured her. After this statement, Bai Zhilin glanced around. Their parents and the children had retreated to another room, leaving her all alone. Well, look at that. Are you signaling me? She placed her hands on her hips, a defiant expression on her face. What's the deal? I'm just here enjoying a moment. Why target me? However, she realized she should not provoke her older sister further. Otherwise, Bai Zhiqi might erupt in embarrassment, her strength doubling while her wit halved. And she feared being pinned to the sofa. I suppose I shall go watch the horse riding instead. Bai Zhilin pouted and hurriedly left. Let us see that the two girls do not overwhelm Uncle. Those little ones are quite a handful. Ye Qing did not release Bai Zhiqi's hand, but instead clasped it tighter, gently pulling her towards the room. On the bed, Bai Xingtian was playfully crawling around like a diligent beast of burden, with two little ones on his back, their laughter filling the air and invigorating him. Grandpa can still run faster. Bai Xingtian prepared to showcase his skills, but upon turning, he spotted his little daughter standing there, her eyes wide with astonishment. She slowly extended 2 thumbs up. Wow, Dad, you're still as sprightly as ever. Come on, show me how to run faster. Oh, and Dad, your precious daughter wants to ride as well. Hey, how did you get in here? Everyone else out. What's so interesting? Have you never seen someone riding before? Bai Xingtian felt his cheeks flush at being caught in such a position by his daughter. Wang Ning quickly ushered Bai Zhilin, Bai Zhiqi, and Ye Qing out, locking the door behind them. Wait, we need to clarify something. I really haven't seen it before. I didn't ride as a child either, right, sister? Neither of us have ridden before. Bai Zhilin looked at her sister, expecting an affirmative response, but was met only with silence. Wait a minute. So, it turns out I'm the only one who hasn't ridden? She protested. Don't leave. Let us clarify this. A while later, Bai Zhilin sat there fuming, while Ye Qing and Bai Zhiqi joined her. Where do you want to go to school in the future? I'm not sure. In my senior year, we'll be divided into classes. I should be able to get into the top class. And getting into a second-tier university like a 985 or a decent 211 should be manageable. However, getting into Jiangxing University seems challenging. But for Jiangxing Institute of Technology, I should be able to make it. Bai Zhilin pondered. It must be said that because their parents are strict about their studies, both sisters excelled academically. Your sisters. Brother-in-law is from Jiangxing Institute of Technology, Bai Zhiqi mentioned, prompting Bai Zhilin to glance at her brother-in-law. Ye Qing waved his hand dismissively. I don't think it's necessary. Jiangxing Institute of Technology is not worth attending. It's like a den of monks. If you go there, it's akin to a piece of meat entering a pack of wolves. I suggest you consider Jiangxing Normal University. It's much more reliable. Jiangxing Normal University sounds good. I've heard of it, but haven't visited yet. That can be arranged. Next week, come to Jiangxing and your sister and I will show you around. Ye Qing said. Thank you, brother-in-law. Bai Zhilin replied sweetly. Don't mention it. I'll take you to Jiangxing Institute of Technology so you can witness the harshness of that place. Ye Qing grinned. But remember, if I take you out, you must help look after the kids. Of course. I'm excellent with children, Bai Zhilin replied eagerly, already concocting a plan to enlist her parents to assist during the day while she took over at night. Perfect. Truly a master planner. Next week, She could finally explore Jiangxing's universities, a venture she had long desired. Perhaps she could invite her friends along as well. As she contemplated this, the door swung open. All right, all right. Today's horse riding session ends here. Let Grandpa rest for a bit, then I'll play with you again, Bai Xingtian said, stretching his back. Though not entirely out of shape, he was not as spry as in his youth, and carrying 2 children was somewhat taxing. Still trying to act tough, Wang Ning sighed. Lying back, let me give you a massage. Okay. Bai Xingtian glanced at Bai Ziqi, who shot him a knowing look, making him feel slightly embarrassed as his eldest daughter seemed to scold him for overexerting himself. Oh, it's just the children having fun. A little rest will do me good. I see you've completely turned into a slave to your granddaughters, Bai Ziqi teased, moving closer to assist. Not at all. I'm nothing like you say, Bai Xingtian replied sheepishly, quickly changing the subject. By the way, Ziqi, Ye Qing, have you noticed if Yu and Xiao have any hobbies? I think it's essential to nurture children's interests. They shouldn't be solely focused on studying. They need to cultivate their character and enjoy a happy childhood. Developing comprehensively. Bai Xingtian spoke with enthusiasm. However, upon glancing up, he noticed his 2 daughters staring intently at him, their expressions making him feel uneasy. What's with that look? Why are you staring at me like that? I'm starting to suspect you've crossed over from another world. No. Wait. Have you been possessed by someone? How else could you articulate such thoughts? Bai Jilin mused, stroking her chin. Was it you, old Bai, who forced us to complete endless homework and sign us up for numerous tutoring classes when we were little? Old Bai, you make me feel like a stranger, he coughed, then lay down on the sofa, pretending to be dead. Old Bai, why the silence? Come on, say something, Bai Jilin persistently urged, her voice echoing like a demonic whisper. Chapter 41. Nighttime arrangements. Bai Xingtian chose to disregard his mischievous daughter, reflecting on the virtues of his elder daughter, who was gentle and nurturing. The 2 little girls he had brought into the world were similarly soft and obedient. He pondered the prospect of his second daughter eventually having children, and the thought sent a shiver down his spine. Would they not potentially bring down the roof? It was indeed a somewhat terrifying notion. After all, by the time his second daughter bore children, it would be many years hence, and he feared his body might not withstand such an eventuality. This contemplation left him feeling despondent. Meanwhile, Bai Jilin continued to whisper to herself when Ye Qing approached, noticing the children's burgeoning interests. For instance, Yu exhibited a distinct talent for music. Upon hearing her name mentioned, her face lit up with pride, and her small stature straightened considerably. Yes, Grandpa. The teachers of my kindergarten say my singing is delightful, and they love to hear me sing. Such prowess indeed. As for Xiao, she had a flair for calligraphy and painting. Bai Xingtian was actively nurturing her talents, guiding her through writing exercises each day, although it seemed practice would not be possible today. Oh, I too engage in calligraphy from time to time. Our home is well stocked with ink and paper. I shall fetch them shortly. After a brief while, Bai Jilin took Yu to watch television, cradling her as if she were a plush toy, radiating comfort. On the other side, Xiao stood on a chair, poised to write. Xiao, simply follow what Grandpa has written here, Bai Xingtian instructed, pointing to the words he had penned. Grandpa and I are the best in the world. The sight of those words rendered the other 3 somewhat numb. Why is it only about Grandpa? What grandma? Wang Ning observed, and Bai Xingtian, belatedly realizing, promptly included Grandma in the sentiment and revised Ida we. Ah, perfect. Now, Xiao, you may write just like this. Okay. Xiao grasped the brush and began to inscribe the characters. Wow, the handwriting is quite remarkable, Bai Xingtian mused, while Wang Ning nodded in agreement, recognizing that her father was genuinely talented. Xiao had made significant progress recently, advancing at an astonishing pace. At merely 4 or 5 years of age, her ability to write these characters was commendable, even if she relied on imitation for some. Bai Xingtian waved his hand, acknowledging her intelligence. Once she finished, he carefully stored her work away, resolving to frame it the next day. As evening descended, Wang Ning suggested, Ye Qing, you should not drive back tonight. It's unsafe. Perhaps you could request a half-day leave from the kindergarten teachers tomorrow and return in the afternoon. For tonight, you may stay here. I will prepare a bed for you. She added, with a hint of conflict on her face, tonight. I shall sleep with old Bai and the two little ones, and no one is to intrude. There are still 2 rooms left. Wang Ning's internal struggle reflected her upbringing, as it was uncommon for her to allow classmates like Ye Qing and Bai Jishi to share a bed. However, considering both families were now intertwined through their children, she felt it unnecessary to obstruct their closeness. Moreover, she was quite pleased with her son-in-law, having accepted him as part of the family. Let them decide, she thought, feeling a headache coming on. Bai Jishi, sensing her mother's indecision, recognized the ambiguity in her words. Observing her mother's silence as she busily prepared the beds, she remarked, "You and Jilin can share a bed. I will take the smaller room." Ye Qing was indifferent, yet remained aware of his surroundings, mindful of Wang Ning's ambiguous stance. Regardless, once they returned to their villa, they would inevitably find themselves sharing a bed nightly. It was a perfect opportunity, as the children would be cared for, freeing them from any constraints. The night offered chance to stay up late and indulge in some leisure time on their phones. Wait, are you serious, brother-in-law? My sister is going to sleep with me? Are you really giving up your future wife for me? Bai Jilin exclaimed. No way. I cannot allow my sister to share a bed with me. The sweetness of her romance is overwhelming. Bai Jilin's rapid-fire words revealed her desire for solitary moments. Observing the playful banter, Bai Jishi could not help but stomp her foot in frustration. Did she not receive a warm welcome from either side? Ye Qing's indifference was understandable, but Bai Jilin's behavior was exasperating. What do you mean by that? She retorted, her hand finding its way to Bai Jilin's ear. Just because you say no, it means no? Have you forgotten how long it has been since I last disciplined you? Have you grown so arrogant? Bai Jiling recoiled, realizing the gravity of her sister's words. Show some respect to your elder sister. A few sharp exchanges subdued Bai Jiling, as the memory of her sister's authority loomed large in her mind. Sis, please don't twist my ear. Brother-in-law is watching, she whispered, yielding to her sister's authority. Bai Jishi turned to see Ye Qing standing nearby, a playful smile adorning his face. Oh, the little tyrant. Stop calling me that. Bai Jishi protested, unable to contain her laughter at the teasing. Bai Jiling sighed, observing the lively exchanges between the soon-to-be couple. Goodness, the air is thick with the scent of romance. Can mother endure this? She turned to find her mother still silent, hastily preparing the bed as if in a race against time. Once the beds were complete, Wang Ning ushered the 2 children and their grandfather back to their room, locking the door behind them, conveying a message of you all can have your fun. It doesn't concern us. Shortly after, Bai Jiling entered Ye Qing's room, retrieving her teddy bear and bringing it into the larger room. Sleep well, and if you need anything, just message me. All right, as if brother-in-law would need anything, Bai Jiling said, pulling her sister back to their room. Once inside, Bai Jiling tossed a plush toy to Bai Jishi. Let us each hold our own, as agreed. Okay, Bai Jishi replied, clutching her teddy bear as she lay down. Bai Jiling mirrored her position, the 2 sisters engaging in a delightful late-night chat, a quintessential girls' night. Meanwhile, Wang Ning and Bai Xingtian lay side by side, enveloped in silence. Watching the 2 little ones drift off to sleep, their arms wrapped tightly around themselves. Bai Xingtian couldn't help but smile with affection, then whispered in a low voice. Look at that, their habits are so alike. They cannot sleep without holding something. Genetics truly is remarkable. Chapter 42. The girl's shyness is a gentle blade. Additional update. Wang Ning gave him a light pat and pointed to her phone, conveying a clear message. No more talking. The child is asleep. Let's communicate through the phone. Bai Xingtian nodded in agreement. The 2 began to converse via text, initially reminiscing about Bai Jiqi and Bai Jilin's childhood, before the conversation shifted to Ye Qing. Bai Xingtian sent Wang Ning the words exchanged earlier with Bai Jilin. Wang Ning read the messages, her lips twitching in surprise. Such valuable gifts? That must mean the things she gave him were equally precious. This child, they would soon be family. Why maintain such distance? After a moment of contemplation, she sighed. Indeed, the 2 youngsters mustered considerable courage to bring the little girl here. If she and old Bai were faced with a similar situation, they might not have had the bravery to bring it home. If parents were unable to understand, the risk of a rift was genuine. The 2 children had it tough as well. Wang Ning remained silent for a while before picking up her phone again to chat with old Bai, this time discussing future plans, even contemplating retirement. That night, Ye Qing felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. It had been ages since he had enjoyed a gaming session this delightfully. He maneuvered his character with great enthusiasm. Ding dong. Suddenly, a message pinged in. Future child, are you asleep? I can't seem to fall asleep. Ye Qing just drifted off. Future child. Oh, after that, there was silence. However, a short while later, Ye Qing keenly heard the door of the adjacent room open. Then, soft footsteps approached him. He quickly tucked his phone under his pillow. After a prolonged pause, a gentle knock resonated at the door. Ye Qing opened it to find Bai Zhiqi peering in, her face flushed with shyness. Ye Qing, looking down at her, noted she was wearing a loose nightgown through which he could glimpse some fair skin. What on earth does this girl want at this hour? Ye Qing wondered. Bai Zhiqi suddenly lifted her head, biting her lip, hesitating for a moment before whispering, "Hubby," and then threw her arms around him. The plush softness of her embrace stirred something within Ye Qing, causing his blood to race. After all, there was nothing else beneath that nightgown. Goodness, did this girl really come to him with such intentions in the dead of night? In an instant, his mind raced with thoughts, including more intimate pursuits. Yet, as she embraced him, he felt compelled to suppress those urges. After the embrace, Bai Zhiqi playfully thumped her head against Ye Qing's chest, only to wince slightly as his muscular frame was far from soft. She spun around and hurried back to her room, shutting the door behind her, leaving Ye Qing standing there, dumbfounded. His thoughts were filled with the image of Bai Zhiqi's bashful demeanor, her gentle voice, and the tactile sensation of her touch. Goodness, what have I gotten myself into tonight? She flirts and then runs off? What about me? What am I to do? I am a young man brimming with vitality. Can I withstand this? Is this a test for the youth? Who among the young can endure such trials? Among the crowd, there are villains. Ye Qing's mind screamed as he returned to his bed, feeling invigorated yet overheated. His heart raced like a royal engine, unable to find rest. Goodness, gaming, Ye Qing thought, retrieving his phone from under the pillow. The previous game had concluded. He opened the ranked mode, and a message flashed before his eyes. Dear player, we have detected that you have been inactive for an extended period, affecting the gaming experience of others. You are temporarily restricted from participating in ranked matches until Ye Qing. This night is driving me insane. I truly feel helpless for the first time because of a girl. Well, I guess I'll have to settle for short videos. It seems this will be a sleepless night, and the emotional impact is overwhelming. It turns out the power of a girl does not lie in hurting the body, but in slaying the soul. I stand corrected. Throughout the night, Ye Qing hardly slept. Morning came, and in the room shared by Bai Zhiqi and Bai Zhilin was peacefully cradling her stuffed toy. Suddenly, she felt someone embracing her from behind. Sister. In her drowsy state, Bai Zhilin instinctively knew it was her sister. They had agreed to hold each other's bears. How could she do this? Moreover, her sister seemed uncomfortable being held from behind. She turned to face Bai Zhilin, who was now lying flat. Bai Zhilin was roused from her grogginess by irritation. Yet, her sister, unfazed, nestled closer, resembling a little bird seeking comfort in her embrace. Bai Zhilin was taken aback. When did her sister become so affectionate? Surely, this behavior suggested she was treating her like a brother-in-law. Oh, the little couple seems to be getting along splendidly. Soon after, Bai Zhilin felt her sister's small hand on her stomach, and after a gentle rub, a soft, confused sound escaped her lips. Then, the hand began to venture upwards, and the previous confusion seemed to dissipate. Goodness! Bai Zhilin was instantly stunned. What does this mean? What on earth does this mean? Why the curiosity about my stomach? Is it because I lack abs? But why does the curiosity vanish when it reaches my chest? Is she mocking me for having no bust like her brother-in-law? He is male, and I am female. This is beyond ridiculous. Bai Zhilin felt her blood boil, fully awake now. But just then, Bai Zhiqi's hand moved, squeezing her chest. Bai Zhilin shrieked, startling the still drowsy Bai Zhiqi, who shot up, her expression dazed. What happened? Where am I? Who am I? What is going on? Hadn't she just been playfully touching Ye Qing like before? Why did Ye Qing cry out? And why did he sound like a girl? These thoughts raced through Bai Ziqi's mind as she turned her head sharply, meeting the sight of Bai Zhilin, who was clutching her chest, her face flushed with embarrassment, retreating to the corner of the bed. "Ah!" Bai Ziqi screamed in shock. "Why are you here?" As she spoke, she glanced around, realizing they were at their parents' home. Yes, she had gone to bed with her sister last night, and before sleeping, she had hugged Ye Qing. After returning, she had struggled to fall asleep, her mind filled with thoughts of Ye Qing. Even her dreams revolved around him. So, she had mistaken Bai Zhilin for Ye Qing. Oh no, had she just squeezed her sister? Bai Zhilin was about to scream and bolt out of the room when Bai Ziqi swiftly covered her mouth, pinning her down onto the bed. Chapter 43. Is there still justice? Is there still law? Woe is me. Bai Zhiling lay helplessly on the bed, her mouth covered. The scene was simply unbearable. No shouting, no shouting. Bai Ziqi mumu. When it seemed her words had little effect, she raised her hand. Smack, smack. The crisp sounds echoed. Whoa. Bai Zhiling's body trembled as a stinging pain shot through her backside. Tears of despair welled up in her eyes. What misfortune had befallen her? She had felt unclean since the early morning, and now, in her quest for justice, she was met with 2 slaps. Is there still justice? Is there still law? However, she found herself utterly powerless, unable to escape her sister's clutches. Ever since childhood, in their playful scuffles, she had never emerged victorious against her elder sister. Sighing, she surrendered to her fate. Seeing her younger sister subdued, Bai Ziqi nodded in satisfaction. It was just a little touch. Is such a reaction really necessary? She remarked dismissively. You're exaggerating. You clearly pinched me. Bai Zhiling's face flushed with embarrassment, her voice barely above a whisper. So what if I did? I've done it to you before when we were kids. Bai Zhi, she replied nonchalantly. No crying. If you cry again, I'll slap you again. Is there no law anymore? Bai Zhiling's despair deepened. Outside, a voice called out, what are you two doing? I think I heard some screaming. Ye Qing's voice drifted in from beyond the door, followed by Wang Ning's response. Don't mind them. They're just sisters having their fun. They're grown-ups now, yet they still behave like children. Shaking his head, Wang Ning headed into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Meanwhile, Bai Xingting had risen early, donned his sports attire, and was preparing to go for a run, a habit he had maintained for decades. Observing the commotion in the room, he pondered whether to invite the 2 young girls to join him. Yet, as the thought arose, he quickly dismissed it. If the girls called him Grandpa while running together, explaining the situation would be quite challenging. He didn't want to stir up any trouble. Oh, how he longed for the day, perhaps a decade or so in the future, when he could openly take the 2 girls out without any qualms. The pride he would feel then would surely evoke envy in many. Reflecting on the fact that the 2 girls would be leaving today left Bai Xingting with a hollow feeling in his heart. Forget it. I want to go for a run today, he decided, sending out a message. Bai Ziqi and Bai Zhiling emerged from their room, still groggy and rubbing their eyes. As they stepped outside, Bai Zhiling scooped them up in her arms. Apologize, or I want to let you go, she threatened. Bai Ziqi replied, all right, so you want to use the emperor to command the lords, huh? Sorry. She quickly conceded. That's better, Bai Zhiling said, releasing the 2 girls. However, they remained bewildered, unable to grasp the sudden change in their aunt's demeanor. They turned to Bai Xingting. Grandpa, why didn't you go for your morning run? Are you feeling unwell? Huh? How did you know I was going to run? Grandpa runs every day, sometimes even taking us along. Yu and Xiao Ro chimed in. Faced with their observation, Bai Xingting quickly corrected himself. Today, Grandpa is staying home to keep you company. All right? Okay. Grandpa, give us a kiss, they exclaimed, leaning in for a peck on his cheek. You 2 lovely little ones certainly know how to charm your grandpa, Bai Xingting said with a smile. He had never anticipated that, at this age, he would suddenly acquire 2 soft spots in his heart. Despite his words, happiness radiated from his face. After breakfast, Ye Qing and Bai Zhi, she prepared to leave. Mom and Dad, I'm off to school now, Bai Zhiling announced, affectionately squeezing the cheeks of the 2 girls. Annie has to leave too. See you next week. Okay, they replied. Ye Qing glanced at Bai Zhiling. Let's take you to school. No, please don't. Your car is too conspicuous. I'm just an ordinary student. If I ride in your car, Who knows what rumors might arise, like the hidden second daughter of a wealthy family. Bai Jiling listed several examples, causing Bai Shi to roll her eyes in exasperation. As they descended, Bai Jiling hopped on her bicycle, swinging her long legs over the seat. Turning back, she called out, "Sister, brother-in-law, I'll be off now. Bye-bye, little aunt. Be safe on the road." Yu and Xiao Rou waved goodbye as Bai Jiling rode away, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. "Your sister doesn't realize how many people see her as their white moonlight at school," Ye Qing remarked, watching Bai Jiling's retreating figure. While Bai Jiling might not match Bai Shi in looks, nor in physique, it was undeniable that she was a beauty in her own right. "Indeed, she is my sister," Bai Shi replied proudly, her ponytail swaying as she walked ahead. A short while later, Ye Qing and Bai Shi, with the children, got into the car. "Ye Qing, drive carefully on the road," Bai Ting cautioned. "All right," she nodded, while in the back seat. Wang Ning and Bai Ting continued to shower the girls with advice. Everything from sleeping well, eating properly, to remembering to drink water. Bai she felt a shiver run down her spine, especially when her father repeated phrases. "Let us go. I don't want to hear any more," Ye Qing said, pressing on the gas pedal as they drove away. After seeing the two girls off, Wang Ning and Bai Ting stood watching the road, their faces filled with reluctance. Only when the tail lights disappeared did they regain their composure. "Let us head back," Bai Ting sighed deeply. Checking his phone, he felt relieved that technology had advanced enough to allow video calls. Otherwise, he feared he wouldn't eat or sleep well in the coming days. In the car, Ye Qing contemplated stopping by a flower shop to buy a bouquet, as he had yet to gift Bai Shi flowers. Additionally, he planned to visit Wuyo Media today. Today will indeed be productive, he mused. Glancing sideways at Bai Shi, he thought about how the little girl had kept him up all night. Perhaps he should consider giving her a little punishment. With that thought, Ye Qing nodded to himself. Chapter 44. Who is this little lad sending flowers to my daughter? Seated in the passenger seat, Bai Shi was engrossed in her phone, reading a message from Bai Tian, a continuation of an unfinished conversation. Suddenly, she sensed a gaze upon her. Turning to her side, she met Ye Qing's eyes, which seemed to harbor an impure desire. Ye Qing, taken aback, thought to himself, "Is it that obvious? Impossible. I am but a pure male college student." He chuckled, redirecting his attention to the road ahead. Bai Shi, hearing Ye Qing's lightheartedness, pouted, lost in contemplation. This mischievous fellow surely harbored some ill intentions, likely plotting a reprisal for last night's incident. However, she was unperturbed. She possessed a talisman of protection. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Bai Shi felt her cheeks flush, silently chiding herself for her wandering imagination. How could her mind leap to such conclusions? Ye Qing occasionally glanced in the rearview mirror, catching sight of her gradually reddening face. He mused, "This girl, I haven't done anything yet. Yet she seems to be teasing herself. Daddy, I want to listen to music. Could you play a song for us?" Yuyo chimed in. As she spoke, Ye Qing began to play some music. Yuyo hummed along, hitting the notes accurately despite not knowing the lyrics. "Sister is amazing." Xiao Rou, sitting nearby, clapped in admiration. Yuyo, shyly scratching her head, displayed an endearing bashfulness. Ye Qing, observing Yuyo's demeanor through the rearview mirror, noted that her shy expression was a rare sight. The car was filled with laughter and joy. Upon arriving home, Ye Qing and the girls disembarked, with little Tuan Yuan darting into her familiar surroundings, pausing by the koi pond to watch the fish swim. Truthfully, Ye Qing harbored a slight fear that these koi might gulp down the tiny Tuan Yuan, given her small stature. "All right, you two, take a good rest this morning. Daddy will take you to kindergarten in the afternoon," he said, watching the two energetic girls, who seemed to thrive without the need for rest. "You have class this afternoon, right?" Ye Qing inquired, glancing at Bai Shi, who nodded in affirmation. "All right, I need to head to Mingyang City for some errands in the afternoon. It takes about an hour for a round trip. If I return late, you can pick up Yuyo and Xiao Rou first," he instructed. "Shouldn't I escort them to kindergarten instead?" she suggested. "No need, but do wait for my return," he replied, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "What are you planning?" Bai Shi asked, somewhat bewildered. Ye Qing's response was bold, eliciting a surprised reaction from her. "Huh? I didn't mean that, she thought, realizing he was becoming increasingly audacious, revealing his true nature. Oomph. Special circumstances. Bai Jishi playfully blinked her alluring eyes, then pouted, turning away and swiftly chasing after the two little girls, her ponytail bouncing with each step. Just a few days, Ye Qing contemplated, thinking he could extract some interest. After all, she would be his future wife. What difference did it make whether it was sooner or later? It was all a matter of time. At noon, after a hearty meal, Ye Qing set off with the two girls. Daddy, don't you think we were setting out a bit early? Yuyo queried. Daddy is going to buy flowers for Mommy, he explained. Both Yuyo and Xiao Rou's eyes widened in surprise, their mouths slightly agape. Daddy said, giving flowers to girls signifies affection. Xiao Rou exclaimed. Indeed, it expresses love and admiration. Ye Qing confirmed, preparing to buy 2 bouquets for the girls. Daddy, you are so kind to Mommy, Yuyo remarked as they approached the flower shop. After parking the car, the 2 little girls hopped out alongside him. Excuse me, have my reserved flowers been prepared? Ye Qing inquired of the shopkeeper. Mr. Yi? The female owner looked up, tentatively asking. Yes, that's me. Oh, what adorable little ones, she exclaimed, crouching down to affectionately pat Yuyo and Xiao Rou on the head. Additionally, please prepare 2 more bouquets for these 2 little ladies, Ye Qing added. Certainly. I shall employ all my skills for this. The shopkeeper replied cheerfully, meticulously selecting and wrapping the flowers as if crafting a work of art. Yuyo and Xiao Rou's eyes sparkled with excitement. Look, Daddy, these scattered flowers are transforming into beautiful bouquets in the lady's hands. Is she a magician? How impressive, they gushed. The shopkeeper blushed at their innocent compliments, knowing children speak the truth. Touching by their sincerity, she included a few extra expensive blooms as gifts for the girls. These are complimentary for my 2 little cuties. Yay! Thank you, Auntie, they exclaimed in unison, their joy infectious. After a while, the shopkeeper handed the beautifully wrapped bouquets to Ye Qing, who then presented them to Yuyo and Xiao Rou. Thank you, Daddy, they chorused, their gratitude evident. Once Ye Qing settled the bill and received a generous rebate, he and the 2 girls departed, while the shopkeeper watched them leave with an envious smile. Upon arriving at kindergarten, the children had just awakened from their nap. Ye Qing and the girls appeared at the entrance, having placed the flowers on the car. As they approached, Xiao Dan spotted them from a distance and ran over. Yuyo, Xiao Rou, you're here, she exclaimed, grabbing their hands with enthusiasm. Why didn't you come this morning? I was worried you might be ill. We went to Grandma and Grandpa's house yesterday, and just returned this morning, they explained, and Xiao Dan nodded in understanding. Let us go inside and play nicely with the other kids. Daddy has some matters to attend to, Ye Qing said, preparing to leave. However, just then, a little boy sprinted toward them from afar, clutching a small bouquet of flowers. Ye Qing was momentarily taken aback, wondering what the boy intended. Xiao Rou and Yuyo were equally puzzled. As the boy approached, he looked at Xiao Rou and handed her the flowers. Xiao Rou, you are so pretty, and the flowers are beautiful too. I hope you like them, he said before turning and dashing away, glancing back at Ye Qing. Ye Qing stood frozen for a moment, watching the boy scamper off before coming to his senses. What on earth? Who is this little lad attempting to woo my daughter in kindergarten? Chapter 45. How can you touch so casually while kissing? Ye Qing was so furious that he was practically stomping his feet. If it weren't for the fact that the boy in question was merely a child, he would have seized the opportunity to give him a stern warning. Goodness! Ye Qing glared at the bouquet in Xiao Rou's hands, which appeared as sharp as a dagger, piercing deep into his heart. It felt as if it had plunged into the chest of a concerned father, causing him pain so intense that he could hardly breathe. This little rascal. He certainly knows how to charm the ladies, choosing the gentle Xiao Rou to present flowers to. At such a tender age, he has already mastered the art of flirtation, and he has a way with words too. Ye Qing clenched his teeth in frustration. After a moment of clutching his heart, he slowly exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration. Turning to Yuyu and Xiaodian, he spoke earnestly. You two, I have a task for you. Keep a close watch on that boy from earlier. Ensure that he does not get too close to Xiao Rou. If he attempts any intimate gestures, separate them immediately. Is that understood? Of course, Daddy, Yuyu exclaimed, hands on her hips, with a fierce expression. Yes, I will do so, uncle, Xiaodan echoed, embodying the spirit of a protector. Excellent. Such determination. Ye Qing nodded appreciatively. These two little darlings were truly remarkable. Why is Xiao Ro the only one receiving flowers? Am I not pretty enough? Yu pouted. Exactly. Why not give flowers to me too? He looks down on us. We should avoid him from now on. Xiaodan chimed in, and the two girls nodded in unison. Ye Qing felt a pang of confusion at the unexpected turn of events. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable, despite the vigilant protection of the two girls. Ye Qing's heart still ached from the earlier incident. It was a feeling that was difficult to articulate, perhaps one that only a father with a daughter could truly understand. Meanwhile, Xiao Ro gazed at the flowers in her hands and looked up with questioning eyes. Daddy, you mentioned that giving flowers represents affection and love, right? In an instant, Ye Qing felt the urge to slap himself. How could he have been so thoughtless with his words, inadvertently providing ammunition to that little rascal? No, no, no. Giving flowers can also express friendship and well wishes. This bouquet he gave you symbolizes, well, it symbolizes blessings for your beauty to grow even more radiant. Oh, Xiao Ro nodded, somewhat understanding, but she believed wholeheartedly in her father's words. Then, Daddy, can you take the flowers back home for me? Thank you. Ye Qing took the flowers, battling the impulse to toss them to the ground, but he restrained himself. All right, you all can head inside now. He suppressed his anger and spoke gently to his daughter. Bye, Daddy. See you tonight. The girls trooped indoors, leaving Ye Qing standing there, lost in thought. A myriad of images flooded his mind, including one where a boy with yellow hair rode a motorcycle up to him, greeting him with "Old Deng. Take good care of that bike." Gritting his teeth, Ye Qing felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The whole way home, he was consumed by a sense of melancholy, his face drawn and dark. It wasn't until he arrived home that he noticed the flowers he was holding. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind, detecting a warming relationship between host and wife, initiating a continuous task. As the bond between host and wife deepens, rewards will be granted. During the continuous task, additional tasks may also be issued. Oh, Ye Qing pondered, intrigued by this new development. He entered the room to find Bai Ziqi feeding their little one. Hearing the commotion, she rushed out and was met with the sight of Ye Qing, holding a large bouquet and smiling. Ziqi, these are for you, he said, placing the flowers in her arms. Her eyes sparkled with tears of joy as she embraced the bouquet. Detecting relationship enhancement, reward, a suite at Linglong Villa. Thank you, Ye Qing. Huh. Why has the address changed back after giving flowers? At this rate, I might just take the flowers back. Ye Qing blurted out in surprise. No way. You gave them to me, so they're mine. How can you take them back? I'm not used to it yet. Now, there's no one around to call out. Hubby Bai Ziqi said shyly, turning away. In that moment, Ye Qing stepped closer, capturing her lips in a kiss. Bai Ziqi was taken aback by the suddenness of it, but soon closed her eyes, albeit clumsily, her face reddening to the point of embarrassment. Her hands fumbled, unsure of where to settle, as did Ye Qing's. After a brief moment, Bai Ziqi felt lightheaded from the kiss and sensed Ye Qing's hand. In an instant, she stiffened, her teeth instinctively biting down. Ouch! Ye Qing retreated a step, bewildered. Why did you bite me? Well, what do you expect? Your hand was wandering. Bai Ziqi stomped her foot, looking furious. I didn't know where to put my hands either. Ye Qing defended himself. Bai Ziqi reflected on her own hands, which had also felt misplaced earlier. Fine, I forgive you. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully sprayed some water from her flower onto Ye Qing. Ye Qing turned away, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. He had deliberately tried to touch her heart-shaped birthmark. However, the truth remained that he genuinely felt lost about where to place his hands. A notification appeared, detecting rapid enhancement in host and wife's relationship. Reward, divine creative ability and photographic memory. A strange sensation surged through Ye Qing's body. He headed outside to retrieve the 3 bouquets from the car, placing the 2 he had bought for Yu and Xiao Ro prominently on display. The bouquet from the little rascal, however, was relegated to the corner. Hey, why did you buy flowers for those 2 little girls? Yet leave this one here. It should be out in the open too. No way, Ye Qing declared firmly, his expression darkening. What's wrong? Bai Ziqi asked, noticing his discontent with the bouquet. After her laughter subsided, she remarked, "What is the big deal? It just means Xiao Rou is popular at kindergarten. It's not a bad thing. You're overreacting. They're just children, not as serious as you think." That still doesn't work for me, until I figure out which little pig is out there plowing the fields at such a young age. But aren't you also plowing someone else's fields? Huh. It's only permissible for me to plow elsewhere, not the other way around. Ye Qing retorted, to which Bai Ziqi merely smiled, gazing at him with a bemused expression. She couldn't quite grasp the mind of this doting father, yet she offered him a few more comforting words. Seeing that this wasn't leading anywhere, she leaned in for another kiss, finally easing the furrow in Ye Qing's brow. Chapter 46. Don't kiss me. It's swollen. Is it true that whenever I'm unhappy, you always kiss me? Ye Qing gazed at Bai Ziqi, inquiring. Uh-huh. Then I shall be unhappy now. Bai Ziqi retorted, "You rascal, is this a glitch? No more kisses. My lips are already swollen." Swollen where? Ye Qing looked at her, perplexed. My lips, of course. Where else could it be? I'm off to class now, Bai Ziqi declared, casting a glance at Ye Qing, who she thought was quite the mischievous future husband. She stepped outside, only to return moments later, standing before the flowers Ye Qing had given her, meticulously snapping several photos with her phone. These flowers were the most exquisite she had ever seen. Of course, they were the same flowers, nothing extraordinarily breathtaking about them. However, they appeared more beautiful through the lens of the person who gifted them. Let us go, let us go. Bai Ziqi checked the time, realizing she was running late for class, all thanks to Ye Qing and that prolonged kiss. Who kisses for such a long time anyway? Honestly, she shot Ye Qing a playful glare before waving her hand and finally departing. Left behind, Ye Qing lingered for a moment. After a brief pause, he glanced at the ancient poetry collections he had purchased for Yu and Xiaorou. He found a poem he had never memorized before. After reading it once, he closed the book and the verses danced in his mind. If only he had possessed such skills back in high school. Wouldn't he? It'd have been a breeze to get into Qingbei. But never mind, it's better to attend Jiangxing University. As he reminisced about Bai Ziqi's sweet kiss, his heart fluttered. Though both of them were rather inexperienced in kissing, it was still a moment worth savoring. However, Ye Qing's tongue throbbed a bit. She had bitten down too hard. Was it really necessary just to touch that heart-shaped birthmark? Humming a tune, his phone suddenly rang. Hello, is this Director Ye Qing? Yes, it is. Ye Qing took a moment to digest the unexpected title before realizing it must be someone from Wuyo Media. I am Ye Qingji, the general manager of our company. When will you come to the office for an inspection? I just learned about the changes in the corporate structure and shareholding, so I thought it best to call you. Please don't mind me. I'll set out shortly. It will take me about an hour to get there. Great. We'll be expecting you. After hanging up, Ye Qing stood up, deciding it was time to visit his company. Today seemed fortunate, with good news continuously unfolding. As he hummed a cheerful tune, he watered the flowers he had given to Bai Ziqi, as well as those for Yu and Xiaorou. Suddenly, he spotted a small bouquet in the distance. His mood soured instantly. The bouquet seemed almost anthropomorphized, as if it were saying, "Hey, don't just stare at me. Water me too. Water you." Ye Qing cursed under his breath. He turned and strode toward his Rolls-Royce. Once inside, he entered the destination into his GPS and pressed the accelerator. The Rolls-Royce roared to life, surging forward. On the road, Ye Qing attempted to push aside thoughts of the kindergarten incident. Yet, the more he tried to forget, the more vivid those memories became, especially with his newly acquired photographic memory, enhancing his recollection. Gradually, he envisioned the two little girls progressing through elementary school, middle school, high school, and eventually university. With the wonderful genes they inherited, they would surely become the object of affection for many boys. The number of suitors would undoubtedly be overwhelming. Clearly, he needed to ensure that the two girls remained out of reach for most. Ye Qing nodded to himself, sighing as the stormy expression on his face softened slightly, though not by much. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Wuyo Media, a number of high-ranking executives awaited his arrival. Although Wuyo Media was not publicly listed, it was a significant conglomerate, akin to the unlisted ByteDance and the 6 small dragons of Hangzhou. It had only recently risen to prominence, which meant that even the executives were relatively young, none over the age of 40. The whole group exuded vitality. They stood straight, awaiting news. Director Yu. Do you think Director Yi will be arriving soon? Yes, he should be. What impression did you get from your phone conversation with him? He seemed quite approachable. His voice sounded young, not at all like a stuffy old-timer. He seems like a pretty decent leader. Approachable is good. I dread the thought of working under someone perpetually frowning, as it would surely dampen my spirits, remarked the director, Han Shui, with a playful tone. Yu Chengji glanced at this 30-year-old director, recognizing his competence, but also noting that sometimes his words lacked discretion. Mind your words, that's Director Yi you're speaking about. Be careful, or you might find yourself out of a job. Yu Qingji considered adding, you might starve, but he thought better of it, realizing that the director would likely thrive even if you're dismissed. He turned to survey the assembled talent, sighing quietly. Would the new leader arrive with a fiery zeal, directing their initial fervor towards the capable staff? Time would tell. I'll keep my mouth shut. Don't fire me. I still rely on this company for my livelihood. Han Shui raised both hands in surrender. Get ready. I feel Director Yi is about to arrive. Yu Chengji waved his hand, prompting Han Shui to straighten up, instantly adopting a demeanor of efficiency and authority. As thoughts of a new leader filled her mind, she wondered just how friendly he might be. Suddenly, a powerful engine roared into the vicinity. The security guard waved them through, and the Rolls-Royce approached. Director, Yi has arrived. Everyone stood at attention. Yu Qingji and Han Shui moved forward as the car came to a halt. Yu Qingji took a quick glance at the empty back seat and hurried to open the driver's door. Then, Ye Qing stepped out of the vehicle. Yu Qingji's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he truly this young? Goodness, could he be the offspring of a prominent family or a wealthy heir? Just like young Master Wang who founded Panda Live, is he merely here to dabble with Wuyo Media? Yu Qingji's heart raced. However, he quickly composed himself, addressing Ye Qing. Hello, Director Yi. I am Yu Qingji. He began his introduction. Meanwhile, Han Shui and the others gazed at Ye Qing, their hearts brimming with joy. The new chairman was incredibly handsome and youthful, yet he appeared to wear a rather serious expression. Perhaps he was trying to establish authority upon his arrival? Surely he would smile during their introductions. As Han Shui pondered, she accepted a bouquet of flowers from a female colleague and approached Ye Qing. Director Yi, this is a bouquet for you. We hope Wuyo Media flourishes under your leadership. However, she noted that the moment Ye Qing accepted the flowers, his expression darkened ominously. Oh no, Han Kuya Fru Seing Fok. A stern, brooding chairman had arrived. He wouldn't smile, and it seemed he held a grudge against her. As the director, she feared she might truly be on the verge of losing her job. Chapter 47. Why did Chairman Ye's expression fall upon seeing the flowers? All right, let us not linger here any longer. Let's proceed inside. I wish to examine the various financial reports and meeting documents. Please assist me in organizing them promptly, Ye Qing stated, making no attempt to accept the flowers as he walked inside. Yu Qingji's lips twitched as he hurriedly led the way. He could not fathom why the chairman appeared so somber, even more so than when he first arrived. Was the new official's enthusiasm truly this overwhelming? Was this reasonable? Yu Qingji felt an immense weight upon his shoulders. The mere mention of reviewing finances and documents transported him back to the terrifying days of being a high school student scrutinized for his homework. He desperately racked his brain for any oversights. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally sighed in relief. After all, these were matters with which he was well acquainted, and the group was financially sound and thriving. There should be no issues. Chairman Yi, this way, Yu Chengji called as he walked ahead. Han Shui followed closely behind, cradling the bouquet. Gazing at the beautiful flowers, she wondered how anyone could possibly dislike them. Could it be that Chairman Yi was allergic to pollen? The thought struck her. Perhaps that was why he had refused to accept them and appeared so irate. Without any information on him, who could say? She hoped he would not make her job difficult in the future. Quickly, Han Shui handed the bouquet to a colleague and followed suit. The finance and office staff promptly began to organize the materials. After a brief period, a series of documents appeared on Ye Qing's desk. He perused them one by one, but his expression did not brighten. Since the moment he laid eyes on the flowers, his mood seemed to have soured considerably. Yu Qingji's heart raced as he observed Ye Qing, poised to offer an explanation, only to see Ye Qing exhale deeply as if struck by a sudden realization. Yu Qingji, is there a mistake? Surely not. Oh no. The general manager felt himself spiraling into madness. With each sigh, the confidence he once held began to wane, and he found himself questioning his very existence. At this moment, he felt a profound sense of despair. Meanwhile, Han Xuan noticed Yu Qingji's disheartened demeanor, which lifted her spirits considerably. It seemed she was not the only one feeling the pressure. The silver lining was that the newly appointed chairman, despite his youth, was not an outsider attempting to guide the experts. "You come here," Ye Qing beckoned, before proceeding to inquire about specific points of the reports and documents. Yu Qingji answered each question, though the inquiries posed by Ye Qing were rather intricate. Had Yu Qingji not been well-versed in these matters, he would have struggled to provide satisfactory explanations. Han Shui and the other executives listened intently to their exchange, recognizing it as a clash of expertise. Chairman Yi was indeed an exceptional individual. After 2 hours of reviewing documents, Ye Qing finally took a moment to relax, sipping water as his expression softened. Yu Qingji and the other executives were all highly capable individuals. It appeared that he could afford to take a step back and allow them to manage. Once Ye Qing finished his drink, he stood and proposed. "Shall we take a stroll?" "Certainly. I will guide you around the group," Yu Qingji replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, akin to the blissful sensation of having completed an arduous assignment. As they walked, Han Shui began to elaborate on the company, explaining that Wuyo Media primarily focused on new media, particularly the burgeoning fields of live streaming, short dramas, and domestic animation. Of course, they also dealt with traditional films, television series, and a variety of other entertainment forms. The company boasted a plethora of singers, agents, and stars. Ye Qing listened attentively and nodded. "Han Kuya, please find me a music tutor who can teach children about vocal techniques." Han Shui was taken aback by this peculiar request. What did Chairman Yi mean? Did he have a child? It seemed improbable given his youthful appearance. He looked barely 20. Even if he were married with a child, they would hardly be at an age to be learning music. Perhaps he referred to another child in his family. Contemplating this, Han Shui prudently decided to call Lu Wen, a prominent music agent. Lu Wen had risen from humble beginnings, initially starting as a singer before transitioning into a music scout and eventually becoming a well-known agent. "What's up, Shui?" Lu Wen answered, maintaining a professional tone. "Alikt, hanu, min, manayan, hanku corrected heshuv, nele letning or kusha sleep." "I apologize. I just got a bit carried away after producing several hit songs with our artists, which has significantly boosted our group's income. What can I do for you?" The newly appointed chairman wishes to find a music tutor for a child in his family. "Oh, for teaching children? That shouldn't require my involvement. Those singers are all professionals." Lu Wen replied, appearing perplexed. She had let her skills languish over the years, and her current persona was hardly suited for working with children. "You make a valid point. Goodbye." "Wait, you're hanging up already?" Lu Wen exclaimed, staring at her disconnected phone in disbelief. Han Shui had become increasingly decisive. Shrugging it off, Lu Wen mused, "I suppose I should create a few more hit songs." Emerging from a studio, she overheard several of her artists whispering among themselves. "What are you all discussing?" "We should go out for dinner tonight to celebrate." "Sure thing, Lu Jie. By the way, it seems there is some competition among several star singers at headquarters." "Oh, what is happening?" Lu Wen inquired, eager for the gossip. "A new chairman has joined, quite young, with a 4 or 5-year-old daughter who wishes to learn vocal techniques and is seeking a tutor." Boom! The revelation hit Lu Wen like a thunderclap, sending chills down her spine. "What? The chairman's daughter? Goodness! Manager Han never mentioned it was the chairman's daughter. She only referred to it as a child in the chairman's family. The implications are entirely different." In a flurry, she grabbed her phone and dialed. "Hello, Manityahan. I reconsider the opportunity you mentioned. I'm interested." Lu Wen's voice was laced with urgency. However, the voice on the other end was not Han Shui's, but rather that of several popular singers from headquarters. "Let me in. Don't steal this opportunity from me. It's not even lucrative. I'm simply eager to contribute." "Nonsense. I know all your ulterior motives." The cacophony of voices continued, and after a moment, Han Shui remarked. What are you all saying? It's too noisy. I can't hear. I'm truly at my wit's end with these singers. They're louder than anyone else. Chapter 48. The task completed. Lu Wen listened to Han Shui's words, her expression tinged with helplessness. Good heavens! She had only discovered that Han Shui was the daughter of the chairman later on. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found herself embroiled in matters concerning these singers at all. Lu Wen reiterated her thoughts as Han Shui sighed. This situation is truly not my fault. Chairman Ye had conveyed it to me in this manner. And it was only later, upon further inquiry from General Manager Yu, that Chairman Ye revealed it was for his own daughter, Han Shui explained, her eyes still wide with astonishment. After all, she had never imagined that Chairman Ye would have a daughter. He appeared to be merely in his late teens or early 20s, clearly well-preserved. It was not unusual for those in the entertainment industry to maintain their appearance well. However, the current predicament was rather challenging. Han Shui contemplated the situation. The primary criterion for Chairman Ye in selecting a mentor must be musical capability, along with the ability to interact well with children. He likely did not want his child to be exposed to an overwhelming sense of commercialism. As Han Shui pondered, she had already dismissed Lu Wen from consideration, though she communicated this delicately over the phone, mindful of their professional relationship. All right, everyone, enough chatter. Listen to me. Shen Yinqi, you will be the mentor, Han Shui declared, prompting the others to turn their gazes towards Shen Yinqi. Directoran. Someone attempted to voice an objection, but was silenced by Han Shui's piercing glare. Even prominent musicians dared not protest in the face of her formidable demeanor. Thank you for your trust, Director Han. I will do my utmost to mentor Chairman Ye's child, ensuring I acquire knowledge on child interaction. If Chairman Ye's child happens to be mischievous, I must not lose my temper, understood? It is crucial to guide gently, Han Shui remarked, effectively bringing Shen Yinqi back to reality. Indeed, she had just been contemplating the implications of mentoring Chairman Ye's child without considering the potential challenges. What if the child were unruly? What if they were a troublemaker? The Yi family lacked neither wealth nor influence. Thus, it was likely that the child could develop a sense of superiority, looking down upon others. With this thought, Shen Yinqi felt the weight of pressure settle upon her. Although she was a top-tier musician, frequently on tour, she understood that she was no match for such a powerful family. As several individuals nearby absorbed Han Shui's words, they gradually realized the gravity of the task at hand. Performing well would undoubtedly enhance their standing, but failing to meet expectations could jeopardize everything they had worked for. The risks on both sides were considerable. Once Han Shui made her decision, she promptly turned to head back to inquire with Ye Qing about Shen Yinqi's suitability. Shen Yinqi stood there, her manager and friends soon approaching her. What's wrong? This is a great opportunity. One remarked. I'm just a bit concerned, Shen Yinqi replied. Others pondered, recognizing that matters concerning children were inherently unpredictable. No worries, we'll take it one step at a time. We'll brainstorm ideas together, they encouraged. All right. Shen Yinqi nodded, regaining her confidence with their support. Meanwhile, Ye Qing was exploring the headquarters alongside Ye Qingji, gaining insights into the extensive operations of Wuyo Media and its various branches. The scale of the company was indeed impressive. Without knowledge of management and finance, he feared he would struggle to grasp the overarching structure. Ye Qingji walked beside him, providing explanations while Ye Qing occasionally posed challenging questions. Despite the minimal sweat on Ye Qingji's brow, he was drenched with perspiration from the effort. Throughout their discussion, Ye Qing's inquiries mirrored the complexity he had encountered while reviewing documents in the office. They were astute and incisive. It was clear that without years of experience managing a conglomerate, one could not possess such insight. Initially, Ye Qingji thought Ye Qing was merely fortunate in his questioning, but soon he found himself genuinely impressed. This new chairman was extraordinary, truly exceptional. Wuyo Media was poised for even greater heights. Before long, Han Shui approached briskly in her high heels. Chairman Ye, we have selected Shen Yinqi as your daughter's music mentor. Here are her credentials. Please review them and let us know if they are suitable, or we can make changes if necessary. Han Shui noted the slight improvement in Ye Qing's demeanor, feeling relieved and regaining her composure. Very well. Let us conduct the first lesson this evening. Please share my WeChat and phone number with her, Ye Qing instructed. Understood. Ding. Ye Qing's phone chimed. He picked it up to read the message. Future daughter-in-law, I just finished class. I'm heading to pick up the two girls and take them home. Ye Qing. Oh, have I lost all titles with you now? Future daughter-in-law, how outrageous. You want to leave evidence of me saying it in public? Ye Qing couldn't help but twitch his lips at her cleverness. Future daughter-in-law, hubby, Ye Qing sweet, that's nice. A few more will be perfect. Ye Qing, one call isn't enough if others see it. They'll think we can't afford to sprinkle dog food. Call it a few more times, once a minute. He continued to quote movie lines. Future daughter-in-law, shy. After exchanging a few more playful messages, future daughter-in-law, what time will you be home tonight? Ye Qing, I've hired a music teacher for the child. I'll see if she can come over to teach you. Please let her know. Future daughter-in-law, all right, I'll drive now. Reading the messages brought a smile to Ye Qing's face, which did not go unnoticed by Yu Qingji and the other executives, who felt as though the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. Han Shui also felt her lips twitch in admiration. Good heavens, Chairman Yi looked so handsome when he smiled. With such charm, he ought to smile more often. Han Shui silently cheered within herself, though she only dared to voice such thoughts in her mind, fearing that speaking them aloud might lead to her dismissal. Meanwhile, in the kindergarten, Yu and Xiaodan stood guard beside Xiaoro, their eyes keenly observing the other children, particularly watching the door. The boy who had given Xiaoro flowers earlier belonged to a different class and had not returned since. With his absence, the two girls felt a sense of relief. Sister, Xiaodan, what are you doing? Want to play with some Play-Doh? Xiaoro quietly molded the Play-Doh, seemingly content in her solitary activity. As the perceived danger had dissipated, Yu joined in, followed closely by Xiaodan. Eventually, as school was about to end, Yu asked Xiaodan, will you be going home like before? Are your parents coming soon? Yes. You two should head back first. I'll play a bit longer. Xiaodan hugged Yu and then Xiaoro. I'll take Xiaoro home first. My parents should be here soon. With that, Yu bid farewell and led Xiaoro toward the exit. As they moved through the crowd and saw that the boy was nowhere to be found, Yu quickened her pace. Spotting Bai Zhiqi, she waved eagerly, Mom. We're over here. Chapter 49. The melodious music met her without uttering a word. Bai Zhiqi could see the two little girls the moment they stepped out of the building. After all, they were remarkably conspicuous, almost as if they radiated light, drawing everyone's gaze towards them. Nearby, numerous parents were also watching the two girls, their faces adorned with expressions of envy. Mom, you've come to pick us up today. Where's Dad? Unlike the children from other families who inquire about their mothers, you two are even asking about your father, Bai Zhiqi chuckled, for this was indeed the nature of her and Bai Zhi Ling He. Yo-Yo wants to tell Dad that she has perfectly completed her task today, the task that Dad entrusted her with. Yo-Yo exclaimed, instinctively puffing out her chest, eager for praise. Yo-Yo is truly impressive. When Dad returns tonight, you must tell him, Bai Zhiqi said, gently taking the hands of the two girls as they climbed into the car. Dad is busy and may return a little later. Let us head home first and wait for him, shall we? Okay. The two children chimed in unison. By the way, Yo-Yo, Dad mentioned he has found you a wonderful music teacher who will come to our home tonight to teach you. Bai Zhiqi continued. Wow. Yo-Yo's eyes instantly sparkled, her face breaking into a beaming smile. She sat in the back seat, her little legs swinging with uncontainable joy. Upon arriving home, they dashed inside, heading straight for the little round cat. After circling the room, they discovered the cat lounging in a corner, basking in the warmth of the setting sun. Little Round, Yo-Yo called out, and upon hearing her voice, the cat perked up its ears, opened its eyes, and quickly got to its feet, scampering toward them on its short legs. A delightful reunion ensued. Meanwhile, Bai Zhiqi glanced at the flowers, her heart swelling with joy. This was the very first bouquet her husband had gifted her. Sometimes, it is the simplest of gestures, a bouquet from a beloved, that brings enduring happiness. She took a watering can and sprayed a mist of water, tending to the flowers that Yo-Yo and Xiaoro had received. As she looked at the little bouquet placed in the corner, she sighed softly, perplexed by men. Yet, to spare Ye Qing any additional worries, she refrained from watering the flowers in the corner. Though the flowers might be innocent, if they were to upset Ye Qing, she would harbor no kindness toward them. Feeling a shift within herself, Bai Ziqi blinked, realizing that she had unconsciously drawn closer to Ye Qing, both physically and mentally. "Mom, when will my teacher arrive?" Yo-Yo asked, clutching little round as she rushed towards Bai Ziqi, with Xiao Rou following closely behind. Xiao Rou, noticing her own bouquet, tilted her head in confusion, wondering why her flowers were left in such a corner. Perhaps it was merely because that spot had available space. She gazed at the painting her father had given her, a smile illuminating her face. "Dad's flowers are still the most beautiful," she declared, gently caressing the petals as if they were a rare treasure belonging solely to her. Bai Ziqi sighed beside her. What father could resist such a charming daughter? "All right, Mom is going to prepare dinner now. Dad should be home soon, and we'll all eat together," she announced. "Okay, Mom." The prospect of Ye Qing's return filled the two girls with glee. At that moment, in a Rolls-Royce, Ye Qing politely declined the invitation to the company's gala, citing the children as his reason. After all, there would be many opportunities in the future. It wasn't that he was lacking in social grace. Rather, he had just assumed his role and was in the stage of establishing authority, where such gatherings might undermine his standing. It was not yet time to mingle with subordinates. Driving back with Shen Yinshi beside him, she sat in the back seat, her hands neatly placed on her lap, resembling a well-behaved schoolgirl. Her posture stiff with immense psychological pressure. What merit did she possess to occupy the boss's seat while the chairman drove her? At that moment, she felt an overwhelming desire to vanish. "Perhaps, Director Yi, I should drive instead, and you can sit in the back," she suggested timidly. "Rest easy. You need to save your energy for teaching the children tonight," Ye Qing replied, recalling the earlier conversation. Shen Yinshi had eagerly volunteered to drive him home, and he had consented. However, her cautious driving was too slow for his liking. As they approached an elderly man riding an electric tricycle, Ye Qing could no longer remain still. He swiftly switched places with Shen Yinshi, eager to return home and reunite with his wife and children. "At this pace, we'll never make it home," he exclaimed. "I didn't intend for you to sit in the back just to rest. Your driving skills are quite lacking." Shen Yinshi's heart ached at his words. How kind a new chairman was. What chairman would personally drive and allow their employee to rest in the back? It was a first in her experience. Determined, she silently vowed to dedicate herself wholeheartedly to teaching the children, feeling a sense of camaraderie akin to one who would lay down their life for a true friend. Ye Qing, unaware of how profoundly Shen Yinshi's mindset had shifted in the back seat, would have only remarked how alarming such imaginations could be. Upon reaching the villa area, Shen Yinshi admired the opulent surroundings. "This place must be worth a fortune," she mused, acknowledging that it was only fitting for Director Yi to reside here. As they approached Villa Number 3, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Such a grand villa?" she gasped. She had previously thought her own spacious flat was luxurious, but this was an entirely different realm. "Let's go inside. I'll introduce you to my wife and children." Ye Qing beckoned, and just then, two figures emerged from the villa, dashing toward them. The quicker of the two cradled a small kitten in her arms. Shen Yinshi's heart fluttered as she beheld the two girls. They were exquisitely beautiful and irresistibly adorable. Her affection for children surged as she witnessed their charm. And the kitten? It was simply delightful. These three must have been raised on cuteness alone. This isn't just a villa. It's a fairy tale castle, she thought, her heart racing. In an instant, the two little girls reached Ye Qing, clinging to his legs. "Dad, you're back," they exclaimed. "Dad?" Yo-Yo completed her task perfectly today. "I didn't even see him," Yo-Yo declared, her expression pleading for commendation. Ye Qing, understanding who him referred to, couldn't help but smile. "Excellent, Yo-Yo. Keep it up," he praised, giving her a thumbs up. His eldest daughter was indeed dependable. Chapter 50. Allow me to introduce my wife, Shen Yinshi. She gazed at Yu and Xiao, her face adorned with an increasingly warm smile reminiscent of a doting aunt. How she longed to embrace them. Their touch must surely be delightful. Simultaneously, Yu and Xiao noticed Shen Yinshi clinging to Ye Qing's leg. They turned their attention towards her. Their gazes met, and Shen Yinshi found herself captivated by two pairs of enchanting, peach blossom eyes. "Daddy, who is this sister? She is so beautiful," Yu exclaimed, Her curiosity piqued. Sister, are you Yu's teacher? Yes, Yu. This sister is named Shun Inchi, and she will be your music teacher from now on. She is exceptionally talented, so you must learn diligently from her, understood? Okay, Yu replied enthusiastically, rushing towards Shun Inchi. She approached her and bowed deeply, executing a profound 90-degree salute that startled Shun Inchi. This little girl is exceedingly polite, she thought. Hello, teacher. Hello, Yu. To be honest, Shun Inchi had little experience in teaching children. However, this little girl appeared remarkably well-behaved, contrary to the chaotic imaginations she had conjured about unruly kids and those who bully others. Let us head inside. We can teach the children after dinner, Ye Qing suggested. And Shun Inchi nodded in agreement. They entered the room. Yu spotted Bai Ziqi coming out of the kitchen. Mom, look, my teacher is here, she exclaimed, tugging on Shun Inchi's hand to introduce her to Bai Ziqi. The two exchanged a glance. In that moment, upon seeing Bai Ziqi, Shun Inchi understood why these two children were so exquisite. They had such a stunning mother. Having encountered numerous beauties in the entertainment industry, she found that none could compare to Bai Ziqi. She was breathtaking, especially with those mesmerizing, watery peach blossom eyes. Who wouldn't be enchanted? And that figure, along with her subtle makeup, made it seem as if Ye Qing's wife appeared no older than 17 or 18, even though she had a child of 4 or 5. Wow, Shun Inchi thought, tempted to turn to Ye Qing and exclaim, do you realize you might be committing a crime here? However, she recognized that this woman must be older than she appeared, possessing an ageless beauty. This is my wife, Bai Ziqi, Ye Qing introduced proudly. Shun Inchi nodded, looking at Bai Ziqi with a smile. Sister-in-law, I am Shun Inchi. Mr. Yi has invited me to be Yu's music teacher. The weight of her words left Bai Ziqi momentarily bewildered. First, calling her sister-in-law seemed incorrect, leading to potential misunderstandings. Second, Shun Inchi? Wasn't she a popular singer? How had her husband managed to engage someone of such stature to teach Yu? This was truly remarkable. Lastly, what did Ye Qing mean by Mr. Yi? Clearly, her husband had not divulged everything to her. Was it concerning his career? Bai Ziqi pondered briefly, uncertain if she should inquire further. Thank you for coming all this way. Please, have a seat and join us for dinner. I hope the dishes I prepared suit your taste, Bai Ziqi said, guiding Shun Inchi to the table. However, Shun Inchi stood there, appearing somewhat restrained, waiting for Ye Qing and Bai Ziqi to sit first. It's fine. No need to be so formal. Just relax. Ye Qing waved his hand and took a seat. As they began dining, Shun Inchi found the food quite satisfactory. Observing Ye Qing and Bai Ziqi, she realized this was the warmth of Mr. Yi's little family. The two shared glances filled with love, making her feel overwhelmed. Such affection shouldn't be displayed so openly. She would have to share this with her friends later. After dinner, Shun Inchi took Yu to the music room, while Ye Qing guided Xiaoro in practicing calligraphy. Bai Ziqi intended to check on Ye Qing when her phone rang. It was a video call from Lao Bai. Dad, what is up? What are you doing? I just finished eating. What about you? Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to see you through the video, Lao Bai replied, as another figure peeked into the frame. Lao Bai, you're so sentimental. You just want to see those two little girls, don't you? Elder sister, you have no idea. Mom said Lao Bai was practically itching to see the kids. Bai sing ti tang ti met in, gao sing Lao Bai to bolut. Right? Yu and Xiaoro are in class now. One is in music class, and the other in calligraphy, so it's not a good time. Maybe I'll check in later, Bai Ziqi explained. Oh, I see. It's best not to disturb them while they're learning. Bai Xingtian replied, visibly disappointed. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. Bai Ziqi observed her father's dejected expression and sighed. Dad, I'm worried for you. What do you know? The kids are studying. Now, off you go, do your homework. Fine. Meanwhile, Shun Inchi entered the music room with Yu. The facilities were well equipped with high-quality instruments. After testing out a few, she discovered that Yu had little understanding of basic music concepts. So she began teaching from the ground up. Gradually, Shun Inchi sensed something unusual. This little girl's capacity for learning was astonishing. After explaining musical notes and rhythms, Yu grasped the concepts almost immediately and even began to ask questions. Wow, how are you so brilliant? Shun Inchi exclaimed, unable to resist pinching Yu's cheek. Hee hee. Yu giggled, pleased by her teacher's praise. Now let me test you. I'll play a few notes, and you tell me the pitches based on what I just taught you. Okay. However, as the test progressed, Shun Inchi increasingly sensed something was amiss. This was not just a minor issue. Yu got every single note correct. Even some of the more ambiguous tones were accurately identified. Sitting there, Shun Inchi regarded Yu with a dawning realization in her mind. Absolute pitch. This was absolute pitch. Many singers possess this ability, but to uncover it at such a young age and nurture it, with Mr. Ye's resources, the heights she could reach in the future were unimaginable. Chapter 51. Do you understand the concepts of alienation and concretization? The thought was too daunting for Shun Inchi to entertain. Nevertheless, she continued to teach with utmost dedication. As the clock approached 8, she led Yu out of the music room. Meanwhile, Ye Qing was approaching with a fruit platter in hand. I was just about to bring this over, but I see you've come out on your own, he remarked. Mr. Yi, you are too kind. Bai Jiqi responded as she joined them. Yu, how well have you been learning? I've learned so much. The teacher praised me. Yu exclaimed eagerly. Have you thanked your teacher? Yes, yes. Yu nodded emphatically before running off to play. Shun Inchi turned to Ye Qing. Mr. Yi, sister-in-law, I've discovered Yu's talent. She possesses perfect pitch. Ye Qing was not surprised, but Bai Jiqi paused, having heard the term before. While she did not know its exact meaning, it seemed to indicate a remarkable musical gift. If nurtured properly, she could become a top-tier star, Shun Inchi remarked with a smile. Ye Qing Sigit. You have much grander aspirations than I do. At this stage, I merely want the two girls to grow up carefree, with a hobby to enjoy. Of course, it would be even better if they could flourish. Ye Qing added, in the end, we want our daughters to excel, to make those who covet them aware of the gap, and deter them. Mr. Yi's sister-in-law, I shall take my leave now. Sister-in-law, let us exchange WeChat. If Yu ever wants to learn, just message me. I have a place in Jiangsheng, and it's not far from here. All right. After exchanging contact information, Shun Inchi said, let us see you off. It's quite late. I've arranged for a car to wait outside. You've worked hard, Ye Qing replied. Oh, Mr. Yi, you're too courteous. Enough with the pleasantries. Shun Inchi fell silent, realizing Ye Qing had already accepted her as one of their own. Come on, let us see you off, Sister Inchi. Okay, I'm coming. Upon hearing Ye Qing's voice, the two little girls hurried over, each holding a cherimoya. Teacher, try this. Sure. They all stepped outside, where the car Ye Qing had arranged was already waiting. As Shun Inchi got into the car, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Mr. Yi, sister-in-law, you should head back now. There's no need for such courtesy. Yu, Xiaoro, your sister is leaving. Goodbye, sister. Goodbye, teacher. The two little girls waved as the vehicle started to move. Shun Inchi turned to see Yu and Xiaoro watching the car disappear into the distance before their gaze shifted ahead. Hey, they're running towards the front. Brother Lin Han, sister Lin Yu. Hello. Like cheerful little birds, the two girls rushed forward. Ye Qing and Bai Jiqi followed closely behind. Slow down, don't fall. Ye Qing called out, a peculiar thought crossing his mind. If these two little ones fell, would they bounce back up? However, he quickly dismissed the notion. If they were to scrape their knees, he would surely feel heartbroken. He grasped Bai Jiqi's hand as they moved forward. I must say, these two are quite fast. Could it be that they've inherited some extraordinary combat skills? Lin Han and Lin Yu noticed the little girls approaching and stepped forward a few paces. Wow, that puppy is so cute, Yu exclaimed, gazing at the corgi Lin Han was holding. Unlike typical corgis, this one had a tail, wagging it playfully. As Yu reached out her hand, the corgi leaned in, its large ears flopping back casually. Petting up brings no worries, Linan chuckled. Don't worry, it's gentle and one tea bite. Just pet away. Xiaoro joined in, and under the gentle caresses of the two girls, the corgi sprawled comfortably on the ground. You're quite fortunate, aren't you? Linan remarqued. Observing the scene, he then turned his attention forward. Brother Yi, sister-in-law, have you just sent someone off? Lin Han noticed them escorting Shun Inchi to the car. Yes, she's Yu's music teacher. We were just seeing her off after class. And you too. Are you out for a walk with the dog? Are you adopting every animal you come across? About this little fellow, Lin Han pointed to the corgi I found it panicking on the highway exit ramp. I had to scoop it up, or who knows what would have happened. How did it end up there? Perhaps someone didn't want it anymore. But we shouldn't judge other circumstances too harshly. After adopting pets, I've realized how lucrative running a pet shop can be. For instance, I took this little one for grooming today, and they charged me $100. I only pay $50 for a haircut myself. What is the deal with that? Lin Yu shot him a glance. Considering it eats poop, do you think it deserves better? Her comment left Lin Han momentarily speechless. Why is my sister so harsh on me today? Seriously, it's like she is always looking for opportunities to tease me. Do you even realize what is wrong? You've been scoring a 3-0 in every match we play. I've lost all afternoon. Do you think I shouldn't be upset? It's all your fault for losing. Why do you take that ridiculous scoring system so seriously? Do you understand what alienation and concretization mean? Do you know? Let me illustrate with an example. Chapter 52, Let me ponder. What can you cosplay at the comic convention? The last Han dynasty of the feudal society, the Ming dynasty. After enduring numerous emperors, it ultimately perished under the reign of the last emperor, Chongzhen. Ah, what a conclusion. Alas, Chongzhen's score is a mere 3-0. The sovereign who witnessed the fall of the Ming dynasty under his rule. Can one truly claim that the demise of the Ming dynasty rests solely on Chongzhen's shoulders? Other emperors had their share of frivolities. Some indulged in leisure. Some were preoccupied with romantic pursuits. Others neglected their duties in favor of craftsmanship. Yet, all those emperors are considered MVPs. But when it comes to Chongzhen, the nation crumbles, and it's solely his fault. Is that a fair assessment? The previous emperors played no part in the downfall of the Ming dynasty. All blame falls on Chongzhen. Shouldn't we examine the specifics of his actions? Did Chongzhen not strive to reverse the tide? Did he not attempt to eradicate the eunuchs? Did he not stand firm at the gates of the nation? Yet here we are, fixated on ratings. Is that not foolish? Why the obsession with scores? Aren't we all part of the same collective? It's as if I possess the ability to single-handedly lead the team to ruin. Lin Han's fervent outburst rendered the surroundings silent in an instant. Ye Qing listened to Lin Han's words, her lips twitching slightly. Logically, it seemed there was merit to his argument. Even by Ji, she cast a sympathetic glance towards Lin Han. The two young girls, petting the dog, turned their attention to Lin Han's voice. Brother Lin Han, is someone bullying you? Don't be angry. As the girls spoke, Lin Han's emotions stabilized somewhat, yet his gaze remained fixed on Lin Yu, as if silently demanding her response. Lin Yu then let out a cold laugh. Oh, a score of 3-0 is one thing, but to incessantly bark about it, are we not a collective? Shouldn't we consider your actions? I reviewed your footage. As a support, you neglected to absorb damage, hiding behind the marksman, frequently retreating or roaming the jungle. And in the end, your damage absorption was even lower than that of the marksman. And yet you continue to bark. As Lin Yu spoke, Lin Han's earlier bravado diminished. He had not anticipated that his sister would review the replay and catch him off guard. This felt like an unfair game. At this moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he had performed poorly, yet he did not wish to appear utterly inept. Hence, his sister's observations held a grain of truth. Have a little more tolerance for the inexperienced. Lin Yu noticed Lin Han's lingering defiance and handed the dog leash to Ye Qing. Yiga, could you hold this for me? After Ye Qing accepted the leash, Lin Yu charged towards Lin Han. Hey, what are you doing? There are too many people around. Don't cause a scene. When we get home, I'll treat you to something nice, okay? No ir pudding. Ye Qing and Bai Ji, she stood a short distance away, stunned. They had not expected to witness such an intense confrontation while out for an evening stroll. Perhaps this is the weight of bloodlines, Ye Qing mused, glancing at the two little girls, grateful that he had two daughters with such delightful dispositions. One a protective elder sister, the other a gentle younger sister, both endearing in their own right. After a while, once the scuffle concluded, Lin Han's ears were flushed red, and his face was smeared with dirt. He felt somewhat embarrassed to let others see him in such a state. By the way, Yiga, there's a comic convention this weekend that promises to be quite enjoyable. What do you think? It will be a rare opportunity for fun, and many people will have their children cosplay. To think you are also a cosplayer, Ye Qing expressed his surprise. Lin Han's interests were indeed diverse: racing, rescuing pets. And now, delving into the anime world. Lin Han scratched his head. I'm just an enthusiast. I've been in this realm for quite a while. I even introduced my sister and others like Zhou Ying and Zhou Kai into this circle back then. They used to attend too. Do you have time? If you do, you needn't worry about preparation. I'll think of suitable characters for you to cosplay. All right. Ye Qing nodded in agreement. Lin Han looked at the family of four, his mind swirling with countless character ideas. After all, this family was strikingly attractive, both the older and younger members. Let us head back and contemplate it further. Gulme, let us continue our stroll, Ye Qing suggested, observing the two little girls still joyfully playing with the dog, as if children possessed an innate affinity for animals. Meanwhile, Shen Yinqi had returned to her room in Jiangqing. Changing into her pajamas, she glanced at the time before reclining on the sofa, chatting with friends and her manager. Initially typing, she was soon drawn into a group voice chat. Yinqi, did you just come back from Yidong's place? How was it? Come on, tell us more about it. Was the child very mischievous? Was the job easy to manage? Listening to their eager voices, Shen Yinqi began, as for the job. The group fell silent upon her words. It was absolutely delightful. What? Really? With a single statement, it seemed to ignite a spark of curiosity among them. This doesn't sound right. Teaching a rich kid should be fraught with challenges, perhaps even dealing with a troublesome child. Yet with Shen Yinqi, it was nothing but a joy, and it sounds like an extraordinary joy at that. I'll start from the beginning. Shen Yinqi began narrating her experience. From the moment Ye Qing drove her to the villa, to the delightful interactions with Bai Shi and the two little girls. Upon hearing about Bai Shi and the two girls, the chat erupted in excitement. Are they truly that beautiful and adorable? Do you have any pictures? Can you share them in the group? I only have some pictures of Yu, but I'm not sure if Yidong would allow them to be shared. If you truly wish to see, we can view them together when we meet. I assure you, just one glance will ignite the desire to have a daughter of your own. They are incredibly cute and exceptionally polite. Moreover, Yu possesses a remarkable musical talent. She has absolute pitch. As she spoke, the chat buzzed with astonishment. Shen Yinqi engaged with her friends, sharing stories, as envy began to swell within the group. How fortunate she was to be experiencing such joy while they sat in longing. About an hour later, Ye Qing and the others returned home. Oh, Bai Ji, she suddenly recalled. Father mentioned wanted a video call to see the little girls. How could I have forgotten? Oh well, it's already 9 o'clock. Perhaps it's best not to call now. Let us all go wash up together, she said, gently ushering the two girls towards the bathroom. On the other side, at Bai Jixi's home, Bai Xingting sat on the sofa, aimlessly scrolling through his phone, glancing at the time and scratching his head. What is going on? Even if they are attending an interest class, it shouldn't extend this late. How could they treat the kids this way? Chapter 53. The bed encounter. He immediately felt indignant on behalf of the two girls. How could they be so careless with the little ones? Seething, he sat there, his eyes fixated on his phone. Bai Ling, startled by his demeanor, remarked, "It's already past 9. I've finished my homework. Why aren't you asleep, Dad?" Leaning in to see, she noticed that old Bai's phone displayed a chat interface with her older sister. Suddenly, she understood. Oh, are you waiting for a video call with the two little ones? But wait, haven't they finished class yet? Oh, they should have wrapped up long ago. They must have simply forgotten to call you. Boi Xing. Huh? Is it possible for someone who got into Jiangqing University to have such a poor memory? This has nothing to do with entrance exams. It's just that I tend to habitually overlook things that I deem unimportant. What? Bai Xingting fell silent. When did his grandchildren become insignificant? Go on. Finish your homework and get to bed. You have class tomorrow. Look at you. Whenever you leave the room, my mood plummets. Hey, is it really appropriate to say that? Bai Ling huffed a little tune as she headed to the bathroom to wash up for bed. Bai Xingting also rose, contemplating that perhaps Bai Ling was right. However, it wasn't that it was unimportant. They must have simply forgotten due to busyness. Yes, absolutely that. At this moment, he realized he couldn't call them now. The children were likely preparing for bed. Tomorrow morning, surely, there would be time for a chat. In the large bed of the villa, the two girls embraced their little flying horse, ready for slumber, while Ye Qing turned off the lights. Adjusting his phone to the dimmest setting, he wanted to savor the night's tranquility. Although he was no longer Ao Bing's uncle, Going to bed so early felt like a loss. By Ji, she was also peering at her phone when she suddenly muttered softly, "Oh no, this is bad. What happened?" By Ji, she turned to face Ye Qing. "Dad mentioned wanting to video call us tonight, but we were in class then. I told him we would call him after class, but after I went out to drop off Yin Chi, I completely forgot about it. Knowing Dad, he must have been waiting all night. Oh no." By Ji, she stuck out her tongue, playfully pretending to be dead. This made Ye Qing's heart flutter with warmth as he contemplated, "It's all right, we can just call him in the morning." Saying this, he listened to the even breaths of the two girls as they fell asleep. Seizing the opportunity, while by Ji, she was lying on her back, he flipped over and playfully leaned over her, initiating a bed encounter. By Ji, she's eyes widened, her heart raced, and a flush crept onto her face. "Ye Qing, what are you doing? It's late. Is that even possible?" Ye Qing thought, "Does he want a kiss?" By Ji, she pursed her lips and closed her eyes, gently pouting. "Hey, my little girl is quite understanding," he thought as he leaned in for a kiss. Just then, he sensed a gaze from the other side. That prickling sensation made Ye Qing abruptly look over, only to hear a soft voice. "Daddy, are you trying to get out of bed? Do you want some water? Can you bring a cup of water for Xiao Ro?" "Thank you." Daddy in the darkness, a pair of bright eyes watched Ye Qing's movements, curious yet expressing her request. By Ji, she hadn't anticipated being caught by her daughter. Her initially excited mood shifted to one of embarrassment. Though they had shared kisses before, being seen in such a situation by her daughter was still rather awkward. Ye Qing sighed, but hurriedly got out of bed to fetch a cup of water for Xiao Ro. "Thank you." Daddy Xiao Ro gulped down the water, tugged at Ye Qing, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Ye Qing's lips curled into a smile. "Well, I managed to get a kiss regardless." He returned to bed, yet his mind wandered back to the earlier incident when by Ji she knocked on the door at night. His heart raced. Blood surged through his veins. But thinking of the relatives coming over made Ye Qing helpless, wondering why girls had such an overwhelming mechanism. Wasn't this the time for invincibility? Forget it, forget it. Time for sleep. As Ye Qing drifted into a hazy state, he felt a figure snuggle closer, slender legs climbing up. Without a thought, he opened his arms and embraced by Ji Shi. Time to sleep. On the other side, Old Bai had returned to his bedroom, but was still waiting to see if there would be any updates. However, as the clock struck 10, he sighed. No miracle tonight. Time to sleep. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, Bai Ting rose for his morning run, glancing at his phone. After a moment of thought, he left a message for Bai Ji Shi. After changing his clothes, he went out for a run with Old Zhang. Throughout the run, Bai Ting was distracted, frequently checking his phone and barely responding to Old Zhang's chatter. Upon reaching the park, the two stopped. "What is wrong with you this morning? You seem lost in thought. Is something on your mind? Why do you keep checking your phone? Is there something captivating you?" Old Zhang's questions made Bai Ting feel guilty. Is there? Absolutely. You check your phone almost every minute, only to set it down with a look of disappointment. Let me tell you, now that your eldest daughter is in college, this period is quite precarious. I've seen many people lose control during this time. You'd better keep your wits about you. Your home is lovely. Don't let things get messy. Old Zhang's tirade made Bai Ting's lips twitch. He understood the implications behind Old Zhang's words. However, he felt wronged. He was merely trying to check on his precious granddaughter. But he couldn't share this with Old Zhang, so he was left to silently endure the lecture. Sighing inwardly, Bai Ting felt a storm of frustration, but had no choice but to let Old Zhang continue his admonitions. The more he spoke, the more convinced Old Zhang became that Bai Ting was hiding something. By the time they parted ways and Bai Ting reached home, his phone rang. It was a video call from Bai Ji Shi. Hearing the notification, Wang Ning and Bai Ji Ling hurried over. "Quick, answer it. I thought it was my exclusive call," Bai Ting remarked as he watched them. In the next moment, the phone was snatched by Bai Ji Ling, who swiftly answered it. "Hey, your hands are too fast." Chapter 54. Daddy, what are these 4 delightful decorations that resemble crispy snacks? Bai Tian inquired, hastily rising to approach Bai Jiling. Upon arrival, she was met with a peculiar sight. Only a ceiling appeared on the screen before her, as though a mobile phone lay idly on a bed. What is going on? Where is everyone? Where's my sister? Bai Jiling pondered, her confusion mirrored in the expressions of Bai Tian and Wang Ning as they joined her. Soon after, two small heads slowly emerged from beyond the screen, revealing themselves in a playful manner. Their faces beamed with sweet smiles, as if relishing in their mischievous antics. "You little rascals!" Bai Xingtian's initially puzzled expression transformed into joy. "Hey, you two little girls, I can't wait for this weekend to come and snatch your snacks." Bai Zhiling teased playfully, sticking out her tongue. "By the time you arrive, Xiao Rou and I will have devoured all the snacks, and there will be none left for you." "What? But I am your dear aunt." Bai Zhiling was taken aback by the audacity of the two little ones. "You even remember that you are my niece, yet you plan to steal the snacks from two children?" Bai Zhixing picked up her phone and directed the camera toward herself. The impatience in Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning's eyes was unmistakable. What does this mean? My adorable daughter is no longer favored?" Bai Zhixing exclaimed dramatically. All right. It seems that only the two granddaughters hold your hearts now. Have you forgotten about your little cotton-padded jacket?" With that, she excused herself to prepare breakfast. After a brief conversation, the call for breakfast rang out. "Grandma and Grandpa, Aunt, we're going to eat now." The two little girls waved at the camera. "Make sure to eat well, all right?" "We will," they chorused cheerfully. "In the next few days, make sure to call Grandma and Grandpa more often. They will visit you this weekend." With a wave of their hands, the two little girls hopped off the bed, scurrying towards the kitchen with their phones in hand. "Grandma and Grandpa said they would come to play with us this weekend," Yu announced at the dining table. "I had a feeling about that," Bai Zhixing remarked, casting a glance at Ye Qing, who smiled back. "Isn't it perfect timing? We were planning to take Zhiling to the monk temple to experience the harshness of the world this weekend. With no one to look after the two little girls, their grandparents' visit is quite timely. Moreover, we can explore Jiangxing together, as they mentioned it had been a long time since they visited properly." After breakfast, the family of four set off for kindergarten. Meanwhile, on Bai Xingtian's side, after finishing their meal, she hummed a tune as she descended the stairs with Bai Zhiling. "Dad, you seem quite cheerful, but let me remind you, it is only Tuesday. If you wish for the weekend to arrive, you still have a few days to endure." With that, she lifted her long legs and sped off on her bicycle. "Hey, you little brat, you really know how to poke at your father's heart." Bai Xingtian felt the sting of her words, and his earlier good mood began to dissipate. Indeed, the weekend felt a long way off, and for the next few days, he would have to content himself with video calls to the little girl to ease his longing. After starting his Volkswagen, Bai Xingtian set off. In the following days, life settled into a routine. During the day, the two girls played with their friends at kindergarten, and in the evenings, they practiced music and calligraphy. In these few days, Xiao Rou had made remarkable progress, not only expanding her vocabulary, but also significantly improving her writing skills. Ye Qing would write characters for Xiao Rou to copy. Sensing that she was beginning to break through to a deeper understanding of the art. As for Ye Qing did not need to monitor her progress. Each time she saw Shun Yinshi emerge from the music room, the expression on his face spoke volumes. Shun Yinshi seemed to be caught in a cycle of astonishment. After being astounded one day, he would return the next, having accepted the fact that some individuals were simply musical prodigies, only to be shocked anew upon teaching again. On Thursday evening, Shun Yinshi exited the music room, his face still bearing that look of disbelief. Ye Qing couldn't help but twitch his lips at the sight. "Goodness, haven't you developed any immunity after all these days?" He knew what was coming next. Shun Yinshi would undoubtedly approach him, shaking him vigorously, exclaiming, "Yu is a genius. Do you know that, Yidong? You come here just to brainwash me. You say that every day." Ye Qing retorted, "Exasperated." Shun Yinshi scratched his head, realizing that indeed, she had been repeating that phrase daily. "Yidong. I don't know what to say. I need to go home and process this. I'm preparing lessons daily, but I can hardly keep up with her learning speed. I feel like I'm being drained dry by Yu. What absurd talk." Ye Qing shot her a glance, wondering if she truly resembled a star singer. Nearby, Bai Zhixing stifled a laugh behind her hand. "All right, I'll give you a day off tomorrow. Your children's grandparents are coming over," Ye Qing announced, leaving Shun Yinshi momentarily stunned. "Well, that's great. I can prepare better now. All right. Teacher, goodbye." Shun Yinshi waved as they escorted her out. Yu also waved at Shun Yinshi with a reluctant expression. Once the car drove away, the two little girls noticed a large clothes rack in the house, adorned with colorful garments, and approached it curiously. "Mommy, Daddy, what are these?" "These are outfits that Uncle Lin Han sent over for us to wear to the comic convention this weekend," Ye Qing explained, gently patting Xiao Rou's head. "Oh," Xiao Rou replied, only partially understanding. "Is the comic convention fun?" "According to Uncle Lin Han, it should be very enjoyable, with many people attending." Yu Yu leaned closer to examine the clothes, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Daddy, what are these 4 things that look like crispy snacks?" Chapter 55, by Ji Shi's Cosplay. Who can endure the temptation of black stockings and high heels? Ye Qing gazed at the 4 whimsical horn headbands, perplexed. These adornments were designed for the 2 young girls. After a moment's contemplation, he thought it would enhance their appearance to style their hair into small buns and place them within these horns. A splendid idea indeed. Bai Ji Shi also cast her eyes upon the clothes hanging on the rack. When Lin Han delivered the attire, she had glimpsed her cosplay character. Armed with dual weapons and clad in black stockings, she donned a striking black ensemble adorned with various accessories. Although the final look was captivating, she had never ventured into such bold fashion territory before. For her, this attire felt rather daring. Once a model of propriety, she had never dared to experiment with such attire. She picked up the black stockings, unwrapped them, and felt their delicate texture. They seemed quite sheer. Turning around, she caught Ye Qing's gaze fixed on the stockings, then lingering on her legs, lost in fantasy. "You rogue, your eyes are brimming with desire." Bai Ji Shi playfully chastised him inwardly. Ye Qing approached her, asking, "What's the matter? What are you staring at?" "I've simply never worn such a style before," she replied. "Don't worry, it's a rare opportunity to try something new. We should have fun. Besides, I'll protect you. Look, I even have a handgun," he added, grinning. "How cool is that? I must admit, I'm starting to enjoy cosplay," Ye Qing remarked, smiling. The image of those black stockings hugging Bai Ji Shi's slender legs struck him with a visual impact that was undeniably potent. He wondered if he could handle such a lure. "Regardless, we must go to the comic convention. It promises to be an exciting adventure." Yo-Yo held up her outfit and compared it to Xiao Rou's. "Hey, we have matching clothes. We both have horn headbands." Seeing the 2 young girls so jubilant, Ye Qing and Bai Ji Shi couldn't help but smile. "Shall we try them on now?" Ye Qing suggested, recalling Lin Han's assurance that the garments were made from high-quality fabric, meticulously dry-cleaned, and ready for wear. Bai Ji Shi pursed her lips, not wanting to dampen her family's enthusiasm. A trip to the comic convention was indeed a novel experience. She ushered the 2 girls back to their room to change. After a while, Ye Qing emerged, fingers poised on the trigger of his toy gun, striking a pose that radiated confidence. Indeed, men remain youthful at heart. He admired his reflection, noting how the outfit bore a striking resemblance to anime characters. With a touch of color hair gel, he would be all set. "Daddy, Daddy!" 2 figures dashed out from the room. "Help us with our hair." Of course. After styling their hair and affixing the horn headbands, the 2 girls appeared as if they had stepped straight from an anime. Yo-Yo, in particular, bore an uncanny resemblance to her animated counterpart, her cheerful demeanor perfectly captured. Now, only Bai Ji Shi remained. As Ye Qing pondered this, she emerged from her room, her long legs clad in black stockings accentuated by high heels. At a mere glance, Ye Qing felt his heart race, initiating the royal engine. Boom, boom, boom. With each step of her slender legs, Bai Ji Shi shyly approached him, adorned with jewelry and accessories that outshone any animated creation. "Ye Qing, is this acceptable?" "Too captivating. You possess a talent for seduction," he commended, raising his thumb. "What was that saying? What is forbidden must not be seen. Oh wait, no. 3 years minimum, maximum life sentence, you." Bai Ji Shi, already flustered, drew closer in her heels, brandishing her toy weapon. "You wicked Ye Qing, I'll get you. Can your weapon fire faster than my bullets?" "I'll shoot," Ye Qing began, but abruptly halted, realizing the absurdity of his words as he glanced at their toy weapons. In his moment of distraction, Bai Ji Shi had closed the distance, her prop weapon aimed at his heart. However, upon contact, it bent, revealing its rigid material. "Oh no, I'm dead," Ye Qing exaggeratedly proclaimed, eliciting a smirk from Bai Ji Shi. "You're acting far too theatrically. All right, let us take a picture." Ye Qing set up his phone. After a few moments, they captured the moment. Setting this as my wallpaper, he declared, "Now let us change back. It's nearly bedtime." As they all changed, each was pleased with their attire. Later that night, as Ye Qing lay reflecting on Bai Xi's ensemble, his heart raced uncontrollably. The allure was undeniable. He never anticipated that her combination of black stockings and high heels would be so striking. It seemed there was much more to explore with his beloved wife. As he contemplated this, his heartbeat quickened further. Bai Xi, nestled in his embrace, had already drifted into a slumber. Suddenly, a loud banging resonated. "Huh?" Bai Xi furrowed her brow. "What's that noise? It sounds like war drums." She stirred awake, glancing at Ye Qing, and gently squeezed his chest. "What are you up to, Ye Qing? Why aren't you asleep? Your heart is racing." Ye Qing sighed, realizing his own heart had betrayed him. I'm not cuddling with you anymore." Bai Xi rolled over to the other side, hugging her plush bear instead. "How can this be my fault? It's all you're doing. Now I can't sleep," Ye Qing thought, pulling out his phone to admire their group photo. Upon enlarging it, he couldn't help but marvel. "My wife is truly beautiful." Chapter 56. Who can sleep through this commotion at midnight? Her slender legs were clad in black stockings, accentuated by petite black heels. If she were to don Valentino and Balenciaga, her allure would undoubtedly double, almost enticing one to commit a crime. Ye Qing mused on this thought before eventually succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, Shun Inchi returned to her room, where her two close friends had already entered using the code she provided. They lounged comfortably on the sofa, indulging in snacks and fruits, completely at ease in her presence. "Ling Han, Ying, you both seem quite relaxed. Has the music teacher returned?" Wang Linghan turned to her with an envious expression. "Are we not leisurely beings?" Ying chimed in. "Indeed, we had aspirations to become music teachers for Director Ye's daughter, but alas, we were not chosen. This is not our fault. We too sought this opportunity, yet it eluded us. Thus, we can only wait in this leisurely manner," they teased. Shen Inchi regarded her friends. Both celebrated singers and pillars of the Wuyo Media Music Division like herself. Yet, Director Yi had placed his trust in her, selecting her to teach Yu, for which she felt immense gratitude. "Go ahead, help yourselves," she said. "Now that we are done eating, we have a significant matter to discuss. How adorable Director Ye's child is. In your chats, you've sung her praises to the heavens, calling her beautiful, sensible, and musically gifted. Why haven't you sent us any photos? You only allowed us to see her." Wang Linghan feigned reproach. "Oh, I can't be blamed for that. One must protect the child's privacy. If any information were to leak from me, I wouldn't know how to face Director Yi," Shen Inchi replied. "All right, we understand your caution. Now, show us." "Here it comes," Shen Inchi said as she retrieved her phone, displaying the photos for her friends. "Wow, how adorable. No wonder Director Yi is so handsome. It's no surprise his child is so precious. His wife is also stunning," Shen Inchi added, nodding in agreement. They marveled at the child's remarkable genes, evoking an irresistible urge to embrace her. Such beauty! If she were to participate in a variety show or a live stream, with Director Ye's resources backing her, she would undoubtedly become a national darling, they mused. "I concur," Shen Inchi nodded. "I also possess photos of Director Ye's other daughter. Let us take a look." "Oh my, she is equally adorable. Did Director Yi and his wife consume copious amounts of cute during their pregnancy? With such two little treasures, Director Yi is truly fortunate," Wang Linghan exclaimed, both of them marveling at the children. "Inchi, are you visiting Director Yi's home tomorrow?" Su Jing in Guit? "No. Director Yi has granted me a day off. I need to prepare my lessons. This little girl nearly exhausts me every day," Shun Inchi replied. "What a fierce statement. Wait, are you implying something?" "I meant knowledge," Shen Inchi retorted, shooting them a glare. "We're speaking of knowledge too," Wang Linghan added. "Why don't you suggest to Director Yi that we join you next time? Our distinct styles and techniques could benefit the little girl. Of course, we primarily wish to pinch her adorable cheeks," Su Ying pleaded. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Inchi agreed. "I'll ask Director Yi about it when I visit next." "Excellent. That's all we need to hear," they rejoiced before the conversation shifted to a delightful tea party with topics revolving around Ye Qing, Bai Xi, and the two little girls, eliciting a growing envy for Director Yi's life. The following morning, Bai Xi, who had rolled away earlier, returned to Ye Qing's embrace. After breakfast, Ye Qing announced, "Soon, your father will take you to kindergarten. This evening, your grandparents and aunt should arrive. There are no lessons tonight, and tomorrow is the weekend. We'll see if we can invite Shininchi over." Upon hearing that their grandparents would visit, the two little girls were ecstatic. "With Grandpa here, we can ride the big horse," they exclaimed. "However, you cannot both ride at the same time. Grandpa's back cannot bear the weight of both of you. You're both big girls now, understand?" Ye Qing added. Oh, Yu sighed in response. "Hey, little girl, are you still unconvinced?" Ye Qing teased, playfully tickling her, which elicited gleeful laughter from her. "All right, let us get going." After finishing their meal, Ye Qing took the children out. Baiji, she had a busy schedule today, so she boarded the car as well. Upon arriving at school, Yu declared, "Today, I continue my mission." "I understand." Yu turned, saluted with impeccable formality. "Excellent. You're full of spirit." Ye Qing felt reassured and turned to leave. Outside, Yu and Xiao Rou had yet to enter the classroom. In the expansive activity area, they noticed numerous tables set up, complete with ink, brushes, and paper. "What is this for?" they wondered aloud. Just then, Xiao Dan approached them. "Yu, Xiao Rou, you've arrived." "Xiao Dan, what is all this? Why are there so many supplies?" "Well, I just asked the teacher. She said today the kindergarten invited grandparents from the Provincial Calligraphy Association to teach us writing and painting." Oh, Yu's eyes widened. "Xiao Rou, you can show off your skills today." "Huh? Can Xiao Rou write with a brush?" "Of course. My sister is exceptional." Yu beamed with pride, exuding a sense of honor regarding her sister's talents. "How impressive, Xiao Rou. My father enrolled me in a class, but the teacher said my talent is average." Xiao Dan sighed. The teacher approached, overhearing their conversation. "Oh, Xiao Rou is indeed talented. You'll have the opportunity to showcase your skills soon. And don't worry, the grandparents from the Calligraphy Association are very kind. With their guidance, you may even develop an interest in calligraphy," she said gently, kneeling to pat the heads of the three girls. "All right, let's head back and sit for a bit. The grandparents' haven tea arrived yet." "Okay." They entered, engaging in play with clay or reading picture books. A short while later, cars began arriving outside, and the kindergarten management greeted them. "Professor Xu and Xia, welcome." The director greeted them warmly. To their surprise, the esteemed professors had found time amidst their busy lives to join. "Not at all." Professor Xu waved her hand. "We're not overly busy anymore. Most of us have retired from universities or government positions and have little to do now. As we grow older, we find ourselves increasingly fond of children. Today provides us with a delightful distraction." "Haha, Professor Xu, you are far too modest," the director replied, ushering them into the kindergarten. Soon after, the children emerged, and Professor Xu and her companions were greeted by smiles as they beheld the little ones. As they say, as one ages, there is an increasing fondness for children, particularly those of tender years who are so obedient and lively. "Hello, Grandma." Upon hearing a greeting directed at her, Shumon looked ahead to see three little girls. Among them, two bore a striking resemblance to one another, both exquisite in appearance, adorned in nearly identical attire, unmistakably sisters. Chapter 57. Yu approached Xiaoro, allowing her passage, while the boys were met with resistance. The boy beside them also seemed to share a good rapport with the girls. The trio greeted her warmly, and what a delicate child she was. Soon, Professor Xia made his way over. "Hello, my dear," he greeted, his face adorned with a gentle smile, as if rejuvenated by the presence of these children. He felt a youthful spirit in their company. Schumann bent down to embrace the three little girls, exclaiming, "You are simply adorable." After the embrace, she attempted to rise but winced in pain, inhaling sharply. "Grandma, are you all right?" Xiaoro and Yu hurried to support her. "It's nothing, just the aches of old age. I'm Fine. Now, off you go to find your seats. I will join you shortly." Once reassured that Schumann was not seriously hurt, the three girls scampered towards the tables and chairs. These girls exhibited excellent manners. It was evident that both their parents and their kindergarten had instilled such virtues in them. The professors exchanged approving remarks about this educational journey. "Let us not keep the children waiting any longer. Let us commence," Schumann said, and everyone scattered in different directions to teach. "Hold a pen like this, yes. Just like that." Schumann spoke with a benevolent expression. When it was Yu Yu's turn, Schumann observed her pen-holding posture and was pleasantly surprised. This little girl displayed a remarkably standard grip. Well done. Your pen-holding technique is quite impressive, Schumann praised. Hee, Grandma, you came over? Yu Yu blushed slightly at the compliment. Did a teacher instruct you? Schumann inquired, contemplating the possibility of taking her as a disciple. This child appeared to possess a certain perceptiveness. I learned from my dad. He says I am not particularly gifted in this area. My main focus is music. My sister has more talent in this regard, and he often teaches her directly. Oh, your sister? Is she the other delicate little girl? Schumann asked, recognizing the calm demeanor that would naturally be drawn to writing and drawing. Very well. I shall teach you for a while. Then I will go see how your sister is faring. Okay, Grandma. Schumann spent some time teaching Yu Yu before turning her attention to the nearby Xiaoro, eager to assess her calligraphy skills. As she drew closer, she adjusted her glasses and peered at the work before her. In an instant, her body trembled, and her pupils widened in astonishment. She gasped as she approached Xiaoro, staring at the piece she had crafted. The look in her eyes sparkled with shock. Looking at Xiaoro's calligraphy, her initial astonishment transformed into an inner quake of admiration. This little darling's work was truly exceptional. It exuded an air of sophistication and had already transcended the ordinary to reach a deeper meaning. After observing for a while, Xiaoro sensed someone watching her and turned to see Schumann, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. Grandma, you came over. Xiaoro, your calligraphy is remarkable. Did you learn from your father? Schumann inquired. Yes. My dad is very skilled, Xiaoro replied, her large eyes sparkling with pride, as if she were speaking of her protector. Are there no other teachers? Well, my grandfather taught me a little, but no one else, Xiaoro said, her smile growing brighter at the thought of seeing her grandparents and aunt later that evening. How long have you been studying calligraphy? Not long. I suppose my dad taught me for about a week. Xiaoro tilted her head in contemplation. A week? You mean to say just a week? Schumann was taken aback. It was clear that children were incapable of deceit, and it appeared she had indeed practiced for only a week. Yet, how could she achieve such talent in such a short span? A prodigy. This truly was the ideal candidate for her to take under her wing. Schumann's heart raced with excitement, but she maintained her composure, aware of the other professors present who might also be seeking promising students. After a moment, Professor Xiao approached. Schumann, how'd it go? Have you finished teaching? Would you like me to join you? No need. Children are generally quite easy to teach. Schumann replied with a hint of embarrassment, brushing her nose. As the other professors gathered nearby, they asked, did you discover any promising talents? I found a child with decent calligraphy skills. They were sent for lessons, but their talent is only above average, one professor remarked. I haven't found anything noteworthy on my end, another chimed in. What about you, Schumann? Nothing. You know me. I have a fondness for children and tend to overlook talent. I'm not particularly keen on taking on disciples anymore, Schumann said, and the others nodded in agreement. Seemingly unconvinced. Having successfully deflected their inquiries, Schumann began to contemplate how to obtain her colleague's phone number to visit Xiaoro's father and secure this promising young talent. Resolute in her decision, she admired the child, feeling a sense of guilt for her intentions. Just then, a voice erupted from behind. Wow, Xiaoro, you are amazing. Little Dan, led over by Yu Yu to admire her sister's calligraphy, was utterly captivated. Her exclamation drew the attention of several nearby children, who flocked to see Xiaoro's work. Is this really your creation? They exclaimed in awe, their eyes alight with admiration. Xiaoro, naturally shy, felt the weight of their gazes, her joy mingled with bashfulness. Xiaoro, can you give this to me? Little Dan pleaded earnestly. Of course, Xiaoro responded, handing over her piece titled The Greatest Virtue is Like Water with Care. Little Dan accepted it gingerly, as if it were a precious treasure. Other children soon expressed their admiration as well. Xiaoro, could you write something for me? They clamored. In an instant, Xiaoro was surrounded, yet Yu Yu stood guard nearby, resolutely remembering the task entrusted to her by Ye Qing. The girls approached Xiaoro, but the boys were met with resistance. Chapter 58. An enriching weekend approaches. Xiao Ro observed the pleading expressions of her friends and promptly set to work. Not far away, Schumann watched the scene with with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. My prized disciple seems poised to take flight. Schumann's previously calm demeanor was now tumultuous. What's happening over there? Why are all the children congregating? It appears they are beseeching for something. That little girl must be the one I just instructed, right? Her calligraphy looks quite commendable. Did I not just mention that there wasn't much talent among them? As the chatter continued, Schumann felt a twinge of guilt. He had not paid sufficient attention to this child. Let us go take a closer look, Professor Xia suggested, having discerned the subtle hints in Schumann's expression. They approached the group. Upon arrival, they watched as Xiao Rou put pen to paper. The fluidity of her strokes and the sharpness of her penmanship were astonishing. This seemingly delicate girl wielded a forceful grip that penetrated deeply. Moreover, the phrase "the highest virtue is like water" that she inscribed evoked a profound sense of artistry. Was this truly a lack of talent? The others turned to Schumann, who lowered his head in embarrassment, and they began to connect the dots. You've discovered a gem and have been concealing it from us, planning to take her as your apprentice later on, they surmised. If not for the children's exclamations, they might have remained oblivious. After learning more about Xiao Rou, the professors were astonished. A genius. This is true talent. One exclaimed. I believe we should pay a visit to her father, another suggested. Indeed, a child of such promise warrants a conversation with her father to nurture her gifts. Yes, we need an esteemed mentor. Amidst their animated discussion, they sought the kindergarten teacher for Ye Qing's contact information. Esteemed professors, we cannot casually share parents' information. Allow me to contact the parent first and gauge their disposition, the teacher replied. Please do relay our interest, they urged. After a brief wait, the teacher made the call, explaining the situation and the professor's desire to visit. Ye Qing had just returned from the yard, seated on the sofa while feeding Xiao Tuan Yuan. They wish to come over? That's fine. I can provide an address. Ye Qing shared the details. Within the kindergarten, upon learning the outcome, the esteemed guests did not rush to depart, but instead completed their teaching duties first. By this time, many children had already received Xiao Rou's works. After bidding farewell to the distinguished guests, the children resumed their play. Shortly thereafter, Villa number 3 welcomed an array of visitors. Ye Qing greeted them at the door. Following mutual introductions, she invited them inside. As for the praises regarding Xiao Rou's talent, Ye Qing was well aware, for her daughter had inherited an extraordinary gift in calligraphy. Was that a mere jest from the system? We have heard Xiao Rou mention that she is under your guidance, and the child possesses remarkable talent. It will be prudent to find a renowned master. Professor Xia began, entering the room with the others. However, upon stepping into the hall, his voice abruptly ceased. His footsteps halted, and his eyes fixated on a piece of calligraphy hanging nearby, which boldly proclaimed, "The highest virtue is like water." The brushwork and the depth of meaning surpassed anything Xiao Rou had produced by a considerable margin. Just a glance brought a sense of tranquility to the heart. Professor Xia's mouth twitched. Such depth of expression was beyond his capabilities. Not only him, but the others present felt the same. As the group followed his gaze, they were taken aback. After a moment, their glances toward Ye Qing shifted dramatically. Schumann's excitement was palpable. Ye Qing, sensing their scrutiny, thought, what do those looks imply? I see. The desire to take my daughter as a disciple has morphed into an interest in me instead. Indeed, the esteemed guests harbored such thoughts. Yet, upon examining the calligraphy, they sighed. Ye Qing's skill was vastly superior. They realized that he could impart lessons anytime, rendering their aspirations to take on apprentices superfluous. They discreetly set aside their intentions to recruit Xiao Rou as well. Schumann, however, turned to Ye Qing. Ye Qing, would you be interested in joining our Provincial Calligraphy Association? That's an excellent idea, the others acknowledged, recognizing Schumann's sharp intellect. The association was unlike typical organizations. It functioned more like a club, albeit with higher standards, comprising individuals of high calligraphic skill and social standing, a veritable nexus of connections. Very well, Ye Qing nodded. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. I will ask the association's secretary to send you an application form for you to complete. It's quite straightforward. Xia Yuan looked at Ye Qing. We shall take our leave now. Do visit us often. Bring Xiao Rou and Yu. for they are utterly delightful. Certainly. Schumann hesitated momentarily, then sighed, contemplating requesting a piece of calligraphy from Ye Qing. However, the thought of imposing felt too embarrassing, so he resolved to wait for another opportunity. After bidding farewell to their guests, in the afternoon, Ye Qing engaged in conversation with Bai Shi. He ordered some fruit tea and, after making a note, sent her a message. Ye Qing, your husband has acquired an additional title. I am now a member of the Provincial Calligraphy Association. Future child's mother. Ah. Ye Qing recounted the events, eliciting a mix of amusement and disbelief from Bai Shi. The title seemed somewhat absurd, yet it felt appropriate given Ye Qing's skill. She responded with several admiring emojis, her smile radiating warmth. Ye Qing, I just ordered some fruit tea. The delivery person should be bringing it to you soon, so remember to collect it. Future child's mother. I will go during the break. Ye Qing, have the uncles and aunts set off yet? Future child's mother. Not yet. They mentioned they would pick up Ji Ling after school and then come over. I'll have them come to the school before I take them home. Chapter 59. Bai Ji Ling is about to be deceived. Ye Qing. Right. I will go pick up the 2 children from school shortly. I believe you should arrive home before us. Ye Qing. By the way, are you feeling unwell today? Future child's mother. No, I feel much better today. After all, it has been 5 or 6 days. It's almost over. Bai Ji, she was typing away, feeling a bit strange despite Ye Qing's concern. It was unusual for a boy to care for her like this. Still, warmth enveloped her heart. Nearby, Zhang Ming and her friends were whispering about their weekend plans. After a week of classes, shoot and tea, they indulge a little. Let us go out for a stroll. Ask Ji where she wants to go and if she has any plans. Okay, Zhang Ming responded, turning her gaze toward Bai Ji, who wore a blissful expression. In that instant, Zhang Ming lost her desire to inquire further. Oh my, is it really necessary to flaunt your happiness like this? Bai Ji, look at you now. Where has the icy beauty gone? Huh? You seem to be thriving too well. The ice has melted away, transforming into gentle waters. I don't want to approach. Zhang Ming grimaced. You all know I'm perpetually single. If I go over there, I might be bombarded. Ji might just grab my head, open my mouth, and stuff it with dog food, forcing me to swallow. Wang Yi. Others. Do you have to be so vivid? The image is etched in our minds. Let us ask after class. I refuse to be bullied. I'm not perpetually single. Wang Yi laughed, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming. I feel like you want to feed me dog food too. You're trying to get ahead, but you're single now. I once had a sweet relationship, but you're single now. Wang Yi playfully cupped Zhang Ming's face. Can we refrain from mentioning my single status? I am well aware. She was flustered. Zhang Ming struck again. Wang Yi. Wang Yi was on the verge of losing her mind. Each word struck her heart. Soon, class was dismissed. Wang Yi turned to Bai Ji. Ji, do you have any plans for the weekend? Bai Ji pondered. I have quite a few plans this weekend. My parents are coming to accompany Ji Ling to Jiangxing University and to explore Jiangxing University of Technology. There is also Lin U.S. comic exhibition, and perhaps some other activities. Bai Ji revealed, this week my parents are coming. That statement piqued Zhang Ming's interest. She rushed over. What does this mean? Are you introducing your boyfriend to your family? You're moving rather quickly. Not really. Bai Ji replied, not wishing to be too ostentatious. Having already brought him home a week prior. Wow, impressive. Zhang Ming was engrossed, momentarily forgetting her own single status. This time, my younger sister is coming over too. ISNT, she, in her 2nd year of high school, she wants to apply to schools in Jiangxing. So, Ye Qing and I plan to take her around our school and Ye Qing school, letting her experience it. Ye Qing insisted on taking my sister to Jiangxing University of Technology, wanting her to understand the intimidating atmosphere there, cautioning her not to apply. Indeed, Wang Yi nodded recently. There have been more students from other schools. Perhaps they are from that intimidating place, preparing for internal sales. Achoo! At Jiangxing University, Yuan Bo suddenly sneezed. Why do I feel like someone is cursing me? Was it that girl who just passed by? Zhang Hongwei remarked, perhaps she has taken a liking to you. Go away. Yuan Bo waved his hand. Honestly, we might as well have Lao Si introduce us to a wealthy woman. Look at the ones he finds. Fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged, and rich. I would see mine a step down, or even two. Hey, Zhang Hongwei looked at Yuan Bo. You're not Lao Si. How do you know he's living well? He might be in deep trouble, facing tough times. And we haven't seen him in days. Do you think it's easy to live off someone else? Yuan Bo. Stop it. You shatter my dreams of living off someone else. And how do you know all this? Did you buy a VPN just to do research on this? Yuan Bo promptly countered. As they bickered, they walked ahead. A delivery person zoomed past them and stopped at the teaching building. A moment later, a few female college students emerged. Here, that's your fruit tea. Thank you. Upon receiving the tea, Wang Yi patted her chest, feeling a similar tingling sensation, though it paled in comparison to Bai Zhi's. All right, Zhi, we'll take care of what you mentioned. When your sister arrives, we'll join in on the fun. I excel at guiding naive second-year girls, ensuring they appreciate the beauty of Jiangchang University and strive to enroll here in their upcoming high school journey. Gao Meng smirked. You're quite the unreliable one. You almost let something slip. Okay, let us divide this up. Bai Zhi, she said. In the next moment, Gao Meng chuckled softly. Well, perhaps not. She glanced at the fruit tea in her hands. Let me check the notes. No ice, less sugar. Zhi's exclusive order. Your boyfriend seems to have a keen understanding of your needs. Those words turned Bai Zhi's face crimson. Stop talking nonsense. Quick, let us divide this up. We need to return to class. The break is almost over. Everyone hastily divided the drinks and rushed upstairs. Wang Yi and the others began contemplating how to introduce Bai Zhi to Jiangcheng University. The tranquil library, the beautiful environment, the delicious food. Splendid. Later, they would copy some introductory notes from the campus website. Surely, they would enchant the Navi second-year girl. Perfect. Bai Zhi, she watched as they whispered among themselves, her face occasionally breaking into a smile. She pursed her lips, sensing that this time, Bai Zhi would be thoroughly deceived. Just then, her phone rang. Chapter 60, The Dowry Doubles. Bai Zhi, she gazed at the messages sent by her sister. Bai Zhi Ling, big sister calling big sister. I just got out of school, and you would believe it. I was the first one to dash out. Zhi Ling, we're currently speeding towards Jiangcheng University. Zhi Ling, the navigation says it'll take an hour to arrive, but judging by how Dad has his foot buried in the accelerator, I reckon 40 minutes will suffice. Zhi Ling, why aren't you replying? Are you naturally taciturn? Bai Zhi, she looked at her sister, feeling somewhat helpless. This girl just loved to send a barrage of messages. Sometimes, when she ignored her for a long time, Zhi Ling would even dramatize her own plight, acting as if she were abandoned and despised. Bai Zhi, she, all right, I understand. I'm currently in class, so when you arrive, send me your location and I'll come find you. Bai Zhi, she, then I'll take you both home. Zhi Ling, what about brother-in-law? Bai Zhi, she, he is going to pick up Yu and Xiao later tonight. Zhi Ling, oh, Zhi Ling, okay, I'll let Dad know. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Ye Qing was also preparing to head out. He observed the luminous screen that appeared before him, detected an increase in marital affection. Reward, strengthening martial arts punch. What does this mean? Why has the affection suddenly increased? Is it truly that easy to elevate one's feelings? Just a cup of milk tea? Ye Qing stroked his chin, perplexed. Little did he know, it wasn't merely the milk tea. It was primarily the support from a few of his roommates. Ye Qing didn't dwell on it much longer. After all, rewards were better than none. The method for the strengthening martial arts punch materialized in his mind. As he had medical knowledge, he examined it closely. It felt like an enhanced version of the 5-animal play, with a certain degree of self-defense functionality. Quite good, indeed. Perhaps he could teach it to the 2 girls or to uncle and aunt. With that thought, Ye Qing set off. In the span of 40 minutes, Bai Zhi alighted from the vehicle and gazed at the distant Jiangcheng University. Many college students were around, likely out to enjoy the Friday night after class. University life is truly delightful, Bai Zhi mused. At the very least, after graduating from high school, there would be no more homework. Homework really is a vexation. Thankfully, the days of enduring the grind would come to an end in just one more year. Noticing Bai Zhi lost in thought while staring at Jiangcheng University. Dear, keep striving. There is still a year left. If not now, then when? Learn from your sister and aim for a good university. Bai Zhi Mom has turned into an old PUA. Learn well from my sister? Should I also bring back a child from the future along with a boyfriend tomorrow? The mere thought of it pained her. According to Yu and Xiaoro, she would likely still be single at 30. Where on earth is that cursed boyfriend? With that, she felt a surge of anger, startling Wang Ning beside her. This girl seemed to get angry at the slightest provocation. She began to reflect on whether her previous words were inappropriate. She quickly changed her tone, suggesting not to put too much pressure on herself. Just aim to get into any 211 university, which would be quite good. Upon hearing this, Bai Jiling was taken aback. Why did Mom suddenly change her tone? I'll message my sister. As she spoke, Bai Jiling began to edit and send several messages to Bai Jishi. Bai Xingting had just disembarked from the car when he heard his daughter's words. No need to send messages. We're not in a hurry. Your sister should have just finished school. We can wait. I've already sent it. Bai Jiling waved her phone, then looked at her father. Aren't we in a hurry? How come it takes an hour according to the navigation? Yet we arrived in 40 minutes? Boy Xingting. Huh, is that a Maserati? Bai Jiling gazed at the luxurious vehicle in the distance. Such cars are rare in their hometown. Jiangsheng is indeed a major city, and she was astonished to see such a fine automobile upon her arrival. Bai Xingting and Wang Ning's attention was also drawn to it. After all, one glance was enough to recognize that this Maserati was exceptional. As they observed, the Maserati yielded to pedestrians at the crosswalk. After driving a short distance, it signaled a left turn, cautiously waiting until the road was clear before changing lanes and stopping by the roadside, activating its hazard lights to indicate a temporary halt. Good heavens! The people of Jiangsheng are incredibly polite and cultured. Back in our place, someone driving that car would simply bulldoze through, changing lanes without signaling, and certainly wouldn't yield to pedestrians. Let's not equate our hometown with a backward place. Wanning Zima, Tapping Bai Zilang, Bai Zi Si Thang Ho Ne. However, the driver is indeed courteous. Bai Xingting nodded in agreement. Perhaps he is a novice. Before their eyes, the Maserati's door swung open, and a graceful figure emerged, waving at them. In an instant, all were left in a daze, their eyes widening in disbelief. What is this? Good heavens! Bai Ji, she also jogged towards them, closing the distance in no time. How long have you been waiting? I just got out of class. Observing their stunned expressions, she tilted her head in confusion. Wait, big sister, how did you get this car? Isn't it worth 2 million? Wow, big sister, have you become a rich lady? Can I take a ride later? Bai Jiling spoke rapidly. It was your brother-in-law who let me drive it. My driving skills were lacking before, and he even accompanied me to practice at night. Bai Ji, she explained, also providing an explanation to her parents. At the same time, she recalled her first experience driving with Ye Qing, where she almost ran over a dog and mistook the windshield wipers for the turn signal. Now, having become familiar with the vehicle, such mishaps no longer occurred. Wang Ning glanced at Bai Xingting, seeking his approval. Bai Xingting shrugged, uncertain of how to respond. Logically, this should not be happening. The car was too precious. However, considering that Ye Qing and his daughter were destined to be a couple, and they already had a child, it seemed unlikely that his daughter had initiated it. She was not that type of person. I think we should prepare the dowry and other gifts we intended for our daughter soon, Bai Xingting quietly suggested, pondering if there was any point in holding on to them. Yes, indeed, Wang Ning nodded in agreement. Chapter 61. Your two daughters travel from the future, and you discuss science with me? Hey, Mom and Dad, what are you whispering about over there? Bai Jiling inquired, observing her parents' mysterious demeanor. Bai Xingting and Wang Ning swiftly waved their hands, dismissing her curiosity. We were just discussing some household matters, nothing of significance. All right, Mom and Dad, let me take you to Ye Qing's house. Hey, big sister, I'm riding your car. I want to experience a luxury car. Sure. Bai Zici not that. Amused by her quirky younger sister, Bai Xingting watched his two daughters from behind. He often contemplated how sorrowful he would feel when marrying off his daughters. But now it seemed rather manageable. After all, his daughters had not yet officially wed, yet he already had two precious granddaughters. It felt like a seamless transition, providing him with considerable psychological comfort. He considered himself quite fortunate. At this moment, Bai Ba found himself pondering about Ye Qing's future. A thought crossed his mind. and he shook his head. Ye Qing would likely not be as fortunate as he was. When the time came for her to marry off her daughter, it would probably feel like a painful extraction. What S with that expression on your face? Wang Ning noticed that both daughters had hopped into the car and turned to her husband, finding a complex expression on his face, a mix of pity and relief. Nothing. Nothing. Let us go. We'll soon see Yu and Xiaoro. Bai Ba climbed into the car, following behind by Ji Shi. Gradually, he sighed. Ji Shi's driving skills still need improvement, but fortunately, she's aware of her limitations and drives cautiously. Plus, the car is quite good. So many drivers yield to her. Otherwise, I would truly be worried. Who doesn't drive like this at first? You get used to it eventually, Wang Ning added. In the front car, Bai Ji Ling exclaimed, wow. It looks so high-end, so spacious and comfortable. Brother-in-law must really love you to buy such a nice car. Indeed, with the fruits of love already in tow, could it be anything less than true love? Bai Ji Ling remarked, repeatedly calling it true love and the fruit of love, causing Bai Ji Shi to blush. She's getting more and more talkative, Bai Ji Shi thought. After a while, Bai Ji Ling fell silent, gazing at the scenery of Jiang City. I really like the view here. Tomorrow, my sister and brother-in-law will take you to visit a few schools to experience it. Okay. Thank you, big sister. Thank you, brother-in-law. Bai Ji Ling expressed her gratitude. Your brother-in-law can't hear you right now. He has gone to pick up your two nieces. Wait until you see him tonight to thank him in person, Bai Ji Shi replied. That works too, Bai Ji Ling nodded. As the car drove on, the surrounding vehicles became scarcer, and the terrain rose higher. My goodness, the scenery is stunning. Nestled between mountains and rivers, with a view of the river ahead and lush greenery behind. The feng shui here must be excellent. You understand feng shui? Of course. Do you think I watch ghosts blowing the lantern for nothing? That's all fictional. We must believe in science, Bai Ji Shi casually remarked. Huh? Bai Ji Ling turned her head to her sister. Now you tell me to believe in science? You stand before me with two nieces from the future and want me to accept that as science? All right, except for that which defies science. Everything else is quite scientific. Not scientific at all. How is it that we share the same womb, yet brother-in-law is so exceptional, handsome, and wealthy, and he can father two such adorable girls, while I, at over 30, still have no boyfriend and am considered an old maid? This is utterly unscientific. Okay, let us not discuss scientific matters anymore. You can continue to admire your feng shui, Bai Ji Shi conceded. That is more like it. Bai Ji Ling turned back to gaze at the scenery, wearing a victorious expression, though she wasn't quite sure what she had won. Regardless, she felt quite pleased. As they approached the gate, Bai Ji Ling looked ahead, her mouth twitching, her heart racing with astonishment. This is my brother-in-law's house within this villa area? Yes, indeed. It's a grand and luxurious villa. You'll see for yourself shortly, Bai Ji Shi revealed without reservation. Bai Ji Ling leaned back in her seat, casting envious glances at her sister. What luck my sister has to have such a husband in the future. She could only express her admiration, unable to articulate anything else. Upon arriving at the entrance, Bai Ji Shi disembarked and spoke with the security guard, who recognized her and promptly allowed both vehicles to pass. They drove through a designated passage and parked at Villa number 3. This is Ye Qing's house. Bai Ji Shi gestured, and her words caught the attention of Bai Xingting and Wang Ning, who had just exited the car. The couple stood frozen, gazing at Villa number 3. This is a wealthy family. However, rather than envisioning the dramatic tales of television dramas, their minds were occupied with practical concerns. Bai Xingting turned to his wife. I feel we should increase the specifications for Ji Shi's dowry and bridal gifts. I feel the same. It would also bolster our daughter's confidence, Wang Ning agreed. But how much should we add? After all, we have another daughter to consider. When it's her turn to marry, we must provide her with a similar dowry and bridal gifts. We can't favor one over the other. Indeed. Bai Xingting pondered. Then a thought struck him. Oh, didn't the girls mention that Ji Ling is still single at over 30? She has about 13 or 14 years until then. We can save up for her during this time. Let us increase Ji Shi's dowry a bit. Wang Ning exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. How could I have forgotten about that? You have a sharp mind. As they conversed, they discreetly allocated a portion of the dowry reserved for Bai Ji Ling to Bai Ji Shi. Bai Ling noticed her parents stealing glances at her, and alarm bells went off in her mind. This can't be good. They are definitely plotting something. What are you doing? What secret conversation are you having? What are you conspiring about? Are you plotting against me? I want to hear. Bai Ling shouted, approaching them. Bai Xingting and Wang Ning quickly averted their gazes. What could we possibly be whispering about? We wouldn't conspire against you, would we? Exactly. You're being overly suspicious, they replied, though their tone was somewhat evasive. This little girl's intuition was remarkably accurate. Chapter 62. The Vibrant Atmosphere. Group leader Bai Ling. Initially, Bai Ling merely thought that her parents were engaged in casual whispers. She was intrigued and wanted to eavesdrop. However, at this moment, she sensed something awry, a profound sense of unease. It appeared they were truly scheming against her. Alas, all she could do was speculate in her heart, lacking any definitive answers. Mom and Dad, let us go inside, Ye Qing suggested, leading Bai Ling and Bai Zhishi into the premises. Upon entering, everyone was taken aback by the vast courtyard and its opulent decorations. The grandeur was overwhelming. Bai Ling mused to herself, wow, I've been deceived by television dramas. I thought the wealthy were no different. But now I realize I am merely a bumpkin intruding upon their world. Her gaze swept across the surroundings until she spotted an adorable, rotund little creature standing by the koi pond, staring intently at something. Bai Ling approached it. The little ball of fluff sensed a shadow looming above and lifted its round head, its big eyes locking onto Bai Ling. Just then, a large hand swooped down towards it. Realizing the impending capture, it attempted to flee, but it was too late. It was caught and cradled in her arms. Hey, little one, dreaming of devouring such a large fish at such a young age? Bai Ling remarked, observing the plump koi in the pond. These fish were indeed well fed, comparable to the chubby koi that had recently trended. It wasn't just their size that impressed her. If she witnessed how her two nieces fed them, she would understand why they were so robust. Bai Zhishi chuckled at the thought of her niece's feeding methods, especially the way Xiaoro would feed them with a handful. Sister, I have a bold idea. Quick, stow away that audacious thought. Bai Zhishi crossed her arms and firmly dismissed it. I asked the butler, and she informed me that each of these koi is a rare breed and of exceptional quality. Do you see that one? It's worth your tuition and living expenses for 4 years of university. If you pursue that bold idea, don't forget to pay your brother-in-law. Bai Ling was taken aback. What? They're that expensive? Poverty truly limits my imagination. My brother-in-law is extraordinarily wealthy. She scratched her head, conceding defeat. Nearby, Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning had also approached, having overheard their eldest daughter's conversation. They shook their heads in silence as they gazed at the koi. The atmosphere grew tense. For this was not their home. Shall we move to the room? All right, Bai Ling replied, slightly more composed, trailing behind Bai Zhishi while cradling the little creature. Upon entering the grand hall, she felt her lips twitch. Bai Zhishi guided them around, completely overturning Bai Ling's perceptions. Brother-in-law, you are my deity. The younger sister was astonished, realizing this was her first true awakening. After exploring the lavish surroundings, the group settled onto the sofa, enveloped in silence. Bai Zhishi understood that her parents and sister were lost in thought. After a moment, Bai Xingtian glanced at Wang Ning, his gaze suggesting something unspoken. Wang Ning remained silent, then looked at Bai Ling, finally nodding slowly. Bai Ling was perplexed. What is with that look? What are you plotting? You're not thinking of selling my kidney for my sister's dowry, are you? Oh, I'm doomed. She fell numb, having guessed part of their intentions, but not entirely. Unbeknownst to her, her parents had already decided on her dowry for her eldest sister, and her share was not to be obtained anytime soon. Meanwhile, at the kindergarten, Daddy, have Grandma and Grandpa arrived? A little girl named Yu rushed into Ye Qing's embrace, having completed her task splendidly. Well done, Yu. This task is our little secret, Ye Qing whispered. Grandma and Grandpa should be here by now, and your aunt has also come. Yu visibly tensed at the mention of her aunt and hurried over to Xiaoro to ask a few questions. Just then, an anxious Yu rushed back to Ye Qing, exclaiming, Daddy, hurry and call Mommy. We forgot to put our snacks in the storage room. Annie will eat all the snacks. Ye Qing was taken aback. Bai Ling, pay attention to how the children perceive you. This impression surely isn't the result of your actions last week. It must be the consequences of your younger self before traversing time. All right, I'll mention it to your mother shortly. Ye Qing chuckled, sending a message to Bai Jishi while waving goodbye to Xiao Dan, who was waiting for her parents to pick her up. As Ye Qing drove home with the two girls, their excitement was palpable at the prospect of seeing their grandparents. Yu Yu hummed a tune, and Ye Qing noted the recent progress she had made, likely due to Shun Inqi's diligent efforts. At home, Bai Jishi chuckled upon reading Ye Qing's message. What is so funny? Bai Xingtian, Wang Ning, and the others gathered around. After reading the message, Bai Jiling felt overwhelmed. Wait, I only had one pack of snacks last week. These two girls are quite vengeful. I'll make amends. Just don't treat me like this. Bai Jishi waved her hand. Your brother-in-law deduced this impression stems from your 30-something self, who was a single woman far from home, devouring your niece's snacks. Really? Bai Jiling nodded, realizing the truth. Wang Ning sighed, looking at her, at 30, a single woman, away from home, and eating up your niece's snacks. You really need to reflect on yourself. What do you mean by reflect? Bai Jiling inquired. Wang Ning's gaze scanned the surroundings, searching for a feather duster, contemplating a lesson for her daughter. A single glance made Bai Jiling understand. Mom, please calm down. I was merely trying to lighten the mood. Chapter 63. Why aren't you smiling? Is it inherent? Bai Jiling gazed at her mother, sensing that she was about to get serious. Immediately, she began to raise her hands in surrender, adopting a pleading demeanor. Wang Ning looked at her, feeling helpless. How would this little daughter turn out in the future? Bai Jiling furrowed her brow and then turned her gaze toward Bai Jiqi, suddenly enlightened. Mom, I've realized. I finally understand why I'm still single in my 30s. This statement drew everyone's attention, their faces reflecting curiosity. What could she possibly know? They had gradually become accustomed to the peculiar style of their youngest daughter. Do tell, Wang Ning replied, her expression one of disbelief. She didn't expect her daughter to articulate any reasonable justification. Bai Jiling spread her hands and began to analyze. Look, tell me if my reasoning holds any merit. I believe that my single status in my 30s is entirely due to my elder sister. The words landed in Bai Jiqi's ears, leaving her momentarily stunned. How could you be blamed for this? You see, my sister has found such an outstanding husband. Since my sister and I are cut from the same cloth, I must also seek someone comparable to her. But the result? My brother-in-law is so exceptional, handsome, wealthy, caring, and he has given my sister 2 adorable daughters. This has inadvertently raised my standards, so naturally my expectations have soared. As a result, I've become quite picky, right? Don't you all agree my analysis is sound? A series of arguments left the others speechless. Bai Xingtian regarded Bai Jiling thoughtfully, considering that her assertions might hold some truth. Wang Ning too fell into contemplation. Only Bai Jiqi glanced at Bai Jiling's chest, then lowered her head. Deep inside, she thought it shouldn't be this way. Could Bai Jiling not see her own toes? Was it not obvious that they were alike? Wasn't it said that they were identical? Bai Jiqi pondered, while Bai Jiling caught her gaze. Instantly, she felt a surge of indignation. What are you looking at? What is wrong? Surely, some people develop later than others. Do you not understand the concept of late bloomers? Bai Jiling raged internally, though she felt a twinge of insecurity. It seemed she was already in the late stages of development. Was there truly such a stark difference between her and her sister? There must be someone who appreciates my type. Well, that seems not entirely without reason, Bai Xingtian remarked, and Wang Ning nodded in agreement. Wait. Bai Jiqi exclaimed, feeling as if a great burden had been placed upon her head. I haven't done anything. Mom. You should encourage my sister to be more attentive and find me a good-looking boy, just like my brother-in-law. That would be ideal. Handsome is a must. Wealth is secondary. As I am a looks-oriented person. What does looks-oriented mean? Gong ninkinkuiret. Bai Jiqi waved her hand dismissively. Mom, don't mind her. This girl has no idea what she is thinking all day. However, you shouldn't be swayed by her. The reality is, she is still in her 2nd year of high school. With such bizarre thoughts already, shouldn't we correct her? She needs to focus on her studies first. Bai Jiqi said, a significant smile gracing her lips. Bai Jiling, a troublesome person is trying to ensnare me. Exactly. Wang Ning clapped her hands, directing her focus toward Bai Jilin. Ah. Bai Jilin quickly fled, casting a resentful glance at Bai Jiqi, internally pleading for help from Yu and Xiaoro to rescue her from this predicament. Bai Jiqi watched with a satisfied smile, pleased with her ability to diffuse the crisis, though she knew she would need to consider Bai Jilin's feelings. But that was a matter for a year or two down the line when she went to college. Meanwhile, outside, Ye Qing returned with the two little girls. Upon hearing the sound of the car door closing, Wang Ning halted in her tracks, and Bai Xingtian stood up, peering outside. They soon saw the two little girls alight from the vehicle and hurriedly dashed towards the house. Ye Qing is back. Let us go down, Bai Jiqi said. Turning to see, Mom and Dad have already gone down? Bai Jilin wiped her brow, realizing that Yu and Xiaoro were indeed effective. Downstairs, as the two little girls entered the house, they began searching for Wang Ning and Bai Xingtian. Grandma, Grandpa, hey, we're here. You're back. Yu and Xiaoro exclaimed as they spotted their targets, rushing toward them and leaping into their arms, their faces beaming with joy. Wang Ning and Bai Xingtian mirrored their happiness, their faces radiating delight. Bai Xingtian lifted Xiaoro into the air. Come, see what Grandma and Grandpa have brought you. As they spoke, they led the children to another area where an array of snacks and toys awaited them, primarily dolls, as they knew that too many snacks were not advisable for young children. Wow, thank you, Grandma and Grandpa. There's even stuff for my aunt. Bai Jilin approached, playfully pinching Yu's cheek. Stop teasing the little pig, Bai Jiqi sighed. Yet, Yu was overjoyed. After some playful moments, the two little girls began selecting toys, as if deciding which one would be honored with their nighttime embrace. Meanwhile, Ye Qing prepared fruits and dried snacks for everyone, observing Bai Jilin's somewhat reserved demeanor. Uncle and Auntie seem to be the same way. Uncle and Auntie, this is our home. If we ever find ourselves overwhelmed, we will need your help with the children. Ye Qing remarked, glancing at Bai Jilin. You little one don't seem to be shy. Why are you behaving as if you're in a cramped space at your sister and brother-in-law's house? Not at all. Brother-in-law, you're mistaken. There is nothing to be shy about at my sister and brother-in-law's house. I can help take care of the kids in the future. Well, that is quite good. Ye Qing responded, Herr tot Separkit. If you get into a university in Jiangsheng, you could sleep here at night. By then, Yu and Xiaoro will be in elementary school, and you could help them with their homework. Perfect. Ye Qing exclaimed, Klip had hands. After all, there were countless heartwarming stories online about parents and children helping each other with homework. Bai Jiqi, listening in, could not help but open her mouth in awe, her eyes filled with admiration. Honey, you're simply a genius. Only Bai Jilin pursed her lips, unable to smile. Ye Qing scrutinized her expression. What's wrong? This is a wonderful opportunity. You're being given the chance to tutor such adorable little ones. Why aren't you smiling? Is it inherent in your nature to not smile? Chapter 64. Bai Jilin. I do not wish to become a hua. The awkwardness of Bai Jilin in the villa dissipated. She began to ponder a different matter, whether or not to truly apply to Jiangxing University. If she were to gain admission, she could already envision her life, attending classes and leaving school together with her elder sister. After returning home in her sister's car, her brother-in-law would pick up the two little ones and she would start tutoring them with their homework. Two children, day in and day out. She would be akin to the character de Hua from a television drama. She glanced at Wang Ning, her eyes filled with determination. Wang Ning, observing her, wondered what had suddenly sparked such resolve in the girl. Mom, I have made up my mind. There is still more than a year left in high school, and I will strive and toil to gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. How ambitious! Bai Xingting chimed in immediately. However, Ye Qing and Bai Jiqi fell silent, realizing the extent of the impact that Ye Qing's earlier joking remark had on Bai Jilin. Her brother-in-law was mistaken. He should not have likened her to De Hua. Ye Qing thought silently. Moments later, Ye Qing approached Bai Jilin, saying, Tomorrow morning, we shall embark on a journey to Jiangxing University of Science and Technology. Afterward, we will explore Jiangxing University to observe the distinctions between technical and comprehensive institutions. This will aid you in your future university and major selection. She continued, As for my previous comment, I was merely jesting. I believe tutoring these two children will pose no challenge. They are quite intelligent. Ye Qing muset, contemplating that perhaps the two little ones would inherit some of his remarkable memory skills. Very well, you may go exploring tomorrow. We will take care of the children. Wang Ning nodded in agreement. At that moment, the two little girls, clutching several plush toys, wobbled over. Due to the size of the toys, their petite stature often obstructed their view, forcing them to stop and start. Grandma and Grandpa, we will cuddle with these toys to sleep tonight. All right, Gulme, sit with Grandma and Grandpa. Grandpa, would you like some tea? Asked Yu and Xiaoro, recalling how their grandfather had taught them to brew tea during their last visit. They were eager to try their hand at it. Bai Xingting glanced at the time and decided, well, let us skip the tea for tonight. Okay, the two girls felt somewhat dejected at not being able to showcase their skills. Then tomorrow, will you prepare a pot of tea for Grandpa? Sure. The girls' eyes gleamed with excitement. With the two little ones enlivening the atmosphere, Bai Xingting and Wang Ning also shed their reservations. Why don't you take Grandma and Grandpa to explore the various rooms? Bai Ji, she suggested. The girls nodded eagerly, leading the way. Ye Qing, feeling at ease, remarked. Bai Ling, tomorrow we will first visit Jiangxing University of Science and Technology, then stroll around Jiangxing University, and afterward enjoy a meal at Jiangxing University. This plan was devised after discussions with Bai Ji, as Jiangxing University was known for its decent cuisine. Any positive addition was welcome. Sounds great. Thank you, sister and brother-in-law. We are family. There is no need for thanks. Ye Qing vavit hadhant dismissive. Meanwhile, Yu and Xiaoro arrived at the music room. Grandma and Grandpa. This is where the teacher gives Yu her lessons. Oh, it's so well equipped. Are there many instruments? Has Yu learned some already? Yu seated herself at the piano and played a piece. However, due to the music room's excellent soundproofing, the melody could not be heard outside, leaving Ye Qing and the others unaware of the performance. Applause erupted from Wang Ning and Bai Xingting. Though they were not well-versed in music, they recognized the fluidity of the melody and acknowledged Yu's talent. Yu blushed, scratching her head. Sister is amazing, Xiaoro exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Let us move on to the next room. After a while, they reached the master bedroom. Noticing the 4 pillows on the bed, Wang Ning inquired, Yu and Xiaoro, do your parents sleep here with you? Yu nodded, pointing out. Yu and Xiaoro sleep over there. Mom and Dad are here. This is Mom's cuddle bear. But at night, Mom always abandons the cuddle bear to snuggle with Dad instead. Mom bullies Dad. Yu and Xiaoro lamented. We would never do such a thing to Dad. Wang Ning was taken aback by how close his daughter had become with Ye Qing. How credible were the things she said last week. Without having been with Ye Qing, Wang Ning observed their close demeanor and mused that it seemed their relationship had naturally blossomed. Forget it. The children are already here. The future is settled. As a mother, there is little I can do about it. Bai Xingting, on the other hand, looked at Yu and Xiaoro. Little ones, will you be all right sleeping with Grandma and Grandpa tonight? Sure. Grandpa will tell us stories tonight. We want to hear stories. All right. Today, I shall narrate tales from the 3 kingdoms. Bai Xingting said, continuing the narrative. Wang Ning interjected. When telling the children's stories, stick to the historical accounts. Some of the unofficial tales are too wild. Don't mislead them. I know. Bai Xingting nodded in agreement. Shall we grab our pillows and set off? Sure. The 2 girls quickly removed their shoes and clambered onto the bed. They retrieved their pillows and placed them in a guest room. Having heard their parents' arrangement for the night, this room was prepared for Grandma and Grandpa. Bai Xingting and Wang Ning observed the spacious guest room, rubbing their brows. This room is a bit too large. It feels rather empty. Even the sound echoes slightly. Thank goodness we have enough people to share this space. Otherwise, it might feel too vast and lacking in warmth. Indeed, we should not complain. It's merely an adjustment. As the saying goes, a golden nest or silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. While they conversed, Yu and Xiaoro had already climbed onto the bed, arranging their pillows and plush toys, even smoothing out the wrinkles on their grandparents' pillowcases. Chapter 65. No wonder my sister is so well cared for on the other side. Bai Jilin was not accompanied by the 2 little girls, but was instead surrounded by 2 mischievous souls, playfully displaying their affection. She found herself engrossed in the television, marveling at its grandeur. It was undeniable. Her brother-in-law's television was a sight to behold, remarkably large. She mused to herself that one day, when fortune smiled upon her, she too would acquire such an impressive screen. As she turned around, her sister Bai Jiqi approached her. "Come on, let me show you your room." "Oh." Bai Jilin rose to follow Bai Jiqi into a guest room. Upon entering, she gasped, "Goodness, is it really this spacious?" The room even boasted a private bathroom, which was equally expansive, complete with a bathtub. Listening to Bai Jilin's exuberant exclamations, Bai Jiqi couldn't help but feel a tinge of helplessness. This girl was quite the chatterbox. "You can sleep here tonight. I've already prepared the sheets with your brother-in-law yesterday. You can take a nice bath and then rest." Bai Jilin nodded appreciatively, fully in agreement with this plan. Later, while the two little girls were busy washing up, Wang Ning called Bai Jiqi into her room. "Mom, what is the matter? Why did you summon me in such a mysterious manner?" Bai Jiqi inquired, intrigued. "The two little girls will be sleeping with us tonight." "All right. I was planning to let them sleep with us, so I'll be sleeping in." Bai Jiqi began to hint at her intention of sharing a bed with Ye Qing, but was abruptly interrupted by her mother. Wang Ning was already aware of everything and had come to terms with it, no longer concerned about where Bai Jiqi would sleep. After all, they would inevitably end up together sooner or later. Otherwise, how could those two little girls have come into existence? She had accepted the situation with grace. The reason for calling Bai Jiqi was for another matter. Noticing her daughter's embarrassment, Wang Ning smiled knowingly. It seemed she was well aware of Bai Jiqi's arrangement with Ye Qing. It was likely that the little girls had inadvertently let the cat out of the bag. Yet, Wang Ning appeared unconcerned, indicating that she had already moved past it. "Here, take this," Wang Ning said, handing Bai Jiqi a bank card. "Huh?" Bai Jiqi was taken aback. "What is this?" "This is the dowry your father and I have saved for you." "How much?" Bai Jiqi was astonished at the amount. As she was about to refuse, Wang Ning swiftly interjected, "Your father and I set up 2 accounts for you both when you were born to accumulate your dowry. However, your father, being the doting father he is, often reminisces about the past when he deposits money, lamenting with a heavy heart. I had rehearsed numerous times how to prevent him from shedding tears at your wedding. Who would have thought this would suddenly happen? It seems all my preparations were in vain. Your father now appears quite content, completely focused on the 2 little girls. Thus, your father and I have decided to give you your dowry now. You are, after all, starting your own family. Use this money to buy something for Ye Qing, and perhaps for Yu and Xiao too. It's also a way for you to contribute to the household." Wang Ning spoke tenderly, patting Bai Jiqi's head, reminiscent of a heartfelt conversation between a mother and daughter on the eve of a wedding. In just a few moments, tears welled up in Bai Jiqi's eyes. "Mom, oh dear, you're all grown up now, yet you still cry. Do you think you're Yu or Xiao?" Wang Ning said. I'm also a college student." "Ah." Wang Ning scratched her head sheepishly, realizing she had become too immersed in her role as a mother since Yu and Xiao had come along, often forgetting that Bai Jiqi was still in university, feeling as though she were already in her 30s. "Mom." Bai Jiqi pouted. "Haha, all right, come here for a hug." Wang Ning enveloped Bai Jiqi in her arms. At that moment, Bai Xingtian entered the room with the 2 little girls, who had just finished washing up. Upon seeing Bai Jiqi and Wang Ning in an embrace, the girls exchanged puzzled glances, their big eyes blinking in curiosity. "Mommy, Grandma, what are you playing?" Yu exclaimed. "I want a hug too." So does Xiao. Reluctantly, they separated to indulge the children. "All right, we need to accompany the kids to bed now," Wang Ning hinted, signaling Bai Jiqi to leave. Bai Jiqi thought to herself, "Those 2 old folks have forgotten their daughter now that they have granddaughters." Observing her mother's nonchalant demeanor, Bai Jiqi felt a mix of amusement and frustration at the theatrics. "Come on, let us go." Wang Ning waved her hand, and after Bai Jiqi exited, she tucked the 2 little girls into bed. "Shall we sleep now?" "Okay." They chimed in unison. "Grandpa will tell you a story." "All right, lie down properly, and I'll tell you a story. But remember, you must go to sleep afterward. Tomorrow morning, Grandpa will take you out for a run, understood?" Bai Xingtian had been planning this for several days. He couldn't take Yu and Xiao for a run back home, where everyone was familiar, but here, where no one knew them, it was perfectly feasible. "Okay." The 2 little girls nodded eagerly. Bai Xingtian began to weave a tale. Meanwhile, In the bathtub of Bai Jilin's room, a slender leg dipped into the tub adorned with rose petals. After gauging the temperature, Bai Jilin slowly eased herself into the warm embrace of the water, letting out a sigh of relief as she sank into relaxation. Her cheeks flushed, she lay there quietly, enveloped by the soothing warmth, allowing the exhaustion of her week studies to dissipate. Ah, this is bliss. My sister truly enjoys a life of comfort. Her complexion glowing from the care of my brother-in-law. How fortunate! In the next moment, Bai Jilin recalled her brother-in-law's earlier jest about her being Dehua. Surely, he was only joking, right? Yet, his expression had not suggested humor at all. As the water cooled, Bai Jiqi emerged in her nightgown, lying down on the soft, comfortable bed, closing her eyes. However, after a while, she opened them again, exclaiming, "Goodness, I feel like a wild boar unable to enjoy the finer things. Ah, in such a spacious bedroom, I feel exposed, lacking the sense of enclosure and security. How can I possibly sleep? Bai Jilin, oh Bai Jilin, what to do with you?" She contemplated whether she should seek out her sister for companionship in slumber. Chapter 66. Did you really not sleep with my brother-in-law last night? The moment this thought crossed her mind, the sensation of being grasped by her older sister resurfaced in her chest. Hiss! In an instant, every hair on Bai Jilin's body stood on end. When had this little girl ever been treated in such a manner? Her sister was the first. What a villain! Forget it, perhaps it was best not to go. After being caught once, who knew what might happen this time? What if she had engaged in some new play with her brother-in-law? The thought was too much to bear. However, after tossing and turning, she realized one must venture into the tiger's den to capture the tiger cub. Even if she were to be caught, that was a matter for the morning, and she certainly could not sleep a wink now. Tomorrow, she had plans to explore the university. Without sufficient energy, how could she appreciate the beauty of campus life? Determined, Bai Jilin clutched her pillow and made her way to the room her sister had mentioned. She quietly pushed the door open. The room was shrouded in darkness. Bai Jilin groped her way to the bedside. "Sister, I can't sleep. The room is too big and too empty. I want to sleep with you. But let us sleep back to back. You mustn't. You mustn't be like last time." We agreed, okay? Hee hee. As she spoke, she leaped onto the bed. Upon feeling the blanket, it was indeed laid down, but there was no one there. She thrust her hand into the covers, but there was not a trace of warmth. It seemed her sister had long fled. Oh, where did she go? Bai Jilin was instantly frantic, knowing without a doubt that her sister had gone to sleep with her brother-in-law. What a scoundrel! You deceived me. You promised you'd sleep in this room. Bai Jilin's anger flared, yet there was nothing she could do. She could only tidy up her sister's blanket a bit, pretending that Bai Jiqi was still there. That would have to suffice. On the other side, in Ye Qing's room, the couple was engaged in intimate conversation. Bai Jiqi nestled in Ye Qing's embrace, tracing circles on his chest with her fingers. "Ye Qing, just now my mom called me over and gave me a bank card, saying it was my dowry." Inside there is. Bai Jiqi whispered the amount, thinking that if Ye Qing wanted it, she would get it to him. After all, she would be his in the future. So much money? Her in-laws certainly knew how to save. Ye Vink, remarque it. It shows how much your father-in-law dotes on his two daughters. Do you want it? Yes. Upon hearing this, Ye Qing's royal demeanor reactivated. He placed his hand on Bai Jiqi's waist, caressing her, his voice growing huskier. Bai Jiqi's eyes widened. "Wait, no, it's the money, not me. I haven tea." Bai Jiqi bit him gently on the chest, her little fangs glinting fiercely. This man was far too adept at taking advantage of the situation. How could there be such a misunderstanding? "Oh, you meant the money? I don't want it. I don't need your dowry. Just keep it for yourself. I have no designs on your little money pig. You may not be after my little money pig, but you are after me. Isn't it only right that I should be interested in you? Just collecting a bit of interest first." Ye Qing teased, lifting Bai Jiqi's chin with his hand. After what felt like an eternity, Ye Qing finally released Bai Jiqi. Her face flushed, and her breath became rapid, as if she had nearly suffocated just moments before. "Scoundrel!" Bai Jiqi pouted, her heart and mind at odds, seemingly relishing the sensations from earlier. With a little roll, she turned to hug her stuffed bear. "I'm going to sleep now. You made my heart race so fast that I can't fall asleep. Tomorrow, I need to accompany Jilin to the university." "All right." Ye Qing shrugged, not overly concerned, knowing that once she rolled away to sleep, she would likely come back to him later. After this extended period of testing, Ye Qing had discovered that Bai Ziqi had an uncanny ability to locate him even in her dreams, finding her way back to embrace him. It was almost a superpower. Sleep. The next day, before dawn, Bai Ziqi groggily awoke, discovering herself once again nestled in Ye Qing's arms. She lifted her head to gaze at his face, listening to his even breaths, then pouted and gently tapped his cheek. After a quick trip to the bathroom, she contemplated returning to her own room to sleep. Despite her mother's attitude last night indicating that she no longer cared whether she and Ye Qing shared a bed, she still felt it was odd to be so overt in front of her parents. Best to play along for now. With that thought, Bai Ziqi stealthily returned to her own room to indulge in a lovely nap. Soon, daylight broke. As she lay down, wrapping herself snugly in the covers, she prepared to sleep. However, after a short while, she sensed something was amiss. It felt as though there were breaths behind her. The moment this thought emerged, Bai Ziqi's hair stood on end. She held her breath, trying to confirm her suspicion. Goodness, there truly was a sound of breathing. At that moment, she dared not move or look back. She desperately wanted to call out, "Hubby, help me." Just as Bai Ziqi was lost in her thoughts, something suddenly draped over her. Sleep paralysis. The words flashed in her mind. Ah! The sound of a groundhog echoed. After letting out a scream, Bai Ziqi began to rain down punches behind her, as if performing a springtime dance. Bai Zhilin was sleeping soundly when she was jolted awake by a piercing scream, followed by a barrage of blows to her stomach and arms. Who hit me?" Bai Zhilin exclaimed. "Huh, Zhilin? Sister? What the heck, why are you hitting me?" "That hurts." Bai Zhilin curled up, looking as if she had been severely battered. Hearing this, Bai Ziqi's frustration boiled over. Why was this girl, who couldn't even sleep in her own room, disturbing her here? She nearly scared her soul away. "I haven't even blamed you. Why did you come to my bed? I thought it was sleep paralysis. You almost scared me to death. I was just trying to sleep with you because the room was too big and I couldn't rest. But who knew you went to sleep with your brother-in-law last night? So I just took the opportunity to lie down." Hey, let's speak civilly. Who slept with your brother-in-law last night? I'll sue you for defamation." Bai Ziqi retorted. "Are you this dramatic? Does my brother-in-law know?" Bai Zhilin was still rubbing her sore body, wondering why she was always the one getting hurt. She had come to realize that sleeping with her sister was fraught with misfortune. "Fine, let me take a look at you. I suppose it is my fault." Bai Ziqi sighed and reached out her hand. However, after a moment, Bai Zhilin exclaimed, "Stop. What kind of technique is this? You're making me feel all tingly all over. Who did you learn this from?" Chapter 67. The morning run of two little ones. Bai Zhilin exclaimed, "Sister, your technique is quite peculiar. Moreover, the pressure points you've chosen are rather strange." With each press, she felt an unusual sensation coursing through her body. "I don't want you to touch me anymore," she said hastily, waving her hands and beginning to rub the area that had just been pressed. "Forget it," Bai Ziqi said, pouting as she turned away, feeling unappreciated despite her good intentions. Observing her sister's demeanor, Bai Zhilin let out a soft hum of discontent, her expression one of melancholy. She then reclined, noting that it was still early, the dawn yet to break, a perfect opportunity to indulge in a brief slumber. However, moments later, she was embraced from behind. "Hey!" As Bai Zhilin prepared to speak, a hand swiftly covered her mouth. "You are being quite domineering," she thought. "Where did you learn such behavior?" After some playful squabbling, the two eventually drifted off to sleep. An hour later, Bai Xingtian awoke naturally, rising from his restful slumber. He glanced over at the two little ones lying beside him. To his amusement, he noticed that the two had kicked off their blankets and were now clad in pajamas. Clutching their little flying horses, curled up, they resembled two tiny gas canisters. They bore a striking resemblance to Bai Ziqi and Bai Zhilin in their childhood. As he observed the two, his thoughts wandered back to the past when those two girls would lie in bed, clutching their toys, looking just as adorably like little gas canisters. He approached and gently patted the heads of Yu and Xiaoro. Xiaoro, it's time to rise. Let us go for a run with Grandpa." Murmurs of confusion escaped from Yu and Xiaoro as they stirred from sleep, rubbing their eyes. This delightful scene melted Bai Xingtian's heart. They were simply too cute. Slowly, the two girls sat up. "Are we ready to go, Grandpa?" Yu exclaimed, leaping from the bed, bursting with energy, though her voice remained soft, mindful of Grandma, still resting. Xiao followed suit. "Let us sneak out quietly. We don't want to wake her." Bai Xingtian couldn't help but use a popular internet phrase. After washing up and changing into their sportswear, he tied high ponytails for the two girls. "Let us go." Upon reaching the yard, Bai Xingtian led the girls in a warm-up routine. "All right, 3 circles to the left, 3 to the right, twist your neck, wiggle your hips." He guided them through the warm-up, and once satisfied, declared, "Ready, set, go." Feeling that they were sufficiently warmed up, he began to jog, with the two girls trailing behind him, keeping pace. As they passed through the villa community, many early risers cast envious glances in their direction, marveling at his 2 adorable grandchildren. In that moment, Bai Xingtian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This was the admiration he longed for. He walked with pride, as if to proclaim, "Behold, these are my precious granddaughters, treasures of our family." The admiration intensified as they ventured beyond the community and descended the hill to the park. "My goodness, those 2 are incredibly cute. Up so early for a run? My child is still fast asleep at this hour," remarked several elderly neighbors. As Bai Xingtian slowed his pace slightly, the 2 little girls surged ahead. He contemplated the distance they had covered, estimating it to be around 2 kilometers. He frequently checked in, suggesting they take a break, but they insisted they were fine. Their vitality was remarkable. It left him puzzled. Is it typical for children to possess such energy? He mused. Ziqi did display considerable athletic talent, having won long-distance awards at school. And Ye Qing, well, her sculpted physique remains etched in my mind. If she were to become a fitness influencer, she would undoubtedly attract a significant following. Could that be the reason behind the extraordinary physical capabilities of these 2? He watched as their high ponytails swayed with each stride, their endurance seeming to transcend mere physical fitness. Their determination was commendable. How fortunate he felt to have such granddaughters. "All right, Yu, Xiao, let us pause for a moment. We've run far enough for today. Let's south rest in the park before we head back," he announced. Upon hearing his words, the girls halted. "Okay, Grandpa," they chimed in unison. Bai Xingtian approached them with tissues to wipe the sweat from their foreheads, all the while smiling. "You 2 did wonderfully, running such a distance. Why are you so cheerful today, Grandpa?" Yu tilted her head, puzzled. "We've run farther before," Xiao added. Bai Xingtian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had nearly let the secret slip. Suddenly, he realized that he had played a part in their current abilities. Yes, the girls had mentioned that before they crossed over. He had taken them running every day. "I must take credit for this later," he thought gleefully. Upon entering the park, Bai Xingtian kept a watchful eye on the 2 girls, ensuring they remained in his sight. He worried that if they were to sustain any injuries, it would be unbearable for him. Many elderly neighbors approached, admiring the girls. "What charming children. It's impressive that they're up so early for a run." Feeling bashful from the compliments, the girls shyly scratched their heads, tugging at Bai Xingtian's pant leg. "Grandpa, why are you being praised? You should be embarrassed." He chuckled, patting their heads affectionately. Meanwhile, within the villa, Wang Ning awoke, looking around to find her husband and the 2 little ones absent. They must have gone for a run. She thought, Bai is quite eager today. After a week of anticipation, he finally realized his wish. Muttering to herself, she rose, washed up, and made her way to the kitchen, where she found Ye Qing cooking. My future son-in-law can cook too? And it seems he does it quite effortlessly? This is rather impressive, Wang Ning thought, feeling increasingly pleased with her daughter's fortune. Chapter 68. Wait for my second growth, and I'll outshine my sister. Ye Qing, let me take over, Wang Ning announced as he entered the kitchen. Ye Qing turned around and replied, "No need, Annie. I have everything nearly prepared. I'm just waiting for Uncle Bai and the 2 girls to return. If I start cooking now, the food will be cold by the time they get back." Wang Ning nodded in agreement. "All right then, I'll look forward to tasting your culinary skills in the morning." With a smile, Ye Qing left the kitchen. After checking the time, he approached the door of Bai Zhixi's room and opened it, curious to see what the girl was up to. To his surprise, he found his future sister-in-law, Bai Ling, there as well, being embraced by his future wife in a tender manner, resembling a cuddly teddy bear. It was evident that the bond between these sisters was quite strong. Ye Qing quietly stepped back and closed the door, knocking softly on it afterward. Huh. Bai Shi and Bai Ling were roused from their slumber by the sound. They glanced outside, realizing that dawn had already broken. We slept rather well. Bai Shi yawned and stretched, then patted Bai Ling. Indeed, it's much cozier to sleep while hugging you. Let's continue that tonight. I refuse. I can't possibly sleep with you again. You always bully me. I'll sleep alone, Bai Ling declared emphatically. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible smile appeared on Bai Shi's face. This was precisely the reaction she sought. Otherwise, her secret rendezvous with Ye Qing would surely be discovered once more. Here I come. Bai Ling approached the door, initially thinking it was their mother knocking. Upon opening it, she exclaimed, "Oh, brother-in-law, you're up quite early. Your brother-in-law has already prepared breakfast ingredients. He woke up ages ago." Wang Ning chimed in. "Really? Does that mean we can have breakfast made by brother-in-law today?" Bai Ling said, her heart fluttering with anticipation, even though she held little hope. After all, one cannot excel in every aspect, right? There must be some flaws, she thought. If it turned out to be unappetizing, she would simply eat less in the morning, as she was heading to Jiangcheng Polytechnic University and Jiangqing University later, where she could indulge in the campus cuisine. After tying her hair in a ponytail, Bai she also emerged. "You should be greatly looking forward to it." "What do you mean, sister? Is brother-in-law's cooking really that delicious?" "Absolutely. Why do you look so skeptical?" Bai she teased, pinching her sister's cheek. "Quite a lot of collagen here. All right, you two hurry up and wash up. Your father should be back with the two girls soon." "Oh, there's no rush. When they return, they will undoubtedly be drenched in sweat and need to take a bath." Bai Ling waved her hand dismissively, only to feel an intense gaze upon her. A pressure that made her blood run cold. "I understand. I will wash up immediately," Bai Ling said, straightening up and dragging Bai she along to the bathroom. We're back. Soon after, Bai Ting returned with the two girls, their faces beaming with exhilaration. After all, this morning, Bai Ting not only exercised, but also had his vanity greatly satisfied. "Why are your clothes so wet? Quickly change. Grandma has prepared the bathwater for you. Go wash up, or you'll catch a cold." Wang Ning hurriedly took action. Moments later, he placed the two girls into the bathtub. He turned to Bai Ting and said, "You might have gone a bit far. The girls are still so young. It's their first morning run, and you took them so far. Look at how they're sweating." That's just a narrow-minded perspective. Who said this was their first morning run?" Bai Ting retorted, relaying the girls' words. Wang Ning and the others listened, their mouths agape. They had completely overlooked that detail. The two girls had claimed that today's run fell a bit short, indicating their vitality and robust physique, which was partly thanks to Bai Ting's influence. He stood proudly, ready for praise. All right, you're the best," Wang Ning said, helping him adjust his clothes. "Here are some clean clothes for you. Go take a shower. We'll have breakfast soon. Ye Qing made breakfast today. Let's taste it." "Sure." Ye Qing entered the kitchen again. Moments latte. Everyone was dressed and gathered around the dining table. The two girls were still full of energy, clutching their bowls in anticipation of breakfast. "Here it comes." Ye Qing opened the door and brought out the breakfast. Bai she assisted in setting the table, noticing Wang Ning was about to help. "Mom, we've got this." There were fried dough sticks, stir-fried vegetables, and fried eggs. Though simple, the aroma wafting from the table was enticing. "Wow, this is impressive. Brother-in-law, your culinary skills are remarkable," Bai Ling exclaimed, gazing at the breakfast as if it were glowing. She could hardly contain her eagerness. "Don't just stand there, everyone. Let us savor it," Ye Qing said with a broad smile. They all began to eat, and soon their faces were adorned with expressions of pleasure and satisfaction. "This is incredibly delicious. Truly delightful." After the meal, Bai Ling patted her slightly rounded belly. Stuffed. This was contrary to her earlier expectations. She had thought if brother-in-law's cooking was subpar, she could save room for the university's meals. However, fate had other plans. Brother-in-law's cooking was simply too delectable. She had lost track and eaten too much. She would have to walk more in the morning to digest, or else she might not be able to eat lunch. "All right, I'll take Bai Ling to change and put on some makeup. Otherwise, this girl looks too youthful, like a high school student strolling around campus," Bai she remarked, pointing at her sister. "What is wrong with being youthful? It's not illegal to stroll around the university. Bai Ling protested, hands on her hips. But her defiance was futile as Bai She pulled her into the room. A short while later, they emerged. Bai Ling had changed into a pair of jeans, showcasing her long legs just like Bai Shi's. With a light makeup application, her youthful appearance had softened considerably. As for Bai she exuded the aura of a pure, innocent college student, far more mature than Bai Ling, radiating confidence. Bai Ling noticed her brother-in-law's gaze and couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. All men are the same. Oof. Just wait until my second growth. I will outshine my sister. Chapter 69. Such insulting. Ye Qing cast a glance at Bai Ling before shifting his gaze elsewhere. Bai Ling exclaimed, such an insult. Truly insulting. As Ye Qing observed them, he could vividly imagine the envious glances he would attract while strolling across the campus of Jiangxing University of Technology with these two stunning beauties. The mere thought was exhilarating. Little Tuan Yuan, let's go. Over there, the two little girls were already engaging with little Tuan Yuan. It must be said that this little kitten had grown remarkably, changing day by day. Compared to when it first arrived, little Tuan Yuan had indeed become much larger, albeit still adorably round. It wouldn't be long before little Tuan Yuan transformed into a full-grown tabby cat. However, the bond formed by the two little girls since its nursing days would undoubtedly remain unchanged. Look, little Tuan Yuan is getting tired and starting to roll around. Ye Qing said, come here, and Daddy will teach you a set of exercises to strengthen your bodies and help with digestion. Upon hearing Ye Qing's words, Yu tugged at Xiaoro and ran over, promptly leaping into Ye Qing's lap. Looking up at him, she asked, Daddy, how do we do this exercise? Like this? As she spoke, Yu threw a punch. Stand properly, Ye Qing commanded, and the two little girls obediently aligned themselves. Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning observed with interest. Let us join in and learn too. Ye Qing has some medical knowledge, Bai she remarked, recalling the delightful sensation from when Ye Qing had previously massaged her. Bai Ling was taken aback. What? My brother-in-law actually knows medicine? Incredible. She mused. Could it be that my sister's massage techniques were learned from him? No wonder she felt so relaxed. The thought stirred a tumult of emotions within her. Huh? What did you say? Nothing. Let's hurry and learn. Look, Mom and Dad are already ready. As they approached, Ye Qing began his instruction. After a few movements, Bai she and the others felt a refreshing sensation throughout their bodies. The two little girls mimicked the actions enthusiastically. By practicing this exercise, you will also gain some self-defense capabilities. If anyone ever tries to harm you, you can use this technique against them. Ye Qing injured. Now, show me a fierce expression that could intimidate others. Huh? Yu shouted, attempting to adopt a stern look. Not bad. Ye Qing praised, then turned to Xiaoro, who appeared confused and looked toward her sister for guidance. Huh? After a brief exchange, Xiaoro displayed a look of pitiful distress. This expression elicited amused smiles from Bai Xingtian and the others, realizing that Xiaoro might not be capable of looking fierce. What do we do? If she makes such a face while practicing, it will clearly signal to the bad guys that she is an easy target. No, try to look a bit fiercer. Huh? Xiaoro exclaimed again, mustering her features, yet somehow managed to produce an even more sorrowful expression. As she pouted, it seemed inadequate, prompting her to further emphasize her lips. Ye Qing. Bai Zi. Everyone, this is bound to endear her to any villain. All right, Daddy will protect you. If any bad person approaches, Daddy will chase them away, Ye Qing said helplessly, patting Xiaoro's head. Thank you, Daddy. I can protect Xiaoro too, Yu declared, waving her tiny fist. I will use the technique you taught me to scare away the bad guys. Excellent. After the demonstration, Bai Xingtian and the others felt significantly rejuvenated. Bai Xingtian stretched. This exercise is quite effective. I'll practice again later when I have some free time. All right, let us sit for a while. It's still early. If we head to the university now, there won't be many people around. We'll wait until around 9 or 10 before we go. Once we arrive, I'll call my roommates and we can explore together, Ye Qing said as he settled on the couch with Bai she. Bai Ling reached for some snacks, then paused to sigh, quietly putting them back down. After watching television for a while, They noticed the house was eerily quiet. The two little ones seemed to have disappeared, likely up to some mischief. Meanwhile, in the storage room, Yu and Xiaoro were rummaging through a teapot. Daddy must have stored the tea leaves here, in this compartment, Yu announced, pulling out a large package bag. Upon inspecting it, she was puzzled to find the label reading Northeast Wood Ear. This tea leaf is enormous, Yu exclaimed, showing it to Xiaoro. Should we break it apart, sister? Xiaoro suggested. Right? Yu nodded affirmatively. The two little girls began to carefully break the leaves into small black pieces, filling the teapot to the brim. Grandpa said we could add a little raw candy. I'll go get some. Xiaoro darted off, while Yu returned the remaining items to their place. Where have you two been? Where you up to? Come out now. Ye Qing's voice called from outside. Coming, Daddy. Moments later, the two girls scampered out, proudly carrying the small teapot. Grandpa, Yu and I are here to make tea for you. I'll pour the hot water. Bai Zhiling, concerned that the little ones might burn themselves, took the teapot, opened the lid, and examined the contents. This tea looks a bit strange. Why are the pieces so small? Oh yes, Daddy mentioned that such tea leaves likely contain tender buds. It's top quality tea. Truly impressive, brother-in-law. Only the finest tea is served. After pouring the water and covering the pot, Bai Zhi allowed it to steep for a while before pouring a cup for Grandpa, then another for Ye Qing, and subsequently for everyone in turn. I'm not drinking. Neither am I, Wang Ning added, waving her hand in refusal. You two can't appreciate this? It's clearly good tea. If you want tea, drink it. I will, Bai Zhi, she said, pouring herself a cup. Look, my tea is much darker than yours, she exclaimed, brimming with anticipation as she prepared to savor it. Chapter 70. Departure to Jiangxing Institute of Technology. On the other side, Ye Qing gazed at the tea before him, a look of perplexity adorning his face. What is this? Why is the Dahong Pao brew such a peculiar color? Yellowish? What are those two young girls steeped? Odd indeed. Ye Qing took a sip, detecting a subtle sweetness. However, the original flavor of the tea struck him as rather strange. He wore a puzzled expression and turned his gaze towards Bai Xingtian. Bai Xingtian also sampled the brew. The faint sweetness, courtesy of the small amount of rock sugar he had instructed the two girls to add, was familiar, yet the tea's flavor was unlike anything he had encountered before. He looked questioningly at Ye Qing, only to find Ye Qing pushing the teacup away, as if he had no desire to partake further. Something is amiss. Bai Xingtian felt the oddity as well, exchanging knowing glances with Ye Qing, both pushing their cups outward. However, Bai Zhiling was oblivious to their subtle actions. She examined the tea, took a sip, and closed her eyes in rapture. This tea is quite delightful, fragrant and smooth, evoking the sensation of tender shoots after a spring rain. As she spoke, a look of enjoyment graced her features, leaving Ye Qing astounded. Has she truly discerned so much from it? Why can't he taste the same? It appears this girl is quite the connoisseur, he thought with a chuckle. This elicited a pout from Bai Zhiling. Brother-in-law, are you mocking me again? Why don't you drink more? We're in no hurry, right, Ye Qing? Indeed, no hurry. They exchanged smiles, glancing at Bai Zhiling. You don't know how to appreciate tea, she retorted, shaking her head before pouring herself another cup, leisurely sipping while watching television. After a few brews, Bai Zhi observed the teapot with a frown. She stroked her chin. Hey, why is the lid of the teapot popping up? Bai Zhiling looked at the lid that was slightly askew. It seems the two little ones oversteeped it. Now, with the addition of hot water, the tea leaves have expanded, causing the lid to lift. Yes, indeed. Xiaoro and I brewed quite a bit. Yi munched on snacks, turning back with a face full of anticipation for praise. Brewed? Brewed what? Bai Zhiling was confused, but thought to herself that these two little girls certainly do not regard their father's belongings with the respect they deserve. Such fine tea, and they brewed so much. Aren't they afraid their brother-in-law will be upset? She glanced at Ye Qing, silently thinking, you just indulged them. Ye Qing, observing the teapot lid, felt his lips twitch, and with the girl's comments, he began to fathom the situation. Bai Xingtian wore a smile as well. No harm done. This concoction won't tea cause any harm. It's just that my daughter's adorably naive demeanor is rather endearing. Bai Zhiling continued to savor her tea, layers of flavor unfolding. Imbued with a rustic charm, A fine brew indeed. Ye Qing couldn't suppress his laughter. Sister, look at your brother-in-law. He is laughing at me. I apologize. I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it. Bai Xingtian, too, wore a grin, unable to contain himself. Bai Jishi nudged Ye Qing playfully. How mean. Bai Jiling was merely trying to impress those two little ones, and you both just left the tea untouched after one sip. Just then, a voice of confusion came from nearby. Bai Jiling looked at the teapot lid. Why is this lid popping up so high? She pressed down, but it rebounded immediately. After several attempts, Bai Jiling was baffled. What kind of tea is this so elastic? Observing her antics, Ye Qing and Bai Xingtian burst into laughter. Something is definitely off. Bai Jiling suddenly realized, lifting the teapot lid, peering inside, and taking a bite of what she found. Wood ear. This is wood ear. Nonsense. This is ancient tree tea. Ye Qing intergested. These are esteemed guests. Would we serve wood ear tea? Ridiculous. Look at this. It is indeed wood ear. No wonder you both took a sip and then stopped drinking. You disowned it right away but failed to inform me. Bai Jiling lamented, recalling her earlier foolishness in savoring the tea. Upon uncovering the truth, she rolled on the sofa in exasperation. You all are picking on me. This isn't us picking on you. It's the fault of your two nieces. You should speak to them. Ye Qing chuckled. Bai Jiling scrambled to her feet. Glaring at the two little girls, her lips pursed. Nearby, a voice echoed. She looked up to find her mother watching her with a protective gaze, akin to a hawk eyeing its prey. Oh no, I can't confront those two little ones. It seemed she had fallen into an unwinnable situation. Forget it. I'm ignoring you all. Bai Jiling huffed, sulking in a corner. Bai Jishi, witnessing her sister's plight, gazed at Ye Qing with a resigned expression. You all are too cruel. We initially had no idea what it was, so we didn't tea drink. Bai Jiling said it was rich in layers and had a strong rural essence. Stop talking, stop talking. Bai Jiling's face turned crimson, hastily waving her hands. She felt on the verge of tears from her own foolishness. After some commotion, Ye Qing prepared a new pot of tea. Let us go, it's time to depart, he announced, standing up, only to find Bai Jiling still nestled on the sofa. He gestured towards Bai Jishi. Jiling, let us go. Oh, look at the time. The handsome boys playing on the field should be out by now. If we delay, they might leave for lunch. Ye Qing musit alod. Bai Jiling's ears perked up. Our school's milk tea shop is quite delightful. There is a special milk tea available in limited quantities each day. If we wait too long, it will be sold out. Ye Qing continued his monologue. Gradually, Bai Jiling began to shift away from her corner of the sofa. Bai Xingtian glanced at Wang Ning, then subtly signaled as if to say, this lad has quite the tactics. It's no wonder Jishi is so smitten. Moments later, Bai Jiling exclaimed, let us go, brother-in-law. Quickly, she declared, striding out with her long legs clad in denim. Bai Jishi looked at Ye Qing, silently giving him a thumbs up. Ye Qing regarded the two little girls. You both will be spending time with your grandparents today. Be good. All right? Okay. Yu and Xiao nodded in response. Then goodbye, Papa and Mama. Bye-bye. The two little girls waved their hands, seemingly unperturbed. Ye Qing, goodness, with grandparents around, it seems the allure of parents has diminished. Chapter 71. The terror of the monastery. After the three of them exited, they boarded Ye Qing's luxurious Rolls-Royce. Bai Jiling settled into the spacious back seat, astonished by the grandeur surrounding her. After all, her brother-in-law's vehicle was significantly more opulent than her sister's, a bona fide Rolls-Royce worth several million. She glanced around, her face alight with excitement. The comfort was exquisite. Her legs could stretch fully, and there was ample room to frolic without feeling cramped. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Ye Qing started the engine, driving them toward Jiangxing University of Technology. Jiling, take a moment to observe the surroundings of Jiangxing. You may find it appealing. There are indeed many beautiful spots, though our destination today is not among them, Ye Qing remarked, eager to share his knowledge since by she was his sister-in-law. Listening intently to Ye Qing's descriptions, Bai Jiling nodded approvingly. Her brother-in-law was quite knowledgeable. He recounted the history of various buildings with ease. Soon, they arrived at Jiangxing University of Technology, where Ye Qing parked the car in the lot. Come, let's disembark. I shall take you to experience the ferocity of the monastery, Ye Qing said, a playful glint in his eye. Bai Ji sighed beside him, bemused by the casualness with which he referred to her school. Indeed, I am grateful that I found you at Jiangchang University after transferring from the monastery. Otherwise, I might not have had our two daughters. Ye Qing chuckled. From a distance, a voice interjected. All right, you two, stop flaunting your affection. Are we going or not? Bai Ji Ling felt overwhelmed. The couple was constantly displaying their affection, and she was beginning to feel inundated by it. Do we not agree that today was meant to be about me? She muttered. All right, this girl is getting anxious, Ye Qing teased, retrieving his phone. Let me call my roommates and see if they can join us. He dialed, but after several rings, no one answered. He tried a few more contacts with similar results. Damn, have these guys been up all night? Not one of them is answering. They must be dead to the world, he exclaimed. Jiling, did you see that? These lazy university students are still in bed at this hour. Bai Jiling couldn't help but chuckle. Lazy? They are living the dream. They say university life is blissful. And indeed, it seems to be true. They rise much later than I do. In high school, I have to get up at 5 in the morning. This is a cakewalk compared to that. Well, never mind them. Let's explore the campus, Ye Qing suggested, leading the two women through the gates. Over here is the artificial lake, and there's a small grove over there. The main teaching building is ahead, and the playground is in the distance. As they strolled, Ye Qing narrated the campus layout. Bai Jiling gazed around, astonished. My heavens, it truly is a monastery. There are hardly any girls in sight. It's all boys. The gender ratio at this technical university was indeed astonishing. No wonder my brother-in-law sought out my sister here. Soon, Bai Jiling felt numerous eyes upon her, akin to a lamb being scrutinized by a pack of hungry wolves. She instinctively inched closer to her sister and brother-in-law, a hint of fear etched on her face. Brother-in-law, why do I feel so endangered? They seem to be staring at me with such intensity. Do you think it's mere coincidence that the monastery's male students gaze longingly at women? Ye Qing chuckled. But fret not. We live in a law-abiding society. They can only look, not touch. Besides, I am here to protect you. The eyes that lingered on her were predominantly from first-year students. In contrast, the second and third-year students had likely grown accustomed to their single status, their desires dulled. For them, engaging with friends and gaming might be more appealing, Ye Qing explained, easing Bai Jiling's apprehension. However, Bai Jiling still sensed some malicious intent in their gazes. It seems some are casting unkind looks my way, and I've done nothing wrong. Ah, that is nothing to worry about. Ye Qing waved dismissively. Those glances are reserved for me alone. With a smile, he carried himself with the confidence of a victorious general returning with captives. Bai Ji and Bai Jiling exchanged glances, realizing the absurdity of the situation. Brother-in-law, your confidence is astounding, even in the face of hostility, Bai Jiling remarked. Ye Qing, sensing that his bravado was not enough to provoke envy, leaned closer to Bai Ji, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Bai Ji blushed, casting a reproachful glance at him. Are you not afraid of provoking anyone? Ye Qing merely raised an eyebrow, as if to say, what is wrong with embracing my wife? As he held her, he couldn't help but appreciate her waist's delightful feel. Bai Jiling observed, and she noticed the intensity of the stares around her had escalated. Brother-in-law is truly mischievous, she thought to herself. At that moment, a glowing screen appeared before Ye Qing, detected an increase in the bond between the host and his wife. Reward: ownership of Lingqing Resort. Reward: 10 cases of top-tier Romanicani, now dispatched to the host's storage room. Interesting, Ye Qing mused at the screen, surprised that a mere embrace could yield the acquisition of a resort. Lingqing was quite renowned in Jiangbei. When the time comes for a getaway, we shall visit. And as for the Romanicani, perhaps a candlelit dinner with she is in order. And who knows where the evening might lead? What are you thinking? Your smile is rather audacious, Bai Jiling interjected. Am I? Really? Ye Qing, fine innocente. Indeed, you are, Bai Jiling affirmed. Wait here for us a moment. I shall accompany your sister to purchase some limited edition milk tea. With that, Ye Qing took Bai Ji by the hand, leading her to another stall. I bet Jiling will attract quite a few suitors in our absence, Bai Ji expressed concern. Fear not. Ye Ling's character is not to be trifled with. She must have her own admirers at school, and it seems she possesses a way with words. Ye Qing reassured her. Let's simply observe. Chapter 72, that's quite all right. Little sister, it's not easy to refuse someone. By Ji, she listened to Ye Qing's words, pouting slightly as she murmured, who said that younger sisters are not formidable. Ha! That is not what I meant. Ye Qing chuckled, playfully scratching Bai Jishi's waist. The ticklish sensation made her giggle uncontrollably, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Their gazes filled with envy and jealousy towards Ye Qing. Upon arriving at the milk tea shop, Bai Jishi ordered, "Hello, I'd like 8 cups of the limited edition milk tea." Huh? Bai Jishi was puzzled. Aren't we heading to Jiangxing University shortly? I want to bring some for my roommates to try. It's a way of inviting them to come visit often. Want to get cold by then? Bai Zici inquit. As she spoke, the female staff member looked at her in amazement, thinking, this girl is stunning. I don't think I've seen her around Jiangxing University. The staff member was certain, if she had encountered Bai Jishi even once, she would have remembered such a beautiful face, as none compared within Jiangxing University. Don't worry about it getting cold. I'll pack it in insulated bags, the staff member replied. Ye Qing nodded in agreement and proceeded to pay. Once prepared, Ye Qing carried the drinks, handing 1 cup to Bai Jishi. Aren't you going to drink? I'm too lazy to hold it, Ye Qing replied, glancing at Bai Jishi's milk tea. With a playful gesture, she understood and inserted the straw into the drink, offering it to Ye Qing. Slurp. Ye Qing took a large sip, savoring the taste. Not bad. Meanwhile, Bai Jishi quietly retrieved the cup, taking small sips. With just one taste, her eyes sparkled. This is delicious, truly worthy of being a limited edition. Watching Bai Jishi's delighted demeanor, Ye Qing wondered if all girls were like this, experiencing pure joy from delightful food and drink. Let us go see how little sister is faring, whether she is being besieged. Ye Qing remarked with a sense of mischief, leading Bai Jishi towards Bai Jiling's location. Look quickly, Jiling is being approached. Bai Zici et Kalim. Ye Qing wasn't surprised. It would be more peculiar if Bai Jiling wasn't approached. At that moment, a boy approached Bai Jiling. Hello. Are you waiting for someone? Can we exchange contact info? Sorry, I can only share my contact with family. It's not appropriate to do so on our first meeting. Bai Jiling replied, waving her hand. The boy sighed, displaying disappointment as he walked away. With the initial boldness broken, more suitors began to approach Bai Jiling. She too started to adopt a more carefree attitude. You seem like a good person, but my mother disallows me from causing trouble for others. No way. I'm a wild horse. It seems you have no way to restrain me. In the distance, Ye Qing chuckled. Our little sister is impressive. I knew Jiling would have her tactics. Though I'm unsure what she said, it's evident she has grown accustomed to rejecting others. Just look at her. She refuses without a hint of hesitation, her words flowing effortlessly. Ye Qing took another sip of milk tea, observing the scene with amusement. Oh, the atmosphere has shifted. She is now adopting a cool demeanor. Those boys likely hesitate now to approach her. As Ye Qing watched Bai Jiling cross her arms, creating an impenetrable barrier, he realized the day's amusement might have come to an end. I should have planted a recording device near Jiling. It would have provided endless entertainment. Bai Zici, noticing her husband's amused expression, felt helpless. Men remain youthful at heart, always finding joy in every circumstance. All right, it appears Jiling is becoming weary of this. Judging by her demeanor, she likely no longer wishes to attend Jiangxing University. I can persuade her when we're at Jiangxing University. That should rekindle her motivation. Jiangxing University is great. Once there, Yo-Yo and Xiao Ro will look after her, and we can enjoy more time together as a couple. We should travel and explore, don't you think? As Ye Qing spoke, Bai Jishi's cheeks flushed. The two proceeded towards Bai Jiling, who, upon seeing her sister and brother-in-law approach, looked as though she had found salvation. Sister, brother-in-law, you took ages to get the milk tea. I was about to be driven mad by everyone here. Bai Jiling exclaimed in exasperation. Earlier, I was watching your impressive rejections from afar. It was quite entertaining, Ye Qing stated bluntly. This was all your brother-in-law's idea. He wanted to see how you would handle them. Bai Jiling retorted, feigning annoyance. You're quite the rascal. I genuinely didn't know you could be so mischievous. How could you make my sister fall for you? Don't all girls fancy the bad boys? Ye Qing responded with a grin. So, have you experienced the temple of rejection? It seems you've adapted well, flowing seamlessly through those rejections. Perhaps you should consider applying to Jiangxing University. Not at all. It's completely different. The boys in high school are more reserved. They might offer a flower or a paper crane, maybe steal a glance during class. But college boys are far more aggressive. They immediately want to exchange contact info or invite me out for coffee and meals. And this is our first meeting. I can't handle it. Bai Ling exclaimed passionately. I've decided. I want to be applying to Jiangxing University. Ye Qing and Bai she exchanged a knowing glance. Their plan was successful. Ye Qing retrieved a cup of milk tea from the insulated bag. Here, try this limited edition. Just as Bai Ling was feeling thirsty, she took a sip and nodded appreciatively. This milk tea truly is something special. Let us go. The time is still early. I'll take you both to explore the campus, starting with the playground, Ye Qing declared, leading them towards a field. At the playground, Ye Qing observed a curious phenomenon. Whenever he walked past with Bai Shi and Bai Ling, the boys playing sports seemed to exert themselves with extraordinary fervor, performing acrobatic feats as if propelled into the air. Wow, basketball players have become more competitive. It's certainly more entertaining to watch it here, Ye Qing chuckled, waving at Bai Shi, who promptly handed him the milk tea. As he took a sip, he felt a sudden barrage of piercing gazes directed at him. Sensing the intensity of their stares, Ye Qing mused that if he had an emotional value system, it would surely be at its peak right now. Chapter 73. Displayed on the confession wall, never mind. It seems there are no handsome men. Brother-in-law, you were just teasing me, Bai Ling pouted as she spoke. You may have been looking at me for too long, so these handsome men no longer seem so appealing, Ye Qing added. Bai Ling gave a light hum, thinking her brother-in-law was rather self-absorbed. However, upon reflection, she realized there might be some truth to it. How unfortunate. It was all her elder sister's fault. Oh no. Bai Ling felt that her standards had indeed been elevated far too much, making ordinary boys utterly unremarkable in her eyes. It seemed that she genuinely needed her elder sister and brother-in-law to assist her in meeting someone suitable. But that could wait until she entered university. As she pondered, Ye Qing noticed that neither of them seemed inclined to continue watching the game, so he shifted his gaze away, sighing inwardly. This was a thrilling match, one he had rarely witnessed. Let us go, let us go. After wandering a bit longer around the campus, the three of them made their way to the car, heading towards Jiangxing University. Bai Zhiqi had already received a message from her roommate, who was awake and ready, inquiring when they would arrive. My roommate will accompany us to explore Jiangxing University, Bai Zhiqi mentioned, and Bai Ling nodded, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. At the traffic light, Ye Qing received messages from the dormitory group chat. Yuan Bo, hey fourth, why are you calling everyone so early? The guys are still asleep. We pulled an all-nighter last night. Zhang Hongwei, yeah, what is going on? If there's nothing pressing, we're going back to sleep. Zhang Hongwei, the boss hasn't even woken up yet. Ye Qing, nothing serious. It's just that my girlfriend's sister is visiting and wants to tour our Jiangxing Institute of Technology, so I thought I'd invite you all along. But it seems you all partied too hard last night. What a pity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongwei and Yuan Bo immediately threw off their blankets and sat up in bed, recalling the last time Ye Qing's girlfriend had come pick him up. That girlfriend was stunning and affluent. Surely, her sister wouldn't be lacking in charm either. Wow. In an instant, both Zhang Hongwei and Yuan Bo felt their spirits lift at the thought of associating with a potential wealthy heiress, much like Ye Qing. How unfortunate to miss such an opportunity after a night of revelry. Zhang Hongwei quickly grabbed his phone and typed furiously. Zhang Hongwei, fourth, where are you now? Still at school? We're coming over right away. Ye Qing, it's too late. We've already left. Zhang Hongwei. After chatting for a while, Zhang Hongwei clutched his chest, looking as though he had squandered a multi-million lottery ticket, causing Yuan Bo to twitch his lips in amusement. All right, third brother, look at you. I feel like we're overthinking this. Ye Qing's girlfriend's sister might not even be a beauty, right? Not every attractive woman has wealth, he reasoned. She might even be a landmine. Fine, even if she's a landmine, I'd still take my chances with a rich girl, Zhang Hongwei replied. Yuan Bo, you're hopeless. You're not far from being a jester. With that, Yuan Bo lay back down, pulling the covers over himself. Zhang Hongwei found some solace in Yuan Bo's words, realizing there weren't that many beautiful women around. He settled down as well, losing the urge to sleep as he scrolled through his phone. Moments later, he spotted photos posted on the confession wall in QQ space, where someone was inquiring about a girl's class and information. Zhang Hongwei opened it. What the? So beautiful? Wait a minute. This beauty looks somewhat familiar. She resembles Ye Qing's girlfriend. The next image. What? Zhang Hongwei's eyes widened as he saw Ye Qing and Bai Ziqi prominently featured in the frame. Zhang Hongwei began writhing on his bed. A picture of regret. What is wrong with you, second brother? Is it too early for exercise? Yuan Bo shouted, irritated by the noise of Zhang Hongwei's movements. Hearing this, Zhang Hongwei silently sent a few photos to Yuan Bo. A moment later, what the? Yuan Bo shot up, his expression beyond mere regret as he gazed at the photos. Gaming has truly hindered my chances of finding a girlfriend. In the car, Bai Ziqi noticed Ye Qing was messaging at every red light and leaned closer. Ye Qing, what is up? Here. Ye Qing handed his phone to Bai Ziqi, allowing her to read the chat history. Bai Zilin also leaned forward to take a look. My roommates are regretting their decisions now. Moreover, you two are already on the school's confession wall, and quite a few boys are inquiring about you. Wait, what? Someone's trying to steal my husband? Bai Ziqi furrowed her brows in disbelief. Upon uttering this, she suddenly froze, realizing she had inadvertently referred to her boyfriend in front of her younger sister. She turned around only to see Bai Zilin's face beaming with a knowing smile. It's fine. You don't need to mind me. I didn't hear anything. With you being such a glaring light bulb, how could we ignore your presence? Bai Ziqi shot her a glance. Bai Zilin. Yet, she quickly shifted the subject. Brother-in-law, what do you mean? Why are they asking for your information? Are there girls interested in you? Not at all. It's boys inquiring about me. Probably curious about which scoundrel has such a beautiful girlfriend. Of course, they might also want to get your contact information through me. Ye Qing explained it. Oh, I see, Bai Ziqi said, feeling somewhat relieved. In the next moment, Ye Qing reached out to caress her face, giving it a gentle squeeze. What is this? Is my usual affection not enough? What do you mean by feeling relieved? Are you worried I might get snatched away? And no, Bai Ziqi stammered, her voice muffled by his grip. In the back seat, Bai Zilin leaned back against her seat. Come on, there's a single dog in the car too. Can you be a bit more considerate of the feelings of single dogs? Could you show a little kindness to the single dogs? She added. The car continued its journey. Upon arriving near Jiangxing University, Ye Qing found a parking space and they set off with their milk teas in hand. Before reaching Jiangxing University, Bai Zilin requested, Sister, please take a picture of me. Bai Ziqi obliged, capturing a photo of her at the school gate. Following that, she began contacting her roommates to inform them of their location. After standing at the entrance for a while, Bai Zilin nodded, noting the distinct atmosphere of Jiangxing University. It seemed to be a comprehensive institution where the balance of genders was notably more favorable, making the environment appear much more vibrant. Chapter 74. Overthinking, Bai Zilin, Ye Qing. Would you like to take a picture as well? Bai Ziqi inquired, glancing at Ye Qing. Ye Qing shook her head. I'll pass. Very well. After Bai Ziqi finished taking her photo, they proceeded into the campus. Hey, why do I feel like there are more students at Jiangxing University compared to Jiangxing University of Science and Technology? Could it be that the students here don't stay up late? Bai Zilin pondered. Come on, don't be ridiculous. Who said that the students at Jiangxing University don't stay up late? Just look at the time. They must all be awake by now. Therefore, this comparison is not valid. True enough. Bai Zilin nodded in agreement. Moments later, they spotted Wang Yi and Zhang Meng approaching from a distance. Ziqi, Ye Qing. They greeted each other. Since Ye Qing was already acquainted with them, there was no need for further introductions. Wang Yi and her companions' gazes swiftly turned to Bai Zilin. Ziqi. Is this your sister? She's stunning. Your family's genes are remarkable. Indeed. Did you do her makeup this morning? She looks much less youthful. As they spoke, Bai Zilin, who is usually quite confident, felt a tinge of shyness. Hello, sisters. Absolutely. The group continued to marvel at Bai Zilin. Her beauty was undeniably captivating, and she held her own when compared to Bai Shi. Her figure was equally impressive, with her long, slender legs and delicate waist. However, they noted, as for the chest area, there's room for improvement. I brought you some milk tea. Bai Shi noticed that Ye Qing was still holding the milk tea and quickly added, "We're heading to Jiangxing University of Science and Technology first." Ye Qing mentioned this is a limited edition milk tea from their school. You should try it. I had a cup and thought it was quite delightful. Such a generous gesture from the handsome guy. It's nothing. Ye Qing dismissed their praises nonchalantly. After tasting it, they couldn't help but express their admiration. Not bad. Let us go, shall we? Bai Shi signaled to her roommates. They exchanged knowing glances. They had done their homework. And persuading a sophomore was an easy task. Come on, little sister. Let us show you around and help you familiarize yourself with the campus, Wang Yi exclaimed, taking Bai Ling by the hand as they walked ahead, providing explanations along the way. As Ye Qing strolled through Jiangxing University, she couldn't shake the feeling that the male students were eyeing her in a peculiar manner. Without hesitation, she shot a glare back at them, as if to say, "What is your problem? Are you dissatisfied with the goddess from your school?" The boys, unaccustomed to such a brazen gaze, quickly averted their eyes. Ye Qing then grasped Bai Shi's hand, following Wang Yi and the others. "Let us head to the library." Wang Yi and her friends led Bai Ling into the library, while Ye Qing opted to stay outside, leisurely walking with Bai Shi. Once inside the library, the group began to bombard Bai Ling with questions. Bai Shi listened to the introductions, her eyes widening at the sight of the vast array of books. She had never encountered such a scene before. Wow, and look at that study room beside us. It's already filled to capacity. Here, study rooms are highly sought after. Oh, Bai Ling looked on, her expression filled with envy. Wait a minute, this isn't right. I'm in college. Shouldn't I be enjoying life? I fought for 3 years. Can I indulge a little? What is this nonsense about competing for study rooms? Is this what a college student is supposed to do? Wow, Jiangxing University is quite intense, Bai Ling suddenly realized. This university requires further consideration. Could it be that I haven't found that elusive boyfriend because I came to a prestigious university and got caught up in all this competition? Well, it's not impossible, Bai Ling mused. Meanwhile, Wang Yi and Zhang Meng observed her with curiosity. What's wrong, Ling? It's nothing. Regardless, we don't have much time to explore the library today. It's almost noon. Let us head downstairs, and we'll show you the cafeteria. There is plenty of delicious food. They guided Bai Ling downstairs. Hey, you're back. How was your tour? Was it enjoyable? Ye Qing asked, noticing the conflicted expression on Bai Ling's face. Why does she look so different from when she first went up? Ye Qing vomited it, but decided not to dwell on it. Once they arrived at the cafeteria, Bai Ling gazed at the plethora of food options, feeling conflicted once more. Should I really consider attending Jiangxing University? Suddenly, Bai Ling almost slapped herself. What on earth? Bai Ling, you're going insane. You're being picky when your scores aren't even sufficient to get you into Jiangxing University. You're acting like a child who dreams of getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. How absurd. First, let us eat. Meanwhile, at home, Wang Ning and Bai Xingtian had just returned with 2 little ones, carrying an abundance of fresh ingredients. The cost of living here is undeniably high. Just look at this neighborhood. It's clear that the expenses are steep. Let us go home and prepare a delicious meal for you too. Thank you, Grandma, Yo-Yo replied, munching on a bright red apple as she heard Wang Ning's words. Grandpa, can we plant the apple seeds? Well, we should be able to. Let us take the seeds from this apple and see if we can get them to sprout, Bai Xingtian replied uncertainly, as he usually spent his days in the office, having only done some farming with his parents when he was younger. Shall we try when we get home? Okay. Little Ro nodded eagerly. Upon returning home, Wang Ning began cooking while the 2 girls followed Bai Xingtian's instructions to extract the apple seeds. Bai Xingtian wrapped them in a damp cloth, adhering to sprouting guidelines found online. They should sprout in a few days. Let us see if we can find a spot in the yard to plant them. As they ventured into the yard, Bai Xingtian surveyed the area and sighed. What a lovely lawn. It would be such a waste to dig up a patch for planting. Let us just use a flower pot. Just as Bai Xingtian was leading the 2 girls back inside, Wang Ning called out, "Dinner is ready." Bai Xingtian took the girls to wash their hands, preparing for the meal. Buzz! Buzz! Little Ro heard the intermittent buzzing sound and turned to see Bai Xingtian's phone lighting up. Grandpa, it seems you have a message. Chapter 75. The longing for university. As Bai Xingtian listened to Xiao Ro's words, he picked up his phone for a glance. It was a message from their youngest daughter, who had sent numerous photos. What's going on? Wang Ning, having just finished setting the table, noticed Bai Xingtian intently staring at the screen, assuming something was amiss. It's photos from Ye Qing, taken at university, he explained, handing the phone over. Just as Wang Ning was about to look, she spotted two chubby little heads peeking over her shoulder. All right, let's all take a look together, she said. Thank you, Grandma, Yu exclaimed, planting a kiss on Wang Ning's cheek. The two children nestled beside Wang Ning, admiring the pictures of Bai Ye Qing at Jiangxing University. Wow, Annie looks so beautiful. The scenery here is lovely, but Mom and Dad never took us there. The little ones continued to scroll through the photos with expressions full of yearning. Yu, Xiao Ro. One day, you will also attend university and stroll through such a beautiful campus for your studies. By then, it might be even more splendid than it is now. Really? The children's eyes sparkled with excitement at the affirmation. Indeed, Wang Ning replied with a nod. Now that we've seen enough photos, let us eat. You've been running around all morning and must be hungry. After their meal, the two little ones digested for a while before heading off to bed. By 2 or 3 in the afternoon, Xiao Ro pulled Bai Xingtian to practice calligraphy, while Yu took Wang Ning to the music room for piano practice. Although Shen Yinxi and Ye Qing were not present, the children pursued their hobbies with intrinsic motivation, contrasting sharply with the coercive efforts of parents. Such discipline. Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning were both taken aback by the progress made by the little ones. Shortly thereafter, they were even more astonished. Goodness, these two little girls are advancing at an astonishing rate. Xiao Ro's calligraphy had transcended her initial clumsiness, now reflecting a level of proficiency. Meanwhile, Yu's delicate fingers danced over the piano keys, producing melodious notes. While Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning appreciated their talents, they busied themselves washing fruits for the girls to enjoy during their leisure. Meanwhile, at Jiangxing University, Bai Ye Qing roamed the campus until around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, thoroughly impressed by all that she had encountered. It was evident that the explanations provided by her peers were exceptionally well prepared. Thank you, sisters. Bai Ye Qing smiled. We'll be waiting for you at Jiangbei University. By the time you arrive, we should be in our 3rd year, and perhaps Senior Zhangmeng will be the student council president, ready to look out for you. Wang Yu remarked it. Beside her, Zhangmeng rolled her eyes in exasperation. Goodness, I hadn't even begun to boast, and you've already spilled the beans. How mischievous. Go back and work hard, young lady. When you come, we'll welcome you properly, Zhangmeng said as she and the others bid farewell to Bai Ye Qing. As they exited the campus, Ye Qing waved her hand. All right, this is where I'll take my leave. Okay. Ye Qing, like Bai Ye Shi, prefer to maintain a low profile in front of friends. Once in the car, Ye Qing turned to Bai Ye Qing. So, what did you think of Jiangxing University? Did it ignite your ambition? It's quite nice, and the food is good, Bai Ye Qing mused, stroking her chin in contemplation. Noticing Ye Qing's somewhat teasing expression, she exclaimed, "Wow, brother-in-law, what do you mean by that? You're not just thinking about me as your maid, are you? What are you saying? Your brother-in-law couldn't possibly be that wicked. He is only concerned about your future," Ye Qing clarified, though her explanation felt somewhat feeble. Bai Ye Qing rolled her eyes. "I'll go buy some ingredients later to cook something delicious for you." Hearing this, Bai Ye Shi's eyes lit up. Really? If it's like that last time, she began, listing several dishes that caused Bai Ye Qing to twitch in disbelief. What else with my sister? She's not usually a foodie. Can brother-in-law's cooking really be that good? Hours later, as she gazed at the array of beautifully presented dishes, Bai Ye Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly process what she was seeing. Breakfast had been simple, but now an exquisite feast lay before her, all prepared by her brother-in-law. No wonder her sister had looked so expectant. She had evidently developed a taste for fine dining. Heavens, my standards have been raised. My future boyfriend, wherever you are, you better measure up to my brother-in-law. Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning exchanged stunned glances. both equally astonished by the sight of their eldest daughter, who seemed to have struck gold with such a husband. Forget it, let us eat first. Come, let us dig in. I must try this, Bai Ling exclaimed. Oh my goodness, brother-in-law, you're truly amazing. Look, I've told you that my inability to find a boyfriend isn't my fault. It's because of my sister and brother-in-law raising my standards. As she relished the meal, Bai Ling couldn't help but voice her grievances. Wang Ning listened to her daughter's complaints, recognizing some truth in her words. Yet she couldn't agree at the moment. She understood her daughter's personality too well. Any agreement would only fuel her ambitions further. Let us not speak recklessly. You and your sister are different. What suits you is what matters most. But don't rush. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Bai Ling protested. How am I different from my sister? We're equally beautiful. Our personalities are similar, and our figures are not that different in that moment. Bai Ling felt a wave of frustration. Tomorrow, it's papaya milk for me. I hope I'm still on time to catch the train for growth. Chapter 76. Bai Ling, is it true? Can we see celebrities here, brother-in-law? After finishing dinner, Bai Ling voluntarily began to wash the dishes. Moments later, the doorbell rang, and upon peering outside, she saw a man and a woman. The man resembled a towering iron pillar. Bai Ling furrowed her brows, wondering if they were friends of her brother-in-law. Ye Qing opened the door, and Lin Han and Lin Yu stepped inside. Brother Yeo, who are these guests? Lin Han was about to discuss the upcoming comic convention when he noticed Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning entertaining the children, which left him puzzled. This is my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Greetings, uncle and aunt. Lin Han, realizing their identities, quickly responded, while Lin Yu mirrored his sentiment. Lin Han looked at the couple and couldn't help but marvel. Goodness. The first time I met Brother Yi and sister-in-law, I remarked on how well they maintained their youth. They already have children, but look no older than 18 or 19, exuding a vibrant youthful energy. Seeing you today, it is clear that such youthful vitality runs in the family. You both appear much younger than your actual age. Are you really in your 50s? You look barely over 40. Hearing Lin Han's words, Wang Ning and her husband exchanged awkward glances, unsure how to respond. After all, they were indeed just over 40. Who could have predicted that two little ones from the future would arrive? Yet, they couldn't disclose that information, so they merely nodded in silence. Impressive, truly impressive, they said, feeling somewhat flustered by Lin Han's compliments. Brother Lin, sister Lin, Yuyo and Xiaoro, upon seeing them, rushed over to greet them. Have you two been good lately? Yes, very good. Well then, I hope you like the cosplay outfits I chose for you. Lin Han squatted down to pat the girls on their heads. We love them, but why do our outfits have those funny hats? Funny hats? Lin Han pondered for a moment. Those aren't funny hats. They are Anya's hair accessories. Quite adorable, he explained. Have you already tried them on? Yes. Dad even took pictures. Let me show you. Ye Qing pulled out her phone and handed it to Lin Han and Lin Yu. At a single glance, both were rendered speechless. Goodness, this family resembles their characters too much. They would surely create a sensation at the convention tomorrow. The two little ones were undeniably cute. But how could Lin Han and Lin Yu look so alike? Bai Ling emerged from the kitchen upon hearing the commotion. Let me see the cosplay photos. Huh? Who is this? Lin Han was taken aback by Bai Ling's presence, noticing her striking beauty, which bore a resemblance to his sister-in-law. She must be her younger sister. After introductions, Lin Han's initial assumption was confirmed. Bai Ling leaned in closer to view the photos, her mouth agape. Do I have a cosplay outfit too? I want to join in. That would depend on you, Brother Lin. Can you think of a fitting character for me? Lin Han scrutinized Bai Ling, appreciating her looks and long legs. However, he pondered deeply. How about you cosplay as the gunner? Have you seen Super Electric Gun? He quickly found a picture of the character. Lin Han couldn't help but reflect on how his extensive anime knowledge had saved him from struggling to find a character on the spot. If you like this character, I can arrange for someone to whip up the outfit for you tonight. Bai Ling glanced at the character and almost instantly understood the situation. Never mind, Brother Lin. You needn't go to such lengths. Maybe next time. She shook her head. All right then. Lin Han proceeded to discuss the itinerary for the next day with Ye Qing and Bai Ling, noting that there wasn't much to prepare, just a day of fun. Okay, got it. Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning listened in confusion, but chose not to question the young people's plans, respecting their enthusiasm for new experiences. Let us sit for a while. There's no rush to head back, Ye Qing suggested, and they all settled down to watch television. Ye Qing observed the two girls nestled in their grandparents' embrace, and melodies began to form in her mind. However, the noise level was quite overwhelming. You all continue watching TV. I will head to the music room for a bit. I might be a while. Dad, what are you going to do? I can't tell you right now. Ye Qing teased. Yuyo pouted. Dad is being stingy. Haha, just watch TV, little one. Ye Qing ruffled Yuyo's hair and made his way to the music room. Upon entering, Ye Qing began to create a song based on his inspirations. Soon, he found himself in a state of creative flow. He wrote scores and played the piano to test modifications, repeating this process until time slipped away unnoticed. Outside, Shen Yinshi arrived at the villa. I haven't heard from Director Yi all day. He said he'd give me a day off yesterday, but hasn't he mentioned today? I'll check in person. I've missed the little ones. Shen Yinshi, accompanied by Xiaoro and holding some cookies, rang the doorbell. Ding dong. Huh? The occupants inside heard the sound. Bai Jilin approached the door. Yinshi, you're here. I brought some treats for the little ones. I haven't heard from Director Yi today, so I thought I'd come by. Where's he? I called, but he didn't answer. Shen Yinshi stepped inside, as Bai Jilin explained. He went to the music room alone. I'm not sure what he's up to. Perhaps the soundproofing there allows him to focus. Ah, I see. Shen Yinshi nodded in understanding. Come, let me introduce you. Bai Jilin took Shen Yinshi to meet everyone. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed the expressions on everyone's faces stiffen, particularly her sister, who seemed utterly frozen at the sight of Shen Yinshi. What's wrong? Bai Jilin inquired, confused, while Bai Jilin stared at Shen Yinshi. Excuse me, are you Shen Yinshi? Yes, that's me. Is it really you? Bai Jilin leaped with excitement. She adored Shen Yinshi's music, and her friends were fans as well. They had even planned to attend one of his concerts during the summer break. Yet, she never expected to encounter her idol in her brother-in-law's home. Oh my goodness. Chapter 77. The power of my brother-in-law is truly remarkable. Upon receiving confirmation from Shen Yinshi, Bai Jilin felt as though she was suspended between reality and illusion. Brother-in-law, what immense power must you possess to have Shen Yinshi visiting our home? Beside her, Lin Han and Lin Yu stared in astonishment at Shen Yinshi. Although they had encountered a few celebrities before, they never anticipated that Shen Yinshi would have a connection with Ye Qing. Furthermore, Lin Han had keenly noticed certain nuances. Specifically, Shen Yinshi referred to Ye Qing as Brother Yi and Director Yi. This implied that Brother Yi is the chairman of a company. Which company, one might wonder. Moreover, the respect reflected in Shen Yinshi's tone suggested a possible affiliation between Ye Qing's company and Shen Yinshi's. Of course, it could also be that Brother Yi had financially supported her. Such thoughts eluded Lin Han's speculation. Nearby, Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning also stood, gazing at Shen Yinshi and Bai Jiqi. Mom and Dad, this is the star I mentioned before, Shen Yinshi. I even played her songs for you, Bai Jilin announced. Bai Xingtian looked at his daughter and said, All right, we acknowledge her name. However, we are curious about her purpose for visiting Ye Qing. Please, everyone take a seat. Yinshi is Yuan Yuan's music teacher. She has been here almost daily to teach Yuan Yuan, which has significantly accelerated Yuan Yuan's progress. Bai Jiqi encouraged as she pulled Shen Yinshi to sit down. Listening to Bai Jiqi's words, Shen Yinshi felt slightly embarrassed, realizing that Yuan Yuan was already exceptionally talented, possessing absolute pitch, acute musical sensitivity, and a natural affinity for various instruments. Even if she were not the teacher, another instructor would have facilitated Yuan Yuan's rapid advancement. Thus, she felt she was undeservingly claiming credit for Yuan Yuan's achievements. Yuan Yuan dashed over to Shen Yinshi, leaping in her lap. Teacher, you're here. I practiced diligently today. So disciplined during your own time as well. What a good child, Shen Yinshi praised, affectionately ruffling Yuan Yuan's hair. Pondering what Ye Qing must have done in his past life to be blessed with such delightful children. Teacher? Bai Jilin and the others exchanged glances, their astonishment evident. Goodness, my brother-in-law truly is impressive. Even teachers have reached the status of a top artist in China. Yinshi, I am Yuan Yuan's aunt. We're friends of Brother Yi. My name is Lin Han. I am Lin Yu. After brief introductions, Shun Inchi stood up to shake hands with them, exhibiting no airs of a celebrity. Inchi, may we take a photo together? Of course, what would prevent us from doing so? Shun Inchi smiled, her eyes sparkling, undeniably beautiful, though still somewhat overshadowed by Bai Ziqi. Bai Zhiling quickly retrieved her phone and handed it to her sister. Sister, please take a nice picture for us. After Bai Zhiling positioned herself beside Shun Inchi, the latter noticed her nervous demeanor, reminiscent of the fans she had encountered on streets. Shun Inchi leaned closer to Bai Zhiling, playfully forming a half-heart shape with her hand while looking at her. Understanding the cue, Bai Zhiling joined in, forming a heart shape as well. With the sound of the camera clicking, they captured several moments. All right, I believe we have enough photos, Bai Zhiling remarked, glancing at Shun Inchi, who seemed to sense her desire for an autograph. However, Bai Zhiling had not brought her poster today. Seeing her longing, Shun Inchi suggested, let us add each other on Green Bubble. I can send you some merchandise later. Really? Bai Zhiling's eyes sparkled with delight. Meanwhile, Lin Han and Lin Yu watched Bai Zhiling's success in pursuing her idol, feeling a twinge of admiration for Shun Inchi. They too approached her for a photo, while Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning remained disinterested. Once the photos were taken, Shun Inchi settled beside Bai Zhiling, watching television. Then, she inquired, where is Director Yi? I haven't seen him. He seemed to have remembered something and went to the music room alone. We're not sure what he is up to, Bai Ziqi replied, shaking her head. Father has been in there for quite a while. Shall we go check on him? Yuan suggested, eager to see what her father was doing. The others, intrigued by Yuan's proposal, hesitated to voice such thoughts themselves. However, with the two young girls leading the way, they felt compelled to follow. Let us see what Brother Yi is up to, Lin Han said, curiosity piqued. Let us go. Everyone stood up, even Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning, reluctantly pulled along by the younger ones. They wore expressions of resignation, aware of the children's insatiable curiosity, yet concerned that they might disrupt something important if Ye Qing were preoccupied. However, given that the two little girls had suggested it, they felt there was little choice. Besides, it was unlikely that anything overly serious was happening in the music room. They quietly approached, tiptoeing towards the door. Meanwhile, a small round figure, curious about the commotion, tilted its head in confusion before jumping off the couch to follow. It trailed behind, matching their footsteps, though its padded paws made no sound upon landing. It feels like we're sneaking into a village like bandits, Lin Han remarked to his sister, amused. The thrill of secrecy is quite enjoyable, Lin Yu added with a smile, speculating on what Ye Qing might be doing in the music room. While she felt uneasy, being behind the two girls provided a sense of security. After a moment as contemplation, she realized it might be due to Ye Qing's doting nature towards his daughters. They arrived at the music room's entrance. Due to the excellent soundproofing, they could not hear anything from within. Yuan peered at the door and opened it slightly, revealing a glimpse inside. Suddenly, the sound of piano melodies flowed out, rhythmic and captivating, causing everyone to pause in astonishment. Shun Inchi, the most musically proficient among them, furrowed her brow at the melody. What song is this? I don't recognize it. Chapter 78. My dear, the times have changed. Moreover, this melody is truly delightful. It possesses an addictive quality that ensnares the listener. Soon, a bold idea sprang into Shun Inchi's mind. Could it be that this melody had never existed before and was composed by Director Yi just moments ago? The mere thought startled Shun Inchi. After all, what was Director Ye's initial standing within the company? He had been an unexpected arrival, remarkably youthful. On his first day at the company, everyone whispered that such a young director, Yi must be a second-generation heir, here to guide the professionals. However, within half a day, he had streamlined the group's management and finances, dispelling any notion that he was merely a novice. But now what was this? How could Director Yi display such formidable creative talent? What did this mean? The composition flowed effortlessly, as if it were a natural phenomenon. Those outside the profession were entertained, while those within discerned the intricacies. It was evident that this melody had the potential to become a tremendous hit. Yi was also enraptured. Beside her, Xiao opened the door wider, revealing Ye Qing, who was seated before the piano, entirely absorbed in his music and oblivious to the spectators behind him. His hands danced across the keys, embodying an aura of professionalism akin to a world-class musician performing in the Golden Hall of Vienna. The enchanting melody resonated, captivating everyone present. Wow, Brother Ye is incredible. He plays the piano so effortlessly. In comparison, I feel utterly inadequate, lamented one onlooker. Let us not compare ourselves to someone like him. I can already envision your life after marriage and children. You might even tell your future son, why aim for Peking University when your father is off on a pilgrimage to Tokyo? Hey, there's no need to insult like that, Lin Han retorted, rolling his eyes at his sister's teasing. Why does Brother Yi get to have two adorable daughters while I'm stuck with son? Is that your rebuttal? Lin Yu turned, momentarily taken aback by Lin Han's response. It appeared that all boys were indeed enamored by daughters. A stark contrast to the previous generation's preference for sons. My dear, the times have changed. Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning observed Ye Qing in the room, then glanced at their eldest daughter, who wore a look of admiration. It seemed that their son-in-law had revealed more of his hidden talents. No wonder their eldest daughter was so smitten, and their second daughter's perspective had elevated to such heights. Who could resist being enchanted by a man like him? After a while, Ye Qing concluded his performance and prepared to make some adjustments. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind and numerous gazes upon him. Turning around, he was met with a lineup of eager faces at the doorway, all fixated on him. His heart raced. Thankfully, Ye Qing had a steady temperament. Had he been less composed, he might have been taken aback. Inchi, what are you doing here? When did you all arrive so quietly? You nearly gave me a heart attack, Ye Qing exclaimed, directing his words at Shun Inchi. The others wore sheepish expressions, realizing they had startled him. Director Yi, this isn't my fault. I'm innocent. I didn't even suggest coming here. Yeo simply wanted to see what you were up to, and we followed along. After Shun Inchi spoke, Yeo scampered over to Ye Qing. Daddy, did you miss me? Ye Qing playfully pinched Yuyo's little nose. She nodded earnestly, her expression affirming her sentiment. Observing the interaction, Shun Inchi thought, why is there such a disparity in his demeanor towards me compared to Yuyo? I come here to confront him, and yet he treats the child with such tenderness. Internally, she fumed but dared not voice her thoughts in front of Director Yi. Director Yi, is this an original composition? She inquired. Yes, I have several melodies completed, Ye Qing replied, nodding. I had a sudden burst of inspiration while watching television, so I came over to create a few pieces, mainly drawing from the ideas sparked by these two little ones. The tunes are nearly finished. I just need to work on the lyrics, which I believe I can complete by morning. Ye Qing's confident declaration left Shun Inchi in disbelief. Director Yi, are you serious? You had an inspiration and composed several songs? And you expect to finish the lyrics in one night? What kind of creative prowess is this? Your words make me feel utterly inadequate, as I struggle to produce even a few songs in a year. Ye Qing, undeterred, continued. Why are you staring at me so intently? Let me tell you, you won't be able to escape this. Once I finish the composition, you will need to refine it thoroughly. I've left room for harmonies, and you and Yuyo can perform it together. This might just catapult her to stardom. Yuyo blinked her big eyes in confusion at the mention of stardom. Why would I catch fire? She pondered, perplexed. Shun Inchi hadn't anticipated Ye Qing's long-term plans, but accepted them with grace. After all, Yuyo was her student. Riding on the coattails of success was perfectly acceptable. She patted her chest, exuding confidence. Do you need me to assist you now, Director Yi? Not necessary. I can manage to stay up late tonight and finish it. You all should go to bed. There's no rush. Tomorrow, I'll discuss it further with General Yu. I have everything mapped out in my mind. Ye Vink Asuretev. Nodding in agreement, Shun Inchi realized that, in the presence of Director Yi, she was merely a supporting player. As he was the king, she would dutifully lie back in her golden role. Yuyo, Daddy has written several songs for you to sing. How does that sound? Ye Qing said, lifting Yuyo, who was still in a daze. Okay, Yuyo exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. Chapter 79. A Song for My Daughter, observing the gentle demeanor of Yuyu. Ye Qing's face blossomed with a smile as he playfully pinched her delicate cheeks, embodying a picture of indulgent affection. Witnessing this tender display from Chairman Yi, Shun Inchi couldn't help but twitch her lips. Was this truly the demeanor of a devoted father? She had heard tales of Ye Qing's grim expression during his inaugural visit to the company. A visage so severe that not even the bouquet presented by director Han Shui could soften it. He had maintained a stony countenance throughout the entire review of the group's management and financial documents, only relaxing his features once the ordeal was over, leaving General Manager Yu and Director Han visibly shaken. Thankfully, the situation concluded without incident. Had they been privy to Chairman Ye's current disposition, they would surely have been left agape. Let us step outside. It's best to allow Father some peace for his creative endeavor, Bai Zixi proposed, aware that the throng of visitors would undoubtedly disrupt Ye Qing's creative flow. As she spoke to Yu, her voice rose slightly, serving as a gentle reminder to the others. Lin Han chimed in, "Indeed, it's rather crowded here. Let's take our leave." As the group exited, Bai Zixi lingered momentarily to close the door behind Ye Qing. In the living room, Lin Han was struck by a sense of awe, softly humming the melody he had just heard. That catchy tune had already taken residence in his mind. Across from him, Shen Yinshi found herself contemplating the same melody. It was undeniable that this particular segment had the potential to become an overnight sensation. It could easily transition into a viral background track on platforms like Douyin. Moreover, who had penned this song? It was none other than the chairman of Wuyo Media. What were the other music companies doing, if not fervently promoting it? Wuyo Media certainly had its avenues for marketing. Shen Yinshi recognized that Ye Qing's jest about leveraging her popularity was merely a light-hearted remark. Did he truly need such elaborate schemes to propel Yu to fame? The answer was a resounding no. Yu sat on the sofa, her expression a blend of anticipation and excitement, resembling a child eagerly awaiting a sweet treat. Her flushed cheeks added to her charm. Shen Yinshi reached out to pat her head, her gaze shifting as she mused, "Little one, it seems you are destined for stardom. Just remember your teacher when the time comes. Do not forget to include me." She silently vowed, though the words remained unspoken. After a while, Lin Han and Lin Yu glanced at the clock. It was already 9 o'clock. Prolonging their stay was perhaps unwise. "Let us head back for now. Tomorrow morning, we will don our costumes and set off for the comic convention together," Lin Yu suggested. "Indeed, we shall change into our outfits," Bai Zixi replied as she rose to see them off. A hint of shyness crept in as she recalled her own ensemble. The first revealing attire she would wear, a stark contrast to her previously modest wardrobe. Once her guests departed, Shen Yinshi gathered her courage and addressed Bai Zixi, sister-in-law. "I believe I shall stay the night. Could you arrange a room for me? Songwriting can be quite draining, and I might require company for inspiration. I suspect Chairman Yi may wish to discuss matters with me later, so I believe it prudent not to return home tonight." Bai Zixi nodded in agreement. "Of course. I will prepare a bed for you right away." The simplicity of her offer left Shen Yinshi momentarily taken aback. Was she truly going to have the chairman's wife make up her bed? No, I can manage it myself," she exclaimed, rising abruptly. "Buten o'clock." Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning had returned with their 2 daughters, ready for bed. Just before entering her room, Wang Ning turned to Bai Zixi. "Zixi, please ensure that Ye Qing gets to bed at a reasonable hour. Perhaps you could fetch him some water or fruit. I have already sliced the fruit and placed it in the kitchen." "All right, mother, I will take care of it," Bai Zixi assured her. Meanwhile, in another spacious room, Shen Yinshi lay soaking in a bathtub, surrounded by bubbles. This tub was considerably larger than the one in her apartment, a testament to the luxurious nature of the villa compared to her own humble abode. Suddenly, her phone chimed, revealing messages from her close friends, Wang Linghan and Su Ying, who had been staying at her apartment for creative collaboration. "Wang Linghan, Yinshi, weren't you at Chairman Ye's place? Why haven't you returned? Since you were a teacher, you should have been back by now. Is everything all right?" Su Ying, respond, please. Shen Yinshi, what could possibly happen? I'm spending the night at Chairman Ye's. There are important matters at hand. Shen Yinshi, right now, I'm luxuriating in a grand bathtub, and soon I shall retire to a soft bed. Wang Linghan, is it because it's too late? Both friends expressed their confusion. Shen Yinshi elaborated, and upon learning that Chairman Yi was composing music, her friends were taken aback. They had never anticipated that he possessed such talent. It was truly impressive. Initially, they had assumed that an outsider had been parachuted into the company. But based on his performance, it was clear that he was an extraordinary figure. Wang Linghan. So, you're saying you'll assist Chairman Yi in refining the song? Can we join in? Su Ying. Yes, we would be in close proximity to the source of inspiration. Shun Inchi. Certainly, I will mention it to Chairman Yi. It should be feasible. However, I need to assess his progress tonight. Wang Linghan. A rapid composition in one night seems a bit far-fetched. Let's get some rest. It will likely take a while to produce something worthwhile. Nodding in agreement with Wang Linghan's assessment, Shin Inchi recalled their shared experiences of the creative process. Though bursts of inspiration could occur, refining lyrics and perfecting a piece typically required significant time. Even someone as talented as Chairman Yi could not possibly achieve perfection in a single night. With that thought in mind, Shun Inchi submerged herself back into the warm water, indulging in the soothing bubbles as a means of unwinding. As the night deepened, the villa fell into a serene silence. Amidst the stillness, a small round creature meandered leisurely through the premises, akin to a guardian patrolling the home. Its soft little legs, cushioned by pads, made no sound against the floor. Eventually, it was drawn to the distant glow of a light. Chapter 80. An exhilarating show, the plump little head turned towards the light, then darted towards the shadow it spotted. You're here. Bai Ji, she crouched down and affectionately patted the patrolling little Tuan Yuan. You little rascal, why aren't you asleep at this late hour? Are you hungry? Observing Tuan Yuan, she prepared a small bottle of milk, but after a few sips, the little one lost interest. It seemed not to be hungry after all. All right, continue your play. I must be off now. With a gentle pat, Bai Ji, she gracefully strode forward. Over time, she had become quite familiar with this home, able to navigate it even in the dark. The light was merely a precaution to avoid stepping on Tuan Yuan. She entered the kitchen to prepare some fruits and poured herself a cup of hot water before pushing open the door to the music room. Peering in, she saw Ye Qing hunched over, scribbling away, with several sheets of paper scattered around. Darling. Responding to her call, Ye Qing turned to find Bai Ji, she entering with a platter of fruits and hot water. Why aren't you asleep yet? I merely came to check when you would retire for the night. Bai Ji, she replied, somewhat disingenuously. After sharing a bed with Ye Qing for so long, she had grown accustomed to his presence. Without him, she felt a void, for how could a mere stuffed bear offer the same comfort? How is your creative process going? Although Bai Ji, she didn't fully grasp the intricacies of creation, she inquired nonetheless. It's progressing well. I've composed quite a bit. However, I suspect I'll be short on sleep tonight. Tomorrow, if we go out, I can hand these over to Shun Inchi for her to refine. What if we don't go out tomorrow? Or perhaps I could take the 2 children out myself. You should rest. That's of no concern. Don't forget, I'm an 18-year-old male university student. I can handle a few all-nighters. All right, I know you're the best. Bai Ji, she placed the fruit platter and hot water down, preparing to leave. Is that all? Not even a little exhilarating performance? Ye Ving Tisit, seeing the surprised expression on Bai Ji-shi's face. What kind of performance? Not wishing to indulge her innocent wife any further, he pointed to his lips. Understanding the implication, Bai Ji-shi leaned in, only to be pulled into a kiss. Ouch, my lips are swollen. It wasn't he until Bai Ji-shi whined for a while. Her voice muffled, that Ye Qing released her. She shot him a reproachful glance, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, casting him a look that suggested he was a mischievous scoundrel. Did he have to toy with her like this before bedtime? She felt he was always picking on her. Pouting, she resolved that had she known, she wouldn't have brought him fruits and hot water. I'm leaving. Go on, get some good rest. Understood. Once Bai Ji-shi departed, Ye Qing sipped his hot water, nibbled on some fruit, and continued his creative work. The next morning, as dawn broke, Ye Qing surveyed the several songs before him, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Finally done, of course, the next steps could be entrusted to Shun Inchi for further refinement. He stepped outside and brewed himself a pot of hot tea. Shortly thereafter, he heard the sound of the door opening. Shun Inchi emerged, dressed and ready. Director Yi, you're up so early? I'm sorry, but I hardly slept. Then how come you look so good? Shun Inchi observed Ye Qing, noticing he seemed quite energetic despite the long night. What kind of physique is this? If I'd stayed up all night, I'd be utterly drained. So, Director Yi, about your creations. Shun Inchi began, only to be interrupted by Ye Qing's gesture toward the stack of papers. She rushed over, grabbing them to examine closely. Gradually, her eyes widened in disbelief. This is terrifying, too terrifying. How can it be this astonishing? Director Ye, are you a genius? In one night, he had composed this many songs. Sun In-chi hummed a few notes. Despite their rapid creation, their quality was astonishingly high. Each melody lingered in her mind, hauntingly beautiful. She abruptly turned to Ye Qing, her gaze intense. Ye Qing flinched at her fervent stare, shifting nervously on the couch. What are you planning to do? What can I do? I've never seen such a talent, and merely wish to observe closely. Is that polite? Your fidgeting is rather distracting. Sun In-chi internally raged, yet dared not voice her thoughts. Well, my task is complete. The rest is up to you, Ye Qing said, sipping his tea. Rest assured, I will fulfill my duties. Excellent. Sun In-chi cradled the papers as if they were treasures, tidying up before heading out. Goodbye, Director Ye. Take care of yourself. After all, we're not the same. Ye Qing stationed. Her retort was a soft huff. What did he mean by that? You must be older than me. Can you stay up all night? I can handle it better because I'm younger. With that, she exited, closing the door behind her. Ye Qing shook his head in bemusement, sipping his tea before changing into a snug, athletic outfit, awaiting Bai Ting and the two little ones to wake. Shortly after, Bai Ting emerged cautiously, accompanied by the two girls. Descending the stairs, they spotted Ye Qing waiting for them. Daddy, why are you up so early? I didn't sleep at all last night. This morning, I checked the time and thought you'd be ready for your run, so I decided to join you. Ye Qing affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. Huh? Xiaoro looked worried. Daddy, you should hurry and get some rest. If you don't sleep well, you'll have no energy. She gestured animatedly, her concern evident. I'm fine, really. Now, let us get ready to head out. Okay. The two girls, reassured by his demeanor, agreed. Bai Ting was about to say more, but, seeing Ye Qing was in good spirits, decided to let it go. They quickly changed, and the group set off together. Chapter 81. Answer Me. Ye Qing and Bai Tian, accompanied by two little girls, dashed out. As they ran, Ye Qing couldn't help but admire the scenery around them. The view outside the villa district in the morning was indeed splendid. The mist swirled around, complemented by the distant river landscape, creating a scene reminiscent of paradise. Observing the two little girls beside him, both with flushed cheeks, he noted their perseverance despite the long run. Such determination would surely serve them well in their future endeavors. Bai Tian, while running, occasionally glanced at the two little girls, mindful of their small strides. He adjusted his pace accordingly, ensuring they wouldn't struggle to keep up with him. He turned his gaze towards Ye Qing, who, after several kilometers, was nearing the park. Strangely, Ye Qing didn't seem to be sweating at all. What remarkable physical fitness! How could this young man, who had stayed up all night, still possess such stamina? Bai Tian felt a tinge of envy. But then he remembered that Ye Qing was only 18, a freshman in college. He shook his head, realizing how deeply he had immersed himself in this situation. After all, he was just a man in his 40s. Yet, a sense of paternal warmth began to surface within him. Hey, Grandpa, are you all right? Did you not sleep well last night? Should we skip the run and head back for some rest? Asked Xiaoro, noticing Bai Tian's hand on his forehead. No, I'm fine, Bai Tian replied quickly, not wanting the little girls to worry. Eventually, they reached the park. Ah, look who is here again. Two little cuties. So adorable. Such perseverance, an elderly couple remarked before turning to Bai Tian. And this young man is your son? Ha. No. He asked the father of these two little girls, my son-in-law, Bai Tian replied proudly. Upon hearing this, the elderly couple exchanged glances, surprised. He doesn't resemble a father at all. He looks more like an older brother. This father is remarkably young. After playing in the park for a while, Ye Qing and the others prepared to return. Meanwhile, Sun In-chi returned to her apartment with precious sheets of paper. Unlocking the fingerprint lock, she entered the bedroom to find Wang Linghan and Su Ying sleeping back-to-back. What time is it? Still sleeping? How can you sleep at this hour? It's already past 7. Sun In-chi thought, her mind swirling with frustration. But then she remembered that on days when she had no obligations, she often slept in even later than they did. No, they can't keep sleeping, she decided, moving to the window. With a swift motion, She pulled the curtains open, letting the bright sunlight pour in. Ugh! The two girls groaned, turning away from the light. All right, I'm back. No more sleeping. Get up. I have something incredibly important to tell you. Shun Inchi exclaimed, giving them each a gentle nudge and a playful swat on their backs. After a series of gentle prods, the two finally sat up, their eyes still heavy with sleep. Shun Inchi paused, allowing them a moment to wake up. However, moments later, they both flopped back down onto the bed. Looks like I've been too lenient with you, Shun Inchi sighed. Time for a more effective approach. Before long, laughter erupted as Shun Inchi began to tickle them, prompting their pleas for mercy. All right, we're awake. They finally sat up, fully alert. Why are you up so early? Aren't you going to sleep? Wang Linghan asked. Do we not need to sleep? Answer me. Look into my eyes. Were you kept up all night by Director Ye? So now you're tormenting us? Suddenly, the room fell silent. Su Ying and Shun Inchi turned to her, their expressions blank. What on earth are you talking about? Didn't you go to create songs with Director Ye last night? Did you not sleep at all? Wang Linghan accused. Goodness, what are you imagining? Can we keep things a little more innocent? People like you are ruining the music industry. She lamented. Shun Inchi waved her hand dismissively. Enough with the nonsense. Hurry and wash up. I discovered a monumental secret last night. Director Ye is a genius. He practically created an entire mini-album in one night with several songs. Her words left the two girls momentarily stunned. Several songs in one night? They echoed, glancing at Shun Inchi, who was now animatedly gesturing. What's gotten into you? You've written songs before. Is it really that extraordinary to create multiple pieces in a single night? And besides, Director Ye isn't even a top-tier musician. Come on, get washed up. We need to prepare to refine Director Ye's songs. Shun Inchi urged, but the two remained unmotivated, already guessing the quality of what they would be working with. Oh no. Wang Linghan and Su Ying exchanged glances, sighing. However, they understood this was an opportunity they couldn't afford to miss, given their position. They reluctantly began their morning routines. Soon, the sound of flowing piano melodies filled the room. The enchanting tune and perfect rhythm captivated them. What song is this? I've never heard it before. Have you heard it? No. They hurriedly rinsed their mouths and emerged to find Shun Inchi seated at the piano, sheets of paper beside her. This is one of the songs Director Ye composed last night. Each piece is a masterpiece. Shun Inchi beckoned them over excitedly. The revelation hit them like a thunderclap, leaving them momentarily speechless, their eyes wide in disbelief. Director Ye composed this? It's that impressive? They stood frozen, as if their feet had lost all control, and hurried over to Shun Inchi. Chapter 82. My sister is a succubus. They hurriedly took the sheets of paper to examine them. After a moment, their astonishment deepened. Not to mention the melody. The composition and lyrics were clearly the work of a professional. Chairman Ye is indeed an insider. Is a chairman attempting to encroach upon our livelihood? How are we supposed to continue like this? The two gazed at the song, and after a while they felt like giving up. A chairman who writes such beautiful music? What a farce. Observing Wang Linghan and Su Ying, Shun Inchi couldn't help but smirk. When will you two ever have fewer theatrics than your cup of tea? This is a song that Chairman Ye intends for you to perform. There's a chorus section that supposedly allows me, or perhaps you too, to participate. It seems Chairman Ye is keen on promoting you. I can hardly fathom how delightful this song will sound, once perfected, sung by you. As Shun Inchi recalled Yu's voice, it struck her as pure and unblemished, instilling a profound sense of tranquility, as if cleansing the soul. We are all destined to become UUS ants. So let us not linger on trivialities. Is Chairman Ye really going to step in and vie for our jobs? Come quickly and help me refine this. Chairman Ye is waiting. With Shun Inchi's urging, the two of them promptly began their work. They soon realized that there were very few areas needing enhancement. Rather than refining, it felt more like learning. Gazing at the song and its lyrics, they felt enlightened. Meanwhile, Ye Qing and the others returned to the villa. Bai Ziqi and Bai Zhelin had completed their morning routines, while Wang Ning was preparing breakfast. Bai Zhelin, seeing Ye Qing still accompanying them for a morning run, was astonished. Brother-in-law, how many hours did you sleep last night? I didn't sleep, and you still went for a run? Your stamina is impressive. I'm different from you. I don't need to rise early for morning self-study and return late to complete assignments. I have plenty of time to rest. Ye Qing replied with a smile. Bai Jilin, are you scolding me? I'll compete with you. Seeing her sister's furious expression, Ye Qing found it amusing. This girl could be quite unruly at home, yet she had encountered an adversary in him. He could easily breach her defenses. All right, are you tired? She approached, concerned. Do I look tired? Ye Qing said, unfazed. I observed that you ran several kilometers without breaking a sweat. Your physical condition is exceptional. The youth of today are truly remarkable, Bai Xingtian remarked, shaking his head. Bai Jilin looked closely and indeed noticed that Ye Qing had not perspired at all. Wow, his physical prowess is outstanding. Will my sister not enjoy a life of luxury in the future? Ugh. Bai Jilin scolded herself inwardly. What am I saying? How could I think such thoughts? However, she gazed at her sister with a hint of envy. Oh no, my standards have risen once again. Shall we go take a shower? Bai Jiqi suggested, pulling out tissues to wipe the sweat from the two girls. All right. The two girls followed Bai Jiqi into the bathroom. Ye Qing, why don't you take a shower as well? Once everyone had left, Bai Jilin sought out Wang Ning to prepare breakfast together. After their meal, Bai Jiqi proposed, shall we change clothes? We're heading to the comic convention soon. Sure. Yu and Xiaoro will be wearing their snack hats again. Are we changing now? Bai Ziqi blushed slightly. After all, during their previous costume changes, only Ye Qing and the two girls were present, so she hadn't felt any embarrassment. But now that their parents were here, it felt a bit mortifying. Let us change quickly. Lin Han just messaged me to check if I'm awake. They should be arriving soon. We don't want to be caught off guard, Bai Ziqi urged. Okay, you have a lot of accessories. It'll be a hassle to change. Let Bai Jilin help you, while I braid the two girls' hair and change clothes. Sure, I'll serve my sister well. Bai Jilin replied, eager to see her sister in a cosplay outfit. The old Bai Jiqi would never have considered cosplaying. It seemed she had changed significantly since being with her brother-in-law, now willing to embrace such new experiences. Bai Xingtian followed Ye Qing to help braid her hair. Inside the room, Bai Jiqi began changing. Pass me those stockings. Here. Bai Jilin handed them over, having never worn stockings herself. I must try them in college. As the black stockings embraced Bai Jiqi's long, slender legs, Bai Jilin couldn't help but drool at the sight. They accentuated her leg, shaped perfectly, simply stunning. With legs like mine, I should look just as good in them, Bai Jilin mused. As Bai Jiqi donned the dress, Bai Jilin's eyes widened in disbelief. This is incredibly alluring. The allure of a married woman. Why does my sister exude such a vibe? Could it be that she and brother-in-law? No, it's not just that. There's also that captivating charm. Bai Jilin realized she might manage the stockings, but this dress was beyond her capabilities. The delicate allure is suited only for a pure character, she thought, feeling somewhat enlightened. After a while, adorned with various accessories, Bai Jiqi stood up. The succubus has arrived. Bai Jilin remarked nonchalantly. Huh? What did you say? Nothing. Bai Jilin quickly replied, but as she spoke, Bai Jiqi playfully aimed a balloon at her heart. Hey, what are you doing? Bai Jilin exclaimed, startled. Fear not. It's made of balloons. See, it's soft. Why are you so timid? How can I not be afraid? I genuinely fear being pierced. Bai Jilin shot her a glare, unwilling to engage further. This sister of hers only knew how to bully her. Chapter 83. Women only influence the speed of drawing swords. Bai Ji. She cast a sidelong glance at Bai Jiling, a soft huff escaping her lips. Did this little girl truly believe she hadn't heard her earlier words? To label her as a succubus was utterly outrageous. It seemed that one day, she would need to enlighten her sister about the terror of bloodline suppression. As Bai Ji, she pondered. Bai Jiling admired her elder sister's appearance, nearly drooling in awe. She was stunningly beautiful, revealing just enough to resemble a character from an anime. Let us go show Mom and Dad. Bai Jiling exclaimed, standing up. Oh, Bai Ji, she felt a flutter of anxiety at the thought of presenting herself to their parents, uncertain if they would approve. Meanwhile, Ye Qing and Bai Xingting were each attending to a little girl, skillfully styling their hair into buns. Ye Qing watched Bai Xingting's adeptness with curiosity. Sensing the puzzled look in Ye Qing's eyes, Bai Xingting shrugged. I was once a father to two little girls myself. Is it so surprising that I can style hair? Indeed. Ye Qing nodded, a smile gracing her face. Wang Ning entered, observing the two fathers at work with a look of astonishment. What is this? The seasoned dad imparting wisdom to the novice? He teased. Oh, Ye Qing. Your buns look splendid. Quite the dexterous hands you have. Once Ye Qing and Bai Ting finished, the group emerged from the room, only to collide with Bai Ling and Bai Shi as they exited. Their gazes instinctively fell upon Bai Shi. Bai Ting and Wang Ning's eyes widened in shock, disbelief washing over them. This was their own daughter. Although they had seen photos of her in cosplay the previous day, witnessing her in person was an entirely different experience. Under their guidance, she had always dressed modestly, and this was their first time seeing her in such attire. Yet, they felt no concern. After all, their daughter had grown up, and she couldn't remain wrapped like a dumpling forever. Besides, with Ye Qing by her side, she was well protected. She's truly beautiful, Wang Ning remarked appreciatively, gazing at his daughter. Huh. Bai Shi and Bai Ling were taken aback, their mother's words stirring confusion within them. Could it be that their mother would utter such a statement? Did this mean they could dress more revealingly? Bai Ling tentatively inquired. Suddenly, their mother's countenance darkened. Bai Ling, have you been particularly mischievous lately? Look at your sister's stage. What about your own? Is your school uniform insufficient? Bai Ling retorted, Hey, Mom, your double standards are a bit much. She sighed in resignation. Ye Qing, noticing her expression, quickly interjected, Bai Ling, don't just stand there. Take the two little girls and change into some clothes. Okay, I'm on it, Bai Ling replied, hastily leading the two girls back inside. As she entered, she cast a grateful glance at Ye Qing. Her brother-in-law was crucial. Otherwise, she would have endured a barrage of her mother's critiques. Ye Qing observed Bai Ling with a smile at the corner of his lips, appreciating her innocence. She is quite unpretentious, he mused. Approaching Bai Shi, Ye Qing adustet her outfit slightly. All right, you should also change your clothes. Sure, Bai Shi responded as Ye Qing entered the room. Moments later, he emerged, looking dapper with his hair dyed a striking yellow, exuding the aura of a male protagonist. When the two little girls reappeared, the family was finally complete. Bai Ting and Wang Ning compared the family to the cosplay images, marveling at the resemblance. Just as they were admiring the scene, the doorbell rang. Lin Han and Lin Yu arrived. Hey, how is it going? Have you and your sister prepared? Lin Han began, but his words faltered as he beheld the spectacle before him. The others followed his gaze, and in an instant, everyone was rendered speechless. Wow! Their eyes widened in disbelief. Such handsomeness, such beauty, such cuteness. They looked as if they had stepped straight out of an anime. Yu glanced at Lin Han, recalling his earlier advice about expressing excitement with phrases like wow cool. Though unsure of its meaning, she turned to him, her face alight with enthusiasm, and exclaimed, wow cool. Her words struck Lin Han like a bullet to the heart. Ah, so adorable, he thought, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He wasn't alone in his sentiments. Lin Yu shared the same excitement. Incredible. I told you to find a beautiful wife in the future. With your looks, you're already lagging behind Yigo. You should aim for someone even more stunning than your sister-in-law. That way, we might have a beautiful niece. Lin Han rolled his eyes at her words. Sister, do you hear yourself? Is that even a reasonable statement? To suggest finding someone prettier than my sister-in-law? That's absurd. Besides, I'm just a guy with a penchant for the second dimension. It hardly matters to me. Women only influence my speed of drawing swords. Not necessarily. Ye Qing chimed in with a chuckle. I believe a beauty's allure can transcend even death. Did you know that last century, 2 human remains dating back thousands of years were unearthed in western China? Though they had dried out, experts named them the Lulon Beauties and Mummy No. 2. Lin Han, Lin Yu, the others. Lin Han was momentarily stunned. Goodness, Yigo, that is a heartless remark. You not only struck down the living, but also the spirit. How terrifying. All right, let's not dwell on that. Lin Han waved his hand dismissively. You all have your looks. You have your principles. That's enough, right? At that moment, Yu and Xiao approached, looking up at Lin Han with curiosity. Lin Han Gigya, who are you portraying? Why is it so simple, and why is so much skin exposed? Yu asked, perplexed. Chapter 84. Indeed, beauty pales in comparison to cuteness. Lin Han listened to Yu's gentle inquiry and took out his phone, displaying a photograph. I am cosplaying as Banjima Waijur, a character known for his impressive musculature and immense strength. Oh, Yu nodded, though somewhat perplexed. But, brother, you don't quite resemble him. Her words nearly shattered Lin Han's defenses. Children speak with unfiltered honesty, and their words can sting. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and the others chuckled. Ha! I said you didn't quite look like him. You might think your muscles are well-trained, but you are still far from Banjima Waijur. Yu's remarks were like daggers, revealing Lin Han's vulnerability, causing him to grimace. I'll take a look, Ye Qing said, seizing the phone. Not bad. Anime often incorporates exaggerated elements. Look, everyone, listen to what Brother Yi has to say. Lin Han seemed to have found a lifeline. All right, let us depart. Cool me. Let us go. Jiling, join us to see. Mom and Dad, what about you? Will you stay at home, or? Her question caught Wang Ning and Bai Xingtian off guard, for they had little to do at home. Then we shall join the trend and take a look too. Yes, let's relive our youth. Uncle and Annie, you must come too. Had I known, I would have suggested characters for you to cosplay. Lin Han was surprised by his sister-in-law's parents' openness to participate in the event. No need. We simply want to observe. The group ventured out, boarding several vehicles, heading towards the venue of the comic exhibition, which had already commenced. Various cosplayers had arrived, embodying anime characters with remarkable professionalism, and numerous photographers were on hand to capture the moments. As they posed for photographs, a commotion erupted nearby, drawing their attention. Hey, what is happening over there? Why the ruckus? I don't know. Let us go check it out. They followed the sound, their gazes landing on a family of 4 at the forefront. Wow, they gasped, their hearts racing. It was from Spy X family. The man was handsome, the woman beautiful, and the 2 Anya characters were perfectly embodied as the obedient and lively types. How utterly adorable. Hello, may I take a picture? A photographer approached Ye Qing. Ye Qing nodded, contemplating how to pose with Bai Shi, but before she could respond, the photographer began snapping shots of the 2 little girls. Ye Qing thought, what was the point of asking me? Click, click. The 2 little girls were photographed, with some photographers offering suggestions on how to pose. They cooperated quite well. This time, they truly came at the right moment. The photographers observed, utterly charmed. Goodness, the Civil Affairs Bureau is quite casual. They've even placed soft ads here. I almost want to have a daughter myself. The 2 little girls beamed at the delight of the crowd. Yu's cheeks flushed, overwhelmed with excitement. Wow, cool, she exclaimed, clenching her tiny fists. This statement sent ripples throughout the comic exhibition. Ye Qing was left speechless, astonished by her daughter's unexpected charisma. Lin Han, do you think we've been overshadowed by these 2 little ones? I believe so. Today I've come to understand a profound truth. What truth? In the realm of fandom, beauty and handsomeness are insignificant compared to cuteness. Ye Qing and Bai Shi were left speechless. Let us just move on. Soon, everyone began to meander through the venue. Some approached Ye Qing and Bai Shi, captivated by their stunning presence. Photographers directed them to enact affectionate gestures from anime. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Bai Shi blushed, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks. My goodness, that blush is so realistic, a girl exclaimed, capturing several more shots. Upon hearing this, Bai Shi felt even more bashful, inching closer to Ye Qing, seeking reassurance. Ye Qing understood and offered her a reassuring glance. In the next moment, a light screen appeared before Ye Qing, detected an increase in affection between host and wife. Reward: ownership of Tianma Equestrian Center, master-level equestrian skills. Oh, what an unexpected reward. Meanwhile, Lin Han watched as Ye Qing and Bai Shi garnered admiration, feeling somewhat disheartened. Why isn't anyone asking to take my picture? I already told you that you don't resemble him. Who could tell you are cosplaying as Banjima Waijur? Lin Yu remarked when a girl suddenly approached Lin Han. Hello, are you cosplaying as Banjima Waijur? Her question struck Lin Han's heart, causing it to leap. In that moment, he gazed at the girl. Though her appearance was ordinary, to Lin Han, she radiated brilliance. He began conversing with her. Not far away, Lin Yu scratched her head, observing her brother's demeanor. That look in his eyes, so naive. This girl is fine. But what if he encounters a cunning one later? Won't he be completely entranced? It seems she would need to provide him with some targeted training to avoid bringing home an overly charming girl. The household would surely descend into chaos. She and her companions made their way to find Ye Qing. The group, accompanied by children, strolled through the comic exhibition, observing the dedication of the cosplayers, all seemingly reveling in the experience. The two little girls were particularly pleased, akin to harvesters, returning from each booth with an array of souvenirs. It's the first time I've seen cuteness so effectively utilized, Lin Yu remarked with a shrug. Bai Zhiling nodded in agreement. She thought to herself, had she heeded Lin Han's advice and cosplayed as the character he suggested, perhaps her portrayal would have been equally compelling, and she might have attracted some photographers as well. However, this time, her vanity might not be satisfied. Shortly after, Bai Zhiling began to observe her surroundings. She noted that the female cosplayers here were exceptionally talented, many rivaling her sister's accomplishments. Wow, clearly, they're all on a different level. Chapter 85. The Path of Romance. Bai Zhiling continuously surveyed her surroundings, her gaze sweeping over numerous girls as if confirming something. Most of the girls noticed Bai Zhiling's stare but chose to ignore it. After all, it was merely a glance from one girl to another. However, upon catching sight of one particular girl, that girl felt the weight of Bai Zhiling's gaze, blinked, and then offered a cryptic smile. The meaning behind that smile eluded Bai Zhiling, yet startled her. Hey, don't get the wrong idea, sister. I'm not that kind of person. My orientation is perfectly normal. A few hours later, the comic convention had attracted a considerable crowd. Lin Han had amassed a plethora of merchandise, filling an entire bag to the brim. Not bad. Today has been quite fruitful, he remarked. Ye Qing observed him, teasing. I suppose I won't be returning these clothes to you. Brother Yi, what are you talking about? I was giving them to you all along. Do you think I'm a kind of stingy person who would reclaim gifts? Lin Han replied. I was just joking. Ye Qing laughed, his eyes drifting towards Bai Zhiqi. Feeling Ye Qing's gaze, Bai Zhiqi thought to herself, this guy definitely just checked out my black stockings and high heels. The mischievous grin on his face made her wonder what he intended. What do you want? You big bad wolf. Bai Zhiqi silently chastised herself, feeling a bit shy with their parents and children present. Bai Zhiling, on the other hand, seemed somewhat flustered, as if she had pieced together a few things. Goodness, my sister and brother-in-law are playing quite boldly. This is far beyond what I, at my age, would dare to imagine. Oh no, my thoughts have become impure. It must be all my sister and brother-in-law's influence. I need to swiftly cleanse my mind of these thoughts. With that, she promptly picked up Xiao Rou and rubbed her cheek against the little girl's adorable face. The delightful sensation brought Bai Zhiling a sense of calm. What are you doing? Bai Zhiqi inquired. Oh, I'm using a child's innocence to wash away my wicked soul, Bai Zhiling replied. Why do you sound so childish all of a sudden? Ye Qing intergested. Come join us for some fun. I saw you admiring those cosplayers all the way here. Envy written all over your face. Bai Zhiling retorted, don't say that. My envy had nothing to do with the cosplays, okay? It was. Never mind. I won't say anymore. Let us go, Brother Yi. It seems you all had quite the haul, Lin Han remarked, observing the two girls, whose arms were laden with various items, including figurines and merchandise. Indeed, we collected quite a lot. At those stalls, they practically threw goodies at the two girls. Sometimes we couldn't even stop them. Afterward, they all departed from the convention. During lunchtime, everyone gathered at Ye Qing's home for a meal. Ye Qing prepared a few simple dishes, earning ample praise. You all are too easily satisfied, he chuckled, glancing at Bai Zhiqi, who had changed in her loungewear, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Thank you for your hospitality, Brother Yi. We'll head back to change clothes and maybe take a nap after a long morning of wandering. Lin Yu expressed her gratitude. Before leaving, they playfully embraced Yu Yu and Xiao Rou, giving them a few affectionate squeezes. All right, Daddy will take off your little horns. Ye Qing said. Daddy, I'm going to bump into you, Yu Yu declared, playfully touching her little horns before charging at Ye Qing like a calf. Though her strength was minimal, her endearing antics made it all the more charming. I'm joining too, Xiao Rou chimed in, rushing towards Ye Qing. You two are fearless. What if you break your daddy? Ye Qing teased, scooping them both into his arms as they headed to the room to remove the little horns. After their afternoon nap, everyone woke up. Bai Xingtian observed the two little girls and reflected on how tomorrow he would have to return to work. In previous weeks, he had not felt any difference in the afternoons of Sunday. It was just another day. However, these past 2 weeks, his feelings had grown more intense. Sunday afternoons meant parting from the two adorable girls, and at least for 1 week, video calls would be their only means of connection. It felt utterly agonizing. In that moment, he found himself sharing Bai Xiling's sentiment. As they pondered, Ye Qing's phone rang. "Oh, it's Xia Yuan and Professor Schumann asking you to come over." "All right, just give me an address," he said, hanging up. Looking at Bai Qi, he explained, "It's from the Provincial Calligraphy Association. Remember I mentioned they invited me to join? They said someone would bring the registration form for me to fill out, and now they're here to deliver it." Shortly after, a woman rang the doorbell. "Mr. Yi? That's me. You're so young. Professor Xia and Professor Schumann mentioned you were young, but I didn't expect you to be this youthful. Actually, they said they would handle everything specially, and the information form doesn't matter much. I'm here mainly to collect a few photos for your identification." That is no trouble at all. "Please, come in and make yourself comfortable," Ye Qing invited, and the woman entered, marveling at the opulence of his villa. She mused that he must come from a wealthy background. "Oh, and you have 2 such adorable children? One of them must be the talented child in calligraphy that Professor Xia and Professor Schumann mentioned." The woman found herself charmed by the little girls. After a short while, Ye Qing returned with the photos. "Thank you for your trouble." "Not at all. Professor Xia and Professor Schumann often speak of you at the association, inviting you to come by whenever you have time and to bring the children along as well." "Sure, I'll stop by when I can." Ye Qing nodded. "I should take my leave now. I need to hurry and get these documents processed. It'll be more convenient for you to pick them up whenever you're ready," the woman said, rising to bid farewell before departing. Bai Xingtian exchanged glances with Wang Ning, then turned to Ye Qing, realizing why their little daughter said that Ye Qing had elevated her standards for choosing a partner. Indeed, it would raise the bar. It seemed that their daughter's path of romance was destined to be filled with challenges. Chapter 86 by Zhi Ling. I want to make money. In the afternoon, Bai Xingting devoted quality time to the 2 young girls. In the evening, Wang Ning prepared an exquisite meal. Ye Qing ventured into the storeroom, marveling at the numerous boxes of exquisite Roman Icani wine. She opened a box and took out several bottles. Brother-in-law, are we going to have a couple of drinks tonight?" "Indeed, this wine seems delightful. We shall all have a taste later," Ye Qing replied. Bai Xingting waved his hand dismissively. "I'll pass. I still need to drive." "I'll take care of it," Bai Zhi Ling exclaimed, eyeing the wine with keen interest, recognizing its considerable value and anticipating its exquisite taste. "You're still so young. You shouldn't be drinking," Wang Ning interjected as he emerged from the kitchen with the dishes. "A little won't hurt. Both Zhi Ling and I can have a sip. It's a chance to try something new. After all," Ye Qing chimed in, noticing the slight embarrassment on Bai Zhi Ling's face, which was overshadowed by her youthful vigor. With Ye Qing's encouragement, Bai Zhi Ling straightened her posture, looking at her mother defiantly. "Exactly. It's just a taste. We won't drink much. Look how generous and open-minded your brother-in-law is." "Hey, that's a bit much. I'm not that much older than you. I'm not an old fogey," Bai Xingting retorted, casting a glance at Bai Zhi Ling. "He, brother-in-law. I didn't mean it that way," she chuckled, feeling a tad sheepish as she unconsciously imagined Ye Qing to be in her 30s. "Just a little sip." Bai Xingting agreed with a nod. "Yay." Bai Zhi Ling tugged at Bai Zhi. "Sister, you should try some too." "All right, I'll have a little." Bai Zhi zet ponde. When dinner was served, Ye Qing poured some Roman Icani for everyone except Bai Xingting and the 2 girls. After tasting it, she nodded in approval, appreciating its smoothness but unable to compare it to other wines due to her limited experience. Bai Zhi Ling and Bai Zhi, she took cautious sips. Bai Zhi Ling was about to offer her thoughts when she recalled the awkward moment when the 2 girls had brewed tea with wood ear mushrooms and decided to refrain from further commentary. "It's delicious," she declared succinctly, hoping to avoid any ridicule. "I expected a profound analysis. Is that all you have to say?" Bai Zhi, she remarked, slightly exasperated by her friend's unexpected brevity. Seeing the group's reactions, Bai Ting glanced at the wine, realizing it was indeed quite good. However, he lamented that he could not partake, as driving prohibited him from indulging. Everyone enjoyed their meal, gradually feeling the effects of the wine. "Mom, your face is a bit flushed," one of the girls noted. "Hey, Auntie, your face is even redder than Mom's." Yuyo and Xiao chimed in. Bai Ting observed them with a mix of amusement and concern. "You two have such low tolerance. Even at my age, I could handle more." Their cheeks grew even rosier upon hearing this. "It's better you don't drink too much. If you go out for meals or social events, avoid alcohol altogether. With your current tolerance, you'd be tipsy after just half a glass. We wouldn't want any mishaps," Bai Ting advised, and both girls nodded in understanding. After dinner, Ye Qing noticed the sky was still light. She turned to Bai Shi, who understood her mother's unspoken words. "Mom, Dad, Ling, it's still early. You should head back now. It's unsafe to walk in the dark." "No worries, walking at night," Bai Ting began, wishing to linger a bit longer with the girls, but was interrupted by Yuyo and Xiao, Grandma and Grandpa. "Please be careful on your way back and avoid walking at night." "Fine, we'll tidy up and head out," Bai Ting conceded. Shi, make sure to wake up a little earlier tomorrow. We can have a video call to see the girls. All right?" He winked at her. Bai Shi replied with a hint of sarcasm. "Dad, I'm not my sister. As a university student, waking up at 8 in the morning is already quite early for me." Bai Ting was taken aback. This girl has grown up and is no longer as obedient as she once was. She was so well-behaved as a child. "Girls grow up and no longer rely on their fathers," he sighed. As they stepped outside, the two young girls emerged, each holding a bottle of Roman Icani. "What you two up to?" Bai Ting inquired. "Papa said you didn't get to taste it, so we brought some for you to try at home," they replied. "That's unnecessary." Bai Ting started, knowing the wine was expensive, but he caught the eager glances from the girls and swallowed his words. Just then, Ye Qing exited the villa, and Bai Ting shared a knowing smile with her, their unspoken understanding evident. "All right, then I shall accept it." He finally relented. "Exactly." Yuyo handed him the wine. "Goodbye, Grandpa. Take care on your way home," they waved. "Goodbye, Grandma and Auntie," Yuyo and Xiao chorused. "We're leaving now. Please stay away from the car," Bai Ting instructed, watching the girls walk away before getting in his car and driving off, casting glances in the rearview mirror. Wang Ning observed this with a knowing smile. "Your father is indeed fortunate. He had 2 daughters in his youth, and now has 2 lovely granddaughters. When your sister's children grow up, they'll help look after yours. He truly adores children. I'm in no rush. My destiny dictates I want to have a boyfriend before 30. For now, I'll focus on my studies and explore lucrative career options once I enter university," Bai Ling declared, contemplating her future. She thought to herself that once she had money, finding a partner would be easy, but she refrained from saying this aloud, knowing it would only lead to trouble. Chapter 87. Bai Shi. I shall pay my respects as well. Indeed, this notion is rather commendable. Should you truly gain admission to Jiangxing University, you would have ample opportunities to visit your brother-in-law, allowing him to impart knowledge on management, finance, or even values. Although we are significantly older than him, we feel that in terms of experience and career perspective, we fall short compared to your brother-in-law. With his guidance, you should find it easier to navigate your future endeavors. However, while learning is encouraged, do refrain from asking for money. Understood? Return and request from us instead, Wang Ning remarked. Understood. Am I the kind of person who relies on others? I cannot extend my hand to my brother-in-law. His wealth is his own and bears no relevance to me. Moreover, by the time I enter university, I will be 18, an adult. Asking for money from you would be quite unbecoming. You may consider me your support as I strive to build my own success from the ground up, Bai Ling asserted, brimming with determination. Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning exchanged glances, smiles dancing in their eyes. This girl has quite the ambition. They had never fancied themselves as parents who dampen their children's spirits. They regarded Bai Ling with approval, acknowledging that her focus should be on her studies for the time being. Fear not. I shall take full responsibility, Bai Ling declared, patting her chest with confidence. They continued their journey home, arriving only after nightfall. Shall I open a bottle for you to taste? Vang Ningin Guidet, lifting a bottle of Roman Icani. How did you know I wanted to try it? Your eyes gave it away. I could discern your desire during dinner. But driving prevented us from indulging. Now that we are home, wait, and I shall prepare you a glass using Ye Qing's method. Meanwhile, Bai Zhiling had taken a shower and emerged to see the remaining bottle of Roman Conti. Her curiosity piqued. Gradually, her eyes widened in disbelief as she comprehended what she was witnessing. On the other side, Bai Xingtian took a sip, savoring its velvety texture. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What exquisite wine! Truly remarkable." However, he pondered its cost. Surely, it was not inexpensive. As he mused, Bai Zhiling called out, carefully approaching with the wine. "Oh my! Mom and Dad, do you know what kind of wine this is?" Seeing their attention drawn to her, she continued, "This is Roman Conti, a renowned vintage. The cheapest bottle costs several thousand yuan, and judging by its appearance, this one must be far superior. Thus, every sip you take, dear father, is akin to drinking liquid gold." Bai Zhiling's words left Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning momentarily speechless. "Why would your brother-in-law offer me such fine wine? Had I known, I would have declined. He could use it for entertaining guests. It serves a greater purpose than my indulgence here." Bai Xingtian glanced at the unopened bottle, contemplating saving it for his next visit to Ye Qing. "What a jest this is! Your brother-in-law has quite the stock. I've seen the storage room, which holds several boxes and dozens of bottles." Bai Xingtian. Wang Ning. "Very well, we are now quite accustomed to this. Let us refrain from drinking for now and put it away." Bai Xingtian stood up. "By the way, have you messaged your sister to inform her we are home?" "I've already done so." "Great. Now tidy up your backpack and the like. You have school tomorrow." "Ah," Bai Zhiling replied, brimming with enthusiasm as she began to envision her upcoming university life at Jiangxing University. Onward. Elsewhere, within the villa, Ye Qing observed Bai Zhishi, who was engrossed at her phone. "So, have your uncle and aunt returned home?" "They have returned," Bai Zhishi confirmed with a nod. After a moment of silence, she noticed the date on her phone. Sensing Ye Qing's mood was less than buoyant, she leaned in and asked, "Ye Qing, what are you looking at the date for? Is something amiss?" Outside the room, the two little ones chased after their pet, trotting in. "Mommy, Daddy, what are you up to?" "Hey, Daddy, what are you looking at?" "Let me see. Today is—" Xiaoro's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Daddy, is it time for us to visit Grandma and Grandpa?" Bai Zhishi turned, surprised by their knowledge. Typically, Ye Qing selected a day during this period to visit the graves of his parents, who passed away during his childhood. But how do these little ones know? They are so young. How did you know your father was planning to go? "Daddy, you've forgotten? This year you promised to take us with you. You didn't take us in the previous years because we were too young, but you can't back out this time. You said so. How could you forget?" "Oh, right, I remember now." Ye Qing quickly reassured, lifting both girls into his arms. "You two remember quite a lot." "Of course. We recall everything you've told us about your memories of Grandma and Grandpa." They chimed in unison. Listening to their words, Ye Qing smiled. His own memories of his parents had grown somewhat hazy over time, mostly conjured through photographs. In those images, his parents gazed at him with loving eyes, a harmonious family in blissful unity. Had his parents not met with misfortune, he too would have been a happy child, Ye Qing thought, though he kept this sentiment to himself. As time passes, memories fade, and tears flow before words can be spoken. Ye Qing shook his head. "Very well. I shall take the two little ones along this time." Just as he was contemplating, a resolute voice interrupted. "Ye Qing, I wish to go as well." "Huh?" Ye Qing turned to Bai Zhishi, noting the determination in her eyes. "In our culture, it is customary for only men to go pay their respects." He glanced at the two little girls, realizing they were already going. Moreover, Bai Zhishi was to be his future daughter-in-law, which made it fitting. "All right then," Ye Qing acquiesced, initially intending to find a day at his leisure, but with their insistence, he decided to choose a time when she had no early classes. "Let us plan for the day after tomorrow." "Very well. I will go buy some offerings tomorrow," Bai Zhishi said. Ye Qing understood this was Bai Zhishi's heartfelt gesture and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Zhishi." Chapter 88. The melodious song in truth, Bai Zhishi also intended to go, a fact that Ye Qing had not anticipated at all. Bai Zhishi subsequently began to ponder what items she should acquire. Meanwhile, Ye Qing took two young girls to learn characters. Although the two little girls had not yet reached the stage of literacy, Ye Qing still planned to initiate their education. believing that Yu and Xiao might have inherited some of his remarkable memory skills, thus learning to read quite swiftly. After teaching for about an hour, Xiao glanced at the paper before her, selected a red one, and began to write. What is this little one writing? Ye Qing leaned in to take a look, and Bai Zhiqi emerged to see what Xiao was scribbling. Guardian cat of the house. Is this for little Tuan Yuan? Yes, yes. Xiao nodded vigorously. She then pulled her sister towards little Tuan Yuan's nest, using double-sided tape to affix the paper neatly. It must be said at a glance, this made little Tuan Yuan's abode appear considerably more refined. Indeed, it truly did. Bai Zhiqi nodded in agreement with Ye Qing's observation, while Xiao giggled shyly at the praise. All right, let us retire for the night. I suspect your sister Yin Shi is currently in a frenzy, diligently revising those songs. Perhaps by tomorrow they will be ready, and we can head to the recording studio. Who knows, you might just have her own album. Daddy, what is an album? Yu inquired, her face filled with curiosity. An album is a compilation of songs, meaning Yu will have many songs that she has performed. As Ye Qing spoke, Yu's mouth fell agape in realization. Will my sister become very impressive? Indeed, your sister will become extraordinary, perhaps even a great star, Ye Qing assured her. Yu puffed out her chest as if she were already basking in the limelight. Xiao looked on with admiration and envy. Ye Vink, Muset Silently, marveling at how these two little ones had already begun to envision their futures. However, with the marketing prowess of Wuyo Media behind them, it was hardly a stretch to predict that their songs would soar in popularity. Ye Qing felt confident in his creations, especially given his exceptional songwriting skills. Time for bed now. Time for bed, Yu exclaimed, bounding onto the bed, her thoughts racing with dreams of stardom as she rolled around with her little flying horse. Ye Qing and Bai Zhiqi exchanged glances, bemused by her antics. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shun Yinshi, Wang Linghan, and Su Ying had secluded themselves in the music room, their eyes bloodshot, with the melodies of several songs swirling incessantly in their minds. The catchiness of Ye Qing's compositions was truly overwhelming. This was one of the hallmarks of a hit song. After just a listen or two, the tune would linger in one's thoughts. Are you two all right? Shun Yinshi turned to inquire of her companions. There aren't many modifications left. Let me double-check. Did Yidong really compose these songs in just one night? The melodies and lyrics were astounding, almost unbelievable. I wish to ask the same. I also feel it couldn't have been done in a single night. Yet my sister-in-law insists it was, Su Ying replied. But Yidong is no ordinary person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a stunning entrance, captivating the likes of Yu and Han with just a few words. True, Su Ying and Wang Linghan nodded in agreement. All right, let's continue refining our work. Perhaps we should rest for a bit first, or you can take a break while I polish this song. As Shun Yinshi spoke, her companions, exhausted, decided to lie down for a while. However, an hour later, Shun Yinshi suddenly recalled, where are those two? They promised to rest briefly and return. Yet they have yet to appear. It seemed they had drifted off to sleep. Looks like I'll have to manage this myself. Shun Yinshi resumed her meticulous crafting of the lyrics. As dawn approached, she prepared to retire for the night. Passing by Su Ying's room, she heard faint sounds from within. Is this person still awake? Shun Yinshi quietly opened the door, peering inside. The room was enveloped in darkness, and it seemed Su Ying was indeed asleep. Listening closely, Shun Yinshi's lips twitched. Goodness, Su Ying was talking in her sleep, humming Yidong's songs. The catchiness was undeniable. Heaven forbid if this spread widely. It would surely create quite a sensation. Shun Yinshi thought of Yu, feeling a sense of helplessness. Although she recognized Yu's extraordinary talent and the advantages of having a chairman as a father, she hadn't anticipated that such potential would manifest at such a tender age. The rapid ascendancy was astonishing. Shun Yinshi could only vent her frustrations silently. Setting an alarm, she finally succumbed to sleep. The next day, at 4 o'clock, Shun Yinshi was roused by her alarm. Groggy, she emitted a few muffled sounds, resting her head against the bed as if attempting to prop herself up with her neck. She resembled a high school student in the throes of exam preparations. After a moment, she drew back the curtains. Yidong, have you ever witnessed the dawn in Jiangchen? She murmured before diving into the lyrics once more. As the sun rose, Su Ying and Wang Linghan also awakened. You're up? I have completed the revisions. Let us go find Yi Dong together, Shen Yingxi proclaimed, a proud expression adorning her face as if she had accomplished something monumental. My goodness, did you not sleep at all? How is that possible? I value my life too much. Not necessarily. You are known for your tireless dedication. Have you heard the term nuclear power donkey? Some agents used to describe you that way, as if you were devoid of fatigue. Shen Yingxi, is that a compliment or an insult? The more I listen, the more confused I become. Enough chatter, let's get moving. Her excitement bubbled over. The lyrics had been refined to near perfection, and with Yu Yu's ethereal voice to sing them, surely they would be a resounding success. She began to strategize how to ride the wave of Yu Yu's burgeoning fame, even though Ye Qing had initially suggested that Yu Yu should benefit from her own popularity. The three descended the stairs and drove towards Ye Qing's villa. Chapter 89. Father, please help me, as they set out on their journey. Shen Yingxi was at the wheel. After a while, her companions, Wang Linghan and Su Ying, began to feel a sense of trepidation. Shen Yingxi yawned repeatedly, often rubbing her eyes, as if she might faint at any moment. Huh! Shen Yingxi let out another yawn. Su Ying, seated in the back, spoke up, Sister, please stop yawning, it frightens me. How about this? Let me drive while you rest in the back for a bit. I'm genuinely afraid you might pass out while driving. I've fought through life, and now is the time for enjoyment. If you send me off like this, I might just turn into a vengeful spirit. Stop saying such ominous things. I'm merely a bit tired. The car is still very steady. Remember that time I drove for Chairman Yi? You praised my driving for its stability. I'll just press the accelerator for a moment to wake myself up. Hey. Wang Linghan exclaimed, startled. What are you doing? Do you want to make headlines tomorrow? Chinese pop star Shen Yingxi engages in reckless driving. 3 lives at stake. Pull over. Okay, I got it. After being reprimanded by Wang Linghan, Shen Yingxi shrank her neck and complied, pulling the car over to the roadside. Wang Linghan then took the wheel, steering them towards Ye Qing's villa. Not long after Su Ying had breathed a sigh of relief, she heard the steady sound of breathing from the front passenger seat. Peering over, she saw that Shen Yingxi had fallen into a deep slumber. Oh my, how terrifying. Just how frightening is this? Su Ying patted her chest, feeling as if she had survived a calamity. After a while, the trio arrived in front of Villa Number 3. Ye Qing, having received word of their arrival, stood waiting at the entrance. As they exited the vehicle, they greeted, Chairman Yi, we're here. Chairman Yi, why do you personally come and greet us? It feels rather inappropriate. They exchanged pleasantries, their faces tinged with embarrassment. Ye Qing observed her companions, noting their exhaustion, accentuated by the lack of makeup, particularly Shen Yingxi, whose once clear eyes were now bloodshot, startling Ye Qing. What happened to you? Did you not sleep at all last night? More or less. I managed to catch a short nap. Your physical stamina is lacking. Just one night of staying up late has you looking like this. Look at me. I stayed up all night, and I'm still lively. I even went for a run this morning. Chairman Yi, what are you talking about at a time like this? Shouldn't you be concerned about your subordinates? Shen Yingxi retorted, feeling a mix of disbelief and irritation. Moreover, you're financially independent. How can you compare with me? I have to be a workhorse. Without our hard work, how would you maintain your financial freedom? And now you mock us? Is this something humans can endure? In a moment of internal frustration, Shen Yingxi held her tongue. Come inside. You haven't had breakfast. Have you? I just made some. Let us eat together. Ye Qing said, guiding the three inside. Yu Yu and Xiaoro, upon seeing them, approached. Yu Yu immediately came to Shen Yingxi's side. Teacher, what happened to you? Why are your eyes so bloodshot? Have you been working too hard on the lyrics and melody? Sit down quickly. I'll give you a back rub. Yu Yu insisted, leading Shen Yingxi to the sofa and encouraging her to lie down. She then formed her small hands into fists and gently pressed them onto Shen Yingxi's shoulders. Ah, that feels nice. Yu Yu had a good touch. Xiaoro soon joined in to help. After a while, Shen Yingxi rose from the sofa, appearing significantly more relaxed. Not bad. Not bad. The service is excellent. Let us eat. Ye Qing remarked, recognizing the effort Shen Yingxi had put in. After breakfast, she said, Yingxi, you and the others discuss things here for a while. I'll step out to gather some supplies. The fruit and tea are prepared on the coffee table for your convenience. Thank you, sister-in-law, Shuninchi replied, then took out several sheets of paper. This time, they were printed rather than handwritten. Chairman Ye, this is the refined version. I made some enhancements to your original draft, but there are no significant changes. I must say, your initial version was quite strong, truly impressive, Shuninchi praised. Ye Qing took the papers, glancing through them, occasionally playing a few notes, causing Wang Linghan and Suing to glance over in admiration. Chairman Ye's artistic talent is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, as they were engrossed in discussion, Bai Jishi was out purchasing items for memorial. Upon entering the store, she received a video call from Bai Xingtian. With a sigh, she realized her father had returned from his run with Uncle Zhang. Hello, you're up quite early today. Impressive. If you keep talking like this, I'll hang up. Father, is it wrong for a daughter to be a bit lazy? Bai Jishi retorted, causing Bai Xingtian to wave his hands in a hurry. No, no. How could I say that? My daughter is the most diligent. Don't hang up. Where are those two little girls? You see, as soon as you say a few words, you want to see the two little ones. They are not here. They left this morning. What? How could they be gone? I wasn't aware. Bai Xingtian's face displayed helplessness and a hint of pleading. Well, I'm currently out, and Yu and Xiao are at home. Ye Qing is discussing the score with Inchi and the others. As she spoke, Bai Jishi turned the camera to show her father the scene, proving her words were true. How did you end up at this store? Is everything all right? Bai Xingtian asked, suddenly alarmed. Everything is fine. Ye Qing is preparing to go to the mountains to pay respects to his parents. I want to accompany him this year, bringing the two little girls along. So I'm just out gathering some supplies. Bai Xingtian fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Yes, it's good to go visit. Just be mindful of Ye Qing's feelings. You shared some of his story with me. It hasn't been easy for him to grow up alone. I understand. Dad. Gradually, Bai Jishi was growing up. A smile of pride appeared on Bai Xingtian's face. But the moment was shattered by the sound of the door opening, followed by Bai Jiling's voice. Father, help me. The car chain broke. Please fix it. I'm going to be late. Chapter 90. Taking the wife and children to the family business. Hurry up. Stop chatting. I can help you talk. Just get it done. Bai Jiling burst in, her voice filled with urgency. Bai Xingting sighed inwardly, contemplating the stark contrast between his two daughters. Coming. I'll head down right now to assist you. With a resigned expression, he donned his gloves, preparing to descend. He turned to Bai Jishi, saying, Jishi, I'm stepping down for a bit. We'll continue our conversation when I return. All right, you go ahead and take care of things. I have all the time in the world to chat. Bai Jishi replied before hanging up. She then engaged with the store owner, purchasing some supplies. As she drove back, Bai Xingting's call came through. Have you finished shopping? I was about to inform you about the rules we have here. Don't worry. The shop owner is quite familiar with all the local customs. He is a professional, Bai Jishi assured him calmly, her focus unwavering on the road. By the way, Dad, I nearly forgot to mention something, she added. What is it? He inquired. Your precious granddaughter, Yu, is about to release her very first music album. It should generate quite a buzz, so you might want to keep an eye on it. Oh, his words left Bai Xingting momentarily speechless. Even Wang Ning, who had just emerged from the kitchen, approached with curiosity. Upon learning the news, Wang Ning's expression mirrored his surprise. Who would have thought that Yu might soon become a big star? It would be wonderful if it could be made public. Bai Xingting sighed, feeling the weight of his concealed relationship with Yu and Xiao Rou. Otherwise, he could boast endlessly to his old colleagues and neighbors. At this moment, Bai Xingting felt akin to a wealthy man who had not returned to his hometown, cloaked in his riches, yet unable to share them. It was disheartening, truly disheartening. All right, breakfast is ready. Let us not linger on this. Just drive safely, Bai Jishi said. And with that, Bai Xingting ended the call, a smile lingering on his face. Wang Ning observed her husband, noticing how his smile had become increasingly frequent, a stark departure from his previous serious demeanor. Their home had undergone a complete transformation. Meanwhile, in the villa, Ye Qing reviewed the document, making minor adjustments here and there. I believe this final version is quite satisfactory, she declared after another glance, to which the three others present nodded in agreement, their professional eyes finding no fault in it. Wow, so many songs finalized in just a few days. Isn't that a bit too swift? If only our creative process could be this rapid. We might just become queens of the Chinese music scene, one of them mused. Director Ye, the songs are set, but I have a small request. Unsure if I should voice it, Shen Yinqi whispered hesitantly. If you're uncertain, then perhaps it's best not to say anything. Ye Qing replied directly. Hey, Director Ye, how could you turn your back on me like this? Shen Yinqi exclaimed, her composure crumbling. Seeing her flustered state, Ye Qing chuckled. All right, I won't tease you any longer. I understand your intention. You're interested in the harmony part, correct? Consider it yours. Thank you, Director Ye. Shen Yinqi responded gratefully. She then exchanged glances with Wang Linghan and Su Ying, silently conveying her hopes for them. Ye Qing followed Shen Yinqi's gaze and said, You too. Let us settle on this for now. Don't worry. You won't be releasing this album anytime soon. I assure you, you won't be forgotten. Her words brought smiles to both their faces, for that assurance was more than enough. Shortly after, Bai Ji returned. Back already? I'm all set with the supplies. How about you all? Noticing that the tea and fruit on the table remained untouched, she realized they had been entirely focused on their task. We've finalized everything. The three of them are currently in the music room teaching you. My suggestion is to head to the recording studio today, Ye Qing stated, glancing at Xiaoro. Let us give the two little ones a break from school for a couple of days. It would be nice for them to experience the world. Bai Ji nodded and took out her phone to request a leave of absence from the teachers. In the music room, after a brief session, Shen Yinqi and the others emerged, singing Yu Yu's praises. Director Ye, I must say, Yu Yu possesses an extraordinary musical talent. Her memory is remarkable. After only a few repetitions, she can recall the melody and lyrics. I believe she is ready to record at Wuyo Media today. We should engage the most professional sound engineer, though I can't shake the feeling that Yu Yu's songs might not even need any tuning. Nearby, Yu Yu blushed at the compliments, feeling shy. Look at you, little one, getting all bashful. Shen Yinqi said, crouching down to ruffle Yu Yu's hair. Meanwhile, Bai Ji, overhearing the mention of Wuyo Media, recognized it as her husband's enterprise. She had never really inquired about Ye Qing's career before, but today, she felt a surge of excitement at the thought of witnessing it firsthand. Let us have you all continue teaching for a bit longer, Ye Qing suggested. We can set off around noon, arrive there in time for lunch, and have Yu Chengji invite the senior executives to join us. You three should come along as well. Oh, her words piqued the interest of the three women. Dining with so many high-level executives was a rare experience for them. Although they were first-tier singers, the vast scope of Wuyo Media meant they seldom encountered such high-ranking individuals. This opportunity presented by Director Yi was a clear signal that they would be looked after in the future. Wang Linghan and Su Ying shared grateful glances with Shen Yinqi, acknowledging her role in this fortunate opportunity. Soon after, Ye Qing called Yu Chengji. Upon answering, Yu Chengji was taken aback, wondering why Director Yi specifically requested that a few dishes suitable for children and women be prepared for lunch. Could it be that Director Yi is bringing his wife and children? He pondered, quickly making the necessary arrangements. Chapter 91. Is Yo-Yo unwell? Yu Chengji felt a surge of anxiety. After all, this gathering marked the inaugural dinner for Ye Qing and the upper management. It was crucial to ensure everything was perfect. He summoned his secretary and hastily made arrangements, meticulously selecting each dish. He also notified the other executives and Han Shui. Meanwhile, in Villa Number 3, Ye Qing observed the two little girls. In a bit, we will visit Daddy's company, all right? You haven't seen it before, so this time I'll take you there. We'll have lunch with some uncles and aunts, so you must behave, understood? As Ye Qing spoke, the girls' faces flushed with excitement at the prospect of visiting their father's workplace. They nodded eagerly. Yes, Daddy, we understand. We will be good. Don't worry, Daddy. The little girls were inherently obedient, so Ye Qing's reminders were unnecessary. Seeing them like this, Ye Qing couldn't help but smile, pinching their cheeks. Then we will record an album at the company. Yo-Yo, you might have to work a bit harder and collaborate with Yinqi and the others. Go for it, sister. Xiao Ro cheered, looking at Yo-Yo with admiration. In the past few days, Yo-Yo had learned what recording an album entailed. Her face lit up with excitement as she declared, Daddy, I will work hard too. Excellent, very good. Ye Qing then instructed, All right, Yinqi, please help Yo-Yo practice her singing. Of course, Mr. Yi. Shen Yinqi took Yo-Yo and left, while Xiao Rou, having nowhere else to go, followed them. Ye Qing proceeded to the storage room, where numerous boxes of exquisite Romani Kani awaited. He decided to retrieve one box, thinking it would be a fine gesture for Ye Qingji, who, for the sake of the company's future engagements, could use it to impress others. While these wines were indeed premium and expensive, being obtainable in the market rendered them somewhat less extraordinary. In contrast, the top-grade de Hongpo gifted by the system was too precious to part with, as it was something money could not buy. At the kindergarten, children gradually entered the campus, brimming with anticipation for games. Xiao Dan had arrived early, bringing a bag of desserts she had made with her mother over the weekend. She shared them with her classmates and teachers, keeping one bag aside for Yo-Yo, Xiao Rou, and Uncle Yi. Sitting patiently, she swayed her head, waiting for Yo-Yo and Xiao Rou to arrive. However, as time passed and the entrance period ended, she grew anxious, noticing their absence. Some nearby children also recognized that Yo-Yo and Xiao Rou were missing and looked to Xiao Dan. Xiao Dan, do you know why Yo-Yo and Xiao Rou aren't here today? Believing Xiao Dan might have insights due to her close relationship with the two, they awaited her reply. Yet, Xiao Dan shook her head. I'm not sure either. Could it be that Yo-Yo and Xiao Rou are sick? Her remarks sparked concern among the children. After all, Yo-Yo and Xiao Rou were beloved and had been invited to the villa for playdates. Upon hearing this, the children's worries heightened, especially Xiao Dan, who hurriedly approached the teacher. Teacher. Yes, Xiao Dan, what is it? The teacher smiled, kneeling to meet her gaze. Do you know why Yo-Yo and Xiao Rou didn't come? Are they sick? The teacher hesitated, as Ye Qing had not mentioned any illness when he called to excuse them. He merely requested a leave of absence. Typically, parents don't disclose reasons unless something significant occurs, and given the children's backgrounds, the teachers refrained from prying. I'm not quite sure, the teacher admitted. What? You don't know? Xiao Dan's disappointment was palpable, and the other children echoed her concern. Perhaps I could give you my phone to call Uncle Yi and inquire about Yo-Yo and Xiao Rou's situation. Yes, please. Xiao Dan nodded with determination. A short while later, the phone rang. Uncle Ye Qing was momentarily taken aback, expecting a call from the kindergarten teacher. Upon answering, he heard Xiao Dan's voice. Uncle Yi, what happened? Yo-Yo and Xiao Rou didn't come to kindergarten today. Are they sick? We're all very worried. Not all. I'm taking them out for other matters today. Ye Qing replied, searching for Xiao Rou. Okay. Xiao Rou took the phone and began chatting with Xiao Dan. After a brief conversation, she returned the phone to the teacher, explaining, Yo-Yo and I aren't sick. Uncle Yi is taking us out today, so we took a leave. This revelation visibly relieved many children, eliciting smiles from the teacher. It was evident that Yo-Yo and Xiao Rou held a significant place in their peers' hearts. All right, let's not worry anymore. Please sit down. We'll begin our activities soon. The teacher announced, and the children settled in. As noon approached in the villa, Shen Yinqi and her companions emerged from the music room with Yo-Yo. Wang Linghan and Su Ying wore expressions of astonishment. See, I told you Yo-Yo has remarkable musical talent, Shen Yinqi said. Remarkable? No, that's an understatement. Such talent is beyond description. They had never encountered a child with such exceptional abilities and speculated that even the most famous stars in their youth likely did not possess such gifts. Coupled with Ye Qing's creative prowess and status, they struggled to fathom the heights Yo-Yo might reach in the future. Clinging tightly to this prospect was their foremost priority, an absurd yet genuine ambition. Chapter 92. Taking the children and wife to the corporation, Ye Qing observed as they emerged. Let us depart. By the time we arrive, it should be around mealtime. I have already informed Ye Qingji, and arrangements have been made. All right. Shen Yinqi nodded in agreement. Ye Qing glanced at a box of wine nearby, took it, and, along with Bai Zhishi and the two little ones, walked out. Shen Yinqi accompanied Wang Linghan and boarded another vehicle. Both cars set off. On the road, Su Ying and Wang Linghan insisted that Shen Yinqi refrain from driving, allowing the two of them to take the wheel instead. Shen Yinqi was content to relax, leaning back and dozing off, mindful that she would soon meet with the upper echelons of the corporation and needed to maintain her composure. Meanwhile, within the corporation, Ye Qingji, Han Shui, and several executives awaited their arrival. Considering the time, Chairman Yi should be arriving shortly. I heard that his wife and children are accompanying him today. I've heard tales of Chairman Ye's child being exceptionally adorable. I am eager to witness this cuteness for myself. If the child inherits Chairman Ye's good looks, she will undoubtedly be charming. After all, Chairman Ye is quite striking himself. As the executives exchanged excited remarks, the initial shyness they had felt upon first meeting Ye Qing dissipated. Ye Qing had also heard whispers about Chairman Ye's child, rumored to be a delightful girl. He found himself intrigued, for he had always had a soft spot for little girls. Yet, he lamented that despite his years of dedication to his career, at over 40, he was still without a wife, let alone children. This thought weighed heavily on him, especially in an industry surrounded by beautiful women, leading his parents to question his inclinations. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he muttered to himself, trying to ease the burden. "Is something troubling you?" Han Shui inquired, observing his peculiar demeanor. She was quite looking forward to meeting Chairman Ye's family. Amidst the anticipation of the gathering, someone remarked, "Ah, they have arrived." All heads turned toward the entrance as a Rolls-Royce and another vehicle gracefully drove through the gates. Moments later, they came to a halt before the assembled executives. Ye Qing opened the driver's side door, while Han Shui took the passenger seat, and the other executives opened the rear doors. "Chairman Ye, you have arrived. And you must be the sister-in-law?" Han Shui gazed at Bai Jishi, her eyes widening in disbelief. My heavens, she is stunning. It was evident that this woman, with minimal makeup, eclipsed even the stars of their corporation. Should she choose to don full makeup, she would surely capture hearts and dominate any room. As she remained in awe, the sound of gratitude came from the back seat. "Thank you, Uncle and Auntie." The two little girls hopped out of the car, greeting the crowd with cheerful abandon. Han Shui, witnessing their charm, was further captivated. "They are simply adorable." Just looking at them melted her heart. With the exquisite looks of Chairman Ye and his wife, it was not surprising that they had given birth to such delightful daughters. However, Han Shui pondered, how could this woman maintain such a youthful appearance post-motherhood? Her figure was remarkable, radiating an essence of youthfulness that defied the conventional allure of a married woman. It was indeed perplexing. Not only Han Shui, but the others present were equally entranced by Bai Jishi and the children. Many remarked that her beauty rivaled even the stars of Wuyo media. Should she pursue a career in acting, given the current emphasis on appearance, her rise to fame would surely be meteoric. Others, however, were fixated on the two little girls. "They're so precious. Come here." Annie wants a hug. A female executive reached out and scooped Yu into her arms. Instantly, another rushed to embrace Xiaoro. The soft, delicate feel of the children was enough to melt their hearts. The remaining onlookers, envious of their opportunity, could only approach and play with the children. Bai Jishi was utterly astonished by the vastness of her husband's empire since stepping into Wuyo media. She had not anticipated such a large organization with so many executives. The number of employees, stars, and actors below was likely immeasurable. It was truly impressive. The two little girls were blissfully unaware of the significance of the towering buildings or the adults surrounding them. They merely found the new environment and the unfamiliar faces intriguing. "Chairman Ye, you are truly blessed," Ye Qing remarked, his eyes drawn to the two little girls as if an arrow had pierced his heart. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to marry and have two daughters of his own. "Where shall we dine for lunch?" "Everything has been arranged, Chairman Ye." "Shall we proceed?" One moment, Ye Qing waved his hand, walking toward the trunk and opening it to reveal a box of wine. Although exquisitely packaged, the type of wine remained a mystery. "Chairman Ye, what is this?" "Top-tier Roman economy. Here, essay box for you. If there are any important gatherings, it will surely help elevate the occasion." Ye Qing said quietly, "Top-tier Romani Conti." The mere mention caused Ye Qing's lips to twitch. One bottle must be worth over $1 million. This was far too extravagant. A whole box must be worth tens of millions. Was he truly leaving this for him? "This is too precious, Chairman Ye. I have plenty of fine wines on my end." "No need, just keep it," Ye Qing replied tersely. Ye Qing understood and quickly summoned a few capable assistants to ensure the wine was safely transported to his office. Soon after, the group set off toward the designated hotel. Upon arriving in the private dining room, Ye Qing took the seat of honor and gestured for Shen Yinshi and the others. Han Shui, please arrange seating for Yinshi and her companions. With this, everyone's attention shifted to Shen Yinshi and her friends, indicating that they were held in high regard by Chairman Yi. Han Shui, aware of the context, knew that Shen Yinshi was the teacher of Ye Qing's daughter, suggesting she had done an admirable job, thus earning the chairman's approval. Following his instructions, she arranged seats for the three women. Meanwhile, Yu and Xiao settled beside Bai Jishi, unafraid, swinging their little legs in anticipation of the meal. Daddy, what delicious food are we having for lunch? That depends on what Uncle Yu has ordered for you. Ye Qing replied with a warm smile. Yu Qingji felt the weight of their expectant gazes bearing down upon him. Chapter 93. The recording studio, however. Yu Qingji soon calmed himself. After reflecting on the earlier events, he realized he had ordered several dishes favored by the ladies and children. It should be satisfactory. When the dishes were served, Ye Qing waved his hand, encouraging everyone not to just watch. We have no strict rules here. Let us eat to our heart's content. His words eased the tense atmosphere, and everyone began to enjoy their meal. As the delicious dishes arrived, Yu and Xiao kept their eyes glued to the table, tugging at their mothers whenever they spotted something appetizing. Bai Jishi understood their unspoken request and served them some. Meanwhile, Han Shui was also attentive, using serving chopsticks to assist the two little ones, her expression radiating contentment. Indeed, being in the company of these two little girls made her feel as if she had returned to her youthful days, a truly magical experience. Yu and Xiao gazed at the delectable offerings on their plates. Thank you, Mommy. Thank you, Annie Shui. Their gratitude nearly melted Han Shui's heart. Her hands moved with an almost instinctual fervor, serving Yu one delightful dish after another, until Yu finally had to intervene. Annie Shui, I can't finish it all. There's too much. Hearing Yu's words brought Han Shui back to reality. She looked at the overflowing plate and chuckled softly, realizing just how much she adored children. Yu Qingji observed the scene, relieved to see the two children enjoying their meal and appearing quite happy. It seemed they had successfully passed this little test. After their satisfying meal, everyone returned to the office. Ye Qing entered, where some important documents awaited his attention. He settled into his chair, reviewing the files, while Yu Qingji and Han Shui stood nearby. Bai Jishi and the two children occupied a distant sofa. Mommy, what is Daddy doing? Yu asked, her face filled with curiosity. Daddy is working now. Yu and Xiao should keep quiet and not disturb him and Uncle Yu's train of thought. Okay. The two little ones nodded softly. After a moment of silence, Xiao whispered, Daddy looks so serious and handsome. Bai Jishi nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. There was indeed something striking about Ye Qing when he was immersed in his work. It seemed that many women found men particularly attractive when they were diligently focused. As Bai Jishi watched Ye Qing, her expression grew somewhat dreamy. It wasn't until the two little girls jumped off the sofa and rushed to the window to admire the distant scenery that she snapped back to reality. She joined them, noticing how high up they were. Wow, Mommy, we're so high up. This is the top floor of the building, of course it's high. Bai Jishi replied, gently ruffling Yu's hair. Oh, the view is beautiful. The children chatted excitedly, captivated by the sight before them. However, they failed to notice a figure quietly approaching them until they were lifted into the air. Bai Jishi turned abruptly, her tension easing as she recognized Ye Qing. What are you two little ones so captivated by? I stood right behind you, and you didn't even notice, Ye Qing said with a smile. The girls pointed towards the view. Daddy, look, the scenery is so beautiful. Yes, it truly is, Ye Qing agreed, nodding. At that moment, Yu Qingji walked over, introducing the children to the distant mountains and lakes, prompting the little ones to nod in wonder. All right, I've wrapped up my tasks here. Let us head to the recording studio. Yinshi and the others should be ready by now, Ye Qing announced, with Han Shui leading the way. Meanwhile, in recording studio 1, Shen Yinshi and her team were meticulously checking the equipment and details. Zhangge, how is everything? Is it all set? After her inquiry, they turned their attention to Zhang Hai, one of the top sound engineers in the group. It's good to go, but you've put quite a bit of pressure on me. Zhang Hai chuckled, recalling the assignment given by the higher-ups, recording and tuning for Yi Dong's children. The thought of tuning for children made him feel a bit overwhelmed, as he knew that achieving high-pitch accuracy at such a young age would be quite a challenge, leading to significant post-production work. Hearing his sigh, Shun Yinchi and her colleagues looked at him curiously. "What's wrong, Zhangge? Why sigh before we've even started recording?" "Don't worry. Yu is my student and has excellent pitch. Once you meet her, you'll realize she's like a little lucky star. There won't be much work involved." "That's right. Just relax, Zhangge," they chimed in, causing Zhang Hai to grimace slightly. "The more you say that, the more anxious I become. How high can a child's pitch really be?" He rolled his eyes, already lowering his expectations. Outside, the sound of footsteps grew louder, signaling Ye Dong's arrival. "They must be here," Shun Yinchi said, glancing towards the entrance. Zhang Hai stood up from his chair. Moments later, Ye Qing entered with the two little girls in tow. Zhang Hai's gaze fell upon them, instantly captivated by their beauty and charm. However, his sense of despair deepened at the thought of their young age and the challenge ahead. "Shun Yinchi, you three have truly led me into a predicament. It seems I'll be pulling some late nights." He mused, relieved that it was for such adorable children, as otherwise he might have fully unraveled. "Greetings, Ye Dong," Zhang Hai said, nodding respectfully at the leader. "Zhang Hai is one of our best sound engineers. I appreciate your hard work. The children are young, so they will need your extra care," Ye Qing said, his words acting as a shot of encouragement for Zhang Hai. "Rest assured, Ye Dong, I will do my utmost." "Then I leave it to you. Shero, do you want to join us? We're planning to explore a bit," Ye Qing asked, glancing at Xiaoro, as they preferred not to stay in the studio and potentially place too much pressure on Yu. Instead, they decided to take Bai Zhishi on a little tour. Chapter 94. A celestial melody. He gazed at Xiaoro, who dashed over to clasp her sister's hand. "Mom and Dad, I'm here with my sister." "All right, you can stay here," said Yinchi. "Take good care of them." "Rest assured, Mr. Yi," replied Shun Yinchi. Ye Qing and the others chose not to intrude and exited the room. Nearby, Secretary Yu Chengji approached with a report. "Mr. Yu, General Zhao Kong has arrived and is currently waiting in your office. Would you like to meet him?" "Let him wait a little longer." "Very well." Ye Qing caught the exchange and waved dismissively. "No need to concern yourselves with us. We will meander about for a while before heading to the office to rest. You go on with your tasks." "Understood, Mr. Yi. If you require anything, just call for me," Yu Chengji replied, promptly returning to his office. Meanwhile, in Yu Chengji's office, the rotund Zhao Kong was seated, receiving tea from an attendant. "What urgent matter has Mr. Yu attended to that he hasn't returned yet?" Zhao Kong inquired. "Mr. Yi visited today, and Mr. Yu accompanied him," came the reply. Zhao Kang's eyes widened in disbelief. The newly appointed Mr. Yi? Here in the group today? The name had circulated in the industry, initially perceived as a mere second-generation heir. However, reports from Wuyo Media indicated that this Mr. Yi was no ordinary figure, but a true leader. Upon his arrival, he nearly overwhelmed Yu Chengji with inquiries, demonstrating an impeccable organizational acumen. The notion that he was merely a second-generation figure, an outsider advising insiders, seemed implausible. Other entertainment companies had begun to circulate exaggerated tales about Mr. Yi, discussing his lineage and capabilities. Could I possibly meet him? Zhao Kong mused, only to sigh in resignation. It appeared unlikely. His rank was insufficient. Only the group's chairman or other executives might gain an audience with such a prominent figure. Regardless, he was there for serious business today. He sipped his tea, pacing the office until a beautifully crafted large box beside Yu Chengji's desk caught his attention. "What is this? Why is it here?" Zhao Kong mused, inspecting the box without discerning its contents. Shortly after, Yu Chengji returned. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Zhao." "Not at all, I just arrived." Noticing Zhao Kong's gaze fixed on the box, Yu Chengji followed it and realized it was the premium Romanicani that Mr. Yi had gifted him. This was a prized possession that he intended to secure in the safe. As he nudged the box toward the safe, a faint liquid sound emanated from within. Could this be a case of wine? What kind of wine is contained in such exquisite bottles? Zhao Kong pondered, intrigued yet hesitant to inquire further. Once Yu Chengji had settled in, he broached the subject. "Shall we gather the entertainment companies soon? We should discuss potential collaborations. After all, mutual benefit is our aim." Zhao Kong stated directly. Ye Qing nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, within the group, Ye Qing and Bai Jishi wandered about, utterly bewildering Bai Jishi with the vastness of the complex. Observing Bai Jishi's dazed expression, Ye Qing chuckled and led her back to the office. How about a look at our own group, boss lady? The term boss lady flushed Bai Jishi's cheeks crimson as she playfully scolded Ye Qing. Seated on the sofa, Ye Qing pondered the progress of Yu's session and decided against visiting, fearing it might cause Yu anxiety. Bai Zishi nodded in agreement. At this moment, in the recording studio, Zhang Hai felt utterly bewildered. His eyes widened in disbelief. What is this sound? So pure and pristine, with such perfect pitch? It is nothing short of celestial. He turned to Shun Yinshi and the others, reflecting on their earlier comments. Zhang Hai had to concede that they were right, perhaps even modest in their assessment. Was it reasonable for a child to possess such talent? The song's composition was equally captivating, destined for stardom. As the first take concluded, Shun Yinshi turned to Zhang Hai. What is wrong? Are you still in a daze? Shall we record another take or proceed differently? Zhang Hai hesitated but opted for another recording, seeking assurance despite questioning the necessity. Meanwhile, Yu maintained her composure, while Xiao Rou gazed at her in awe, admiration evident in her eyes. Shun Yinshi and the others, despite having heard it numerous times, remained impressed, if not for Shun Yinshi's own remarkable vocal talent. She feared her harmonies would falter against Yu's ethereal sound. All right, Zhang Hai nodded, signaling the next steps would be his responsibility. Yet, the workload seemed minimal compared to the demands of songs from popular stars. Can this little girl truly revolutionize the entertainment industry? The thought thrilled him. Let us give the child a break, Zhang Hai suggested. Xiao Rou rushed to Yu, exclaiming, Sister, you're amazing. Yu stood tall, seeking praise from Shun Yinshi and the others. You did exceptionally well. However, we still need to adjust the audio and handle promotions. It may take some time before your album is available online. Yet, with Mr. Ye's involvement, this process will undoubtedly accelerate. Wow, this little girl is on the fast track to stardom, Shun Yinshi remarked, pinching Yu's cheek enviously. Indeed, in a world where comparisons were inevitable, she found herself outpaced by this young prodigy. Who could she turn to for solace? Chapter 95. Shun Yinshi's live broadcast announcement nearby. Wang Linghan and Suing approached, having just been captivated by Yu's ethereal singing, which was simply exquisite and pure. Such a pristine sound is indeed rare in the music industry. Perhaps this is the young girl's unique advantage. Coupled with the charming melody of her song, it was utterly adorable. One can only imagine how many hearts this album will touch upon its release. I think we should host a live broadcast tonight, the three of us together. Wang Linghan suggested with a smile. Let's build some anticipation first. Suing nodded in agreement. It's been ages since we last went live. Let us see how much interest we can generate this time. Don't worry, we'll announce the live broadcast in advance. Once everyone sees it, the viewer count tonight will surely be impressive. Shun Yinshi chimed in, promptly initiating the live broadcast announcement. Before long, the trio's announcement shot straight to the trending topics. Oh my goodness, are you three really going live together tonight? I'm so excited I can hardly wait. The announcement mentioned something important. Could it be that you three are forming a group? Honestly, if those three teamed up, it would be absolutely formidable, probably dominating the entire Chinese music scene. Let us not speculate wildly. We'll just have to wait. I can't contain my excitement. In a brief span, thousands of comments poured in. Goodness, it's evident that we still possess a modicum of popularity, Shun Yinshi remarked playfully, sticking out her tongue, prompting the other two to shake their heads. This girl truly lacks clarity regarding her own recognition. Yet, it is true, she has always been one to let her music speak for itself, earning her reputation solely through her talent. At that moment, Ye Qing and others arrived. Daddy, Yu has finished recording. Yu bounced over to Ye Qing, her face alight with joy, and wrapped her arms around his leg, gazing up with a pleading expression for praise. Ye Qing chuckled, lifting Yu into his arms and playfully pinching her little nose. Yu did wonderfully. After showering Yu with compliments until her cheeks flushed, Ye Qing shifted his attention. Meanwhile, Ye Qing and others, having overheard Ye Qing's enthusiastic praise, couldn't help but acknowledge that director Ye was certainly not a spoilsport. Growing up in such an encouraging environment would undoubtedly bolster a child's confidence. Ye Qing turned to Shi. What were you three discussing just now? We're planning a live broadcast this evening, just made the announcement. It instantly trended on social media, and we were reviewing the comments. Shi replied, Director Ye, would you be interested in joining the live broadcast tonight? Let us not overdo it. You all enjoy yourselves. I don't have much popularity, so my presence wouldn't add much value. Ye Qing waved dismissively. With your looks and status, Director Ye, you would surely attract a crowd, especially if you brought Yu and Xiao along. The viewer count would undoubtedly skyrocket, Shi remarked. However, it's essential that Yu maintains an air of mystery. She should make her appearance post-album release for maximum impact. All right, shall we listen to these songs together? Ye Qing suggested, glancing toward Zhang Hai. Yu Qingji also looked over. Director Ye, I'll play a simple version with accompaniment now. Once I return home tonight, I'll refine the sound. The child's pitch is spot on, so the workload is minimal and it'll be done swiftly. With that, Zhang Hai began to play, and soon, Yu's voice resonated through the recording studio. The sound enveloped everyone, calming their previously restless hearts. A child's voice possesses a unique ability to cleanse the soul. Listening intently, Yu Qingji turned to Han Shui. He focused on the broader picture while Han Shui managed the details. He found the song impressive, yet he sought the feedback of a professional. Presently, Han Shui stood frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is this the level of a child? This is remarkably high. And with such lyrics, how many times have they amplified cuteness? It's an adorable onslaught. If it weren't for the inappropriate timing, she would have eagerly recorded a snippet for her alarm clock. Just imagine waking up to such a delightful sound. Observing Han Shui's reaction, Yu Qingji understood. Clearly, the song's effect was exceptional, motivating him to promote it further. After the song concluded, spontaneous applause erupted. Not merely because Ye Qing was present, but because Yu had genuinely captivated them. My Yu has the potential of a queen. Ye Qing chuckled, affectionately ruffling Yu's hair, eliciting laughter from everyone. With their tasks within the group accomplished, Ye Qing announced, All right, the recording is finished. I'll be leaving now. Inchi, will you be joining us as well? Shi pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Director Ye, you all should head back. We'll be broadcasting live here tonight. The equipment is more professional, so do remember to tune in. Understood, Ye Qing nodded. Subsequently, he took Yu's hand. Bai Jishi led Xiaoro, and together with the others, they descended the stairs and left in their vehicle. Yu Qingji and the others watched them depart, marveling. Director Ye is truly remarkable, and his child is extraordinary too. It makes me wonder if I should consider marriage and children myself. Director Yu, you should probably start to take it seriously. Your family must be urging you by now, Han Shui jested. They were pressing me a few years back, but perhaps they've grown weary of it now. They seem to have given up. Yu Qingji shrugged. His remark sparked a glimmer of realization in Han Shui's eyes. So, the end of parental pressure is this? Does it mean if I endure through this phase of being urged to marry, I'll eventually reach the point where my parents tire of it? Yu Qingji was taken aback. What on earth is happening in this company? What kind of atmosphere is this? Is no one getting married or having children? Yet, he realized he lacked the standing to critique, as he was indeed part of the same narrative. Chapter 96. Shi. That is truly not my child. All right, let us convene for a brief meeting to discuss promotional matters. After a short while, in the conference room, Yu Qingji was assigning tasks to various departments. Everyone diligently took notes. As for the channels and such, leave that to me. Coincidentally, I have a dinner planned with them soon, and I shall mention this then. Well, that's settled. The importance of this matter is evident, and I need not elaborate. Yu Qingji stood and went about his work. A couple of hours later, Ye Qing and the others returned to the villa. After dinner, Bai Xingtian made a phone call. Where are the two little treasures? You are only concerned with your little treasures, not at all thinking of the older one. Are you? Bai Jiqi's words left Bai Xingtian somewhat embarrassed. Ahem. Have you returned from kindergarten? Today, they didn't attend. Bai Xingtian grew anxious. What happened? Did they fall ill? Grandpa, Today we wanted Dad's company to record a song. Yuyo and Xiaoro, who had been sitting obediently on the sofa, rushed over upon hearing Bai Xingtian's voice, eagerly crowding in front of the screen. Their adorable little faces were simply irresistible. Dad's company is enormous. There are many uncles and aunts accompanying us. Yuyo performed splendidly today. Even the uncle in the recording studio praised me. Yuyo, you are quite impressive, Bai Xingtian remarked, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. This was rather unfamiliar territory for him. Bai Zhilin passed by holding a bowl of cherry tomatoes and leaned closer to the screen. Andy, would you two like some tomatoes? She inquired, offering the bowl. Bai Xingtian dismissed her. Go on, go do your homework. You show no sincerity at all. How can you eat through the screen? You're just teasing them. Wait until you can't coax them into a good mood. I'll see how you react. I just heard that you two went to record a song, right? The ones your father wrote that day? Yes. Bai Zhiqi nodded. Your niece may very well become a superstar in the future. Tonight, Inchi and the others will also be live streaming. This is a precursor to that. If you finish your homework, you can watch. I feel like I can watch even if I don't finish my homework, Bai Zhilin blurted out. Just then, a shadowy voice chimed in. I feel you cannot. Bai Zhilin turned to see Wang Ning glaring at her, making her instantly retreat. I'll take my leave now. I must hurry to finish my homework. I'll also watch the live stream tonight. With that, Bai Zhilin hurried off to her room to complete her assignments. Can we listen to that song now? Bai Xingtian inquired. Bai Zhiqi shook her head. We didn't bring the recording back today. It's still at the company and needs some post-production work. However, it won't be long. I believe the song will be released in a few days. You can listen online then. All right, we look forward to it. Bai Xingtian smiled, pleased at the thought of being able to hear his granddaughter's voice anytime, anywhere on his phone. That evening, after hanging up, Bai Zhiqi tuned in to Shun Inchi's live stream. Upon seeing it, her eyes widened in disbelief. The live stream had been pinned to the top, and even before it began, the popularity was astounding. Indeed, Inchi and her friend were incredibly hot right now. Meanwhile, Ye Qing had come over with some fruits. Oh, is it about to start? Let me have a look. Bai Zhiqi, in turn, projected the live stream onto the television. Yuyo nestled into Ye Qing's arms, while Xiaoro curled up in Bai Zhiqi's embrace. Moments later, the broadcast commenced. We're live. We're here, Shun Inchi exclaimed, appearing on screen alongside her companions. All three were made up, and Shun Inchi looked revitalized, a stark contrast to her earlier lethargy. The moment she appeared, the screen was inundated with gift effects, as if they were under bombardment, partially obscuring their faces. The comments flooded in, seemingly endless. My goodness, the popularity of Inchi is extraordinary. Inchi has a good rapport with the public and possesses talent. It's only natural. Wow, the teacher looks gorgeous, Yuyo noted, admiring Shun Inchi's makeup, while Xiaoro, still unfamiliar with such new experiences, stared in fascination. At that moment, within the company, Shun Inchi and her companions exchanged bemused smiles at the overwhelming influx of gifts. Why are we being bombarded by gifts right from the start? Our purpose today is not to gather gifts, Shun Inchi exclaimed. All right, everyone, hold off on the gifts for now. Please act within your means. We have an important announcement to make tonight, Shun Inchi added, as comments surged below. What are you going to say? Don't tell me you're forming a new group. Oh my, I'm already starting to look forward to it. Hurry up and tell us. No, we are not forming a group. We are merely announcing the upcoming album, which is my little disciple's new album. I play a supporting role in this album, so you can look forward to it, Shun Inchi clarified. Wang Linghan and Su Ying chimed in. This album also features some of our contributions. It's quite melodious. Listening, the comments in the live stream began to slow down, as many considered this news less explosive than the prospect of a new group. Oh, so it's about bringing in a new artist. Little disciple? How young? Did you discover a talented singer? I'm quite eager to find out. Supporting role? That is quite commendable for a singer of such stature. How young? My little disciple is about 4 or 5 years old, Shun Inchi candidly stated, not shying away from the truth, knowing that by the time the album was released, everyone would be aware. Boom! The moment those words left her lips, the comments in the live stream seemed to momentarily freeze, then erupted. Did you say 4 or 5 years old? Not a disciple, but a child. Oh no! My heart is shattered. Inchi is married, had a child, and the child is already 4 or 5 years old. Ah, this news is too explosive. I can't go on living. Watching the comments section, Shinichi was momentarily stunned. The thought processes of these netizens were too peculiar. How'd it turn into her having a child? Ridiculous. Haha, Inchi, you're done for. I sense that soon the trending search will include Shinichi has a child. Revealed during tonight's live stream, Wang Linghan and Su Ying teased, lightheartedly. Shinichi exclaimed, I am still an unmarried young woman. With this rumor, will I ever get married? Chapter 97. Whose urine is yellow? Wake him up, Shinichi was lamenting in her heart. But soon, envy took over. If Yu and Xiaoro were her children, she would feel truly blessed. She gazed at the screen and sighed, wishing that if that child were her daughter, she would wake up laughing from her dreams. Moreover, she currently had no partner, so where would the children come from? If you genuinely cared about me, why not find me a partner quickly? Shinichi's grievances ignited a wave of excitement in the live stream chat. Wow, this reaction is too genuine. Are those really not your kids? Given her reaction, it's definitely not the case. That child must have exceptional musical talent. Otherwise, Inchi wouldn't have made such a remark. Hey, can you see me? Please share your contact details. Let us see if I'm a suitable partner for you. Wake up, stop dreaming. Step aside, everyone. I'll wake him up with my yellow urine. To the one looking for a partner, first, show your strength with 10,000 gifts. With each message, the atmosphere in the live stream grew more jubilant. Wang Linghan and Su Ying watched from the side, their faces adorned with smiles. This chat room was brimming with talent. Their banter was so entertaining. See, I told you, the news about Inchi having kids is trending, but it seems the rumors are already being debunked. This trend won't last long, Su Ying remarked. Shinichi turned back. It's fine. Let the trend linger a bit longer. I can ride on my little disciple's coattails. I've seen unrefined behavior before, but you take the cake. How old are you to be riding the coattails of a little girl? Su Ying replied, exasperated. Meanwhile, in the villa, Ye Qing and her companions were also observing the intense activity in the live stream and the comments flooding in. Bai Jilin wore an expression of surprise, astonished at the popularity of Inchi and her friends. The live stream had attracted hundreds of thousands of viewers, and the numbers were still climbing. This groundwork is quite impressive, and with Ye Qing and the group as promotional efforts, I'm genuinely looking forward to it, Ye Qing said, smiling as she patted Yu's head. What will you do once you achieve fame and fortune? I'll give it all to mom and dad. Yu replied without hesitation. Ye Qing and Bai Jiqi exchanged glances. You're such a darling, they both mused. All right, let us watch the live stream a little longer, then we'll go to bed. We have to visit Grandma and Grandpa tomorrow morning, understood? Bai Jiqi said, embracing the two little girls. Okay. The girls nodded in agreement. After washing up, the two little girls climbed into bed and soon fell into a steady rhythm of sleep. That night, Shinichi continued the live stream until 10 o'clock, primarily to promote Yu's album. The number of viewers soared to millions. Shinichi responded to the audience's inquiries, stating, all I can say about the album is that it's wonderful. You'll know when you hear it. My little disciple hasn't even released the album yet, and she is only 4 or 5 years old. What could she possibly understand? She should be asleep right now. I hope everyone will be kind in their comments. After all, she is just a child. I thank you all in advance. After concluding the live stream, Shinichi gazed at the trending topics in disbelief. So many entries? The whole internet must be speculating now. This suspense is palpable. When I release the bombshell, and then do a live stream with Yu, the effect will be beyond my imagination, she thought, unable to suppress her laughter. Not far away, Wang Linghan and Su Ying heard her chuckles and turned to Shinichi. What has got you laughing to yourself? Oh, nothing. Just thinking of something joyful, she replied. Really? Wang Linghan and Su Ying exchanged glances, bemused. All right, stop laughing and get some sleep, they urged. They had been accompanying the live stream for several hours and felt exhausted. Not to mention Shinichi hadn't slept well the previous night. Despite a brief afternoon nap, she was undoubtedly worn out. The next morning, Bai Jilin woke up and opened the trending topics, preparing to browse through significant domestic and international news. She paused, staring at the trending topics in disbelief. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she clicked again, her eyes widening in shock. Whoa! Bai Jilin sat up abruptly, unable to believe what she was seeing. Scrolling down, She gasped at the multitude of trending topics. Mom, Dad. She jumped out of bed and dashed outside. In the living room, Bai Xingtian was preparing to go for a run, while Wang Ning had just awakened when they heard their daughter's astonished voice. What's wrong? It's too early to be making such a fuss. Girls, can you not be so dramatic? Wang Ning sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Never mind that. Shoo. Look at these trending topics. Yu Yu's album hasn't even been released, and she is already famous. Look, Bai Jilin exclaimed, handing her phone over. Bai Xingtian and Wang Ning looked at the screen in wonder. My goodness, look at all these comments. Yet Yu Yu's identity hasn't been revealed, Wang Ning noted. This is all part of the build-up. They're clearly maintaining the suspense. Now everyone is eager for the album's release. Once it drops, everyone will flock to it. Ye Qing is truly remarkable. This must all be her doing, Wang Ning remarked in admiration. If you get into Jiangxing University, you could learn a lot about business from your brother-in-law, Bai Xingtian added, looking at Bai Jilin. Bai Jilin nodded in agreement. Her attitude towards studying had transformed. She was no longer studying under duress. Although her grades were good, she lacked initiative. Recently, however, she had completely changed, entering a mode akin to that of a senior preparing for exams, full of motivation and energy. Just yesterday, her teacher had spoken to her, curious about her sudden shift in demeanor. Upon learning her aspirations to attend Jiangxing University, the teacher had smiled knowingly. While Bai Jilin and her parents chatted, Ye Qing had also risen. She glanced over at the two little girls who were sleeping soundly, resembling two little gas canisters. She playfully patted their backs, and soon after, soft murmurs of waking filled the air. Chapter 98. By Zhixi's first time addressing her parents, Ye Qing gazed upon the two little girls who were softly sobbing, his face adorned with a smile reminiscent of an affectionate father. If his own parents were still alive, they would surely be just as delighted to see these two little ones as Bai Zhixi's parents were. After a brief moment of weeping, the two girls finally rose. What's wrong, Daddy? Let's go, it's time for our morning run. Oh, okay. The girls showed no sign of reluctance at the prospect of a morning jog, a habit that had been instilled in them over time. Let us sneak out quietly. We mustn't make a sound, Ye Qing instructed, glancing at Bai Zhixi, who was still nestled in bed. However, the plush toy she had once embraced had now transformed into a cuddly bear. All right then. Ye Qing led the two little girls outside, and after changing into their running attire, they set off. Meanwhile, Bai Zhixi, having squeezed her teddy bear's soft belly, furrowed her brow, wondering when Ye Qing's abdomen had become so pliable. Upon opening her eyes, she realized that Ye Qing and the two girls had vanished. They must have gone for a run. She decided to prepare for the day. Bai Zhixi busied herself gathering the items she had purchased the previous day, along with some fresh flowers, and placed in the car. She then began to prepare breakfast. By the time Ye Qing and the girls returned and freshened up, breakfast was ready. Come and eat. Coming. The two freshly bathed girls scampered out, looking quite famished. Ye Qing took a seat and announced, after we pay our respects at the grave, we shall visit the Provincial Calligraphy Association to retrieve my credentials. We will also go see Grandma Schumann and Grandpa Sheyuan. All right. Xiao Rou nodded. Ye Qing pondered for a moment, then said, Xiao Rou, I will give you a few small porcelain jars. Please fill them with your father's tea leaves. You needn't fill them to the brim, just enough to fill them halfway. When we get there, you can present them to the grandparents as a gift. MHM. Xiao Rou nodded. Though she only partially understood, she was eager to follow Ye Qing's instructions. After finishing their meal, Ye Qing produced the exquisite little jars. The two girls excitedly filled them with tea leaves. Bai Zhixi observed, astonished that such small jars could hold so little tea. Each jar would suffice for only a few brews. Such extravagant little girls, Ye Qing remarked, causing Bai Zhixi to blush with embarrassment. How can you speak of her in such a manner? Ye Qing. She huffed. Seeing Bai Zhixi's flustered expression made Ye Qing chuckle. This tea is quite precious, and using small jars enhances its elegance. If I had a gift box, I would have used that instead. These esteemed professors are experts in their fields. Ordinary gifts would not impress them. Nevertheless, this is a thoughtful gesture from Xiao Rou, and this packaging is quite suitable. Ye Qing continued, this tea is a rare de Hong Pao, a treasure beyond price. Offering them even this small amount is generous enough. We can't afford to be extravagant. Bai she nodded in agreement, absorbing this newfound knowledge. Once everything was organized, they all piled into the car and headed towards the village. Typically, locals do not bury their loved ones in public cemeteries. Instead, they prefer to return to their roots, selecting a spot on the mountainside to rest alongside their ancestors. However, the number of villagers has dwindled, and since Ye Qing seldom returns, few in the village recognize him anymore. They parked halfway up the mountain and disembarked, carrying their offerings as they ascended. Approaching the Qingming festival, they encountered several elderly men paying their respects. Along the way, the two little girls picked a few wildflowers to present to their grandparents. "Mommy, you can bring the big flowers, we'll bring the small ones," said Yu to Xiaoro. Bai she affectionately patted the heads of the two children as she watched Ye Qing walk ahead, sensing a hint of melancholy in his demeanor. Soon, they arrived at their destination, flanked by lush pine trees. Before them stood two stone tablets. Ye Qing boldly sat down, disregarding the dirt beneath him. "Mom and Dad, I'm here. There are so many visitors this year." He gestured towards Bai Shi. "This is my wife, and these are your granddaughters, Yu and Xiaoro." Bai she placed her bouquet in front of the stones, her lips moving silently before she spoke. "Mom and Dad, Ye Qing and I brought Yu and Xiaoro to visit you." As she uttered the words "Mom and Dad," Ye Qing turned to her, their eyes meeting in a moment of surprise, which quickly transformed into gratitude. "Come, Yu and Xiaoro, you picked flowers, didn't you? Present them to Grandma and Grandpa." The little girls, observing the gravestones, though unclear about the significance, understood that their grandparents rested there. They carefully placed the flowers down. "Grandma and Grandpa, these are the flowers we just picked on a mountain. We hope you like them." They reached out to touch the stone tablets, gazing at the photographs above. The images of their grandparents appeared kind and gentle. Ye Qing accepted the paper money from Bai Shi and secured it with a few stones, placing it atop a small mound of earth. The little girls imitated their father. "Daddy, is this stone suitable? Is it big enough?" Before long, the mound was filled. "Look at how considerate my daughter-in-law is, bringing so much that it barely fits." Ye Qing chuckled heartily, feeling no need to hide anything in front of his parents. He then produced a bottle of Roman E. Conti, glancing at it before pouring it onto the ground. "Dad, this is fine wine, quite expensive. I'm not sure if you'll enjoy it, but I find it quite palatable." As he spoke, he glanced back at Bai Shi, who understood his intent. It seemed Ye Qing wished to converse with his parents. "Shall we take a stroll along the mountain path while they chat?" she suggested to the two girls. "Oh, okay." They agreed, though Xiaoro looked back at Ye Qing, a slight frown on her face. "Daddy, your smile seems to carry a special sadness." As they walked, Bai Shi asked the girls, "Aren't you scared?" "No." Yu and Xiaoro shook their heads. "Daddy said that those buried on the mountain are our beloved family members." Always remembered. Chapter 99. Slow down. Don't fall listening to the words of the two little girls. Bai Shi nodded in agreement. Indeed, buried on the mountain are the dearly missed relatives of everyone. The cycle of life, aging, and death is an inevitability that one cannot escape. Bai Shi led the two little girls across to an open area on the opposite side of the road to give Ye Qing a moment of time. Over here, after finishing his respectful bow, Ye Qing sat down on the ground, indifferent to the dust beneath him. "Mom and Dad, I never expected that a mere year away would bring such profound changes. Now, I find myself with a fiancé, and two little girls of this age," he murmured, as if recounting a tale, weaving his thoughts into words. Eventually, he glanced at the time, stood up, and brushed the tombstone once more, despite the dust already being wiped away by Bai Shi. "I'm off now, Dad and Mom. I'll visit when I have the time." Ye Qing turned and walked away, waving his hand without a second thought. Year after year, he had grown accustomed to this ritual. As he descended, he spotted Bai Shi squatting down, engaged in play with the two little girls. Upon nearing, he realized that this adult was actually helping the children collect stones. "Daddy, look at all these beautiful pebbles," one exclaimed. "This one is so small and smooth after washing." The two little girls opened their tiny palms to reveal several exquisite pebbles, each one more beautiful than the last. Bai she turned to Ye Qing. "Darling, how strange. Aren't we on a mountain? There's no flowing water. Where did these pebbles come from? Were they brought up from the valley?" Not quite, Ye Qing replied. This place used to be a riverbed. There were springs on the mountain that fed natural streams. However, it's currently the dry season, so it has all but disappeared. By Ji, she nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, the two little girls continued their selection, carefully choosing a few stones they felt most satisfied with. These girls are quite discerning. If it were me at their age, I would have gathered every pretty stone I saw. Ye Qing mused as he placed their chosen pebbles into his pocket. Daddy, can we put this in the fish tank? One asked eagerly. Yes, we can also clean them up when we get home. You can place them on your bedside table, he replied. Thank you, Daddy. The little girl, Yu, tilted her head back, beaming widely, while the other, Xiao Rou, glanced at the pile of pebbles for a moment before running towards Ye Qing. Daddy, are we going back to Grandpa and Grandma's? We're not going back, Ye Qing said, lifting both girls into his arms. Thank you, Yu and Xiao Rou, for accompanying Daddy today. He turned to Bai Shi, his eyes conveying gratitude even without words. Today, Ye Qing felt an immense joy, akin to the first time introducing his girlfriend and his children to his parents. The pride and happiness he felt were beyond expression. Hey, have you two little girls gained a bit of weight? You feel heavier, Ye Qing remarked. We're not gaining weight. We're growing taller, Yu retorted. Indeed, girls never want to be told they've gained weight. Ye Qing laughed. All right. As long as Yu and Xiao Rou eat well, you'll grow as tall as your mother. Okay. Xiao Rou leaned against Ye Qing's shoulder, casting a bright smile at Bai Shi, her eyes sparkling with dreams of growing up. Bai Shi, let us go, Ye Qing called, and Bai Shi hurried to keep pace, taking Xiao Rou from Ye Qing's embrace while grasping his hand with her free one. Ye Qing playfully traced his finger along Bai Shi's palm, prompting her to glance at him several times. Upon reaching the car, Ye Qing placed the girls in the back seat and then turned to take one last look before climbing in, descending the mountain. Let us head to the Provincial Calligraphy Association. The old professors should be there. They are all retired now and have taken to dabbling in the arts. Are Grandma Shu and Grandpa Xiao also there? Xiao Rou inquired, leaning over the armrest. They should be. Let's go and see. There will likely be many other grandpas and grandmas as well. Ye Qing responded, recalling the tea he had prepared for them. With the number of attendees increasing, he thought it should be sufficient. After all, the gifts were more for show. Each delicate porcelain jar contained only a modest amount of tea. Xiao Rou has improved quite a bit lately. Let us show it off to Grandma Shu and Grandpa Xia. Xiao Rou exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Yes, let us astonish them. Ye Qing added, stifling a yawn. Noticing this, Bai Shi asked, what is wrong? Did you not sleep well last night? Should I drive while you take a rest? No need. If I drive, you all can relax and sleep as you wish. But if you drive, I fear the rest will be forced to stay wide awake, he replied, a teasing glint in his eye. You, bad person. Bai Shi was about to retort when she realized he had a point. Given her driving skills, it might indeed lead to such an outcome. She could only feign annoyance. Daddy, you're not allowed to bully Mommy. Her driving skills have improved significantly. Xiao Rou chimed in. She even successfully avoided a dog the other day. As the two little girls excitedly recounted their mother's driving feats, Bai Shi felt increasingly exasperated. These little ones were truly throwing her under the bus. What was so commendable about avoiding a dog? Realizing this, Bai Shi leaned back, feigning a state of unconsciousness. After a while, they arrived at the Provincial Calligraphy Association. Ye Qing observed the place, reminiscent of his former workplace's courtyard. Ye Qing and Bai Shi opened the trunk to retrieve the small jars, handing each girl a little box. We're off now, Yu and Xiao Rou exclaimed, scampering ahead, eager to discover what awaited them inside the Calligraphy Association. Ye Qing watched them and called out, slow down, you two. Be careful not to fall. He felt an urgency. If they stumbled and broke their porcelain jars, that would be one thing, but if they injured themselves, it would truly break his heart. Chapter 100. A gift for you, however. The two little ones completely disregarded Ye Qing's words and continued to dash ahead, their speed unimpeded. These two little girls had grown a bit mischievous. What happened? Hasn't she become a doting father? Beside her, Bai Shi, listening to Ye Qing, inquired with a smile. Ye Qing glanced at her, playfully pinching her cheek, remarking that a little naughtiness was quite delightful, perhaps even more so than boys. she still preferred little girls. I also have a penchant for little girls, Bai Zixi replied, but then she pondered whether Ye Qing would weep at the thought of the two girls getting married. Given that Ye Qing was not in the best of moods today, it was perhaps best not to voice such thoughts. However, Bai Zixi soon chided herself for even contemplating the future of the two little girls when she herself had yet to marry. Would her father also become a tearful mess on her wedding day? She mused that perhaps without the two little girls, her father might indeed cry. Yet, she felt she had already laid the groundwork for his acceptance. She could foresee that during her future wedding, her father might maintain a more composed demeanor. Come on, what are you thinking about? Thinking? I can't tell you. Bai Zixi nearly blurted out about the girls' future marriages but caught herself. Yet, her hesitance piqued Ye Qing's interest. Oh, so it's something that cannot be spoken of now. I shall await the details when we return home tonight. Ye Qing teased. Bai Zixi, you rogue. In broad daylight, speaking of such matters, a blush crept onto her face as she clutched a small jar, following the two little girls ahead. Why did you shy away after just a few words? Ye Qing mused as he closed the trunk and leisurely trailed behind. The two little girls, clutching their porcelain jars, scampered inside. At the entrance, the security guard observed the two little ones and ambled over. What brings you two here? He asked, his tones softening in the presence of the adorable girls. Uncle, we are here to find Grandma Shu and Grandpa Xia. Are they here today? Xiao Rou inquired with her big, blinking eyes, striking a chord with the guard's heart. He regarded the two little girls, wondering if they were descendants of Professor Shu or Professor Xia. They were simply too cute. They're both here today. You can go in and find them, the guard said, gently ruffling the girl's hair as he granted them passage. Moments later, he encountered Ye Qing and Bai Zixi and, upon learning that Ye Qing was a new member there to collect his credentials, he allowed them to proceed, albeit at a distance from the two little girls. The little girls frolicked into the lobby. There, a group of professors was preparing to enter the calligraphy and painting room. Xiao Rou spotted several of them. Grandma Shu, Grandpa Xia, Grandpa Zhou, she called out, drawing the attention of the elderly professors. Shu Man, Xia Yuan, and the others turned around, their expressions transforming as they beheld the two adorable girls holding gift boxes resembling porcelain dolls. Oh my Xiao Rou, Yu, what brings you here today? Xiaoman, who had been deep in thought, instantly broke into a cheerful smile as she approached the little ones. Xia Yuan turned to his fellow professors, saying just in time, look at this little girl on the left. She is the talented one I mentioned before. I didn't expect her to come today. Isn't she adorable? As he introduced her, the others turned their attention to Xiao Rou, and indeed, she was charming. Having previously heard about her talent and disposition, they recognized her as a promising prospect. However, they knew they likely wouldn't have the opportunity to mentor her, as her father's calligraphy had already reached a masterful level, surpassing even their own. Shuman approached Xiao Rou and Yu. What do you have there, little ones? She asked, noticing the gift boxes they were holding. It's a present for Grandpa and Grandma. Xiao Rou replied with confidence, eliciting laughter from everyone around. Before retiring, they had been university professors or officials, and many had come to deliver gifts. However, after retirement, aside from a few students visiting during festivals, gifts had become a rarity. Naturally, while they might have kept inexpensive offerings, anything valuable was typically returned. They had been quite cautious in that regard. What's inside? It's tea we packed. Yu chimed in, and the two little girls opened the gift boxes, revealing small jars within. How exquisite! Shu Man exclaimed as she picked up one of the jars to examine it, then opened it and took a gentle whiff. The aroma is quite rich. This must be the Hong Pao. She had tasted many fine teas, and the Hong Pao was familiar territory, yet this fragrance struck her as unique. Perhaps it was the impression of the two little girls that colored her perception, making the tea seem special. After a while, Ye Qing and Bai Zixi entered, spotting Shu Man, Xia Yuan, and the others. Ye Qing greeted them, Professor Shu, Professor Xia. Ah, Ye Xiao Yu, you've arrived, Xia Yuan responded, glancing at the two little girls. You've fallen quite a bit behind them. They dashed off with the gifts as soon as we got out of the car, and we had to tidy up a bit, so we were delayed. Let us not linger here. Let us enter the calligraphy and painting room, Shu Man suggested, taking the hands of Xiao Rou and Yu as they moved ahead. The other professors looked on enviously, drawn in by the charm of the two little girls. As they entered the calligraphy and painting room, Xiao Rou's eyes widened in awe, sparkling with wonder as if she had encountered something extraordinary.